You start by transmigrating to Blue Star and awaken the auto-cultivation system. Mana absorption technique cultivates non-stop for 365 days, with no bottlenecks in your cultivation. Stonebreaker Palm, spurred by shame, doubles its cultivation speed and breaks through to expert stage. Golden Bell Shield thinks it can still be saved and self-evolves into a divine martial art. Global Evolution, Mutated Beasts Revival, they're all your feast. Chapter 1 High Martial World, Martial Arts Auto-Cultivation. Ding! Mana absorption technique awakens, sensing the host's unstable foundation, begins self-reflection and refines the host's physical body. Ding! Mana absorption technique is ravenously hungry and running out of stamina. Please replenish energy as soon as possible, host. Gore! In a haze, Lu Chong was awakened by the chaotic voices in his mind, especially the extreme hunger pangs from his stomach, which made him feel anxious and weak. It was as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights, wanting nothing more than to devour an entire pig. Getting up from his desk, Lu Chong saw a young, delicate face leaning over, asking him strangely, "Lu Chong, you didn't eat lunch? Who is this? Where am I? Who am I?" Lu Chong jolted, as he didn't recognize the student in front of him at all. But then, a massive surge of information flooded his mind, almost making him faint. Blue Star. Huaxia Nation, Guanyun City, Guanyun First High. Here, besides modern technology, there was also a flourishing transcendent martial arts world, and formidable mutated beasts. Simply put, it was a modern high martial world with technological civilization, similar to his previous life but vastly different. His current identity was a high school senior, an orphan just like in his previous life, also named Lu Chong, and even his appearance was equally handsome. But that wasn't the most important thing. What was important was that Lu Chong discovered he had transmigrated, and he had also brought along an auto-cultivation system that he had developed in his previous life. It was that game cheat that allowed martial arts to cultivate automatically, and it had appeared on him. Thinking of this, Lu Chong quickly turned his attention to the status panel that appeared in his mind. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice 3, rank 95%. Martial Arts 9, Phantom Step Adept Stage 8, 3%. Stonebreaker Palm Expert Stage 1%. Lu Chong was incredibly familiar with this status panel because he had designed it himself. Combining the prompts he had just received in his mind, Lu Chong understood that these martial arts could indeed cultivate automatically while he was idle. Cultivation levels were raised by the mana absorption technique. Martial skills were methods for practical combat application. While he was thinking, the 3 progress bars were still slowly ticking. Feeling the powerful, unusually strong physical strength, completely different from the sub-healthy state of a programmer in his previous life, Lu Chong suddenly felt that this transmigration might not be a bad thing. Gore! His stomach rumbled again, and Lu Chong finally came back to his senses, looking at the classmate opposite him. This was Lu Chang's deskmate, or more precisely, Chen, the original owner's best friend. "Lu Chong, you haven't lost your memory and forgotten me, have you?" Chen joked half seriously. Lu Chang's thoughts were still a bit jumbled, but he still forced himself to say, "Chen, stop messing around. I'm just a bit dizzy from hunger." Chen immediately got a little annoyed. "I told you not to skip lunch, but you're always reluctant to eat." As he spoke, Chen took out something resembling a popsicle from his desk drawer and, without explanation, placed it in Lu Chang's hand. "If you're polite with me again, don't ever call me your brother," Chen said firmly. From the original owner's memory, Lu Chong recognized the popsicle as a product of this world, a high-energy bar. Just one of these was worth over 1,000. The original owner was an orphan who only received a 2,000 yuan school scholarship and relief fund each month. He usually couldn't afford this, and sometimes even his 3 meals weren't guaranteed. Lu Chong didn't stand on ceremony, opened the energy bar, and swallowed it in a few bites, saying, "I'll pay you back." In one respect, he was like the original owner, he didn't like owing others. But right now, he was truly hungry and desperately needed this energy bar. Chen watched in astonishment as Lu Chong ate the entire energy bar. "Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of stuffing yourself to death?" You know, this single energy bar was extremely high in energy, enough for martial apprentices like them to eat for 3 days. Lu Chong didn't reply, simply digesting the energy silently, while feeling the hunger quickly disappear, replaced by warm currents constantly nourishing his body. Ding! Mana absorption technique, now full and satisfied, continues to solidify the master's foundation. Chi absorption and refinement completed, pushing through in one go, helping the master break through. At this moment, Lu Chong realized that he had broken through, from martial apprentice rank 3 directly to rank 4. So, by supplementing with high-energy nutrients, I can accelerate the cultivation of the mana absorption technique, Lu Chong silently noted. He felt the speed of chi absorption begin to slow down, returning to the usual pace of automatic cultivation. Level, Martial Apprentice rank 4-5%. Chen, his deskmate, noticed the change and exclaimed, "Lu Chong, you broke through?" Lu Chong didn't hide it, nodding along. "I luckily broke through to rank 4. Damn!" Chen shouted dramatically. "We agreed to be at the bottom together. Why are you suddenly excelling?" However, Lu Chong could tell that his former best friend was actually happy for him. "So you were about to have a breakthrough, no wonder you were so hungry you swallowed an entire energy bar," Chen continued to nag. "Now I'm in trouble. Dad will definitely scold me when I get home, and even the combat practice class has been surpassed by you, you rascal." Lu Chong and Chen's combat practice class scores had always been at the bottom of the class. Lu Chong was because he had no money to cultivate, while Chen was simply too lazy. But Lu Chang's academic classes had always ranked first in the entire school, because only then could he receive his monthly scholarship. The saying "poor in academics, rich in martial arts" was vividly demonstrated in his case. So, if I want to practice martial arts, my primary goal is to make money first, Lu Chong quickly realized. In this world, the score proportion of combat practice class was far higher than that of academic classes. Moreover, martial arts practitioners were the mainstream once one entered society. There were less than 100 days until the martial college entrance exam. If he didn't seize the time, with his combat practice class scores, he wouldn't be able to get into a key martial arts university at all. Just then, an exaggeratedly muscular, 2-meter-tall man walked into the classroom. Barefoot, with thick, hairy feet, he stood at the podium, slapping the teacher's desk with one hand, making it buzz. "Students, lunch break is over, wake up. Isn't this a math class? How come the homeroom teacher came in?" Chen glanced timidly at the burly man and muttered softly. Lu Chong looked at the barefoot strongman with shock, then realized this was Wang Tong, their homeroom teacher for class 5 of the 3rd year. He wasn't just an ordinary teacher, he was a true rank 8 warrior, a formidable individual capable of lifting cauldrons and cracking the earth with his feet. Martial Apprentice Warrior Master Grandmaster. Each rank was a watershed, and for high school students, who were typically martial apprentices, a rank 8 warrior was an immensely powerful figure. Cough cough. The homeroom teacher cleared his throat twice, speaking like thunder. "Students, the math teacher is sick, so for this class, we'll go to the playground for combat practice class." A chorus of wails immediately erupted from below the podium. "What? They're taking our math class again. I'm almost forgetting what the math teacher looks like. I saw the math teacher practicing martial arts downstairs this morning. How could a dignified official warrior get sick so easily?" Listening to the students' grievances, Lu Chong felt a sense of déjà vu, yet something still felt off. Sigh, the math teacher can't save us either. Looks like we're in for another beating. Even Chen, the underachiever next to him, was sighing, missing the math teacher. Chapter 2, No Women in My Heart. The combat practice class was held on the main playground of Guanyun First High. When they arrived, they found that almost all 10 classes from the 3rd year were already there. "It seems not only our academic classes but also those of other classes have been taken over," Chen said gloatingly, his eyes darting around. Lu Chong nodded, looking at the sight of continuous shouts and grunts on the sports field, feeling a surge of excitement. He knew what Chen was looking for, nothing more than pretty girls from other classes. Sure enough, Chen quickly spotted his target and exclaimed in exaggerated surprise, "Look, class 1 of senior high is here too. That's Luna, the campus belle. She seems to be peeking at me again. Lu Chong, can you check for me?" Chen suddenly pulled back his gaze, straightened his back, and looked straight ahead. Lu Chong was somewhat speechless. Following Chen's gaze, he saw a girl standing out from the crowd 100 meters away. She was 1.75 meters tall, wearing a white tight-fitting training suit. Though just an adult, her figure was already well-defined, making her very conspicuous among the students. But damn it, she was facing away from them. How could she be looking at you with her butt? Is she? Is she? Chen pressed, glancing sideways. Yes, she's been peeking at you with the back of her head, Lu Chong said peevishly. However, he could confirm that across the entire sports field, at least 100 shy and timid glances were occasionally cast towards that direction. This is the fantasy of student days, Lu Chong thought with a prematurely jaded air. From the original body's memories, Lu Chong knew that this so-called campus belle named Luna was no mere flower vase. This girl not only came from an influential family but was also a master of martial apprentice rank 9 herself, far ahead of her peers, aiming directly for the top-tier North Huaxia Martial Arts University. How could such an ambitious girl care about these naive, fruitless flirtations? As for martial arts underachievers like him and Chen, it was even more impossible for them to catch her eye. Of course, in Lu Chang's opinion, the so-called campus belle was the biggest source of trouble, and he had no interest in getting close to her anyway. In this martial arts world, one must adhere to the fundamental principle of having no women in one's heart. Alright, students, cheer up. At this moment, the homeroom teacher's voice pulled the daydreaming students back to class. First, warm up for 10 minutes individually, then spar in pairs as usual. I will provide guidance as appropriate, the homeroom teacher commanded sternly. The students began to practice punches and warm up listlessly, with only a few individuals showing great seriousness, including Lu Chong, who was still quite new to it. While warming up with punches, he observed his system panel. Name, Lu Chong. Grade Martial Apprentice rank 6%. Martial Arts 9 Phantom Step Adept Stage 8 5%. Stonebreaker Palm Expert Stage 2%. In just half an hour, he noticed that his mana absorption technique and 2 martial arts skills had improved, and the progress was very gratifying. Lu Chong roughly calculated the progress: mana absorption technique at 2% per hour, 9 Phantom Step at 6% per hour, and Stonebreaker Palm at 2% per hour. With martial arts constantly cultivating for 24 hours, without external assistance, I can break through to Martial Apprentice rank 4 in 4 days. Also, 9 Phantom Step will reach expert stage tonight. Considering this, the future looks promising. By the time of the martial college entrance exam, there might even be a chance to get into a key martial arts university. In the martial college entrance exam, cultivation level and martial arts progress are equally important, neither can be lacking. Especially martial arts, which tests students' comprehension and practical application abilities, absolutely cannot be ignored. Most martial arts learned in high school ranks are merely the most basic human grade low tier, and are all unarmed fist and foot techniques. For example, Lu Chang's 9 Phantom Step and Stonebreaker Palm are just like that. To get into a key university, one must at least cultivate one martial art to the insight stage, which is extremely difficult for students. Martial arts progress from novice stage to adept stage, then to expert stage, insight stage, and finally perfected stage, with each step being a hurdle. Many can only stop at expert stage. Lu Chong, what are you thinking? Don't tell me you also like Luna? Chen winked at Lu Chong while distractedly practicing his punches. Lu Chong ignored him, instead carefully feeling his powerful physique. What he was currently practicing was the offensive martial arts Stonebreaker Palm, a total of 18 forms, each move an attack, relentless and forward moving, with the skill mainly concentrated in his arms. His Stonebreaker Palm had broken through to expert stage during his nap, directly doubling the augmentation of his own strength. However, he still needed to carefully perceive his physical condition, so he didn't show it. Alright. The homeroom teacher suddenly shouted, "Time's up. Pair up for practical combat. Students with good performance, don't forget to help others one-on-one." Damn it, that kid Sun Zhe is here again. What bad luck, Chen said, somewhat annoyed. Lu Chong snapped back to reality and saw the classmate Chen was talking about, a student with a fierce appearance. He knew this Sun Zhe. He was considered a bully in the class, with terrible academic classes grades but outstanding combat practice class performance, already a rank 5 martial apprentice. However, Lu Chong was a bit puzzled. Chen, why has he always targeted you these past few classes? Chen glanced towards the direction of Class 1, Grade 3 again, sighing, it's all because of Luna. Just because she said a word to me, this bastard started targeting me. Lu Chong really didn't know about this. He asked curiously, what did Luna say to you? Chen said proudly, she thanked me for giving up my seat to her when she was getting food in the cafeteria. Lu Chong almost rolled his eyes. Did that even count? She truly was a femme fatale. As they were talking, the tall and burly Sun Zhe had already approached, staring at Chen imperiously. Chen, come on, the homeroom teacher told me to mentor you, the bad student. Chen pouted, cut it out, I don't need it. I think you're scared, aren't you? A coward like you still dares to think about Luna, you're truly a toad trying to eat swan meat, Sun Zhe taunted with a sneer. Chen immediately couldn't take it anymore and shouted, sticking out his neck, bring it on, who's afraid of whom? Lu Chong secretly shook his head, thinking, the recklessness of youth. It wasn't just Chen He, a student with poor martial arts grades, also had a student assigned to help him, but it was a delicate-looking girl, the class representative. Classmate Lu Chong, please guide me. The class representative, Lu, stepped forward with a hint of shyness, cupping her fist. No choice, Lu Chong was indeed the handsomest in the class, and his academic class's scores were the highest in the entire school, so even the class representative would blush when she saw him. Please. After Lu Chong returned the bow to Lu, he had no time to bother with the crestfallen Chen beside him. He also wanted to try now and see how strong he truly was after reaching martial apprentice rank 4 and the Stonebreaker Palm expert stage. However, before he could even engage Lu, he heard a painful cry from Chen nearby, who was sent flying back 2 meters. And the one who had struck him with a heavy hand, knocking him down with a single palm, was Sun Zhe, who stood smirking coldly in place. This palm strike had clearly landed on Chen's face, high in both harm and humiliation. Classmate Chen, are you alright? Sorry, I didn't hold back my strength just now, Sun Zhe said, not helping him up, continuing his cold remarks, but I really didn't expect you to be so weak. Lu Chong glanced at the sharp-eyed homeroom teacher on the high platform in the distance and found that the other party was completely indifferent. He suddenly realized again that the school campus in this world was no longer a peaceful ivory tower. Chapter 3, 9 Phantoms Step Breaks Through in Anger. Although high schools prohibited bringing weapons and strictly forbade students from fighting privately, competitive martial arts practical combat within a normal, controllable range was encouraged by the school. After all, the school's combat practice class curriculum was primary, aiming to cultivate a group of warriors who could go to the battlefield and fight mutated beasts and alien races, not hothouse flowers. Therefore, for practical combat of the intensity between Sun Zhe and Chen, even if the homeroom teacher ignored it, it was understandable. As long as no one was killed or permanently disabled, the school wouldn't intervene much. There is no first in literature, no second in martial arts. Only under pressure can hot-blooded warriors be cultivated. Of course, unless Chen proactively admitted defeat and backed down. However, in the minds of high school students, admitting defeat is giving in, and something they would be ridiculed for by all their classmates. Just like Chen now, who was completely enraged by a slap, he scrambled to his feet and roared, "You bastard, I'm going to fight you." However, what greeted him was still Sun Zhe's whistling palm, which landed squarely on Chen's shoulder, knocking him to the ground, his nose bleeding. Had enough, you toad? Sun Zhe didn't forget to continue provoking him. Lu Chong could see that the gap between the two was too wide. Chen was only a martial apprentice rank 3, with 2 martial arts techniques, one at novice stage and one at adept stage. In contrast, Sun Zhe's physical fitness as a martial apprentice rank 5 was already far superior to Chen's, and his Stonebreaker palm had reached expert stage. To be frank, Chen couldn't even touch Sun Zhe's clothes. However, to his surprise, his best friend quickly got up again and continued to curse and charge forward. Then, he was knocked down again, got up again, and fell again. Even though he was covered in dust, with a bloody nose, and knocked down again and again, he would stubbornly get up, only becoming more and more silent, never giving in. This kid has a tough streak too. Many classmates around couldn't help but stop their combat practice and looked over, but the class teacher remained unmoved. By the time Chen got up for the 6th time, he was already a bit wobbly, but he still charged forward dauntlessly. Sun Tzu was also momentarily stunned by the sudden fierce determination Chen displayed, but he just cursed him as a lunatic and immediately prepared to strike harder. Anyway, even if he knocked the kid unconscious, the school doctor could treat him. But just then, a slender but upright figure suddenly appeared beside Chen and pulled him back. "Chen, that's enough, it's not necessary." It was Lu Chong. He saw that Chen had been blinded by anger and shouldn't continue. "Lu Chong, get out of the way." Chen raised his swollen eyes, barely regaining his senses, and shouted, "We brothers can't let people look down on us, otherwise he'll bully us every day from now on." Sun Tzu didn't just bully Chen daily, he often ridiculed Lu Chong with words too. However, recently, perhaps because of that school beauty, this guy had become even worse. Lu Chong pondered for a moment, then forcefully helped Chen sit aside, while comforting him, "Then let me get revenge for you. If you don't agree, you don't consider me your brother." Hearing Lu Chang's words, Chen finally calmed down a little, "But you're not his opponent either. Forget it, we'll have plenty of opportunities in the future." Lu Chong patted Chen's shoulder and said to the class representative nearby, "Please keep an eye on him." Chen was right about one thing: if they couldn't show a strong attitude, Sun Tzu would only escalate his bullying towards them in the future. Most high school students don't yet know when to quit, or how to stop at a reasonable point when bullying others, or even how much force to use. Before Lu could agree, Lu Chong had already turned, looking sternly at the triumphant Sun Tzu behind him. TSK, what's wrong, you two cowards, still want to line up to get beaten?" Sun Tzu clenched his fists, sneering. Lu Chong didn't directly respond to his taunt, but merely clasped his fists lightly and said, "Chen is a bit tired. I'll practice with you, please." In combat practice class, as long as both parties are willing, the homeroom teacher generally wouldn't object. Sun Tzu laughed heartily, "Then I'll send both of you to the infirmary together." With that, the two had already assumed their fighting stances, facing off from a distance. Lu Chong dared not underestimate this arrogant class bully. After all, the opponent was martial apprentice rank 5, with a stronger physical foundation than himself. Moreover, Sun Tzu's Stonebreaker palm was also at the expert stage, so Lu Chong held no advantage. Not far away, Chen had now completely calmed down, looking worriedly at Lu Chong and shouting, "Lu Chong, be careful. This guy hits hard. If you can't, surrender in time." Lu, next to Chen, also looked at Lu Chong, but merely bit her lip slightly, too shy to speak out. Further away, the homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, silently cast his gaze over, because he had already discerned that Lu Chong had broken through to martial apprentice rank 4. Boom! The dirt beneath Lu Chang's right foot suddenly sank, and then his entire body shot forward, pushing his palm with a gust of wind, striking towards Sun Tzu's chest. Stonebreaker palm's first form, pushing stone to scout the path. Facing this palm strike, Sun Tzu's reaction was almost identical. It was also the first form of Stonebreaker palm, and he met Lu Chang's palm strike squarely. With a dull thud, both of them trembled all over and each retreated 2 steps. Sun Tzu looked at Lu Chong in surprise. "Martial apprentice rank 4, Stonebreaker palm expert stage? So you've broken through, no wonder you dared to challenge me. However, I held back just now, otherwise you would have surely lost." Lu Chong was also very surprised, because he hadn't used his full strength in that palm strike either. But how could he, a martial apprentice rank 4, be evenly matched with Sun Tzu? He suddenly remembered that the mana absorption technique seemed to have re-tempered his body before, so... After tempering, is my physical foundation better than others at the same realm? Lu Chong wondered. Boom! This time, Sun Tzu took the initiative to attack, using the chopping palm style of Stonebreaker palm. A palm like a blade, chopping down diagonally. Lu Chong recognized the opponent's move and quickly countered with his palm, engaging in continuous palm strikes with Sun Tzu. The two exchanged blows, parrying and countering, fighting spiritedly. Lu Chong couldn't push Sun Tzu back, nor could Sun Tzu gain the upper hand. Others might have thought Sun Tzu was holding back, but he grew more and more alarmed with each strike, because he wasn't. The opponent was clearly a martial apprentice rank 4, and his martial art, Stonebreaker palm, was on par with his own. Why could he persist for so long? Crucially, with so many classmates watching, his inability to quickly defeat Lu Chong was truly humiliating. Thinking this, Sun Tzu hardened his resolve and quietly employed another martial art, 9 Phantom Step. Instantly, Sun Tzu's movements became much faster, even forming afterimages, making him difficult to catch. In contrast, while Lu Chong reacted quickly and also used 9 Phantom Step, he wasn't as agile as Sun Tzu. Evidently, Sun Tzu's 9 Phantom Step had also reached the expert stage. Bang! Sun Tzu seized an opportunity and suddenly slapped Lu Chang's shoulder with his palm. This time, Lu Chong couldn't dodge, nor did he have time to counterattack. He felt his head swim, nearly losing his balance entirely, staggering back several steps before stabilizing himself. Ha ha! Lu Chong, if you can't hit me, you can only take the blows. Let's see how many more you can endure. Sun Tzu laughed heartily, once again rushing forward with renewed vigor, pressing his advantage. Lu Chong felt a surge of helplessness. There was still some gap between him and his opponent after all. But just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. 9 Phantom Step felt indignant, spurred by shame, its cultivation speed surged, breaking through to expert stage. 9 Phantom Step expert stage 3%, 10%, 30%, 60%. Stonebreaker Palm, unwilling to fall behind, gained another profound enlightenment. Its cultivation progress increased by 50%. There's even this kind of operation? Lu Chong couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately, his spirits lifted, and he looked at the charging Sun Tzu. Now, he no longer feared this opponent who had come to provide experience. Chapter 4, You Won't Even Have Time to Admit Defeat. Name, Lu Chong. Grade Martial Apprentice rank 6%. Martial Arts 9 Phantom Step Expert Stage 60%. Stonebreaker Palm Expert Stage 52%. Before he could think further, Sun Tzu's chopping palm was already upon him, enhanced by 9 Phantom Step, making it erratic and hard to track. But in Lu Chang's eyes at this moment, Sun Tzu's footwork was no longer so unfathomable. His 9 Phantom Step was also at expert stage, even beginning to approach insight stage, definitely no worse than Sun Tzu's. Exhale. Sun Tzu's confident, heavy chop passed right through Lu Chang's body. It's an afterimage. Sun Tzu exclaimed to himself, while the surrounding students watching the fight looked bewildered. Lu Chong actually dodged it? Yes, just as the splitting palm was about to land, Lu Chong used 9 Phantom Step, narrowly dodging it and leaving an afterimage in his original spot. Just dumb luck. Sun Tzu thought Lu Chong was merely lucky, coincidentally avoiding his splitting palm. But then, Lu Chong appeared behind him like a ghost, pushing out a palm strike that landed squarely on Sun Tzu's back. This strike was unexpected, like an antelope hanging its horns, giving Sun Tzu no chance to react. Bang! Sun Tzu was hit by Lu Chang's full-force blow, directly thrown 3 meters away, the look of shock on his face undeniable. Whoosh! Slap! Lu Chang's figure followed closely, not even giving Sun Tzu a chance to land and adjust. Another palm strike whistled in, slapping Sun Tzu on his right cheek. Sun Tzu cried out in pain, spun around 360 degrees on the spot, then heavily fell to the ground. For afterimages, a student exclaimed. Lu Chang's 9 Phantom Step has also reached expert stage. With 9 Phantom Step, leaving 1 afterimage during movement is novice stage, 2 afterimages is adept stage, and 4 afterimages is the mark of expert stage. Lu Chang's consecutive movements and strikes just now left 4 afterimages due to the rapid transition of speed and direction. The class teacher in the distance, and Shen and Lu nearby, were also stunned. They knew Lu Chong best and had no idea when he had become so powerful. And the one who most directly felt Lu Chang's improvement was, of course, Sun Tzu, who had been careless and lost everything. In terms of actual strength, Sun Tzu and the current Lu Chong actually had no significant gap, and Sun Tzu even had an advantage. But he had underestimated his opponent too much, which gave Lu Chong the opportunity for this 3-hit combo. On the other hand, Lu Chong, now having gained the upper hand, wouldn't pause to show off. After the combo, he immediately closed in silently. Clap! Another slap, heavily landing on Sun Tzu's left cheek. These 2 slaps, left and right, were even fiercer than Sun Tzu's earlier ones, directly swelling both sides of the class bully's face, and even knocking out 2 of his teeth. Sun Tzu had suffered consecutive heavy blows and was already somewhat dazed, but Lu Chong still didn't stop. "If you don't kill the snake, you'll be bitten." He raised his palm again, preparing to knock the guy unconscious with one strike, making him completely unable to retaliate. After Stonebreaker palm reached expert stage, Lu Chong could perfectly control his measure and strength, ensuring he would only knock him out without endangering his life. Anyway, Sun Tzu hadn't admitted defeat yet. "Wait, I admit." In a moment of crisis, Sun Tzu finally reacted, yelling in terror for a stop. Bang! Unfortunately, before he could finish, Lu Chang's palm struck down, directly knocking Sun Tzu unconscious with his eyes rolling back. The surrounding students immediately burst into an uproar, staring at Lu Chong as if he were a monster. Lu Chong confirmed that Sun Tzu showed no signs of waking, then quickly bent down to support Sun Tzu, saying with concern, "Sun Tzu, are you okay?" "My apologies, I didn't hold back my strength just now, I really didn't expect you to be so weak." Sun Tzu's body seemed to spasm, and Lu Chong continued to shake him. "Wake up, Sun Tzu, wake up." The students nearby were stunned. They suddenly felt a little sympathy for Sun Tzu. But they soon realized that Sun Tzu had brought this upon himself. Many students had been bullied by him in the past. However, this suddenly explosive Lu Chong seemed even more ruthless than Sun Tzu. Quite a few students' hearts began to chill, recalling if they had ever bullied Lu Chong before, including his best friend, Chen. Chen almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. He hadn't expected his best friend to have such a vicious side. He must have been so suppressed before. However, Chen didn't have the same feeling as the others. He only felt great satisfaction that the jerk deserved a good lesson. What a good brother! The humiliation of being slapped in the face just now had vanished into thin air. Lu Chang's clumsy acting didn't last long. The class teacher soon came up behind him, saying gruffly, "Alright, Lu Chong and Lu, you two are responsible for taking Sun Tzu and Chen to the infirmary for treatment. Everyone else, continue with your sparring practice." "Understood, teacher," Lu quickly responded. Then, Lu Chong single-handedly lifted the tall, 1.8-meter Sun Tzu, and with his other hand supporting Chen, headed straight for the infirmary. Lu cautiously followed behind, secretly watching Lu Chang's straight back, lost in thought. "You brat, couldn't you have given me a chance for close contact with a pretty girl?" Chen grumbled with a hint of complaint. "Aren't you only infatuated with the school beauty?" "I was just afraid Luna would get jealous," Lu Chong asked, feigning surprise. Chen was speechless. What the hell was there to be jealous about? The medical technology in this world was highly advanced. Chen's injuries would only require simple treatment for him to recover the same day. Even a severely injured competitor like Sun Tzu, after hospitalization, would be able to return to school lively and active the next day. After all the commotion, by the time the three of them returned to the sports field, the 2-hour combat practice class was nearly over. As for Sun Tzu, he was naturally left in the infirmary for hospitalization and recovery. He definitely wouldn't be out today. Today's combat practice class ends here. Class dismissed. With homeroom teacher Wang Tong's command, the students instantly scattered like birds and beasts. "Lu Chong and Chen, come to my office after school." The homeroom teacher called out to the two. "Yes, teacher." Lu Chong and Chen quickly agreed. "It seems the homeroom teacher has noticed my cultivation progress," Lu Chong thought to himself as he walked back. After all, he was still martial apprentice rank 3 yesterday, and both of his martial arts were at the adept stage. For him to suddenly display such strength today was truly unusual. Lu Chong hadn't yet figured out how to explain it. "Ha, that was awesome, Lu Chong." Once there was no one else around, Chen immediately became excited. "You really gave us enough face today. Aside from anything else, no one in class will ever dare to look down on us again." Lu Chong ignored him, but he also felt that the other students' gazes toward him were different. From the previous contempt, it had turned into a hint of awe. Chapter 5, Another Breakthrough to Dual Insight Stage. After school in the afternoon, in homeroom teacher Wang Tong's private office. "Lu Chong, your situation should be an extremely rare case of epiphany or second awakening. This change likely occurred because, as you reached adulthood, your brain region further developed, your body matured, and certain potentials in martial arts were stimulated. Lu Chong hadn't expected homeroom teacher Wang Tong to be so understanding. Before he even had to make up an excuse, Wang Tong helped him find a plausible explanation for his continuous breakthroughs. Moreover, the homeroom teacher didn't pursue the matter of him seriously injuring Sunze in class, not even mentioning it once. "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." Lu Chong had nothing else to say but to express his gratitude. Wang Tong pondered, nodded, and then reminded him seriously, "In the next few days, you need to pay close attention to your physical condition and try your best to maintain this stimulated potential. If there's anything you don't understand, come and discuss it with me promptly," Wang Tong further instructed. "Okay, teacher, I've noted that." Lu Chong, of course, knew his own situation, he just couldn't explain too much. However, the homeroom teacher's misunderstanding was a good thing. His cheat and sudden burst of power could now be somewhat explained. "Your comprehension was originally good, but you focused too much on academic classes before, which is why you stopped making progress." The homeroom teacher's tone became earnest, saying, "Lu Chong, there are still over 3 months until the martial college entrance exam. Work hard, and you might still have a chance to get into a key martial arts university. If you perform well in the next mock exam, I can apply to the school for higher scholarships, nutritional subsidies, and even new martial arts for you." Lu Chang's heart stirred. These were exactly what he needed most right now. Otherwise, even with the automatic cultivation sheet, he'd be like a clever chef without rice. "I remember." "I won't let you down, teacher," Lu Chong replied earnestly. Lu Chong suddenly realized that this seemingly brawny and aloof homeroom teacher actually had high hopes for him. Or rather, the homeroom teacher hadn't given up on any underperforming student? At this moment, Wang Tong turned to look at Chen, who was sitting with his head down, lost in thought. His expression turned stern. "Chen." Chen quickly looked up, plastering on a smile. "Here. Teacher Wang, I'm almost an adult too. Is it possible for me to have a second awakening potential?" Lu Chong felt a bit speechless. So this kid actually remembered the homeroom teacher's words. Chen's birthday was a few months after Lu Chang's, so he indeed hadn't turned 18 yet. Wang Tong was also momentarily speechless, then snapped, "Let's hope so. But I want you to remember today's lesson. Go back and think carefully about why others can bully you. Also, look at Lu Chong. If he really gets into a key martial arts university, and you can only enter society early, how much common ground will you two have left in the future?" These words were undoubtedly heavy, and even the usually carefree Chen fell silent. "All right, that's enough said. Go back," the homeroom teacher didn't continue. High schools in this world had no evening self-study, or rather, the time after dinner was truly left for students to arrange themselves. You could choose to waste time playing various virtual games, or you could go to a martial arts dojo outside school for advanced private lessons, or study academic classes. Lu Chong naturally had no money to go to a martial arts dojo. Let alone private lessons, he couldn't even afford to use the professional facilities and equipment there. Back in his relief housing in the East City's shantytown, Lu Chong was still somewhat unaccustomed to this new world and identity. But he quickly came to terms with it. At least, he felt that it was also exciting here, and he had a unique advantage. The old one-bedroom apartment, though small, was at least fully functional. After cooking and eating, Lu Chong came to the cramped living room, sat down cross-legged, and opened his status panel. Name, Lu Chong. Grade Martial Apprentice rank 12%. Martial Arts 9 Phantom Step Expert Stage 6%. Stonebreaker Palm Expert Stage 8%. Good, another improvement, Lu Chong thought to himself, pleased. In 3 hours, both mana absorption technique and the 2 martial arts skills had gained 6% automatic cultivation progress. He was getting stronger every moment, and that feeling was quite satisfying. But it's still not enough. Lu Chong was not complacent. His goal was not just any ordinary martial arts university, but one of the Huaxia Nation's key, or even top 10, prestigious martial arts schools. And according to his original body's memories, to get into a prestigious school, one needed at least a martial apprentice rank 8 cultivation, and at least 2 martial arts techniques at the insight stage. Currently, Lu Chong was far from enough. Therefore, within the 3 months before the martial college entrance exam, he had to accelerate his progress, in addition to his martial arts auto-cultivation. Based on my condition today, to accelerate my cultivation, I need higher energy nutrients, like Chan's energy bar, or the energy potion mentioned by the homeroom teacher. Otherwise, the faster my cultivation improves, the easier it will be to drain myself. This type of nutrient was completely different from ordinary food. It was extracted and refined from the essence of mutated plant herbs or the corpses of mutated beasts. Only these things could truly support the needs of a warrior. However, such nutrients were mostly very expensive. Even the energy bar Chen produced today was considered a cheap, low-grade product. So, I need to make money, the more the better. Lu Chong felt the pressure of poverty. And the mock exam mentioned by the homeroom teacher, I also need to try my best to perform well and secure funding from the school. As for martial arts techniques, Lu Chong thought again about the changes during his actual combat with Sun Tze today, and mused, it seems that understanding can be accelerated through actual combat with others. What if I actively cultivate them myself again? Acting on his thought, Lu Chong didn't dwell on fantasies at home but went out alone to an abandoned construction site not far from his house. The 9 Phantom Step at the expert stage, combined with the equally expert stage Stonebreaker Palm, performed by Lu Chong, moved with powerful force, adding more vitality to the spring night. About a quarter of an hour later, as Lu Chong unconsciously immersed himself in the practice, a notification sound suddenly appeared in his mind. 9 Phantom Step is greatly pleased to see its master's diligent efforts, and its cultivation speed has quadrupled. Stonebreaker Palm is unwilling to fall behind, and its cultivation speed has quadrupled. Thus, the cultivation speed of both major martial arts techniques directly jumped from the original 2% per hour to 8% per hour. It really works! Lu Chong was overjoyed. He didn't interrupt his cultivation because of this but became even more focused. This practice continued until past midnight that evening, until his stomach rumbled in protest again. At this time, his status panel had changed again. Name, Lu Chong. Grade Martial Apprentice rank 22%. Martial Arts 9 Phantom Step Insight Stage 2%. Stonebreaker Palm Insight Stage 1%. 2 Major Martial Arts, Insight Stage in one night. Chapter 6, If you don't submit, get another beating. Even though Lu Chong had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when the 2 major martial arts truly reached the insight stage. In less than a day, he had cultivated 2 martial arts from adept stage to insight stage. This was probably unprecedented in the entire history of Guanyun First High. With these 2 insight stage martial arts, he was essentially 1 foot into a key martial arts university. As long as his cultivation kept up, it would be a sure thing. The only problem was still poverty. Lu Chong felt his stomach growl and the familiar hunger. He had no choice but to rush home and gobble down everything edible in the house. Even so, he still felt unsatisfied, his body depleted. The path of martial arts was a bottomless pit, and Lu Chong once again realized the urgency of making money. Lying in bed, Lu Chong didn't rush to sleep but continued to count the time, calculating the speed of his cultivation and martial arts automatic practice. He quickly discovered that after his 2 martial arts reached expert stage, their automatic cultivation speed also decreased, from the original 2% per hour to 1% now. However, the mana absorption technique, used to raise cultivation levels, still had a cultivation speed of 2% per hour. This means that the further you go, the more difficult it gets, and the speed will naturally slow down. Lu Chong wasn't surprised by this, it was a normal phenomenon. Instead, he optimistically and contentedly thought that he had found a way to accelerate his cultivation again. Besides practical combat, he could also compensate through diligence. Falling into a hazy sleep with a feeling of hunger, Lu Chong woke up again when the sky was just brightening, at only 6 in the morning. There was no helping it, he was woken up by hunger again. The side effect of the relentless mana absorption technique was continuous energy consumption. From a scientific perspective, this was called the conservation of energy. Lu Chong had no right to lie in bed. He got up, put on his faded blue school uniform, and after a hurried wash, went out. Fortunately, his original self was frugal and left him over 2,000 in savings. After eating 5 pounds of meat buns at the breakfast shop near his home, Lu Chong ran to school. This was also the disadvantage of ordinary food. It filled the stomach by sheer quantity but didn't last long, lacking the high concentration of nutrients. Of course, in terms of taste, it surpasses most nutrients. Lu Chong covered the dozen or so kilometers to school in a quarter of an hour, and his 9 phantom step cultivation progress increased by another 2%. Upon entering the classroom, Lu Chong was surprised to find that Chen, who usually arrived just in time for class, was even earlier than him today. Lu Chong, Chen turned to look at Lu Chong as he took his seat, and said earnestly, "I've decided. From today onwards, I'm going to study hard and strive to get into a key university with you." Lu Chong thought of Chen's equally weak combat practice class and academic classes, but he didn't discourage him, merely saying, "Let's work hard together." Then, he watched Chen pull a phone out from between his textbooks and tap into a virtual wargame interface. The class bell hadn't rung yet, and students were filing in. Lu Chong was reviewing the history book on mutated beasts of this world. It said that this mutation began over 100 years ago, and humanity's martial arts era started because of it. There are also rumors that this is an invasion by an alien civilization, acting as an advance party in a manner similar to ecological invasion. A prophecy says that the true alien visitors are highly likely to arrive in 10 years. So, various countries on Blue Star have been making preparations in recent years, some anticipating and some resisting. As Lu Chong was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly enveloped him. It was Sun Tze, whom he had knocked unconscious yesterday. This guy had only been hospitalized for a day and was already mostly recovered, though his teeth hadn't been fully replaced yet, causing him to lisp slightly when speaking. "Lu Chong, if you've got guts, fight me in a practical combat session again today. Yesterday, you took advantage of me when I wasn't prepared. A sneak attack to win doesn't count." When Sun Tze woke up last night, he was furious, not just because he had lost to Lu Chong, but also because Lu Chong had been too heavy-handed, not only knocking out 2 of his teeth but also publicly carrying him with one hand across the entire sports field to the infirmary. Photos of his pathetic state were even posted on the school forum, making him a laughingstock. If he didn't avenge this, how could Sun Tze ever hold his head high at Guanyun First High? And how would Luna see him? Lu Chong looked up at Sun Tze, too lazy to bother with him. Yesterday was indeed a narrow victory for him, exploiting Sun Tze's overconfidence. But by today, he wouldn't even consider this guy worth his attention. What, scared? Sun Tze aggressively leaned closer, placing one hand on Lu Chang's desk. "If you're scared, then admit defeat and apologize to me right now, in front of the whole class." "Sun Tze, what do you mean? It's clearly your own inadequacy, and now you want to show off your power?" Chen couldn't stand it anymore, putting away his phone and shouting angrily. "None of your business." Sun Tze was even more impolite to Chen. "I almost forgot, you're still my assistant's target." "Fine then. If Lu Chong isn't willing to accompany me, I'll just keep beating you today," Sun Tze said fiercely. "Don't worry, you'll definitely be worse off than me." "No need. For today's combat practice class, I'll fight you again," Lu Chong said, looking up. Lu Chong hadn't originally intended to bother with this defeated opponent, but hearing this, he understood that the matter wasn't over, and he couldn't avoid it. Since he wasn't convinced, another beating would suffice. It was a good opportunity to see if practical combat could speed up his cultivation. "That's more like it, unlike some useless trash," Sun Tze said, satisfied, getting up. Before leaving, he didn't forget to sneer at Chen, who had a grim expression. Chen, however, didn't care. Instead, he turned to Lu Chong and said, "Lu Chong, do you have confidence? You don't have to go all out against him for my sake. I'm fine, just consider it a dog bite." Lu Chong shook his head slightly. "I think you're right. We have to beat him into submission, only then can we have some peace in the future." When the class bell rang, it was their homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, who walked into the classroom again, and the expressions of many students in the class changed. "Students," Wang Tong stood on the podium, her face calm. "The virtual esports teacher had an upset stomach this morning, so this class will be changed to combat practice class." A wave of groans immediately swept through the audience. They were truly speechless with their homeroom teacher's old tricks. Lu Chong felt indifferent, but Chen, beside him, was particularly furious, like a wolf whose tail had been stepped on, nearly slamming his hand on the desk. This is too much. Of course, facing the homeroom teacher's gaze, Chen still held back. Lu Chong seemed to sense something, looking towards the back corner of the room, recognizing Sun Ze's silent lip movements. You're finished. Chapter 7, Stunning Skills, the Homeroom Teacher's Surprise. During combat practice class, with a command from homeroom teacher Wang Tong, the students spread out in an orderly fashion. Before Lu Chong could even observe, Sun Ze already walked straight towards him. He didn't forget to create a stir, shouting, "Classmates, please bear witness. Today, I will have a showdown with Lu Chong." At the same time, Sun Ze called over his two close friends and had them take photos and videos with their phones. He naturally had a plan for doing this. He had to upload the scene of his comeback victory today to the school forum to clear his name. Of course, it wasn't just his close friends, other classmates in their class, and even some students from nearby classes, also came after hearing the news, actively setting up their phones. Lu Chong glanced at the homeroom teacher on the high platform. He found that, facing this chaotic scene, the homeroom teacher remained indifferent, neither supporting nor opposing. But thinking about it, it was just a combat practice class anyway, so letting students observe the fights could also be beneficial. After all, in Class 5 of the third year, Sun Ze was considered one of the top experts. Before the fight even began, the surrounding students had already started whispering. It seems Sun Ze is still unconvinced. After being beaten so badly yesterday, he still dares to provoke Lu Chong. What do you know? Yesterday, Sun Ze underestimated him. If we're talking about real strength, he's still sure to win against Lu Chong. There were also a few students, normally intimidated by Sun Ze's authority, who actively cheered him on. Well done, Sun Ze. I support you. Sun Ze looked at Lu Chong with a hint of smugness. See? The students' eyes are sharp. Don't think that a temporary victory means you're stronger than me. Chen saw the opponent's smug and petty demeanor and couldn't help but want to retort. Lu Chong blocked Chen, calmly took off his school uniform jacket and handed it to him, then clasped his hands towards Sun Ze and said, "Please." Before the fight, anything said was superfluous. Sun Ze clenched his fists, his expression becoming serious. He had learned from yesterday's lesson and wouldn't underestimate his opponent again. Today, he was determined to go all out and exact his revenge. With a loud shout, Sun Ze made the first move, his feet performing the expert stage 9 phantom step, leaving an afterimage in place. Leaping to appear in front of Lu Chong, Sun Ze pushed out a palm with all his might. His movements were fast, but in Lu Chang's eyes at this moment, they appeared full of flaws. After his 9 phantom step and stonebreaker palm reached insight stage, his eyesight also improved significantly. Insight stage means excelling in subtle details, which is a completely different realm from expert stage. Just as Sun Ze's palm wind was about to arrive, Lu Chong merely shifted his steps slightly to the side, easily dodging the opponent's push. Sun Ze didn't feel anything amiss. His 9 phantom step followed closely, leaving another afterimage as he delivered a flat palm horizontally. However, Lu Chong again took a small step back, still dodging perfectly, not even letting the opponent touch the corner of his clothes. Sun Ze continuously changed his moves, coordinating 9 phantom step and stonebreaker palm to their extreme, yet he still couldn't hit Lu Chong. The most frightening thing was that Lu Chong had been moving in a small area within 10 feet the whole time, yet he managed to make Sun Ze spin in circles. The surrounding students burst into an uproar. Is Lu Chang's also the 9 phantom step? There are no afterimages, and it doesn't look impressive, so why can he always just barely dodge? I don't know, it always feels like a coincidence, but isn't this too much of a coincidence? Can so many frequent coincidences still be called accidental? At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, had already leaped down from the high platform, his eyes gleaming, and came closer, exclaiming, "Of course it's not a coincidence. All of you look carefully, this is the 9 phantom step at the insight stage, where true mastery is revealed in the subtle details." Wang Tong never imagined that in just one night, Lu Chong's 9 phantom step had already broken through again, reaching the insight stage. Among high school students, there were some who could cultivate a martial skill to the insight stage, but he had never seen anyone with such rapid cultivation speed. He clearly remembered that Lu Chong was still at the adept stage the day before yesterday, and yesterday he reached the expert stage. That might still be explainable, given his previous long period of accumulation. However, to go from expert stage to insight stage in just one night, that was unbelievable. Could it really be a second awakening, making him a genius with exceptional comprehension? Wang Tong's heart began to pound with excitement. If that were the case, then their senior class 5 would have hope of producing a talent for a key martial arts high school. And with the homeroom teacher's reminder, the surrounding students erupted in even more chatter. 9 Phantom Step Insight Stage? I don't think anyone in our entire class has achieved that yet. It seems that reaching the insight stage in a martial skill gives you a chance to get into a key martial arts high school, right? When did Lu Chong become so strong? On the combat arena, Sun Tze didn't hear the students' discussions. He was completely focused on pursuing Lu Chong. He seemed to have the upper hand, but in reality, he felt incredibly frustrated. He had given his all, yet for so long, not only had he failed to take down Lu Chong, but he hadn't even managed to land a single hit on him. His stamina was already more than half depleted. He couldn't continue like this. Thinking this, Sun Tze quickly withdrew his hand and stepped back, his face flushed as he shouted, "Lu Chong, what do you mean? How can we fight if you keep dodging me? If you don't dare to face me head-on, then surrender early." Lu Chong was savoring his 9 Phantom Step at the insight stage, as well as the issue with the automatic cultivation system. The reason he was stringing Sun Tze along was to see if it could still trigger a burst in cultivation speed. Unfortunately, after dozens of moves, neither 9 Phantom Step nor Stonebreaker Palm showed any further activity. They continued to cultivate automatically at their original pace. So, is it because this Sun Tze is too weak to have an effect anymore? Lu Chong secretly wondered. He now speculated that improving cultivation speed through actual combat also required certain conditions, at least an opponent who could put some pressure on him. Seeing that Lu Chong was completely ignoring his questions, even spaced out, Sun Tze immediately flared up and charged forward again with an angry shout. Lu Chong snapped back to reality, having lost all interest in humoring Sun Tze. As Sun Tze pushed a palm forward, Lu Chang's figure suddenly vanished from his sight, reappearing behind Sun Tze. Immediately, Lu Chong casually struck a palm, landing squarely on Sun Tze's back. Bang! Sun Tze didn't even have time to react or cry out, falling forward directly to the ground in an embarrassing faceplant. Didn't you want a head-on fight? Why are you turning your back to me? Come on, today I won't knock you out. I'll give you a chance to go all out. Lu Chong intoned expressionlessly. Sun Tze scrambled to his feet, roaring, "I'll fight you to the death." Bang! This time, Lu Chong didn't dodge, taking a full-force palm strike from Sun Tze head-on. However, the one who flew out upon impact was still Sun Tze, despite using all his strength. After reaching the insight stage of Stonebreaker Palm, the power amplification effect of palm strikes also doubled, so Lu Chong naturally wasn't afraid of his opponent. Insight stage Wang Tong Stonebreaker Palm Insight stage. Tidal waves of shock surged in his heart. These continuous surprises were almost turning into fright. Chapter 8 Reward, New Martial Skill. Shame. It was simply too shameful. Sun Tze was certain he had exerted his full strength, and Lu Chong hadn't resorted to tricks or knocked him out this time. But now, he wished he had been knocked out. At least he wouldn't be stared at by so many pairs of eyes, lying on the ground, unable to get up. He felt as if all his bones were about to be shattered by Lu Chang's Stonebreaker Palm. In such a shameful posture, and being photographed by his classmates with their phones, Sun Tze was so mortified he wished he could die. This is called lifting a rock only to drop it on your own foot. Let's see what you have to say this time. Chin said, sitting aside, offering seasoned taunts, looking even more pleased than Lu Chong, who had been the one to strike Sun Tze. Sun Tze buried his head in the ground, unable to utter a single word. He had already personally admitted defeat. Otherwise, he feared Lu Chong would truly knock out all his teeth. Enough! The homeroom teacher intervened promptly. "Chen, take Sun Tze to the infirmary. Lu Chong, come with me. The rest of you, continue with class." Lu Chong knew his progress couldn't be hidden from the homeroom teacher. Fortunately, he had already prepared an explanation, so he followed the teacher to the office. On the playground, Chen had no intention of helping Sunze, merely watching coldly. Those few close friends of Sunze consciously stepped forward, still holding their phones to record, asking, "Brother Sun, still filming?" "Filming your mother. Can't you see what I've become?" Sunze rolled over with difficulty, cursing angrily. At the same time, he didn't forget to threaten the other classmates around him, "If anyone spreads what happened today, I'll deal with them." TSK. You're really putting on a show. Why didn't you dare to make a sound in front of Luchong just now? Chen continued to aim his phone camera at Sunze, making clicking sounds. Sunze glared fiercely at Chen, then scanned his cronies. "What are you waiting for? Help me to the infirmary." He knew that anything he said now would be superfluous and only make him more embarrassed. Besides, even if Sunze and his classmates didn't film him or upload videos and pictures to the school forum, students from other classes around would still do it. Sunze just wanted to leave this humiliating place quickly and never show his face again. Ha ha! As Sunze left the playground, a burst of boisterous laughter erupted from Class 5. In the homeroom teacher's office, Wang Tong, with wide, bell-like eyes, asked very seriously, "Luchong, when exactly did your 9 Phantom Step and Stonebreaker palm reach insight stage?" Luchong honestly replied, "Last night, I was cultivating near my home, and suddenly I had an epiphany, and it just happened." Wang Tong was stunned for a full 10 seconds before he recovered. For an average high school student cultivating such a low-grade martial art, it generally takes a month to go from novice stage to adept stage. But from adept stage to expert stage, the time will be longer, averaging about a year. And from expert stage to insight stage, it's even slower. Most students find it difficult to have even one skill reach this stage before the martial college entrance exam. Of course, students with private tutors or extraordinarily gifted geniuses are not included in this category. However, no matter how exaggerated a student's progress, none are like Lu Chang's situation. From just entering expert stage to directly reaching insight stage, it only took one night. Even in key classes like Class 1 of the 3rd year, there has absolutely never been such a case, not since the school was founded. So, at this moment, Wang Tong felt that he had absolutely discovered a treasure, and precisely that kind of extraordinarily gifted prodigy. Because he knew that Lu Chong couldn't possibly afford a private tutor. Thinking of this, Wang Tong looked at Lu Chong solemnly again. "It seems my previous guess was not wrong. You underwent a second awakening at adulthood, especially in terms of comprehension, which is extraordinary." "Teacher, will there be any problems?" Lu Chong asked, feigning ignorance. Wang Tong shook his head and said decisively, "This is a good thing for you, no need to worry." "But there is one thing I still need to discuss with you in advance," Wang Tong suddenly said with a serious expression, having thought of something. "Please tell me, teacher." Lu Chong also became serious. At least, his current knowledge was far inferior to that of his homeroom teacher. Wang Tong nodded and continued, "Your talent will soon spread throughout the school, and I don't recommend you try to hide it. After all, the school only invests heavily in nurturing students with potential. Like the resources I mentioned to you before, I can help you apply for them now, without waiting until after the mock exam." Lu Chong nodded, agreeing with his homeroom teacher's words. His 2 public displays were also made with this in mind. After all, if there wasn't a tilt in school resources, it would be difficult for him to fully utilize his advantages. But, Wang Tong changed the subject, "You now have an opportunity to choose to switch classes. That is, whether or not to jump to a key martial arts class like Class 1? Wang Tong looked at Lu Chong somewhat nervously. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Wang Tong said frankly, "Class 1 has always been the key class at our Guanyun First High. Top students like Luna, Zhao Longfei, and Huang Junyan, who are martial apprentice rank 9, are all in that class. I must tell you, the teaching staff in Class 1 is indeed the best in the entire school. And with the potential you've shown, as long as I help you apply, I can get you in. In fact, once the teachers in Class 1 find out, they will very likely actively try to recruit you. So, I must ask for your opinion first," Wang Tong said seriously. Lu Chong then understood, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Thank you, teacher, for telling me all this. I'd like to ask, will the scholarships and energy potions in Class 1 be more than ours?" Lu Chong asked in return. Wang Tong quickly understood Lu Chang's meaning and said decisively, "I can guarantee this point, there will be absolutely no bias. As long as you show your potential, I can apply for the same resources for you, perhaps even more than you'd get there." Lu Chong no longer hesitated, stating resolutely, "That's fine then, teacher, I won't be switching classes." It wasn't that Lu Chong was acting on impulse, nor did he have deep feelings for Class 5. Lu Chong made this choice from a practical standpoint. With less than 100 days left until the Martial College entrance exam, if he switched to a new class, he didn't know what complications might arise or how much time would be wasted. Furthermore, given Wang Tong's candor and their two interactions, Lu Chong now had a relatively good opinion of this homeroom teacher. What if he switched to a new class and didn't get along with the teacher? Since he could receive the same resources in cultivation, and the homeroom teacher valued him so much, he would just stay here and continue to prepare for the Martial College entrance exam. In that key class full of top martial arts students, even if the teaching staff was stronger, could any teacher coach him one-on-one like this? Good. Wang Tong slapped his thigh forcefully. Since you're so generous, then your teacher, can't be stingy either. I shall now reward you with a new martial art, in my private capacity. This was an award I received for meritorious service back when I was in the army. It's a mid-tier human-grade martial art. Chapter 9, Fame Brings Fortune. Gale Kick. When Lu Chong returned to the training ground, a new mid-tier martial art had appeared on his status panel. According to his homeroom teacher, this was a leg technique derived from a earth-grade axe method, focusing on offense, and could better be used in conjunction with 9 Phantom Step. Moreover, this was the only martial art the homeroom teacher had cultivated to the perfected stage, allowing him to guide Lu Chong more effectively. Wang Tong specifically emphasized that Lu Chong should come to him after school every afternoon to practice this leg technique, or he would receive one-on-one guidance. This leg technique is broad and sweeping, emphasizing power over form, and is much more difficult than a low-tier martial art. If you can reach the novice stage within 10 days, you'll have a chance to reach the expert stage before the Martial College entrance exam and aim for a top martial arts university. This was what Wang Tong said after imparting the martial art to Lu Chong. It would be difficult to get into a prestigious national university without an expert stage mid-tier martial art to rely on. However, Lu Chong now had some questions, unsure whether he should tell his homeroom teacher. Because on the way from the homeroom teacher's office to the training ground, he discovered that his Gale Kick had officially reached the novice stage. Gale Kick bound and awakened, feeling pressure from the newcomer, self-initiated novice stage. Thus, Lu Chong's status panel changed. Name, Lu Chong. Grade Martial Apprentice rank 33%. Martial Arts 9 Phantom Step Insight Stage 10%. Stonebreaker Palm Insight Stage 7%. Gale Kick Novice Stage 1%. That's right, the Gale Kick, which his homeroom teacher said would take at least 10 days to reach novice stage, Lu Chong could already perform preliminarily. After thinking about it, Lu Chong decided not to say anything, worried about upsetting his homeroom teacher. I'll tell him when I receive guidance tonight, Lu Chong thought. Combat practice class took up all the morning academic classes, and by the time it ended, it was already lunchtime. Haha, Lu Chong, you're awesome. No need for many words, lunch is on me today, eat whatever you want, Chen said boastfully, putting his arm around Lu Chong's shoulder as soon as class ended. Is this little thing worth getting so excited about? Lu Chong asked casually, while secretly observing his cultivation progress. Chen exaggerated, that kid Sun Tse definitely got his ass kicked this time. Isn't that worth celebrating? Besides, Chen then mysteriously pulled out his phone and brought the screen close to Lu Chong. Lu Chong, look, you're really famous at school. Lu Chong glanced at it, and indeed, photos and videos of him beating up Sun Tse had become top trending posts. There was also an eye-catching headline, Martial Apprentice 4th rank, Dual Martial Arts Insight Stage, a genius hidden for years now shines. Lu Chong glanced at Chen, you didn't post this yourself, did you? Chen said proudly, of course, how about it? Isn't it domineering? How's Sun Tse? Lu Chong neither confirmed nor denied, changing the subject. That kid's completely deflated, why bother with him? I was already generous enough not to kick him when he was down in the post title. Chen said indifferently. Of course, mainly because he's not worthy of being compared to you, Lu Chong being a stepping stone is enough. The two walked towards Guanyun First High's cafeteria, chatting and laughing. Lu Chong felt many strange looks directed at them along the way. It seemed Chen was right because of the morning's combat practice, he indeed had gained some notoriety at school. As they chatted, a soft, delicate voice suddenly came from behind them, "Student Lu Chong." Lu Chong turned around and saw it was Lu, the combat practice class representative, looking at him with a flushed face. "Is something wrong?" Lu Chong asked curiously. Lu nodded, looking up at Lu Chong. "Student Lu Chong, there's something I'd like to discuss with you privately." Chen immediately stepped aside, winking at Lu Chong and whispering, "Well, the class beauty has an appointment, so I'll make way." "Lu Chong, I'll get food and wait for you at the cafeteria." With that, Chen turned and ran off. Lu clearly heard Chen's words, her face even redder as she explained, "Student Lu Chong, please don't misunderstand, I just wanted to ask you for advice on martial arts cultivation." Lu Chong certainly wasn't that narcissistic, and said calmly, "You often helped me before. If you have any questions, I'll discuss them with you during future combat practice class sessions." "No, that's not it," Lu quickly said. "What I mean is, I'd like to ask you to be my private tutor. Mainly, I want to use the time after school to quickly cultivate martial arts and sprint for the martial college entrance exam." "Student Lu Chong, don't worry, I can pay you by the hour." "Is 1,000 per hour okay?" Lu asked, summoning her courage. At this, Lu Chong became interested. Although his homeroom teacher promised to help him apply for resources as soon as possible, how could he, being extremely short on money, refuse such an opportunity? In just 1 hour, he could earn enough for one of those energy bars from last time. Being able to cultivate and earn money at the same time was very cost-effective. He could refuse women, but he couldn't refuse the money needed for martial arts practice. But he was still curious, why don't you go to a martial arts gym and find a professional warrior private tutor? To his knowledge, an hour with a warrior private tutor at an off-campus martial arts gym would be about this price. Lu said calmly, "I also have private tutors at martial arts gyms, but the gap between me and them is too large, it's hard for me to gain more insights." Lu Tong then understood. It turned out it was because his cultivation was weak, and like Lu, he was also a martial apprentice. Moreover, both of his main martial arts were at the insight stage, so he was most suitable as a sparring partner. "No problem, an hour after school every day, I can spare some time to spar," Lu Chong readily agreed. He still had to set aside an hour to receive special tutoring from his homeroom teacher. "What private tutor, what sparring partner, Lu Chong, I think you're just too straightforward. The class beauty clearly has her eyes on your body, coveting your good looks." In the cafeteria, Chen couldn't contain his excitement, but still chuckled lewdly in a low voice, "Don't say I didn't warn you, boys must protect themselves out there. Get lost." Lu Chong kicked Chen, who was full to bursting, then finished his meal in a few quick bites. After school in the afternoon, Lu Chong was the first to arrive downstairs at the homeroom teacher's apartment building on campus. He was going to practice Gale Kick here for an hour first, and then go to Lu to earn some extra money. Wang Tong stood barefoot in the small courtyard downstairs, calmly and composedly instructing Lu Chong, "You first practice the moves of Gale Kick a few times, and I'll correct your posture." "Yes," Lu Chong responded. Immediately, he assumed the starting stance, his legs like battle axes, performing all 36 routes of the Gale Kick leg technique in the small courtyard. It flowed smoothly, like a gust of wind, without the slightest hesitation from beginning to end. Wang Tong's eyes nearly popped out, and his hands, which were behind his back, were now clasped tightly over his chest. He didn't even notice when he moved them. "This is novice stage?" Wang Tong could hardly believe his eyes, feeling his heartbeat accelerate. But this kid in front of him really seemed to be at the novice stage. There were no mistakes in any of his moves or stances. "Yes, teacher, I practiced for a while this afternoon, and just now I felt I reached novice stage," Lu Chong said honestly, retracting his stance. In fact, it was more than just novice stage. He checked his Gale Kick cultivation progress, which was already at novice stage 18%. He estimated that after a few more hours of practice, he could reach adept stage by tomorrow morning. This progress was indeed a bit slower than 9 Phantom Step and Stonebreaker Palm. Chapter 10, Continuous Gains and Private Tutoring Qualification. For now, do not expose this leg technique to others. Save it for the Martial College Entrance Exam. The Martial College Entrance Exam includes practical combat. If others fully see through you, it's easy to be targeted. After taking more than a dozen deep breaths, homeroom teacher Wang Tong finally calmed down slightly and gravely reminded Lu Chong. Understood, teacher. Lu Chong nodded. The Martial College Entrance Exam has both a written test and a practical assessment. The practical assessment includes combat projects, so the teacher wanted him to hold something back. Alright, now I'll demonstrate Gale Kick. Just follow along with me. Wang Tong stood barefoot on the grass, striking an opening pose, and said, Don't get complacent. The moves of Gale Kick aren't difficult. The challenge lies in the technique of exerting force and the momentum to cut through all obstacles. Wang Tong instructed patiently while demonstrating. When he kicked out with his Gale Kick, it was indeed a completely different sight. His two legs were like two broadaxes, chopping with the wind, roaring like thunder. Lu Chong followed Wang Tong, practicing repeatedly and carefully sensing the differences. Observing the martial arts practice of Gale Kick, I've benefited greatly, and my cultivation speed has increased fivefold. The prompt in his mind surprised Lu Chong again, so, having an expert's guidance can also boost cultivation speed. With a fivefold increase in cultivation speed, what was originally 3% per hour became 96% per hour. Wow, an hour here, and my Gale Kick can reach adept stage. Lu Chong calculated in awe while continuing to train with Wang Tong. He felt his understanding of the Gale Kick martial art was skyrocketing at a noticeable pace. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Whoosh, whoosh. After more than half an hour, Lu Chang's kicks also began to produce a whistling sound, like axes cleaving through the air. Wang Tong, who was practicing and explaining, suddenly sensed something and felt like he was going crazy. What was this? Could it be that he was about to reach adept stage? Please continue, teacher. I feel your guidance is excellent and has benefited me greatly. Seeing his homeroom teacher's movements falter slightly, Lu Chong quickly spoke up to remind him. Don't stop now, or it will affect the rapidly increasing cultivation speed of Gale Kick. Am I really that outstanding? Wang Tong quickly resumed his movements, forcing himself to calm down, but his mind couldn't help but wander. This wasn't just benefiting greatly, it was like an epiphany. He had never seen anyone with such fast comprehension. By the time the hour ended, Lu Chang's Gale Kick had clearly entered the adept stage, and his cultivation speed had also slightly decreased. Gale Kick adept stage 15%. He was now thinking that if he practiced a few more hours with the teacher, he might directly reach expert stage or even insight stage. That's enough for today. Too much is as bad as too little. Go back and consolidate what you've learned. Wang Tong was the first to stop. He also needed to go back and calm down. It took him half a year to reach adept stage in Gale Kick back then, and he was hailed as the genius elite of the entire company. But for Lu Chong, novice stage plus adept stage in one day, how could they compare? Thank you, teacher, see you tomorrow. Lu Chong sincerely thanked him. Wait. Wang Tong suddenly called out to Lu Chong, took an energy bar from his pocket, and instructed, This is the junior nutrient I applied for you. You'll get one every day from now on. Go back and diligently cultivate the mana absorption technique. With your comprehension, you don't need to worry about martial arts, but your cultivation at Martial Apprentice rank 4 is still far from enough. Wang Tong finished speaking and turned to walk back. He was afraid he couldn't handle the shock. After thanking him again, Lu Chong left the teacher's apartment alone. Another 1,000 plus earned. Lu Chong secretly rejoiced. Adding the salary Lu promised, he could earn over 2,000 a day, which was likely enough for his own expenses. Just then, having expended a lot of energy practicing martial arts, Lu Chong took a bite and immediately felt a warmth spread through his body. Mana absorption technique, well fed and well rested, cultivation speed quadruples. Excellent, with nutrient support, it's indeed different. Lu Chong secretly rejoiced, at this rate, I'll be able to break through to rank 5 by the time I wake up tomorrow morning. Leaving the school gates, Lu Chong found Lu already waiting at the entrance. Let's go, where are we going to study? Lu Chang asked with a smile, in a good mood. Lu was infected by Lu Chang's handsome and sunny smile, her face flushed, and she quickly spoke to cover it up. Let's go to my house, my parents aren't there anyway. Lu Chang was slightly surprised but didn't think much of it, agreeing readily. However, as he followed Lu around the corner from the school entrance, he saw a luxurious black RV waiting there. Miss, please get in. At the RV door stood a woman in a sharp black suit, wearing sunglasses, looking like a bodyguard. But Lu Chang noticed that this capable woman, who looked only in her early 30s, must be a warrior. The pressure she exerted on him was definitely no weaker than that of his homeroom teacher. Goodness, this Lu's background is extraordinary. Even her bodyguards are true high-rank warriors. Lu Chang thought to himself. High-rank warriors hold esteemed positions in society, even able to become honored guests in ordinary martial arts schools, or high-level private coaches with annual salaries in the millions. It was conceivable what kind of financial backing was required to employ such a bodyguard. In comparison, the top students in Class 1 who drove sports cars to school every day seemed completely outmatched. Only after Lu Chang got into the car did he realize there was also a middle-aged male driver, similarly dressed, whose aura was no weaker than that of the woman. Being chauffeured by two high-rank warriors, this Lu is truly low-key in her daily life. Lu Chang secretly gasped. Uncle Zhong, let's go home. Lu seemed less reserved in front of these two, instead subtly exuding an air of authority. Yes, Mississippi. Uncle Zhong responded, starting the RV. The car sped through the streets and alleys, but was extremely stable, traveling for over half an hour before entering an estate in the western suburbs of the city. The estate covered more than 10 acres, with pavilions, towers, and small bridges over flowing water, a typical Chinese style. Along the way, although he didn't see any sentries, Lu Chang, sitting by the window, could feel no less than 10 oppressive gazes sweeping over him. This estate is full of hidden masters. The RV stopped in front of a 3-story wooden building, and Lu turned to Lu Chang, saying, Lu Chang, we're here. This is my family's training room. I'm sorry, my family doesn't let me train at the martial arts school, so I could only bring you here. It's alright, it'll be good for me to see something new. Lu Chang said, half joking he wasn't genuinely scared. Getting out of the car, Lu Chang saw a white-haired, hunched old man waiting at the entrance. Miss, is this young man Lu Chang? The old man smiled as he greeted Lu, then looked at Lu Chang and asked. Hello, I'm Lu Chang. Lu Chang stepped forward and introduced himself. I apologize, young man. The old man bowed slightly and said politely, my young mistress can be a bit willful, and she has troubled you. However, to prove that you are truly qualified to be the young mistress's private tutor, we must conduct a test. The old man said courteously, though his words carried an air of dominance. Chapter 11 Martial Arts Explode Under Pressure. Global Cataclysm, my martial arts cultivate automatically. Old Chen, how can you do this? He's my classmate, he's here to help me with my cultivation. Before Lu Chang could respond, Lu was the first to object, anxiously hugging the old man's arm and exclaiming. It was clear that in front of old Chen, Lu could only playfully protest, not dare to give direct orders. Old Chen chuckled and soothed her, Miss, your master entrusted you to my care, so I must be responsible. Don't worry, miss, it's just a simple test, it definitely won't hurt him. After speaking, old Chen looked at Lu Chang again and said, I presume this young man wouldn't mind, would he? Lu Chang smiled, it's fine, it's only right. What good would minding do? He had already come. Should he get angry and leave empty-handed? When you take someone's money, you're indebted to them. It's just cooperating to earn some cash. Good, very straightforward indeed. Please follow me. Old Chen immediately showed a kind smile and turned to lead the way into the wooden building. I'm sorry, Lu Chang, I didn't know old Chen would be like this. Lu came to Lu Chang's side and apologized shyly, then stuck out her tongue at the hunched figure in front. Lu Chang entered the wooden building, eyes straight ahead, and said, it's all right. Inside the wooden building, old Chen led Lu Chang directly to the basement, which was a completely different world. It was no longer ancient in style, but a modern training ground of 300 square meters, fully equipped with all kinds of cultivation apparatus. This place has even more comprehensive facilities than the Xiang Martial Arts Academy in the city center. Lu Chong was once again astonished. Student Lu Chong, our test is very simple. As long as you can last 10 moves against Xiaoyu, you can stay and be the young mistress's private tutor. Old Chen turned to Lu Chong and said directly. Sister Yu? Lu objected first. Sister Yu is a 9th rank warrior, how can Lu Chong fight her? Lu Chong glanced at the cool woman in a suit and sunglasses who followed them in. This was the Xiaoyu that Elder Chen had mentioned. A rank 9 warrior, even stronger than homeroom teacher Wang Tong. However, Lu was right this time. Lu Chong wasn't so arrogant as to think he could last 10 moves against a rank 9 warrior. To be precise, he couldn't even withstand a single move right now. Elder Chen laughed heartily and said, Miss, don't rush, let me finish. Xiaoyu will control her cultivation not to exceed this student, and she will only use the most basic Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantom Step. If student Lu Chong can last 10 moves without being defeated, I can double your remuneration. If you can defeat Xiaoyu, I'll double it again. Elder Chen smiled as he looked at Lu Chong. Student Lu Chong, what do you think? There's such a good deal? Lu Chong immediately started calculating his potential earnings. 1 hour of sparring was 1,000, doubled was 2,000, and doubled again would be 4,000. For him, it was like picking up money he could cultivate and earn a lot at the same time. No problem, I accept. Lu Chong had no reason to refuse. Although he knew that even with suppressed strength, Sister Yu was definitely not simple, given her many years of cultivation and combat experience. But Lu Chong wasn't without confidence. He wanted to try. Good, student Lu has courage. In that case, let's begin. Elder Chen smiled. After Elder Chen pulled Lu aside, the previously silent Sister Yu finally showed her sharpness, saying coldly to Lu Chong, I used to be the one who sparred with the young lady. Let me see what you have to offer to replace me. It won't take 10 moves before I make you admit defeat. Lu Chong thought to himself, with your meticulous attitude towards Lu, it would be strange if she could truly cultivate freely. No wonder Lu sought him out to be her sparring partner. Please. Lu Chong said no more, cupping his fists at the woman. First move. Xiaoyu countered coldly, transforming into a whirlwind, leaving an afterimage as her true body rushed towards Lu Chong. She truly controlled her cultivation, also at Martial Apprentice rank 4, and the movement technique she used was 9 Phantom Step. Lu Chong could tell that this rank 9 warrior's 9 Phantom Step was also at the insight stage, but it was already infinitely close to the perfected stage. As the two drew closer, Xiaoyu's pushing palm had arrived sometime, heading straight for Lu Chang's shoulder. Stonebreaker Palm Perfected Stage. My homeroom teacher once said that the further you go in martial arts cultivation, the harder it gets, especially the final step of the perfected stage, which many people can't even reach. Even high-rank warriors might not be able to cultivate a low-grade martial art to the perfected stage. This requires not only arduous training but also a strong affinity with the martial art itself. For example, our homeroom teacher Wang Tong is only at the insight stage with Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantom Step, but he has already reached the perfected stage in cultivating the mid-grade martial art, Gale Kick. Sister Yu in front of him was just the same. Both basic martial arts were infinitely close to the perfected stage, but ultimately still one step short. But even so, it already surpassed Lu Chong. Lu Chong dared not be careless, immediately using 9 Phantom Step to quickly retreat, leaving behind one after another afterimage. But Sister Yu was not comparable to Sun Tse in their class. She stuck to him like a shadow, and her seemingly soft jade hand constantly enveloped Lu Chang's shoulder. Just one try. Lu Chong realized he couldn't dodge, hardened his resolve, and struck out fiercely, also using Stonebreaker Palm to meet Sister Yu's palm head-on. Bang! As their palms met, Lu Chong felt as if his palm had struck empty space, unable to find any purchase. Just as he was secretly wondering about this, with his remaining strength exhausted, he saw a slight smile play on Xiaoyu's lips opposite him, and a surging force suddenly erupted from her hand. Lu Chong cried out in alarm, quickly using 9 Phantom Step with all his might to retreat and dissipate the force. But even so, he still felt his right hand and arm tingling faintly. Is this still Stonebreaker Palm? Lu Chong secretly doubted. But soon he understood what the other party used was indeed Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantom Step. However, this high-rank warrior was already far beyond that she could adapt very flexibly in actual combat. Just now, when the two touched, the opponent cleverly withdrew her strength, and then, taking advantage of his old strength being exhausted and new strength not yet born, launched a powerful counterattack. This was not just a lag in martial arts technique, but a gap in actual combat experience. No wonder she's so confident. As Lu Chong thought this, Sister Yu already exerted force again and pressed closer. Her speed was faster, her figure became elusive and unpredictable. She was preparing to take down Lu Chong with just one more move. What was most terrifying and grueling was to hold back and not strike. Lu Chong also continuously performed 9 Phantom Step, maneuvering with the opponent while trying to find a flaw. However, the gap in martial arts and experience made him willing but unable. This won't do, not to mention 10 moves, I might be defeated in the second move, Lu Chong thought to himself. He felt dual pressure, both physical and psychological. Just then, a familiar prompt suddenly appeared in Lu Chang's mind. 9 Phantom Step has experienced immense pressure, achieving explosive growth and reaching the perfected stage. Stonebreaker Palm refused to be outdone, experiencing repeated epiphanies and reaching the perfected stage. Chapter 12, Who Gave You the Courage? Miss, you see, although this student Lu Chong has decent aptitude, he lacks too much experience. It's still Xiao Yu who is more suitable to accompany you in your cultivation. That way, the master can also be more at ease. Old Chen, who was watching from the side, smiled, as if he had long anticipated the outcome of this battle. Lu retorted, Sister Yu is a dignified 9th-rank warrior. It's no surprise that Lu Chong lost. You just don't want me to find an outside private tutor. But when Sister Yu cultivates with me, she always goes easy on me, and my progress is very slow. Lu spoke the truth. Old Chen said earnestly, Miss, with the master and us around, we won't let you encounter danger. The master just wants you to live a safe life, not to adventure everywhere like him. So, why must Miss work so hard? I knew that's what you were thinking. Lu turned her head away, sulking and refusing to acknowledge the old man further. Just then, Old Chen suddenly exclaimed in surprise, this boy, he actually broke through in the midst of battle? Hearing this, Lu's spirits lifted, and she quickly fixed her gaze on the scene. In the arena, Sister Yu was already poised, ready to strike. With her seasoned experience, just one more blow would secure victory. But just then, she suddenly noticed that the young man, who had been passively defending, had a sudden change in his aura. Especially his movement technique, which had previously seemed full of flaws in her eyes, had become so fluid and seamless that it made her feel as if there was no opening for her to attack. At the very least, under the premise of only being able to use 9 Phantom Step and Stonebreaker Palm, Sister Yu found it hard to muster the confidence of certain victory. 9 Phantom Step perfected stage. Looking at the young figure opposite, whose movements were fleeting and left continuous afterimages, Sister Yu realized that this recently adult boy had actually comprehended 9 Phantom Step to the perfected stage. But how was this possible? He was clearly only at the insight stage moments ago, and even at the insight stage, he was far inferior to her. How could he have directly reached the perfected stage? An epiphany in battle, making rapid progress? Isn't that a bit too far-fetched? But the facts were before her, and Sister Yu had to face them. At this moment, she knew that she likely had no chance of winning. Although she was only a hair's breadth away from 9 Phantom Step perfected stage, that single step was enough to create a huge gap in actual combat. Perfected stage meant effortless execution, it meant having no flaws in this martial art. To break it, one could only rely on sheer force. However, even with equal cultivation, Sister Yu didn't have that strength. Most critically, the movement technique Lu Chong was now displaying had left her far behind, making it impossible to even hit him, let alone achieve victory. That's enough, Elder Chen, who was standing in the distance, suddenly said. Continuing this struggle would only result in a draw. Elder Chen now felt a little emotional, realizing that even he could misjudge things. He had just been assessing the winner and loser, only to be overturned by a young man in the blink of an eye. Though Sister Yu was very unwilling, she could only stop her movements. She knew Elder Chen was right. As long as Lu Chong kept dodging, she wouldn't be able to win if they continued. Thinking back to her boast of certain victory within 10 moves, even the usually cold Sister Yu couldn't help but blush slightly. However, she still believed that if Lu Chong dared to attack proactively and give her an opportunity, she would undoubtedly be the ultimate victor. Lu Chong also stopped, but he showed no intention of ending the fight. He turned to look at Elder Chen and said seriously, "I still want to try to turn the tide and win." Lu Chong wasn't doing it out of a moment of pique, he was reluctant to give up the double reward. The difference between 2,000 per hour and 4,000 per hour was significant. Elder Chen was taken aback by his words, looking at Lu Chong with a half smile as he gently said, "Are you sure? 10 moves haven't passed yet. If you lose again, you might miss a good opportunity." Lu, beside him, also grew anxious. His recently calmed heart was racing again, but he didn't know how to persuade Lu Chong. Sister Yu's ample chest heaved, clearly provoked by Lu Chang's overconfidence. This young man seemed to take her, a high-rank warrior, too lightly. It was one thing to be invincible with perfected stage 9 phantom step, but to actually think he could win against her? Who gave you the courage? Sister Yu questioned coldly. Lu Chong humbly replied with a smile, "I just want to give it my all." He naturally wouldn't tell the other party that his Stonebreaker palm had also reached perfected stage. Facing this high-rank warrior with extensive combat experience, he could only win by surprise. "Good, come on, let me see if your skill matches your bravado." Sister Yu scoffed, adopting the stance of Stonebreaker palm. She wasn't planning to continue attacking proactively, but if Lu Chong really dared to engage her directly, she would definitely let this ignorant young man know how naive he was. "Thank you for the guidance," Lu Chong said politely again, cupping his fists. Immediately, the smile on Lu Chang's face vanished, replaced by a serene expression. He was seen executing the 9 phantom step, leaving an afterimage in his wake as his body traversed 3 meters to appear before Sister Yu. Stonebreaker palm. He thrust a palm forward, aiming directly for Sister Yu's prominent chest. "You're courting death." Seeing this, Sister Yu roared in anger, her palms moving like the wind. One palm struck Lu Chang's hand, while the other chopped horizontally towards Lu Chang's neck. With this furious strike, she intended to make Lu Chong suffer and instantly lose his ability to fight. "Ha!" Lu Chong secretly chuckled. His seemingly stale move suddenly changed mid-action, feinting and leaving an afterimage in his original spot. This feint caused Sister Yu's ruthless combo to miss. Meanwhile, Lu Chong utilized his perfected stage 9 phantom step to move sideways, parallel to Sister Yu. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chong also delivered a horizontal chop, aiming directly for the back of Sister Yu's neck. This move was extremely sharp, even producing a tearing sound in the air. In contrast, Sister Yu, who had attacked in anger, had no time to change her move, dodge, or parry. Bang! Lu Chang's palm, like a horizontally cleaving blade, struck the back of Sister Yu's neck. However, there was no anticipated one-hit knockout. He felt as if his palm had struck rebar, nearly breaking off. "You cheated!" Sister Yu was unharmed and turned to counterattack. At this moment, Elder Chen from a distance suddenly spoke again, with a hint of coldness and irritation, "Enough! You already violated the rules by using another martial art just now. There's no need to continue," Elder Chen frowned and low-voiced. These words were clearly directed at Sister Yu. The move she used to block Lu Chang's horizontal chop had indeed employed a higher-grade martial art. Facing Elder Chen's severity, Sister Yu's face instantly paled, and she stood still, respectfully saying, "Yes, Elder Chen." Seeing this, Lu Chong quickly seized the opportunity, cupping his fists to Sister Yu and saying, "Thank you for the concession. My apologies. If I hadn't provoked you just now, I'm afraid I would have lost my only chance to win." Sister Yu snorted lightly, not responding. She knew what Lu Chong was referring to. At this moment, Elder Chen, accompanied by a beaming Lu, walked forward and exclaimed, "The young are truly formidable. This student needn't be modest. If I'm not mistaken, your Stonebreaker palm has also reached the perfected stage, hasn't it?" Sister Yu was instantly astonished, raising her head to look at Lu Chong, finding it hard to believe. Chapter 13, Ambitious to become the top scholar. Sister Yu noticed Lu Chang's 9 phantom step perfected stage, but she didn't realize that his stonebreaker palm had also reached the perfected stage. It's understandable for one basic low-grade martial art to reach the perfected stage, but for two martial arts cultivated simultaneously to both reach the perfected stage, that's incredibly rare. The most crucial point is that Lu Chong is far too young. He's just a high school student who recently came of age. Such students, across the entire country, number no more than 100 annually. Furthermore, when she first started fighting him, he was clearly still at the insight stage. Why did he suddenly reach the perfected stage? Sister Yu couldn't figure it out, but she knew that today she had truly suffered a major setback. It was Elder Chen who spoke again to clear her doubts. If it weren't for the Stonebreaker Palm perfected stage, how could student Lu's previous attack have been so flexible, even threatening you and making your body react instinctively? Moreover, Elder Chen's wise eyes looked at Lu Chong. If I'm not mistaken, you made the breakthrough during the recent battle, didn't you? Yes, Lu Chong didn't hide it, knowing he couldn't fool the sharp-eyed Elder Chen. He humbly said, I also have to thank Sister Yu's guidance, which gave me some insight and allowed me to break through. He had to admit, this was the biggest gain of the trip. Without this opportunity, his Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantoms step would probably have taken another 10 days or so to reach the perfected stage again. As expected of the young prodigy Miss Values, Elder Chen smiled. Since that's the case, this old man, certainly cannot go back on my word. You can stay and practice with Mississippi. However, Xiaoyu must be present to accompany you, Elder Chen stated unequivocally. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind, oh, by the way, according to our previous agreement, your remuneration can be increased. You can collect it from Xiaoyu after each class. With that, Elder Chen left the training room with his hands behind his back. Student Lu Chong, are you alright? As soon as Elder Chen's figure disappeared, Lu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran to Lu Chong, asking, I'm really sorry. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have bothered you. I'm fine, Lu Chong smiled. If it weren't for this opportunity, I wouldn't have been able to break through. I should be thanking you. Sister Yu, standing by, said with a hint of impatience, if you continue to waste time here, I can't guarantee that your remuneration won't be deducted. After speaking, Sister Yu walked to the side and sat down cross-legged, but her eyes behind her sunglasses remained fixed on Lu Chong, as if afraid he would abduct her young mistress. Lu stuck out her tongue and whispered, don't blame Sister Yu. Although she seems fierce, she's actually very kind to people. Perhaps only to you, miss from a prominent family. Lu Chong thought to himself. A dignified 9th-rank warrior wouldn't bother with ordinary people. Let's begin. Lu Chong, mindful of his pay, was afraid that Sister Yu might deduct some. Next, the two of them were in this spacious and bright training room, primarily focusing on actual combat to help Lu improve his martial arts. Now that Lu Chang's 2 martial arts techniques had reached the true perfected stage, guiding Lu became even easier. Even Sister Yu, who had been observing with a cold eye from the side, had nothing more to say. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Lu Chong, as he wished, received his 8,000 yuan payment and left the Lu family's estate. Lu had wanted to ask Uncle Zhong to drive Lu Chong home, but Lu Chong was too embarrassed to trouble a high-rank warrior to send him. He decided to run home, practicing the mana absorption technique along the way to accelerate his cultivation. While guiding Lu earlier, Lu Chong hadn't neglected his own cultivation. With the energy bar given by his homeroom teacher, Lu Chong had the confidence to boost his cultivation. In just these 2 hours, his mana absorption technique's cultivation progress surged by 30%. It seems I still underestimated my cultivation speed. I should be able to break through to rank 5 before I go to bed tonight. Lu Chong was secretly delighted after checking his personal data. Running swiftly, it took Lu Chong less than an hour to return home, nearly 100 li away. This time, he didn't go out to practice martial arts. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the living room, actively cultivating the mana absorption technique. Thus, 3 hours later, as Lu Chong depleted the energy bar given by his homeroom teacher, his cultivation naturally progressed, smoothly entering Martial Apprentice rank 5. Name, Lu Chong. Grade Martial Apprentice rank 1%. This is truly a money pit. 1,000 yuan gone in one night. Moreover, after cultivation improves, the speed of mana absorption techniques' automatic cultivation should also decrease, making it even more expensive in the future. And for Gale Kick, after the adept stage, the automatic cultivation speed also became 1% per hour. However, Lu Chong wasn't disheartened. These were all normal phenomena. Whether it was cultivation or martial arts, the further one progressed, the harder it became to improve, and the more resources it consumed. Lu Chong wasn't in a hurry with Gale Kick's cultivation because having a homeroom teacher at the perfected stage to give him special tutoring was far more efficient than practicing by himself. As for cultivation, Lu Chong now had a way to earn money, so he didn't need to worry for the time being. Lying in bed, Lu Chong wondered if his goals were set a bit too low. With my current growth rate, entering a prestigious school for the martial college entrance exam is a sure thing. So, why not try to aim for the North Huaxia Martial Arts University, renowned across Blue Star and one of China's top universities, or perhaps Jiangnan Martial Arts University? These two universities are the hallowed institutions that all students in the world aspire to. Of course, there is also the Zhongyuan Jinwu Military Academy, which stands alongside these two northern and southern stars and is equally impressive. But Lu Chong was accustomed to freedom, so he immediately ruled out that school. Whether it was North Huaxia Martial Arts University or Jiangnan Martial Arts University, both were his top choices. It's said that if you get into one of these three major universities, the school and city will provide substantial scholarships, which could solve some of my financial needs, Lu Chong further mused. Or, why couldn't I aim to be the top student in the city, or even the entire province? The more Lu Chong thought about it, the grander his ambitions became, and he unknowingly fell into a beautiful dream. Early the next morning, Lu Chong finally wasn't woken by hunger, but by the jarring ringtone of his phone. He grabbed his phone and saw it was Chen. "Hey, Lu Chong. Wake up quickly, something big has happened. Class 1 has sent a challenge letter to our class. Isn't this bullying? The school forum has exploded." Chapter 14, Uniting Against External Threats in Critical Moments. Hearing Chen's words, Lu Chong quickly opened Guanyun First Highest School Forum. Sure enough, a post made at 6 in the morning had already been stickied as a hot topic. Class 1 declared a friendly practical combat exchange with Class 5, with 5 participants from each side. The last team standing would be declared the winner. Because Class 1 had always been a key class, this strange challenge quickly attracted countless students to watch and comment, even students from other schools. What's wrong with Class 1? Isn't this bullying? And haven't they always disdained interacting and competing with other classes? That is unclear, but I heard that Class 1 will only send students who are martial apprentice rank 5 to participate. So, it can't really be considered bullying, can it? These are already their weakest students. What does that matter? Everyone knows Class 1 students have the highest comprehension. Even with the same cultivation level, their martial arts skills are very powerful. Various comments below were numerous, but most were undoubtedly pessimistic about Class 5's chances. There was nothing that could be done within Guanyun First High, and even among all high schools in Guanyun City, Class 1 was the elite class, renowned far and wide. Lu Chong was also somewhat confused, but after receiving a call from his homeroom teacher, he understood. The source of this matter turned out to be himself. It transpired that after he became famous yesterday, the teachers of Class 1 had intentionally tried to poach him. It was only after the homeroom teacher argued strongly that he was allowed to stay in Class 5. Oh, by the way, a teacher from the Academic Affairs Office also asked for my opinion yesterday afternoon, Lu Chong recalled. However, he didn't expect Class 1's reaction to be so extreme. Was it really necessary? Just because he didn't choose to transfer to Class 1, they had to give him a warning to assert their presence. But thinking about what he had experienced in school these past few days, and the atmosphere of martial competition here, it seemed quite normal. Without delay, Lu Chong quickly got up to wash, took a bite of the energy bar he bought last night, and then ran to school. 20 minutes later, Lu Chong arrived at the bustling classroom. "Lu Chong, hurry up, everyone's waiting for you to make a decision." Chen, standing in the middle of the crowd, excitedly called out as soon as he saw Lu Chong. "Lu Chong! Lu Chong!" All 56 students of Class 5 were present. Many students, seeing Lu Chong appear, voluntarily made way and called for Lu Chong along with Chen. In literature, there's no first in martial arts, there's no second. After Lu Chong beat the former class bully, Sun Tze, twice, these students all respected him. Classmate Lu Chong, the challenge from Class 1 has been delivered. What are your thoughts? Lu, the combat practice class representative, took out a challenge letter, handed it to Lu Chong, and inquired. Only she knew that Lu Chong was not merely at the double insight stage now, but a true martial arts double perfected stage, making him the undisputed #1 in Class 5. Lu Chong, let's just do it, who's afraid of whom? At worst, we all end up in the infirmary. Chen exclaimed boldly. Chen, it's easy for you to say, since you don't have to fight, a classmate grumbled. Indeed, with 5 people from each class, they would naturally select the outstanding ones, and Chen wouldn't be among them. Chen said casually, so what? With Lu Chong backing us, what's there to be afraid of? Lu ignored Chen, looked at Lu Chong, and continued, the homeroom teacher told us to make up our own minds, whether to accept or not. Evidently, Lu, as the class representative, was now willing to follow Lu Chang's lead. Lu Chong thought about it. This might not be a bad thing, and it involved class honor, so it wasn't good to avoid the fight. Or rather, avoiding the fight would mean directly admitting defeat, which would inevitably make them a laughingstock among all the teachers and students. Humph. If we fight, who's afraid of whom? We're all just martial apprentice rank 5. I'll sign up first. At this moment, a rough voice came from the back of the classroom. Students turned their heads to see that it was Sun Tze, who had already been released from the infirmary. Sun Tze stood up, pushed through the crowd, and came before Lu Chong. Without looking at Lu Chong, he said to the class representative, Lu, I'll be the first to fight. Then I'll be second. Another martial apprentice rank 5 student stood up to sign up. I'm third, the third student said, stepping forward. Lu looked around and said, I'm fourth. After he spoke, everyone looked at Lu Chong. There was no other way. Class 5 only had these 4 martial apprentice 5th rank students, and then there was Lu Chong, a martial apprentice 4th rank who could defeat Sun Tze. No one knew that Lu Chong was now also a martial apprentice 5th rank. In contrast, Class 1's weakest members were all martial apprentices of the 5th rank. Lu Chong smiled, then I'll be the last one. He thought to himself, he had to give his classmates a chance to perform and learn, otherwise, if he fought all 5 himself, it wouldn't be much fun. With his Stonebreaker palm and 9 Phantom Step reaching the perfected stage, and his cultivation breaking through to the 5th rank, Lu Chong didn't think there was any student in the school who could defeat him at the same cultivation level. Alright. Lu said, it's settled then. The time will be during the combat practice class this afternoon. I'll go report to the homeroom teacher first. No need, I've heard everything. Just then, homeroom teacher Wang Tong walked in from outside. His expression was calm, but his voice carried a hint of passion. I am very pleased with your performance. You've been classmates for 3 years. Although there have been disputes and disagreements among you on weekdays, being able to unite and come together when facing external pressure is what's most important. I hope you remember this lesson today. This is also what I want to tell you as you approach graduation. It doesn't matter if there are conflicts on weekdays, but when facing foreign invasion, you must be sincerely united and stand together against the outside world. The homeroom teacher said earnestly and loudly, it is precisely because of this spirit that our Huaxia can stand at the pinnacle of the world, resisting alien mutated beasts and all other invading enemies outside our bases. The class was silent. The students seemed to not have expected that their usually stern and rough homeroom teacher could say such words. Lu Chong was thoughtful. He remembered the homeroom teacher's military background and could understand his sentiment. Lu Chong, come out with me for a moment. The homeroom teacher then looked at Lu Chong. Lu Chong quickly walked out of the classroom, following the homeroom teacher to a secluded corner of the hallway. Lu Chong, Class 1's challenge this time is actually aimed at me, or rather, it's a suppression of the regular classes. Of course, the main root cause is you. Do you know why I didn't want you to leave Class 5? The homeroom teacher asked, looking at Lu Chong. Lu Chong shook his head. Wasn't it to produce a key university student for Class 5? The homeroom teacher said earnestly, because I want to give more children some hope, to tell them that there is hope everywhere in life, and not to judge success or failure by temporary gains or losses. Lu Chong instantly understood the homeroom teacher's meaning. This was to use himself as an example to tell the more common students in regular classes not to easily give up the opportunity to become stronger. Of course, first, I can guarantee that you won't be held back here. Also, you must go all out in this challenge. I have already invited the principal to observe the battle. If you perform well enough, there might be an unexpected surprise. Chapter 15, The Pressure from the Elite Class. Lu Chong gained a new understanding of his homeroom teacher's overall perspective. He never expected this burly man to possess such a delicate mind and spirit truly fitting for a teacher. However, inviting the principal to watch, wasn't that a bit exaggerated? One must know, as the principal of a key high school in Guanyin City, he was no simple figure. It was rumored he was a true grandmaster expert. While it couldn't be said he was the strongest in the city, Principal Wei, at over 80 years old, was definitely the most senior, and his disciples were everywhere. Lu Chong, your situation is very special, perhaps even more formidable than you imagine. The homeroom teacher seemed to discern Lu Chang's thoughts and reminded him with a serious expression. Therefore, if you can receive guidance from the principal, it will absolutely be of profound significance to you. Furthermore, at this point, the homeroom teacher added with a mischievous smile, the principal has quite a few good things, especially permissions for some martial arts inheritances, which only he, an elder, can grant. Lu Chang's heart stirred, and only then did he realize the homeroom teacher's painstaking efforts. Moreover, he understood best that with his automatic cultivation system, he was indeed suited to practice more martial arts. Especially after Stonebreaker Palm and Nine Phantoms Step had both reached the perfected stage without flaws, the only martial art he still needed to cultivate was Gale Kick. It wouldn't be easy to buy suitable inherited martial arts on the market with his meager income. Ultimately, he would still have to rely on the school. Thank you, teacher, I will do my best, Lu Chong expressed his sincere gratitude. Nothing to thank me for, the homeroom teacher said indifferently. You must remember, the martial path is all about striving. Ultimately, you rely on yourself to achieve. After giving Lu Chong a few more instructions, the homeroom teacher let him return to class. Surprisingly, the homeroom teacher didn't occupy Class 5's academic classes this morning, allowing the students to relax a bit. However, throughout the morning, discussions about the inter-class exchange continued to ferment on the school forum, making it quite lively. Not just Class 1 and Class 5, but even other classes in the third year, including those in the first and second years, had received news, preparing to have students go to the sports field to watch in the afternoon. This was the prevailing atmosphere brought about by the nationwide emphasis on martial arts. In a blink of an eye, the morning passed. After lunch, the students of Class 5 didn't take a nap but all came to the large sports field to warm up and train on their own. By class time, the sports field became bustling. All 32 classes of the school, nearly 2,000 students in total, gathered there. Many school leaders and teachers also sat in the stands. When Principal Wei Jiangwo made his final appearance and took his seat, the sports field was already a scene of jubilation. Lu Chong stood among the students, looking at the principal seated in the middle of the stands. The old principal looked radiant and had the complexion of a child despite his white hair. At over 80 years old, he still appeared very robust. Beside him, the homeroom teachers of various third-year classes sat in a row. Li Chengjun, homeroom teacher of Class 1, and Wang Tong, homeroom teacher of Class 5, sat on either side of the old principal, primarily to facilitate the introduction of the students who were about to compete. Old squad leader, are you really willing to let this prized student come forward? Li Chengjun glanced at Wang Tong, smiling. If he's disheartened, or if he transfers to our Class 1, don't get angry. Wang Tong responded expressionlessly, aren't you just trying to seize this opportunity to suppress us, show off your power, and poach Lu Chong? I'll give you this chance. Li Chengjun immediately cried foul, complaining bitterly to the old principal, Old Wei, you must do me justice. Class 1 is doing this entirely in response to the school's call, to urge students to sprint towards the martial college entrance exam. Wang Tong pouted, too lazy to argue with this old comrade. The old principal sipped his tea from a thermos cup, then slowly said, let's wait and see. The children are the main characters. In the center of the playground, under the guidance of teachers and class cadres, a wide open space was cleared. Students from Class 1 and Class 5 of the third year of high school stood on opposite sides, with the 10 students about to compete standing closer. The two sides were about 10 meters apart. Compared to the eager anticipation of the students from Class 1, Class 5 clearly showed signs of fear before the battle, with some even afraid to look directly at their opponents. Lu Chong secretly shook his head. Regardless of the outcome, they were already at a disadvantage in terms of morale alone. This was a complete dimensional crush. Lu Chong, Luna seems to be looking at me again. Can you check for me if she is? Chen stood behind Lu Chong, rubbing his shoulders to help him relax, while asking excitedly in a hushed voice. Lu Chong was somewhat speechless, but he still looked at the girl surrounded by adoring students on the opposite side, feeling a moment of distraction. This prodigy, hailed by students as the campus belle, truly appeared flawless from the front, possessing both elegance and beauty. A martial apprentice of rank 9, she was absolutely far ahead among the third-year students of Guanyun First High. Among all the high schools in Guanyun City, only Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan from the same class could rival her. As for specific strengths, based on the last monthly exam results, Luna still had the upper hand. The two tall boys standing next to Luna at this moment were precisely those two. Anyone could see that Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan were clearly both Luna's admirers. Although high school students were forbidden from dating, it couldn't stop the students' surging hormones. Comparatively, Chen, who claimed to have a secret crush on Luna, seemed far too ordinary. As if sensing Lu Chang's gaze, Luna, who had been quietly lost in thought, suddenly swept her eyes across, meeting Lu Chang's gaze. A pair of phoenix eyes, sharp and unyielding, seemed to want Lu Chong to be the first to back down. Lu Chong smiled slightly, turned his head, and chose not to argue with a woman. How about it, Lu Chong? Is she still looking at me? Chen asked restlessly, his questions incessant. I've been watching all along. Go confess to her already. Lu Chong said, annoyed. Of course, Chen didn't have the guts. He couldn't even handle Sun Zhe, so how dare he provoke powerhouses like Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan? Once you, Lu Chong, help me clear the obstacles, I will personally rescue my princess, Chen said solemnly. Shameless. Lu Chong ignored the guy. At this moment, Zhao Longfei stepped forward, looked at Lu, the Class 5 combat practice class representative, and said arrogantly, Are you ready? Let's get started quickly. Finish it early, don't disrupt our training. He said this very casually, as if they were just there for a meal and would then call it a day. After speaking, Zhao Longfei proudly scanned the Class 5 students, who was Lu Chong. Step forward and let us see what capital you have to be proud of. Lu Chong smiled, ignoring the other party, but thought to himself that he must find an opportunity to beat this guy up before the Martial College entrance exam. Chapter 16, One-Move Victory Under the Spotlight. Name, Lu Chong. Grade Martial Apprentice Rank 13%. Martial Arts 9 Phantom Step Perfected Stage. Stonebreaker Palm Perfected Stage. Gale Kick Adept Stage 3 2%. Lu Chong looked at his stats. Gale Kick should reach Expert Stage tonight. I need to hurry up and find more martial arts techniques, otherwise, it's a waste of my auto-cheat. Lu Chong became even more aware of this. So, in this sparring match between the two classes, he really had to perform well to apply for more and better martial arts techniques. In the open space, Sun Zhe was the first to step forward, his tall figure standing straight, facing the strong men of Class 1, not cowering like other students. Come on! Sun Zhe roared, as if hyping himself up. Zhao Longfei snorted disdainfully, looked at the student from his side who was about to fight, and called out, Zhou Feng, you go. If you can't win within 10 moves, you'll be my sparring partner for today's combat practice class. Immediately, a lean boy walked out from Class 1 and said with a fawning smile to Zhao Longfei, Don't worry, class monitor, 5 moves are enough. If I can't do it, I'll go back and train extra myself. While speaking, Zhou Feng completely ignored his opponent, Sun Zhe, seemingly not putting him in his eyes at all. Once the two stood opposite each other, Zhou Feng casually said to Sun Zhe, it seems you've healed your scars and forgotten the pain, daring to challenge our Class 1? Sun Zhe had clearly suffered at Zhou Feng's hands before, but now facing this person, he was fearless. If you want to fight, let's fight. Who's afraid of whom? At most, I'll just lie in the infirmary for another day. Well said. The Class 5 students behind him immediately cheered, seemingly invigorated by Sun Tze's momentum. Lu Chong had to admit that although Sun Tze's actions were eccentric and domineering, he was truly courageous when facing a challenge. If today was counted, he would have been lying in the infirmary for 3 consecutive days. Please. Zhou Feng, across from him, reined in his smile, cupped his fists at Sun Tze, and then made the first move. It's the 9 phantom step at the expert stage. Lu Chong identified the opponent's martial art at a glance. And the Stonebreaker palm, also at the expert stage, which should be comparable to Sun Tze's. Stonebreaker palm and 9 phantom step are fundamental martial arts required for most high school students, so they are very common. Sun Tze also used the Stonebreaker palm and 9 phantom step, both at the expert stage, fiercely clashing with Zhou Feng. In a flash, the two exchanged 3 moves. Although Sun Tze was slightly at a disadvantage, he could at least hold on for another rank of time. But just then, Zhou Feng suddenly changed his move. His original pushing palm abruptly turned into a heavy punch. Moreover, this punch had a strange trajectory, skillfully evading Sun Tze's palm wind, striking heavily on his chest, and sending Sun Tze flying 3 meters away. The surrounding classmates even vaguely heard the sound of ribs breaking. Zhou Feng's punch was truly heavy, rendering Sun Tze unable to fight back. This is a fist technique also at the expert stage. Lu Chong could only make this judgment. As for what specific fist technique it was, with his current knowledge, he couldn't tell. For moves, Zhou Feng proudly blew on his fist, announcing easily, "Send Sun Tze to the infirmary." A classmate from Class 5 stepped forward to support Sun Tze. "I'm not going yet. I'll go after you guys are done." Sun Tze, however, stubbornly got up, insisting. At this moment, Zhou Feng looked at the other competing students from Class 1 again. Who's next? Another martial apprentice of rank 5 from Class 5 stepped forward. After cupping his fists, he actively attacked Zhou Feng. Unfortunately, this classmate's strength was not even as good as Sun Tze's. After 3 moves, he was knocked down by Zhou Feng's unexpected punch. The third classmate was the same. None of them were a match for Zhou Feng. "You're really weak. Is there no one in your class who can fight?" Zhou Feng's triumphant gaze swept over the students of Class 5. The slight morale that Class 5 had just gathered now completely dissipated. There was no helping it, the difference in strength was too vast. Just one person from the other side had defeated 3 of them, and none of them took more than 5 moves. In the stands, the old principal looked somewhat sleepy. Class 1's homeroom teacher, Li Chengjun, feigned reproach. "Zhou Feng is too aggressive. He should show some consideration for the students in Class 5. Alas, it's my poor guidance. I'll have him apologize to his classmates when we get back." Wang Ton lifted his eyelids, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, and without a word, silently refilled the old principal's teacup. "Lu Chong hasn't even entered the arena yet. Old man, you can't fall asleep." On the sports field, there was a buzz of discussion. Students from various classes watching the match could all see that the gap between Class 5 and Class 1 was too great. They were no match at all. This sparring session held no suspense whatsoever. Lu, preparing to enter the arena, looked a little displeased. Her strength was only about the same as Sun Tze's, and she wasn't confident in defeating Zhou Feng from the other side. Just then, Lu Chong stepped forward, blocking Lu's path and saying, "Let me go first, you can be the last line of defense." It wasn't that Lu Chong was being protective of women, but rather that the kid on the other side was too ruthless. If he accidentally injured his employer, he wouldn't earn any money tonight. "You're Lu Chong?" Zhou Feng immediately became interested, and even the students from Class 1 behind him looked over. Their initiative to challenge Class 5 this time, besides establishing dominance in front of the ordinary classes, was specifically to pick a fight with Lu Chong. They heard this kid was very arrogant, refusing the class teacher's invitation and willingly staying in an ordinary class. Wasn't that looking down on them? Lu Chong calmly cupped his fist. "It's me, please." "Good." Zhou Feng seemed a little excited. "Still 5 moves. If you can still stand after 5 moves, I lose." Lu Chong smiled, then stepped on the Nine Phantoms step, leaving a string of afterimages, and pushed a palm towards Zhou Feng's chest. "You're as weak as them." Zhou Feng snorted disdainfully, throwing a heavy punch, intending to take down Lu Chong. Although his iron wire fist was also of low grade, it had a certain restraining effect on Stonebreaker Palm and had already reached a near insight stage level, which was why it had been invincible in previous battles. Facing Lu Chang's seemingly unremarkable Stonebreaker Palm, Zhou Feng didn't expect any surprises. Bang! As the fist and palm collided, a muffled thud was heard, almost simultaneously followed by a crisp crack. The originally confident Zhou Feng let out a scream, flying backward and falling directly into the crowd of Class 1. Looking at the arm he had just punched with, it was completely limp, clearly fractured. Among the student crowd, a gasp of surprise immediately broke out. The power of Lu Chang's palm seemed somewhat different from the Stonebreaker Palm they knew. It was the same Stonebreaker Palm, and it didn't show off, so why did it have such great power? In the crowd of Class 1, Luna's gaze fixed on the composed Lu Chong, somewhat disbelieving her own judgment. On the stands, the old principal finally raised his head, put down his teacup, and said with a smile, "Now this is getting interesting. Wang Tong, you never told me that this child's Stonebreaker Palm has already reached perfected stage." Wang Tong was also stunned now, because he didn't know either. When did this happen? Chapter 17. The principal also comes to poach people. Lu Chong's Stonebreaker Palm perfected stage. Moreover, his cultivation had also broken through to rank 5. As a homeroom teacher, Wang Tong's thoughts were a bit chaotic now. Didn't he just mentor him last night? How could he be so admirable again so soon? Wait. Stonebreaker Palm, didn't his Stonebreaker Palm only break through to the insight stage yesterday? Wang Tong couldn't help but doubt himself. Was his judgment correct, or was Lu Chang's second awakening a bit overdone? Li Qingjun, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, also fell silent. Stonebreaker Palm perfected stage and the insight stage he learned about yesterday were completely different concepts. The simplest comparison was that almost half of the students in Class 1 had a martial art at the insight stage. Even top students like Luna, Zhao Longfei, and Huang Junyan had at least 2 martial arts at the insight stage. So, he was tempted to poach Lu Chong, but not to the point of excitement. But a martial art at the perfected stage was another matter entirely. No student in the entire Class 1, or even the entire number 1 middle school and the many high schools in Guanyin City, had currently cultivated a martial art to the perfected stage. The conditions for this were simply too demanding. It wasn't as simple as just talent and effort combined, but also required an opportune moment. However, this ordinary class student, who was only a martial apprentice rank 5, had actually achieved it, which was truly incredible. I must get this student, Li Qingjun thought to himself. Putting him in Class 5 would be a waste. The old principal, of course, knew what the martial art perfected stage represented, but he said with some regret, "It's a pity his cultivation is still a bit weak, otherwise, getting into the north-south schools wouldn't be a big problem." Wang Tong was stunned for a moment, but ultimately held back from speaking. He remembered most clearly that Lu Chong was a martial apprentice rank 3 just 2 days ago, and today he reached martial apprentice rank 5. His current cultivation was indeed not outstanding, but at his rocket-like speed, becoming a warrior before the martial college entrance exam was not impossible. Perhaps the energy bar I gave him had an effect? Wang Tong was somewhat hesitant and decided not to tell the old principal too much for now. Mainly, he was afraid the old principal wouldn't believe him, and even more worried that Li Qingjun next to him would have ulterior motives. On the training ground, most students didn't recognize Lu Chang's martial art perfected stage. Only a very few students with keen eyes vaguely suspected it, but dared not believe it. The students of Class 5 cheered. Having been repressed for several rounds, they finally got a chance to feel proud. Lu Chong is awesome. Keep up the good work, Lu Chong, we're supporting you in spirit. Lu Chong, all the beauties are watching you, be even more handsome. The last sentence, of course, was shouted by the flamboyant Chen. In contrast, over in Class 1, although Zhou Feng was frustrated, they quickly regrouped, and a sturdy young man stepped out. They had plenty of confidence and could afford to lose. "Mo, please." The second student seemed much more composed than Zhou Feng from earlier, and didn't boast anymore. As soon as he made his move, it was the insight stage 9 phantom step, leaving a series of afterimages on the open ground, circling Lu Chong, ready to deliver a winning blow at any moment. This kid's 9 phantom step is also at the insight stage. He's clearly afraid of Lu Chang's stonebreaker palm, so he dares not confront him head-on, Chen analyzed seriously. But if it's like this, Lu Chong can't do anything to him either. If it keeps dragging on, he'll eventually be exhausted. And the other side still has 3 people, a Class 5 student worried. Among the Class 1 students, Luna kept a close eye on Lu Chang's every move, wanting to confirm if her earlier judgment was indeed true. She didn't have the discerning eye of those teachers, unable to determine if Lu Chang's stonebreaker palm had reached the perfected stage from just that fleeting glimpse. Under her watchful gaze, Lu Chong suddenly moved. It wasn't a big movement, just a seemingly casual step back, followed by a light and effortless horizontal palm strike. Immediately, all the afterimages of Mo-Bai on the field dissipated. Lu Chang's palm, perfectly executed, stopped at Mo-Bai's throat, changing from a strike to a grasp, lifting him into the air. You lost. Lu Chong didn't strike hard, he just released his opponent and said calmly. Thank you. Mo-Bai gave Lu Chong a grateful look, clasped his fists, and retreated. He knew Lu Chong had shown mercy, otherwise that palm strike just now could have knocked him unconscious. Cheers immediately erupted again from the Class 5 crowd, and even students from other classes on the periphery were astonished. Although, most of them couldn't tell how Lu Chong had done it. This isn't an advantage of stonebreaker palm, it's 9 phantom step? Luna took a deep breath, feeling even more confused. Lu Chong clearly hadn't leveraged the advantage of stonebreaker palm this time, he had merely struck with a seemingly ordinary palm. However, the timing of his strike was so exquisite, it was as if he had completely predicted Mo-Bai's movements and was simply waiting there. And to achieve this, he could only focus on improving his 9 phantom step. This indicates that Lu Chang's 9 phantom step was not merely at the insight stage, it had far surpassed Mo-Bai's martial skill realm. Even those teachers who had reached the warrior realm couldn't precisely judge the level of his 9 phantom step, as Lu Chong hadn't revealed much. Only the old principal in the stands, with a smile, said, excellent, excellent, a promising talent. Both stonebreaker palm and 9 phantom step are at perfected stage, which is truly rare. Li Chengjun next to him was even more bewildered. How could there be yet another perfected stage martial skill? Wang Tong, though equally bewildered, couldn't appear ignorant as Lu Chang's teacher. So, he endured it with great difficulty. This kid, he didn't tell me in advance. Is he trying to scare someone to death? Wang Tong decided he would have to question him thoroughly when they got back. Li Chengjun reacted quickly, immediately echoing the old principle, he is indeed a promising talent, but it's a pity he was held back in Class 5. If he were in our class, his cultivation would definitely be higher than this. Old Wei, there are only 3 months left until the martial college entrance exam. I, Li Chengjun, am willing to sign a military pledge. Li Chengjun turned to look at the old principal, confidently continuing, I will definitely help him advance to rank 9 before the martial college entrance exam and assist him in getting into the Big 3. The Big 3 Li Chengjun referred to were North Huaxia Martial Arts University, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, and Zhongyuanjinwu University. Hearing this, Wang Tong scoffed with anger, Wang Chengjun, have you no shame? I also dare to sign a military pledge, to make Lu Chong the top student in the entire city. Of course, if Old Wei fully supports it, I believe Lu Chong can become the top student in the entire province. Old Wei leisurely took a sip of tea, smiling as he glanced at Lu Chong, who had just won 2 more consecutive matches in the distance. Let's see what the child himself wants. It's been a long time since I, this old man, took on a student. Otherwise, I'll personally guide him. Hearing this, Li Chengjun and Wang Tong both fell silent. Damn it, they almost forgot, the old principal was much thicker skinned than them. When the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman profits. Chapter 18, The Principal's High-Grade Body Tempering Martial Skill. On the training ground, Lu Chong faced the last opponent from Class 1, still defeating him with a single move and winning easily. Although this last student possessed 9 phantom step at the insight stage, and 3 other martial skills at expert stage. Yet, in front of Lu Chang's 2 perfected stage martial skills, it was still not enough. If Class 1's victory over Class 5 was a complete dimensionality reduction strike, then Lu Chang's win against his 5 opponents was similarly a dimensionality reduction strike. With both sides having the same 5 ranks in cultivation, their actual combat abilities were simply not on the same level. The students of Class 5 were shouting themselves hoarse, rushing up excitedly to surround Lu Chang and cheer for him. This wasn't just Lu Chang's victory, it was a desperate comeback for the students of the ordinary classes, finally giving them a chance to feel proud. It's certain, both of his martial arts have reached the perfected stage. Luna had been observing the match carefully and only now confirmed that Lu Chang's 9 Phantom Step and Stonebreaker Palm had both reached the flawless perfected stage. Even Luna, who had always prided herself as the top martial artist among all students in the school, couldn't help but feel a little dazed at this moment. Born into the largest Xiang martial arts academy in Guanyin City, she had been immersed in martial arts from a young age and trained diligently, yet she hadn't reached this level. Although she possessed 3 insight stage martial arts and her cultivation was at martial apprentice rank 9, far ahead of her peers, it was precisely because of this that she could better appreciate how rare perfected stage martial arts were. Even among the senior private instructors at their Xiang Martial Arts Academy, few had mastered perfected stage martial arts. "Yueya, what are you thinking about?" the usually aloof and taciturn Huang Junyan asked. "Nothing, let's go back to class." Luna responded coolly, glanced once more at Lu Chang, who was surrounded by the crowd, then turned and left. Zhao Longfei squinted at Lu Chang, huffing, "A petty person getting his way, that's all. If his cultivation wasn't so weak, I would have personally sent him to the infirmary. If his cultivation were equal to yours, you'd only be able to rely on body refining martial arts to endure and not lose." Huang Junyan chuckled lightly, then followed behind Luna. The anger on Zhao Longfei's face flashed and faded, as he called out to Huang Junyan's retreating back, "Aren't you also relying on other martial arts to restrain him? Besides, the mock exam and the martial college entrance exam won't limit cultivation." In the gathering place of Class 5, Lu Chang finally managed to get away thanks to his homeroom teacher's summons. He was indeed a bit unaccustomed to such a scene. "Lu Chang, Principal Wei wants to see you." The homeroom teacher led Lu Chang away from the sports field and directly to the principal's office. "Teacher, why does the principal want to see me?" Lu Chang was a bit curious, mainly wanting to know what benefits he might receive. Wang Tong looked left and right, and seeing no one around, he whispered, "The principal might want to personally guide you. Seize the opportunity and ask for more benefits. The principal has a self-created body-refining martial art, which is quite impressive." At this point, Wang Tong became even more mysterious. "Just tell him you want to refine your body and see if you can get your hands on it." Body-refining martial art. Lu Chang's eyes lit up slightly. He had only heard of such a thing but had never seen one. Body-tempering martial arts are extremely valuable, capable of significantly enhancing overall qualities such as physical strength, explosive power, and defense on top of one's current cultivation level. However, body-tempering martial arts are exceptionally difficult to master, requiring not only extremely high comprehension but also many special auxiliary items, such as the blood of specific mutated beasts and medicinal liquids extracted from mutated plants. Wang Tong didn't explain much, just let him handle it, as he couldn't override the principal's decision after all. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Tong knocked on the principal's office door and immediately heard a vigorous voice from inside, "Come in. You go in by yourself, I'll wait outside." Wang Tong said, then sent Lu Chang in alone. Lu Chang pushed the door open and saw the old principal sitting alone behind a desk in the spacious office, with bookshelves filled with books behind him. "Lu Chang, right? Come and sit down." The old principal put down his thermos cup and extended an inviting hand. Lu Chang obediently sat on the chair in front of the desk and politely greeted, "Hello, principal." Principal Wei chuckled and said, "No need to be so formal. Although I'm the principal, I'm first and foremost a teacher. You can just call me teacher from now on." "Yes, hello, teacher." Lu Chang quickly followed suit and greeted him. He roughly understood what the old principal meant, and combined with the class teacher's earlier reminder, he knew the principal valued his aptitude and potential and wanted to take him on as a student. It wasn't the kind of master-disciple relationship, almost like father and son, in the ancient sense, but it was closer than an ordinary teacher-student relationship. It was more like the mentor-student relationship at the postgraduate level in his previous life. You're very good. Teacher Wang said that you had a second awakening recently, which is why you suddenly gained astonishing comprehension. The old principal was very satisfied with Lu Chang's attitude and didn't elaborate, changing the subject to ask. Lu Chang's heart tightened. He couldn't speak carelessly in front of such a powerful individual, so he could only feign ignorance and say, "Actually, I don't know what's going on with me, I just feel like I've suddenly gained a lot of insights into martial arts cultivation." No need to be nervous. Your situation isn't unheard of among students at this level. The old principal said calmly, "In fact, I've even seen more exaggerated students. However, as a teacher, I must still remind you not to become complacent. There are many people in this world who are more talented than you. With over 1 billion people in Huaxia, there's never a shortage of prodigies. But how many of these prodigies in history have truly grown into towering trees? Those who lacked sustained effort, those who died young, those who gave up halfway. I've seen too many such prodigies. So, having talent is a good thing, but if you stop working hard and become arrogant, you are destined to be as fleeting as a meteor." The old principal said earnestly, "Do you understand?" Lu Chong quickly adopted a receptive attitude. "Student understands. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. Good that you understand." The old principal changed the subject. "With your current aptitude, the school will naturally prioritize your cultivation. Even if you stay in class 5, you won't lack resources. Mr. Wang has already applied to me for these things, and he will give them to you. However, as your teacher, I shouldn't be stingy. It's only right for me to offer you some personal assistance." The old principal fixed his gaze on Lu Chong and asked earnestly, "Tell me, what do you want to learn?" "Here it comes." Lu Chong recalled his homeroom teacher's reminder and said without hesitation, "Teacher, I want to learn body refining martial arts." The old principal was slightly taken aback, then quickly reacted, "That boy Wang Tong, he really sold this old man out completely. No matter, I happen to have a high-grade body refining method here called the Golden Cicada Garment. I'll pass it on to you to try. But let me tell you in advance, you'll have to bear the cost of the medicines required for body refining yourself." Chapter 19, I want to learn it all. Martial arts inheritances are considered strategic resources under official control in Huaxia Nation. And the places where one can generally receive inherited martial arts are none other than schools, the military, martial arts academies, and a few others. As for personal inheritances, such as the Gale Kick Wang Tong passed to Lu Chong, and the Golden Cicada Garment the old principal is currently passing to him, they actually cannot bypass official control. These martial arts can only be taught through inheritance jade slips, because they contain not only superficial moves but also the internal insights and rhythms of the perfected stage. The conditions for producing such jade slips are extremely stringent, requiring not only precise high-tech methods but also the cooperation of a perfected stage practitioner of that martial art. Most importantly, such jade slips can only be passed on to registered and vetted personnel after being custom-made and officially approved by the Huaxia government. There are a few special cases, such as individuals like the old principal who create their own martial arts. They have greater autonomy over the inheritance of their martial arts and can even enjoy similar intellectual property dividends. Lu Chong had some understanding of these things and knew their value. According to official quotes, a human-grade high-grade martial art costs at least 100,000, and one must pass various political and qualification reviews before being approved for inheritance. It is only during school years that one might receive free instruction. As for high-grade body refining martial arts like the Golden Cicada Garment, they are even more expensive and rare, with most people not even qualifying to purchase or cultivate them. He couldn't help but wonder now how many dividends the old principal must have received over the years from his self-created martial arts. Indeed, knowledge changes destiny. If I could create a practical martial art, I could just lie at home and collect money. However, while martial arts are precious, friendship is even more priceless. Since it was a gift from his teacher, Lu Chong felt it would be improper to refuse. "Go on, if there's anything you don't understand, come find me again," the old principal said after personally watching Lu Chong use the priceless jade slip. After thanking him again, Lu Chong left the principal's office, gently closing the door, and saw his anxious homeroom teacher waiting at the entrance. "How was it?" Wang Tong asked in a low voice after leading Lu Chong a few dozen meters away. Lu Chong smiled and said, "It's mine." "Good." Wang Tong patted Lu Chang's shoulder excitedly. "With this body-refining martial art, you'll have a better chance of getting into a prestigious school." "Teacher Wang." Lu Chong didn't go to class instead. He said directly, "I have some other things I'd like to ask you about." "Aren't you going to class?" Wang Tong glanced at his watch. As soon as he finished speaking, he paused again. "Never mind, it doesn't make much sense for you to spar with them anyway. Let's go, we'll talk in my office." Wang Tong personally led Lu Chong to skip class again and went to his office. Once in the office, Wang Tong even personally poured Lu Chong a glass of hot water and asked, "What difficulties do you have? Just say it directly. I'll help as much as I can." "Teacher." Lu Chong didn't drink the water, but instead said solemnly, "I want to take other martial arts electives at the school." Lu Chong knew that the high school basic martial arts education wasn't limited to just Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantom Step. It was just that ordinary class students in the past could only access these two. It wasn't that the school was stingy, but rather that they worried students would bite off more than they could chew. Only key classes, like Class 1, would teach more martial arts based on individual circumstances. For example, the Iron Thread Fist that Zhou Feng used was one of them. Iron Thread Fist is also a human-level low-grade martial art, belonging to the same attack-type martial arts as Stonebreaker Palm, but there are still significant differences between the two. Simply put, Stonebreaker Palm is more comprehensive and foundational, while Iron Thread Fist has single, powerful moves that focus more on impactful offense. What Lu Chong wanted now were martial arts like Iron Thread Fist from the school, to comprehensively improve his practical combat ability and leave no weaknesses. Especially after sparring with the students from Class 1 today, he would not underestimate any martial art. Wang Tong heard this, frowned, pondered for a moment, and then said seriously, "I've already applied for this for you, and the Academic Affairs Office has approved it." The school currently has 5 other martial arts: Iron Thread Fist, Eagle Claw Skill, Cloud Piercing Finger, Mountain Leaning Tackle, and Heart Piercing Kick. They are all human-level low-grade. Which one else would you like to learn? Lu Chong heard this and chuckled apologetically, "Teacher, to be honest, I want to learn all of them." "Put." Wang Tong spat out the water he had just drunk and coughed twice before recovering. "Lu Chong." Wang Tong's expression turned serious. "Although your comprehension is good now, remember not to be too greedy. At the current rank, it's not true that the more martial arts you learn, the better. Besides, aren't you still going to cultivate Gale Kick and the old Principle S martial arts? Also, your cultivation level cannot fall behind. Where would you find so much time to practice more martial arts?" Wang Tong urged him earnestly, genuinely afraid that Lu Chong would become complacent and hinder his own progress. Lu Chong knew his homeroom teacher would have questions, but the teacher didn't know he had a cheat for automatic martial arts cultivation. With the cheat in hand, Lu Chong could unreservedly say that even if 10 more martial arts were given to him, he could digest them without much delay. Even if he didn't have time to accelerate his cultivation, they could still slowly grow just by being there. After all, these martial arts themselves were very diligent. Still, I wonder if there's a limit to the number of cheats I can have. Lu Chong thought that he would have to try it out to know. The automatic martial arts cultivation cheat was like multiple programs running simultaneously. He suspected that if there were too many, it might cause the host to crash or freeze. However, Lu Chong couldn't explain these things to his homeroom teacher, so he could only patiently say, "Teacher, don't worry, I'm not being impulsive. As you've seen, my Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantom Step have both reached perfected stage, and it didn't take too long. As for Gale Kick, I've already reached Adept stage, and I believe it won't take much longer to reach Expert stage or even Insight stage. By then, I won't have any martial arts left to cultivate. Moreover, I'm just trying it out first. I definitely won't let it cause any delays. Who knows, maybe the mutual verification of multiple martial arts could even speed up my cultivation." Wang Tong suddenly realized, right. This kid in front of him already had 2 martial arts at the perfected stage, meaning he no longer needed to spend time practicing them. And judging by his performance these past few days, it seemed entirely possible for him to master a few more. I still need to remind you, Wang Tong's tone softened. For different types of martial arts, the difficulty of cultivation varies completely for each person. Some martial arts might be easy for you because they suit you well, but that doesn't mean all martial arts will be the same. At this point, Wang Tong gritted his teeth and said, "Alright then, I'll allow you to cultivate 2 more martial arts for now. If you can cultivate Gale Kick to Insight stage within 1 month, and simultaneously reach rank 6 in cultivation, I can approve all the remaining school martial arts for you." Lu Chong was helpless, knowing that actions spoke louder than words. "But, never mind, isn't it just Gale Kick at Insight stage? 3 days should be enough." Chapter 20, The opportunity to make big money has arrived. Lu Chong ultimately chose 2 martial arts techniques, cloud-piercing finger and mountain-sticking lean. The reason was simple: these 2 techniques had almost no overlap with his existing martial arts, allowing him to supplement his shortcomings. Cloud-piercing finger focused entirely on the fingers, emphasizing stealth and penetrating power. Mountain-sticking lean, on the other hand, was a close-quarters combat technique that utilized body parts like elbows, shoulders, back, and knees to generate power in close proximity, combining both rigidity and flexibility. The homeroom teacher was highly efficient. After making Lu Chong wait in the office for half an hour, he brought over the inherited jade slips and had him receive them in person. Ding! As Lu Chong absorbed the 2 jade slips, a prompt immediately sounded in his mind. Cloud-piercing finger has just arrived, novice stage to show favor to its master. Mountain-sticking lean is not to be outdone, directly novice stage. Lu Chong thought to himself, as expected. Both cloud-piercing finger and mountain-sticking lean were directly at novice stage. Only the golden cicada robe, obtained from the old principal, showed no progress. After accepting the inheritance just now, there was no prompt, which made Lu Chong briefly think his cheat system had failed. It seems that body-refining martial arts indeed require special liquid medicine or nutrients to make progress, Lu Chong mused. Like cultivation, this not only required enlightenment but also external conditions to support it. In any case, knowing that his cheat system wasn't down or on strike was a good thing. Lu Chong, remember your promise, don't be greedy. Seeing the joy on Lu Chang's face, the homeroom teacher couldn't help but remind him again with some concern. Understood, thank you, teacher. Shall I go to class now? Lu Chong thanked him earnestly. He knew that the homeroom teacher wasn't being stingy but genuinely looking out for his well-being. Wait a moment, there's one more thing I was about to remind you of, Wang Tong called out to Lu Chong. Please tell me, teacher. Lu Chong straightened his posture and looked at his homeroom teacher. In 21 days, it will be the last practical simulation test before the Martial College entrance exam. You can prepare well for it. Wang Tong said solemnly, the school has made a firm decision this time, preparing a large sum of educational funds to reward those who perform excellently in the mock exam. The first prize is 300,000 worth of nutrients, and other top-ranking students will also receive corresponding rewards. Lu Chang's eyes lit up. The school was really spending a fortune. Well, although our Guanyun First High is a key school in Guanyun City, it doesn't even rank in the top 10 in the entire Hadong Base province. So, not only the school authorities but also the Education Bureau will provide strong support to strive for Guanyun First High to be designated as a provincial key school, to prevent the loss of local talent, Wang Tong explained. Understood, teacher, I will do my best. Lu Chong was instantly full of energy. After all, this reward was too enticing, and he wasn't from a wealthy family. Also, Wang Tong continued, after every annual mock exam, the school selects 30 top students to participate in the pre-exam special training camp prepared by the Education Bureau. It lasts for a month and is also a rare opportunity for you. Don't slack off, don't let the students from the elite class take all the spots. Okay, teacher, I will do my best, Lu Chong said with a determined look. Go on. Remember to come find me after school to practice Gale Kick. The homeroom teacher, seeing that Lu Chong had taken it to heart, then let him leave. Returning to the classroom, it was exactly the second class of the afternoon, history class. Although Lu Chong was late, the teacher only smiled at him and let him return to his seat. The troubles of a poor student, a top student simply doesn't have. After all, his history scores were always perfect. Lu Chong, you're famous again. Chen leaned over, excitedly showing his phone in a hushed voice. Look, even students from other schools know your name now. They're calling you a martial arts prodigy in a century, a potential stock for dual martial arts perfected stage. And there are beautiful female classmates confessing to you from afar. Lu Chong ignored this show-off, propped up his textbook, and began to contemplate his next training plan, and whether he could earn that 300,000 yuan through the mock exam. Chun. The history teacher threw a piece of chalk at him. Take your phone and stand by the podium, don't disrupt Lu Chang's studies. Chen immediately winced in pain, a small bump rising on his forehead. After all, this history teacher, nearly 70 years old, was also a true warrior. Lu Chong resisted laughing, watching Chen leave indignantly, finally having some peace and quiet around him. There are 21 days left until the mock exam. I need to hurry. Lu Chong quickly returned to his thoughts. This was an opportunity to make a lot of money, enough to solve his current predicament. Whether it was improving his cultivation or practicing the golden cicada investment, both were huge money sinks, and Lu Chong had to plan ahead. Just being a private tutor for Lu wasn't enough. Moreover, Lu Chong didn't want to miss the special training camp before the martial college entrance exam. So, for the next 20 days, I need to spend a lot of time actively cultivating my martial arts and the golden cicada investment. Lu Chong thought that with the homeroom teacher's personal guidance, Gale Kick would improve very quickly. As for the recently acquired cloud-piercing finger and mountain leaning strike, both were low-grade martial arts, and their automatic cultivation speed was already quite fast. They should at least reach insight stage before the mock exam, so there was no need to specifically set aside time for them. 2 history classes passed in a flash, and by the time school was dismissed, Lu Chang's cultivation and martial arts had made good progress. Name, Lu Chong. Grade Martial Apprentice, rank 38%. Martial Arts 9 Phantom Step perfected stage. Stonebreaker Palm perfected stage. Gale Kick Adept stage 3 6%. Golden Cicada Garment Novice stage 2%. Cloud Piercing Finger Novice stage 9%. Mountain Leaning Strike Novice stage 9%. Indeed, with the support of nutrients, my mana absorption technique's growth rate has skyrocketed, increasing by 8 points in 2 hours. Lu Chong particularly noted the improvement in his cultivation. At this speed, it wouldn't even take a month he would reach Martial Apprentice rank 6 in just one more day. However, to avoid alarming his homeroom teacher, Lu Chong decided to bring it up tomorrow. First, I'll go find the homeroom teacher to practice Gale Kick. I should reach expert stage in 2 days. Chapter 21. I'm not interested in the campus bell. Observing the Gale Kick performance, I benefited greatly, and my cultivation speed increased 5-fold. Sure enough, as Lu Chong followed Wang Tong to cultivate Gale Kick, the system prompt appeared again. However, after Gale Kick reached adept stage, the automatic cultivation speed dropped to 1% per hour, so after a 5-fold increase, it was 32% per hour. It seems it's still not quite enough to reach expert stage today. An hour later, Lu Chong's Gale Kick progress reached adept stage 68%. There was still a bit of a gap to expert stage, but Lu Chong wasn't in a hurry. After all, with his homeroom teacher giving him special guidance, the efficiency would be very high. But even so, homeroom teacher Wang Tong was repeatedly astonished. After Lu Chong left, she murmured distractedly, "This kid is probably almost at expert stage, isn't he? In just a few hours, he's covered the ground that took me over a year. Is this the difference between a genius and a mediocrity?" Lu Chong didn't know what his homeroom teacher was thinking. Instead, he hurried out of school, ready to go to the Lu family's house to earn money. However, just as he exited the school gate, he was blocked by someone. "Zhao Longfei, what does he want with me?" Lu Chong recognized the person and thought to himself. Lu Chong. Zhao Longfei came before Lu Chong and said with his usual haughtiness, "Come with me, someone wants to see you." Lu Chong didn't dwell on the other party's rudeness, merely stating calmly, "I still have things to attend to. If you have something, let's talk about it at school tomorrow." With that, Lu Chong was about to look for the Lu family's luxury RV, but he was once again blocked by Zhao Longfei. You'd better think carefully before you speak. I, Zhao Longfei, am here to invite you to be a private tutor at Xiang's Martial Arts Academy. This is a good opportunity for you to improve your life, don't be ungrateful. Zhao Longfei spoke with a hint of condescension, as if he were genuinely helping a classmate. Lu Chong couldn't help but laugh. This way of inviting someone was truly uncommon. Then I can tell you right now, I'm not interested. Dropping that remark, Lu Chong skillfully used 9 Phantom's step to slip past and leave. What was that all about? Did he really think he was hot stuff? Lu Chong wasn't going to indulge such overbearing students. As for the private tutor position at Xiang's Martial Arts Academy he mentioned, it might be related to Luna, but so what? With that kind of attitude, no one would be effective. In contrast, Lu, the low-key and polite super second generation, was much easier to get along with. Zhao Longfei was stunned. In the entire Guanyun First High, no student had ever dared to disregard him like this. Besides, this was something Luna had asked him to do. How could he fail? Lu Chong. Zhao Longfei didn't lower himself to chase after him, but instead threatened coldly, I'll give you one more night to think about it. Come find me actively at school tomorrow. Otherwise, you'll find out the consequences. Zhao Longfei said coldly, then turned and left with a flourish. He believed that once that kid, whose reputation was just starting to emerge, thought things through, he would know what to do. He's probably an idiot. Lu Chong mumbled, slipped into the alley where he parked, and got directly into Lu's RV. With this rich young woman around, he was too lazy to work as a private coach at a martial arts academy. Even a senior private coach didn't earn as much as he did. Moreover, he genuinely didn't have any spare time now. After spending over an hour at the Lu family's estate, Lu Chong returned home again with 4,000 yuan. It's worth mentioning that with him, a perfected stage practitioner of 2 martial arts, as a sparring partner, Lu's martial arts progress was indeed excellent. With Lu Chang's current discerning eye, he judged that Lu was very likely to reach the insight stage in both martial arts within a week. This money feels well earned. Back home, Lu Chong didn't rush to cultivate the mana absorption technique. Instead, he opened his phone and entered the official martial arts mall. Here, there were all sorts of things a warrior needed, including some martial arts inheritances available to the public, nutritional supplements of various grades, and materials collected from mutated beasts, exotic flowers and herbs picked from the wild, medicinal ingredients, and so on. There were even many video recordings of martial arts masters demonstrating or fighting, which were also pay-per-view. However, Lu Chong had tried watching video recordings before, but they had no effect on his cultivation speed. At most, they broadened his horizons. According to his conclusion, it was only effective when someone personally taught him or when he engaged in face-to-face combat. Lu Chong now entered the martial arts mall with a clear purpose. He had enough nutritional supplements from the school's rewards. But to cultivate the golden cicada robe taught by the old principal, he had to buy the necessary body-tempering materials himself. Found it! The vital blood of a level 2 mutated beast, the blade wing golden cicada, and the level 2 medicinal herb, phoenix tail grass, both available. Lu Chang's eyes quickly lit up as he found his targets. The cultivation of the golden cicada robe was inseparable from these 2 materials. Mixed in a certain proportion to create a bath liquid, soaking in it allowed one to cultivate the golden cicada robe. However, when Lu Chong saw the price, despite being mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but gasp. 1 drop of blade wing golden cicada vital blood costs 2,000. 1 stalk of phoenix tail grass costs 1,000. Lu Chong felt a bit of a toothache, because to prepare 1 portion of the bath liquid, he needed 1 drop of golden cicada vital blood combined with 3 stalks of phoenix tail grass. So, that makes it 5,000. Although the martial arts inheritance stated that 1 such bath solution could last for many days. But Lu Chong, with his cheat, didn't think he would need that long. Never mind, I'll buy 1 and try it out first. Lu Chong gritted his teeth, spent 5,000 yuan, and placed an order online. With just this 1 slip of the hand, his newly achieved status as a 10,000 yuan household saw his assets shrink by half. Good thing I don't have to worry about food and clothing now, and I also have the nutrients provided by the school, otherwise I would truly go bankrupt at light speed, Lu Chong sighed. While waiting for the delivery, Lu Chong couldn't help but glance at other products, feeling a pang of fear. It wasn't until he saw that a low-grade martial art was worth over 30,000, a mid-grade martial art over 80,000, and a high-grade body refining martial art as high as over 200,000, that Lu Chong couldn't help but beam with joy. This can be considered an intangible asset I earned from school. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. "Hello, your item ordered from the martial arts mall has arrived." The delivery person's voice came from outside the door. "So fast." Lu Chong was slightly stunned, then excitedly opened the door and retrieved the package. "Now, let's see how fast I can cultivate this body-refining martial art." Lu Chong unpacked the delivery and began to prepare the medicinal bath himself. Another half hour later, Lu Chong cautiously lay down in the bathtub. The water in the bathtub was fiery red, like a red wine bath sparkling with flames. Ding! At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lu Chang's mind. Chapter 22 Disdain to associate with. Golden Cicada Robe has received external assistance, is well nourished and confident, with cultivation progress advancing by leaps and bounds. 3%, 10%, 50%. 2 hours later. Golden Cicada Robe Novice Stage, cultivation speed restored. When Lu Chong opened his eyes again, he found that his Golden Cicada Robe had successfully reached the novice stage. The medicinal liquid in the bathtub lost its color, and the fiery burning sensation on his body gradually subsided. At the same time, he noticed that a layer of old skin had peeled off his entire body's surface, revealing new skin with a slight metallic sheen and full of resilience. Is it already used up? Lu Chong was astonished. In 2 hours, the medicinal liquid, which cost 5,000 yuan to prepare, was completely consumed. Fortunately, the Golden Cicada garment reached novice stage, so his money wasn't wasted after all. According to the old principle, even with the help of medicinal baths, it would take at least 2 months to cultivate the Golden Cicada garment to novice stage. The old principle never expected Lu Chong to train this superior body-refining martial art to expert stage before the martial college entrance exam. Compared this way, exchanging money for high efficiency, I'm still coming out ahead, and it saves a lot of time. Lu Chong thought contentedly, not continuing to buy more medicinal liquid, planning to continue tomorrow night, as he truly couldn't afford the continuous expenditure. What's the effect of the Golden Cicada garment at novice stage? Lu Chong touched his skin, which now had a metallic luster, feeling as tough and firm as oxhide. This is only novice stage. What if it reaches adept stage or expert stage? Lu Chang's anticipation grew. The superior body-refining martial art indeed did not disappoint him. As his thoughts shifted slightly, the metallic sheen on his skin surface once again receded from view, revealing only healthier skin than before. Collecting himself, before sleeping, he would seize the time to cultivate the mana absorption technique again. Just as the homeroom teacher said, while cultivating martial arts, one's cultivation level couldn't be neglected either. Taking a bite of the energy bar he received from the homeroom teacher today, Lu Chong began to cultivate the mana absorption technique cross-legged. Suddenly, the cultivation speed of the mana absorption technique, already accelerated, doubled again, reaching 8% per hour. For 3 consecutive hours, the cultivation progress of the mana absorption technique increased by 24%. I'll get some sleep and break through to rank 6 when I wake up tomorrow. Sleep for a martial apprentice rank still needed to be guaranteed. Lu Chong didn't force a breakthrough, as the mana absorption technique and his martial arts would automatically cultivate themselves while he slept anyway. March 9, 2136, Friday, clear. Lu Chong was awakened by a warm sensation just after 6:30 a.m. Name, Lu Chong. Grade Martial Apprentice rank 1%. As expected, I've broken through. After a night's sleep, both my cultivation and martial arts have improved. This feeling is truly wonderful. Lu Chong wasn't surprised. He got up, washed, and ran to school, feeling that his physical condition was more than twice as strong as yesterday. After the 4 morning classes, Lu Chong was about to head to the cafeteria for lunch when he saw several students from Class 1 appear at the classroom door. Leading them was Zhao Longfei, whose expression was cold and stern. Lu Chong, come out for a moment. Zhao Longfei didn't speak. It was a classmate behind him who shouted loudly. Lu Chong, don't go. Seeing the unwelcome visitors, Chen immediately stood up to dissuade him. Then, he turned to the 5 students from Class 1 and loudly said, "What's wrong? Class 1 students can't stand losing, so they're resorting to private revenge?" The students of Class 5 also stood up, their gazes fixed on the 5. In terms of individual strength, they might not be as good as Class 1, but that didn't mean they would let outsiders bully them. Zhao Longfei stared at Lu Chong without a word, his eyes full of threat. "It's fine, he just has something to discuss with me." Lu Chong knew why they had come. After reassuring his classmates with a smile, he left the classroom alone. Chen was worried and resolutely followed him. The group of students arrived at the rooftop of the teaching building. Zhao Longfei then turned to Lu Chong and said coldly, "I told you I'd give you a chance to consider. Why didn't you come to me today?" Lu Chong calmly replied, "I told you yesterday, I'm not interested in what you said." Zhao Longfei snorted, "Do you know the conditions we offered? Accompany Luna in martial arts training, 1,000 per hour, and I can give you an extra 1,000 as a subsidy. This is your honor, and an opportunity for you to improve your living conditions." Zhao Longfei still had the demeanor of someone bestowing charity upon the poor. Chen, who was standing beside them, was stunned. Was there really such a good deal? To be able to accompany the school beauty goddess up close and earn quick money, why not? But Lu Chong chuckled. The compensation he now received for sparring with Lu was far more generous than these conditions. The key was that Lu treated him with respect. Unlike this Zhao Longfei, who couldn't even speak properly. Then, thinking of the unknown Luna behind the scenes, who even needed to use others to accomplish such things, she was probably not an easy person to deal with. He just had a good appearance, but it wasn't enough to make Lu Chong go out of his way to fawn over her. "I'll say it again, I'm not interested." Lu Chong remained calm and was about to leave with Chen after speaking. The students of Class 1 immediately blocked Lu Chong and Chen's path. "My patience is limited, Lu Chong, do you know the consequences of refusing me?" Zhao Longfei came in front of Lu Chong and said coldly and aggressively. Lu Chong chuckled twice, "Do you want to fight me in school? You can try. The school prohibits private martial arts duels, otherwise, direct expulsion would occur." Even if Zhao Longfei had a good background, he would definitely not be spared, and even his martial college entrance exam qualifications would be revoked. Good. Zhao Longfei's face was ashen. "I won't touch you here, but the mock exam is coming soon. Let's see if you can still be as tough as you are now." Lu Chong didn't even wait for Zhao Longfei to finish speaking, already leading the bewildered Chen downstairs. He disdained to associate with such people. As for the mock exam, if he had the chance to run into Zhao Longfei, that would be even better. He had long wanted to beat that kid up. On the way to the cafeteria, Chen walked inside. Lu Chong, actually, you don't need to consider my feelings. Although I like Luna, I also like Lu, and I also like Chai Yufan from Class 2, and Miao Yuan from Class 4. If you have a chance to get together with Luna, I won't have any complaints. As a brother, I'd only congratulate you." Lu Chong was speechless for a moment, silently quickening his pace to avoid being discriminated against. On the rooftop of the teaching building, a student behind Zhao Longfei asked, "Brother Fei, what should we do? Should we find someone to deal with him?" Zhao Longfei glared fiercely at the backs of the two downstairs, then, after retracting his gaze, he said coldly, "No need. Don't let Luna look down on us. Besides, Lu Chong is now a favorite of the Class 5 teacher. We can't play dirty. For someone who is self-deprecating, resents the rich, and is self-righteous, we only need to defeat him openly in his proud field, and he will naturally be convinced. In the mock exam, I will let him know what he's up against." Chapter 23, I had no choice but to take first place. Gale kick observation of martial arts practice, greatly benefited, cultivation speed increased 5-fold. Gale kick expert stage, continue to strive for improvement. After school in the afternoon, Lu Chong continued to practice Gale kick with his homeroom teacher, breaking through to the expert stage in just over 10 minutes. Homeroom teacher Wang Tong was startled and had no choice but to stop teaching, smiling bitterly as he said, "It's one thing for your cultivation to break through today, but even your Gale kick went straight to expert stage. It seems I'll have nothing left to teach you in a few days." Lu Cheng quickly and humbly replied, "How could that be, teacher? You haven't even taught me those 3 martial arts skills of the school yet." Wang Tong felt a surge of frustration. It was truly a slap in the face. Only yesterday, he had admonished Lu Cheng not to be too greedy and had even set 2 conditions that he thought were stringent. Who would have thought that today Lu Cheng's cultivation would break through, and even his gale kick would go straight to expert stage? A month for insight stage? Given this kid's current monstrous progress, I'm afraid he'll probably complete it in another 3 or 4 days. Keep practicing. We'll talk again after your gale kick reaches insight stage. Guarding the last shred of dignity in his heart, Wang Tong continued with the face-to-face teaching. Lu Cheng didn't say anything more. However, after gale kick reached expert stage, the difficulty increased. Even with the guidance of the homeroom teacher, a perfected stage realm expert, the speed still sharply halved. Now, he could only increase his progress by 16% per hour. Mid-grade martial arts are indeed much harder, Lu Cheng thought to himself, not daring to make a sound, fearing his homeroom teacher would hit him. An hour later, the homeroom teacher didn't rush Lu Cheng to leave, but instead asked curiously, "I heard you were threatened by people from class 1 today?" Lu Cheng said indifferently, "It wasn't really a threat, teacher, don't worry. They just wanted to invite me to be a private tutor." Wang Tong frowned, "What private tutor?" "I suspect that old fox Li Chenjun is behind it, trying to use a honey trap, coercion, and temptation to lure you into their class." "Lu Cheng, you don't need to worry. Just focus on your cultivation. If you really run into any trouble, you still have me and the old principal," Wang Tong guaranteed. "Thank you, teacher. I'm fine, and I'm not interested in their offers," Lu Cheng reassured his homeroom teacher. "That's good. As a warrior, you must always be mentally prepared for disputes. This might not be a bad thing for you." After saying this with earnestness, the homeroom teacher finally let Lu Cheng leave. For the next rank of time, Lu Cheng's life became calm and very regular. He attended classes as usual during the day, occasionally taking time to guide his classmates in their martial arts cultivation. After school in the evening, he first followed his homeroom teacher to practice gale kick, then went to Lu for sparring. When he got home, he used medicinal baths to cultivate golden cicada robe, and before sleeping, he actively cultivated mana absorption technique. Even on weekends, Lu Cheng didn't waste time. Instead, he seized every opportunity to cultivate, or spent more time guiding Lu to earn some extra money. After all, cultivating golden cicada robe cost 5,000 yuan daily, making it somewhat difficult to make ends meet. During these days, his strength grew at a visible rate daily, both in cultivation and martial arts. 5 days later, Lu Cheng's gale kick smoothly reached the insight stage. His homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, kept his word and, with a mix of surprise, joy, and helplessness, passed on the remaining 3 martial arts techniques of the school to Lu Cheng. Time continued to pass. While the sprint stage was difficult for most senior high school students, Lu Cheng cherished every moment, not daring to waste a single day. In a blink of an eye, it was March 29, 2136. Tomorrow would be the last mock exam before the Martial College entrance exam. At 10:30 p.m. that night, Lu Cheng got out of the bathtub, and another layer of dead skin peeled off his body. Golden cicada robe has finally reached the insight stage. 20-something days, it wasn't easy. His body's surface glowed with a rich metallic luster, as if coated with a layer of gold. Lu Cheng extended his right hand and tapped his left arm, immediately producing a thudding sound. When his golden cicada robe was at the expert stage, he once tried it at home by hacking at it with a kitchen knife, which directly chipped the blade without breaking his skin. As for how strong his defense was after reaching the insight stage, Lu Cheng didn't know. When the golden cicada vestment reached the insight stage, it wasn't just his skin and muscles, but even his bones began to be strengthened, which was quite miraculous. Don't be fooled by Lu Cheng's current lean appearance at 1.83 meters tall. He weighs nearly 500 jin, which shows how high his physical density is. Lu Cheng reigned in the unusual state of the golden cicada vestment, and his body returned to normal on the surface. In reality, even in this normal state, his defense and physical strength remained terrifying. After all, to get the golden cicada vestment to novice stage as quickly as possible, he had spent nearly 200,000 in these 20 days, leaving his savings barely above 10,000 yuan. It's not just the golden cicada vestment that has improved during this rank time. Lu Chong then looked at his personal data. Name, Lu Chong. Grade Martial Apprentice rank 18%. Martial Arts 9 Phantom Step Perfected Stage. Stonebreaker Palm Perfected Stage. Perfected Stage. Perfected Stage. Perfected Stage. Perfected Stage. Perfected Stage. Gale Kick Perfected Stage. Insight Stage 1%. 20 days might mean negligible progress for ordinary people. However, Lu Chang's 20 days were equivalent to several years, or even a lifetime, for others. His cultivation had risen to Martial Apprentice rank 8, and the 8 martial arts techniques, besides the golden cicada vestment, had all reached perfected stage. After all, even if Lu Chong didn't actively cultivate those low-grade martial arts, relying solely on their automatic cultivation, 20 days was enough for them to reach perfected stage. This kind of progress was too startling. Lu Chong himself didn't think much of it, but his homeroom teacher, who watched him grow every day, had recently started to get stressed and have nosebleeds. Even so, the homeroom teacher only knew about Lu Chang's cultivation and Gale Kick progress, and was unaware of his golden cicada vestment reaching insight stage, or the other several martial arts he had newly learned reaching perfected stage. Lu Chong feared that his old teacher and classmates wouldn't be able to accept it, so he had never displayed his other martial arts. However, by now, my consumption is growing, and both my cultivation speed and the golden cicada vestment's cultivation speed are slowing down. He now had to consume 5 energy bars daily, and even with that, the automatic cultivation speed of the mana absorption technique was very slow, with his cultivation only increasing by 5% per day. The golden cicada vestment was even slower. Even with the help of medicinal baths after reaching insight stage, it only increased by 1% daily. The martial college entrance exam is in 2 months. At this rate, it will be difficult for me to break through to warrior by the time of the exam. The golden cicada vestment will also struggle to reach perfected stage. Lu Chong felt somewhat dissatisfied. To further accelerate, I need more money to buy higher grade nutrients and more medicinal baths. With no other martial arts techniques to cultivate for the time being, Lu Chong had to focus most of his time and energy on improving his cultivation and the golden cicada vestment. So, for this mock exam, I have no choice but to take first place. Lu Chong made up his mind. He absolutely could not miss out on the enormous reward of 300,000. Chapter 24, Is This Kid on Drugs? March 30th was the day the mock exam began. As for the mock exams for academic classes, they had concluded 2 days prior. Without much surprise, Lu Chong once again secured first place in the school, or rather, it would be more accurate to say first place in the city. However, aside from those specialized cultural universities, domestic martial arts universities and comprehensive universities place more emphasis on martial arts assessments. And in these types of exams, academic classes scores only account for 2/10 of the total, with the martial arts assessment being the most crucial part. The academic classes exam lasts for 2 days, while the martial arts assessment takes a full 6 days. The first morning is the basic martial arts examination, testing the candidate's fundamental data. This includes 4 items: cultivation level, basic strength, basic speed, and neural response, which are combined to form a total score for the basic items. Each item has a maximum score of 100, for a total of 400. The rough standard for a perfect score here is the basic data of someone who has just entered the warrior realm. Of course, if someone can exceed this line, they can receive bonus points. As for the assessment of martial skills, it requires evaluation through practical application, and it also accounts for the largest proportion of the score, being the most flexible item. Lu Chong arrived at school early in the morning, met up with his classmates, and then went to the school's testing center to assess his basic data. Lu Chong, do you have the confidence to make it into the top 10 in the school this time and bring glory to our class 5? Chen followed behind Lu Chong. Both of their student numbers were at the back, and they were queuing to wait for the test. However, he himself didn't care much, as he was still martial apprentice rank 3, the last in the class. In the class, besides the homeroom teacher, only he and Lu knew that Lu Chong was now a martial apprentice rank 8, having already far surpassed his classmates. Lu Chong smiled, saying nothing. He had only one goal, but he was afraid of scaring others if he spoke it aloud. The basic testing was very fast. There were hardly any particularly outstanding students in Class 5. Lu ahead of him had reached martial apprentice rank 6 in cultivation, with decent strength, speed, and neural response, ultimately scoring 268 points, barely meeting the basic line for key martial arts universities. Soon it was Lu Chang's turn, and he entered a testing room alone. Outside this room, not only was the homeroom teacher Wang Tong present, but also the homeroom teacher of Class 1 in Zhouan, the director of academic affairs for the senior year, had arrived. "Old Li, why aren't you with your class? What are you doing here in Class 5? Zhouan was a portly, bald man who laughed like a Maitreya Buddha. But throughout Guanyun First High, no student wasn't intimidated by this unassuming director of academic affairs. Zhouan was a genuine master, rumored to have cultivated some special martial art, which was why his physique had changed. He was a true wolf in sheep's clothing, the character students feared most. Li Chenjun wasn't afraid of the dean of students. He just chuckled and said, "Aren't you here too, director? I'm just curious to see how the student our old squad leader treasures so much is doing now. Can't let him be delayed in Class 5. Wang Tong snorted, "You'd better manage your own class. Don't let us overtake you." The director of academic affairs, knowing these two were old comrades in arms and not truly enemies, smiled and said, "You too. I was entrusted by Elder Wei to check on this child. Besides, he's received the highest award in all the martial arts techniques in our entire school. I also want to know how capable this child really is." Wang Tong turned his head away, no longer paying attention to Li Chengjun, just staring at the data changes on the screen outside the testing room. Here, all of Lu Chang's testing data and rapidly announced scores could be seen. Li Chengjun still wasn't giving up, continuing to mutter, "It's such a pity for such a good prospect. If he were in our class, he should be martial apprentice rank 6 by now." Wang Tong chuckled twice, too lazy to bother with this short-sighted fellow. Just as Li Chengjun was about to continue provoking his old comrade in arms, Zhouan, who was beside him, suddenly froze, exclaiming in horror, "This can't be true." Li Chengjun quickly followed their gaze to the screen data, his mouth instantly wide open, shouting almost the same words, "This is impossible. Did the equipment malfunction?" On the screen outside the room, Lu Chang's cultivation test data was displayed. Martial apprentice rank 80. "What the hell are you talking about, Li Chengjun? You're a frog in a well. Lu Chong broke through rank 8 ages ago. I saw it with my own eyes." Wang Tong's eyes widened instantly. Finally finding a chance to retort, he felt utterly refreshed and clear-headed. He guided Lu Chong daily, so of course, he knew Lu Chang's current cultivation progress. However, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Wang Tong would never have imagined Lu Chang's cultivation could advance at such an astonishing speed. "Now it's great. I've been suppressed for so long I can finally find some psychological balance in others. I've been stifled for the past 20-something days. Moreover, Lu Chong is his student. No matter how surprised you are, you can only envy and be jealous. This." Li Chengjun and Zhouan stared at each other, both too stunned to speak. They both knew Lu Chong and understood his cultivation level from before, having just broken through rank 5. How could he possibly be at rank 8 now? "Old squad leader, you didn't give him any illegal drugs, did you?" Li Chengjun froze for a moment, then suddenly reacted, "That would ruin the kid. Not only would his foundation be unstable, but it would also affect his future potential." Zhouan also looked at Wang Tong suspiciously but didn't speak. Wang Tong was enjoying himself when he was suddenly questioned. He immediately turned red with anger. "What the hell are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I know what illegal drugs are better than you do. Let's not rush to argue." Zhouan suddenly spoke with a serious tone. "However, this kid's cultivation progress is indeed a bit unreasonable. It's not impossible that he secretly took drugs himself and ruined his foundation," Zhouan analyzed with a frown. Such situations were not uncommon. In fact, they were quite frequent. As the martial college entrance exam approached, students would use such drugs to rapidly improve their cultivation, allowing them to gain extra points in that category, and it wasn't considered a violation. However, this would overdraw the student's potential, which was not conducive to long-term development. Wang Tong knew Lu Cheng wouldn't do that. He was about to retort when he suddenly pointed at the screen and said, "Why don't you check his other scores?" If he took drugs to boost his cultivation, his scores in the other 3 categories would show problems. That makes sense, let's take a look. Zhou composed himself, motioned for Li Chengjun not to speak rashly, and together they watched the data. Just then, Lu Chang's next score appeared on the screen outside the room. Basic strength, 945 kilograms, 95 points. As soon as this set of data appeared, Zhou and Li Chengjun blinked almost simultaneously, then rubbed their eyes vigorously, and looked again. It was still the same. Wang Tong also wanted to rub his eyes, but ultimately held back, maintaining an "I knew it all along" expression. Chapter 25, second best in the entire school. Martial apprentice rank 8, how could the basic strength reach nearly 950 kilograms? Li Chengjun took a long time to recover, saying in disbelief. Yes, this is a strength that many martial apprentice rank 9 individuals would find hard to achieve. Zhou agreed profoundly. As far as I know, Zhao Longfei from your class 1, although already martial apprentice rank 9, his basic strength seems to be 860 kilograms, right? Zhou recalled. Wang Tong said calmly from the side, perhaps Zhao Longfei's foundation isn't solid enough. So satisfying, I hit back again. Wang Tong's heart was bursting with joy. He continued to feign composure and said, "It's strange if you can understand the path of a genius." Zhou nodded. He was starting to feel unsure. Li Chengjun no longer refuted, nor did he continue to question whether Lu Cheng had taken banned substances. If taking drugs could result in such basic strength, then he would immediately tell the students in his class to take them without a second thought. Let's see what Lu Cheng's other data looks like. Zhou tried to smooth things over. Before long, Lu Cheng's third data point appeared on the screen. Basic speed, 23 ms 92 points. As soon as the data came out, the 3 fell silent again. Evidently, this data once again exceeded the speed an average martial apprentice rank 8 should possess. The basic speed for truly entering the warrior realm is 25 ms. Lu Cheng, only a martial apprentice rank 8, was already very close. These results had completely shattered the conjecture that Lu Cheng had taken banned substances. It could even be said that Lu Cheng's foundation was far more stable than others at the same realm. It wasn't until the score for the last item, neural reaction, came out that the 3 finally breathed a small sigh of relief. 83 points, thankfully, he's a normal person. Otherwise, I'd want to grab him back for research. Zhou joked. Wang Tong, however, had no intention of letting this silent Li Chengjun off easily, smiling, "How about it, Chengjun, if Lu Cheng were in your class, would he have achieved these results? Martial apprentice rank 6? Who are you trying to make laugh to death?" Li Chengjun chuckled, then turned to Wang Tong with a smile and said, "The old class leader is still amazing. However, these basic stats are only one aspect. The real combat assessment is the key, just don't let him run into anyone from our class. After all, our class 1 has 3 martial apprentices at rank 9, and as many as 9 at rank 8. What's more, actual combat doesn't just look at these rigid stats, nor solely at martial arts skills. It places more emphasis on temperament, willpower, and experience. Has this kid ever seen blood? Has he ever seen real mutated beasts?" Li Chengjun asked, full of confidence. "Humph, then we'll see the truth in the combat assessment." Wang Tong finished speaking, flicking his sleeve and walking away with an arrogant look. Lu Cheng had indeed never experienced real combat, not the usual sparring between students, but actual life and death struggles against mutated beasts. It's hard for anyone who hasn't experienced such real combat to imagine the difference. In contrast, most of the students in Class 1 are children of wealthy families with strong backgrounds. They typically face real mutated beasts under the escort of masters at home, accumulating a wealth of practical combat experience. The real martial college entrance exam's combat assessment requires facing actual mutated beasts in wild hunting grounds, no longer gentle sparring matches in an arena. I wonder how much of the practical combat experience I usually instilled in Lu Chong he actually learned. Sigh. Wan Tong sighed, not expecting Lu Chong to achieve outstanding results in the practical combat assessment. Alright, don't be a sour grape. Old Wang finally found a good sapling. Do you still want to discourage him? Zhouan said with a smile, looking at Li Qingjun. Li Qingjun laughed. You know me, I just don't want the old class leader to waste too much time in the regular class. Let's go. The practical combat assessment starts this afternoon. I still need to give those little rascals some extra lessons. After Li Qingjun left, Zhouan, the director of academic affairs, took a deep look at the testing room where Lu Chong was, then quickly departed. He was going to inform the old principal of Lu Chang's test results. With the old principal's discerning eye, he should be able to see something. A moment later, Lu Chong emerged from the room, a bit lost in thought. My basic strength and speed both exceed the level of a martial apprentice of rank 8. This should be due to the second tempering of the mana absorption technique. It's also due to the golden cicada garment improving overall physique, Lu Chong analyzed to himself. However, my neural reaction is not particularly outstanding in comparison. This involves brain development, which is indeed not easy to improve. Lu Chong simply committed these data to memory, then returned to the classroom feeling lighthearted. Only when he reunited with the other students in his class did he notice that everyone was looking at him strangely. What's wrong? Lu Chong asked Chen, who was beside him. What else could be wrong, Lu Chong? Everyone's scores have been announced, Chen exclaimed. Your total basic score is 350 points. Do you know what rank you are? Lu Chong thought for a moment and said honestly, I should be able to rank in the top 10 in the entire school, right? He wasn't underestimating himself. Although his cultivation hadn't reached rank 9, his strength and speed had both exceeded expectations, so getting into the top 10 should not be a problem. Chen pursed her lips and gave a thumbs up. Not just top 10, Lu Chong, you're directly second in the entire school. Only Luna is 5 points higher than you. Everyone else, including Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan, has been surpassed by you. Even though Chen already knew Lu Chong had reached martial apprentice rank 8, seeing the school's ranking of scores still left her dumbfounded. Lu Chong hadn't been a martial apprentice 8th rank for long, but class 1 had 9 martial apprentice 8th ranks and 3 martial apprentice 9th ranks. Who could have imagined that Lu Chong, an 8th rank martial apprentice, would directly soar ahead in basic scores, climbing to second place in the entire school? Lu Chong, you are probably the student with the greatest improvement in school history. If the school doesn't give you an award, I'll be upset. Chen still remembered that in the test over a month ago, he and Lu Chong were almost neck and neck, ranking in the 400s among all senior high students. And the entire Guanyun First High only had a little over 500 senior high students. Chen was shocked, not to mention the students from class 5 who hadn't known beforehand. For example, Sunze, who had been subdued by Lu Chong in 2 battles some time ago, now averted his gaze slightly when he saw Lu Chong. He was still a martial apprentice 5th rank to this day. Who could have imagined that Lu Chong, whom he had bullied back then, had already reached such a level? Alright, the basic scores are out. At this moment, the homeroom teacher walked over cheerfully and announced loudly, students who didn't perform well, don't be discouraged. This afternoon, the 5-day field combat assessment in the hunting ground will begin. Before that, I need to emphasize a few points to everyone. Lu Chong braced himself, as this was indeed his first time participating in a real combat assessment. His original body never had such an opportunity, lacked the conditions, and also the courage to venture into the wild hunting grounds to face those bloodthirsty mutated beasts. This simulated combat assessment was an opportunity. And this challenge was crucial for Lu Chong to secure first place. Chapter 26, Is Guanyun First High deserted? The venue for the combat assessment was neither at the school nor in the city, but in the mutated beasts hunting ground on the outskirts of the city. The mutated beasts in such hunting grounds are actually mostly captured and reared by humans during their struggles against mutated beasts, differing from true wilderness mutated beasts. Therefore, the hunting ground still falls within the city base's scope, with controllable danger, making it suitable for high school students to gain practical experience. The hunting ground is not open to the public on weekdays. Its primary purpose is to study the living patterns of mutated beasts or to provide practical opportunities for students. That afternoon, over 40,000 senior high students from all 108 high schools in Guanyin City arrived at the suburban hunting ground. This simulated assessment covered all high schools in the city, and the hunting ground would be fully open. Most students had never seen real mutated beasts. Now finally able to witness mutated beasts that previously only existed in textbooks or videos and images, they were both excited and nervous. Students, before entering the hunting ground, you will all receive an Essence Energy Amulet. Then, your classes will be shuffled, and you will disperse into the hunting ground. Once you encounter a life or death crisis, the amulet will automatically activate to save your life, and someone will quickly rescue you. Of course, your score will stop there. The hunting ground is clearly partitioned. From the outer perimeter to the core, the mutated beasts will become progressively stronger. From rank 1 beginner mutated beasts to those just entering rank 2, their numbers will decrease. Your goal is to hunt as many mutated beasts as possible. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. You don't need to kill the mutated beasts, simply snatch the positioning monitor hanging around their necks. Of course, killing a mutated beast will not incur deductions, but you cannot take them away. Remember, safety first, do not be impulsive. You may compete with other students for prey, but you must not deliberately attack other candidates. Otherwise, the student who initiates the attack will have points deducted. You can team up with others, but scores will be distributed according to contribution. Outside the hunting ground, homeroom teacher Wang Tong painstakingly emphasized the assessment rules, even though the students were already very familiar with them. After the students from various schools and classes were shuffled, then transported by military vehicles and dispersed around the hunting ground, Lu Chong was still contemplating the rules. Are these exam rules fair and reasonable? Lu Chong thought about it. There seemed to be some loopholes, but this was a real combat assessment. Situations that might occur in real combat would also happen in the assessment. So, there was no absolute fairness, but it was very realistic. Level 1 mutated beasts are equivalent to human martial apprentices, also divided into 9 ranks. A level 1 rank 1 mutated beast is worth 1 point each. Rank 2 is 2 points, rank 3 is 4 points, and so on, doubling each time. In other words, hunting a rank 9 mutated beast is 256 points, equivalent to over 200 rank 1 mutated beasts. The further along, the greater the difficulty, but the efficiency is much higher, and there will be fewer competitors, provided one has the strength. Lu Chong analyzed in his mind while waiting to enter the examination venue. At 2 p.m., the energy light wall covering a 100-mile radius disappeared on time, and students could enter the hunting ground from various directions. An alarm sounded, and a broadcast came through each student's headset. All students, please note, enter the hunting ground assessment within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the light wall will restart, and entry will no longer be possible. Lu Chong looked around. He was the only one there. He no longer hesitated and resolutely stepped into the dilapidated area ahead. 10 minutes later, the energy light wall fell again, enclosing all candidates within the hunting ground. Before him lay a desolate, dilapidated town, with crumbling old buildings everywhere, and moss and long vines growing on the mottled ruins. Lu Chong was well versed in history and knew that the hunting ground in Guanyin City base was actually the product of a desperate street fight between humans and mutated beasts 15 years ago. After a brutal battle, humans repelled the beast tide, but half of the city's buildings were destroyed. Rather than demolish and rebuild, it was decided to leave the war relics here as a warning to future generations, thus forming the relic hunting ground outside Guanyin City. Whoosh! As Lu Chong quietly navigated the streets and alleys, a shadow suddenly darted out from a window on his left, emitting a whistling sound as it rapidly pounced at his neck. It was a shadow cat. Lu Chong glanced over and saw a pitch-black feline mutated beast, known for its speed, agility, and sharp claws. However, this cat was only a level 1, rank 1, and its speed was truly negligible in Lu Chang's eyes. Just as the green-eyed shadow cat bared its claws, nearly 5 inches from Lu Chang's neck, Lu Chong suddenly moved. He slightly turned his body, his left hand shot out like lightning, and his right hand slapped down like a cattail fan. Immediately after, a nameplate appeared in Lu Chang's left hand, while his right hand, like an eagle's talon, gripped the shadow cat's neck, lifting it into midair. This is a shadow cat? Lu Chong was not in a hurry to move on but carefully observed this so-called mutated beast. Too bad I can't take it back, otherwise I could sell it for some money, Lu Chong secretly regretted. He didn't kill the shadow cat just because he couldn't keep it. Instead, he held it in his hand, examining it slowly. Having finally encountered a mutated beast, he felt he should study it thoroughly so that he could better deal with similar ones later. This shadow cat was half a meter long, with smooth, glossy black fur, and claws as sharp as barbs. The teeth it bared while snarling at Lu Chong were also extremely sharp. Its eyes were deep green, with vertical pupils, indeed looking quite ferocious. Here, Lu Chong was still turning the shadow cat over and over, observing it as if he were a curious child. Meanwhile, in the monitoring hall not far from the hunting ground, Wang Tong somewhat blushingly retreated to the back of the crowd, unable to watch. At this moment, on the huge screen in front of the hall, there were many sub-screens displaying live monitoring feeds of some students. Especially for those with excellent basic scores, their live footage would be intentionally magnified for the audience below to watch. Of course, if a student with a weaker foundation performs exceptionally well, staff will promptly switch to them. And seated below were people who were either influential in Guanyun City or were teachers directly overseeing the students. In addition to the homeroom teachers from various senior classes, the principals of various high schools were also present. Furthermore, there were high-ranking officials from the Education Bureau and the military and police forces guarding Guanyun City. The live broadcast here was confidential to the public, at least not to be leaked before the Martial College entrance exam, and everyone had signed non-disclosure agreements. Principal Wei Jiangwo of Guanyun First High was seated in the front row, near the center, smiling as he watched the students on the big screen. "Old Wei, which student do you have your eye on?" asked an old man in a long gown, who looked only a few years younger than Principal Wei, from beside him. Wei Jiangwo glanced at Lu Chong on the screen, chuckled, and pointed, "Look at this student of mine, his future is boundless." The principal of Third High School looked at Lu Chong, who was petting a cat, and was slightly taken aback, then chuckled softly, "Is Guanyun First High out of talent?" Chapter 27, My Performance Begins. Global Catastrophe, My Martial Arts Cultivate Automatically. It's no wonder Principal Fong of Third High School was suspicious, because anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lu Chong was clearly entering a hunting ground for the first time. To be precise, it was his first real encounter with live mutated beasts. Not only because Lu Chong was petting and observing the cat, but also because his lack of vigilance after entering the hunting ground truly didn't resemble an experienced hunter. He even seemed very naive. Other students, including those with better martial arts foundational scores, enter the hunting grounds cautiously, constantly wary of sneak attacks from mutated beasts. Or perhaps some skilled and experienced students have already figured out their own routes and hunting methods, efficiently scoring points. In contrast, Lu Chong, nearly half an hour into the hunting grounds, is still swaggering around near the entrance. This can no longer be called being bold due to high skill, but rather a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger. Everyone present knows that even in areas teeming with rank 1 mutated beasts, one must never be careless. Because once surrounded by numerous rank 1 mutated beasts, even a martial apprentice of rank 8 or 9 can be trapped, delayed, and ultimately exhausted and defeated. This knowledge is taught in regular classes, but many students don't take it seriously, or forget it the moment they face an exam or battle. Lu Chong now appears to be in such a situation. However, facing Principal Fong's skepticism, Principal Wei Jiangwo calmly took a sip from his teacup and chuckled, "Old Fong, after all these years, you still have no talent for discerning people." "Damn it!" Principal Fong was instantly provoked. "You old geezer, don't act like you're all that. Tell me, what's so outstanding about this student of yours?" Principal Wei smiled, "How about this? I hear your Third High also has a few promising talents this time. Let's have a competition and compare the actual combat scores from this mock exam. As long as a student from Third High can surpass Lu Chong, I'll call you Big Brother from now on." Upon hearing this, Principal Fong's spirits lifted. After being suppressed by Old Wei for so many years, he had long wanted to turn the tables. "Bring it on, who's afraid of who? Don't mention this greenhorn who's only rank 8 were not afraid even of those from Guanyun First High's elite class." Wait a moment. Principal Wei looked at Principal Fong. I'm making such a big sacrifice. If you lose, you'll have to pay something, won't you? Principal Fong widened his eyes and laughed. I knew you weren't up to anything good. Tell me, what are you interested in? Principal Wei then chuckled. Old Fong, that tiger roar technique you created is pretty good. How about passing it on to my student? Ha. Principal Fong chuckled. You want to exchange your exquisite tiger roar technique for a single big brother? Aren't you thinking a bit too much? It'd be more like it if you exchanged your golden cicada robe for it, Principal Fong added immediately. Alright. Principal Wei said indifferently, it's settled then, but I want you to personally guide my student during the special training, no problem, right? The same goes for you, Principal Fong quickly added a condition. Colonel Huang, you heard all that, right? You can be a witness for us two old guys, Principal Wei said casually, looking at the middle-aged, square-faced military officer sitting beside them. The senior colonel in charge of the military base in Guanyun City immediately stood up and saluted. Yes, teacher. Colonel Huang, also a former student of Principal Wei, is now over 40 and a true peak master expert. However, he was also somewhat curious as to why this seemingly immature junior student was so highly regarded by his exceptionally discerning teacher. In the back seat, Li Qingjun also noticed Lu Chang's casualness and glanced at the score on the right side of the large screen. Old squad leader, did you see? Li Qingjun looked at Wang Tong. Your precious student only has 1 point right now. Look at Luna and Zhao Longfei, they're far ahead, over 100 points. This was true not just students from Class 1, but all students with higher cultivation had already rushed through the outer area and entered the hunting grounds of rank 4 or even rank 6 mutated beasts. After all, although there were many mutated beasts in the outer area, their score value was too low, and they were scattered and difficult to find if hidden, which greatly affected hunting efficiency. Wang Tong glanced at the score, then looked at Lu Chong, who had finally released the shadow cat, before regaining his spirits and saying, "What's the rush? Sharpening the axe doesn't delay chopping wood. There are 5 days left, let's see who has the last laugh." Li Qingjun sensed Wang Tong's nervousness and didn't continue with his sarcastic remarks, fearing he might genuinely anger the old squad leader. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay chopping wood, indeed. This was an exam even with 5 days, every second counted. At this moment, Lu Chong was unaware that he was being observed by many. After unhurriedly letting go of the shadow cat in his hand, he continued walking straight inward along the predetermined street. The reason he spent time studying a mere rank 1 shadow cat was not because he was unaware of the time crunch, nor was it intentional slacking or overconfidence. Instead, he knew that the hunting ground for this mock exam only contained one type of mutated beasts, the shadow cat. Therefore, he wanted to see the bigger picture from the small details, first using this shadow cat to verify against textbook and video materials, gaining a more thorough understanding of these mutated beasts. Now, he felt he had a grasp of the situation. Most importantly, Lu Chong firmly remembered the scent, or aura, of the shadow cat. Since his golden cicada robe reached the insight stage, his 5 senses had become exceptionally keen. As long as he remembered this aura, finding prey later would be much more convenient and efficient. Moving step by step deeper along the street, Lu Chong still didn't rush. Instead, he easily removed the positioning monitors from the rank 1 shadow cats he encountered. Throughout, he only used the most basic Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantoms step, and with such control, few could tell that both of his martial arts techniques had reached the perfected stage. It wasn't until nightfall that day that Lu Chong entered the territory of rank 2 shadow cats. At this point, his score was only 36. He could also see from the communication and distress device provided that on the score leaderboard, the leading student had already accumulated 232 points, which was Luna from Guanyun First High. The second place was not Zhao Longfei or Huang Junyan, but a student from 3rd High School named Shui Chang, who had 218 points. It's getting dark, looks like I need to hurry up and start the show. Lu Chong glanced at the sky, took a bite of an energy bar, and then accelerated towards the inner perimeter. Chapter 28 Night is my domain. Global Cataclysm, my martial arts cultivate automatically. Shadow cats are nocturnal, their eyes can easily spot prey in the dark. Therefore, most students choose to hide in pre-prepared corners after nightfall to avoid the large numbers of shadow cats that emerge at night. Even those students with stronger cultivation bases were mostly in the same situation. Because without a large number of students to help them hold back the shadow cats, they would easily be encircled. Lu Chong, however, was the exact opposite. He intended to do the opposite, taking advantage of the night to reap a harvest. The golden cicada robe not only gave him formidable defensive power, but his eyes could also easily see in the dark night. As for the possibility of being surrounded by shadow cats, Lu Chong was not worried. With his 9 phantom step at the perfected stage, he was truly no less inferior in speed and agility to shadow cats of the same realm. The dark night was also his home turf. Casually swatting away an attacking rank 2 shadow cat while swiftly snatching the locator from its neck was just basic operation for Lu Chong. He didn't even need to harm the shadow cats to easily deter them. Most of the shadow cats he swatted away wouldn't charge a second time because they had felt Lu Chang's aura up close. Indeed, night hunting is the most satisfying. Lu Chong adjusted his combat style as he patrolled. In the darkness, he didn't need to actively search. A large number of shadow cats would naturally pounce to offer points. Even if a dozen shadow cats attacked simultaneously, Lu Chong could easily weave through the cat pack with the 9 phantom step, moving freely. By 9 o'clock that evening, Lu Chong had already accumulated 128 points, and he had successfully entered the territory of rank 3 shadow cats. At this time, on the scoreboard, the scores of the top 100 ranked students had slowed in growth. Luna, ranked first, had reached 356 points. Xin Chuan, the student in the 100th position, had 201 points. In the monitoring hall, Wang Tong still stared wide-eyed, switching back and forth between Lu Chang's live split screen and the scoreboard. Li Qingjun, who was beside him, smiled, "Don't be so nervous. Look how bold your student is, still daring to hunt alone at night. He truly is a newborn calf that fears no tiger." Li Qingjun sighed, "If this continues, I don't think he'll last through tonight before being sent out." Wang Tong ignored Li Qingjun, but he was also somewhat worried about Lu Chong. He felt that Lu Chong shouldn't be an impulsive or rash person, but why would he go against taboo and specifically act at night? Even with his martial arts skill level, operating at night would be fraught with danger. It was almost 10 o'clock, and almost all the students had gone into hiding. Not just to avoid the large number of shadow cats that emerge at night, but also to conserve energy and prepare for the upcoming sprint. The practical assessment is long, and endurance is an important factor to consider. In the front row, Principal Fong of No. 3 Middle School also saw Lu Chang's performance. Although surprised by Lu Chang's perfected stage 9 phantom step, his surprise ended there. He looked confidently at Principal Wei next to him, only to find that his old friend had already fallen asleep in his chair. In the dark night, Lu Chong still did not stop, continuing deeper into the hunting ground. No shadow cat could block his path wherever he went. By the time he entered the territory of rank 4 shadow cats, his score had more than doubled again, reaching 271 points. Finally in the top 100, keep up the good work. Lu Chong continued deeper. The number of shadow cats rushing out from all sides began to decrease, but their strength became increasingly formidable. However, they still couldn't pose a threat to him. The perfected stage 9 phantom step and stonebreaker palm were enough for him to handle them with ease. Lu Chong stayed in this area for over an hour, his score reaching 351, making him second on the leaderboard. If it weren't for the sharp decrease in the number of rank 4 shadow cats, and the fact that they had already been harvested by previous students, his score would have been even higher. However, Lu Chong didn't mind. Without resting, he continued deeper. It was almost 1 in the morning, and in the silent hunting ground, only the occasional sharp cries of shadow cats could be heard. The shadow cats were even scarcer and more powerful. It seems I'll have to find it myself. Lu Chong thought to himself and began actively searching for the shadow cats sent in the surrounding dark alleys. The higher the level, the smarter the shadow cat, so one couldn't simply overpower it, one also had to learn hide and seek. Climbing over a wall covered with long vines, Lu Chong squeezed into an old, dilapidated 3-story building. "It's in here." Lu Chong followed the relatively fresh scent to the dilapidated living room on the 3rd floor of the small building. "Who's there?" a very low voice asked. Lu Chong looked over and saw it was Sun Zhe, a classmate from his class. Besides Sun Zhe, there were two other boys hiding in the living room, but Lu Chong didn't recognize them. The three of them had likely teamed up to come to the territory of the rank 5 Shadow Cat and were hiding here to rest after nightfall. Judging by their appearance, they were all more or less injured, with bandages roughly applied. The primordial energy amulet would only activate when faced with a fatal injury, which was why they had lasted until now. If a student felt they couldn't continue, they could also actively call for help, withdraw from the examination, and keep the points they had already earned. Lu Chong? Sun Zhe recognized the newcomer, his face showing a hint of joy. After being beaten twice by Lu Chong and witnessing Lu Chong rapidly reach martial apprentice rank 8, he had long been thoroughly convinced and now called him Lu Chong along with the other classmates. Lu Chong nodded, then looked at the three of them with a somewhat strange expression and whispered, "Are you guys really able to sleep?" Sun Zhe was puzzled for a moment, and said, "What do you mean, Lu Chong?" Lu Chong pointed to the beam behind them, telling them to look for themselves. Sun Zhe vaguely realized something, his body stiffening in place, only turning his head to look. At that sight, Sun Zhe's face instantly turned pale. "Oh my god!" A shadow cat with glowing green eyes was crouching on the beam behind them, staring menacingly at them. And he, who had been on night watch, hadn't noticed it at all. If Lu Chong hadn't arrived in time, this shadow cat would have launched a fatal attack when they were off guard. "What should we do? Fighting it here will probably attract more shadow cats." The other two students also woke up, and seeing the shadow cat poised to strike, they were momentarily at a loss. This is the terror of the night. Once spotted by a shadow cat, elimination is almost certain, because no one can restrain the other shadow cats to help them out of trouble. Sun Zhe looked at Lu Chong, clearly wanting him to make a decision. Lu Chong smiled and said, "It's all right. I think the reason it hasn't attacked is that it's waiting for its companions to arrive." "Perfect, we'll catch them all in one go." Sun Zhe was stunned, somewhat incredulous, thinking, "The few of us want to counter-encircle them? You're crazy." The other two students were terrified. "We don't want to be eliminated this early." Chapter 29, woke up to be number 1 on the leaderboard. Rather than searching high and low, it's better to surround a point and strike at reinforcements. This was the brilliant idea Lu Chong had just come up with after seeing the shadow cat next to Sun Zhe. The rank 5 shadow cat in front of them clearly possessed a certain level of intelligence and vigilance, knowing that a 1-against-3 fight offered slim chances of victory. So, it was hiding in the rafters, waiting for an opportunity, while simultaneously using its unique method to summon companions for aid. Lu Chong thought that this was perfect for turning the tables, saving himself a lot of time. However, the two unfamiliar students clearly didn't trust Lu Chong. One shadow cat in the dark night had already terrified them. How could they dare to attract more? "We should leave here as soon as possible, or quickly deal with this shadow cat. Maybe there's still hope," one student said urgently. "That's right, if we attract a whole group, we'll all be eliminated tonight," the other student echoed. Lu Chong said nothing, looking at Sun Zhe, who hadn't voiced an opinion. Sun Zhe had calmed down by then, and after another glance at Lu Chong, he said, "I trust you. But, Lu Chong, could we temporarily team up with you?" As long as Lu Chong agreed, they could also gain some points from this encounter. Lu Chong thought about it. Since he was going to use these people to fish for bigger prey, sharing some points with them was no big deal, so he agreed. No, we're not willing," the two students quickly shook their heads in refusal. "If you want to team up, you two team up, we're leaving first." After saying that, the two exchanged a look and were about to leave, clearly intending to leave Lu Chong and Sun Zhe as cover. "You guys?" Sun Zhe was about to call out to them when Lu Chong stopped him. "It's fine, let them go," Lu Chong said with a half-smile. He had already smelled several familiar auras, surrounding them from all directions. Now, whether they left or not was irrelevant. Sure enough, as soon as the two students left the 3rd floor, they saw 6 pairs of glowing green eyes staring at them, revealing their fierce nature. "They're here, they're all here." The two were so startled they almost jumped, scrambling back upstairs. However, on the 3rd floor, 3 more had appeared, bringing the total to 10 rank 5 shadow cats both upstairs and downstairs. This was probably all the nearby shadow cats summoned. Meow. With reinforcements arriving, there was no more talk between the two sides. The 4 shadow cats on the 3rd floor lunged at the 4 individuals. At the same time, the 6 on the 2nd floor didn't hesitate, quickly scrambling up from various angles to surround and attack the 4. Perfect timing, Lu Chong said with a joyful expression, using a stonebreaker palm to stun one shadow cat, while reaching out to remove the positioning monitor from its neck. The second shadow cat, attacking from behind, seized the opportunity to swipe at Lu Chang's back of the head. This swipe was incredibly sharp, aiming directly for a vital spot. However, when it swung its claw, it only caught a wisp of air, passing straight through Lu Chang's figure. It was an afterimage. With Lu Chang's movement technique, attacks of this level were far from threatening him. On the contrary, the shadow cat that had passed through, startled, was about to escape when Lu Chong grabbed its tail with one hand, directly swung it to hit the wall, and it passed out. He then smoothly removed the positioning monitor, and Lu Chong used his footwork to move next to Sunze, solving his predicament in a few swift moves and acquiring 3 more positioning monitors. Help us! At this moment, the 2 students were in dire straits. Facing 5 shadow cats simultaneously, they could only parry. It looked like they were about to trigger their protective talismans and be directly eliminated. Lu Chong, help them, Sunze pleaded, clutching his left arm, which had been scratched again. Even without Sunze's plea, Lu Chong would have gone, not to help the 2, but for their trackers. Without a word, Lu Chong used 9 Phantom Step to close in, again using only Stonebreaker Palm to take down the remaining shadow cats, one by one. By the time all the shadow cats were knocked out and silence returned, the 2 students were still dazed. It's over already? What kind of amazing classmate is this, to face so many attacking shadow cats and solve it so easily? The key was that Lu Chong was completely unharmed, not even a speck of dirt was on his black training uniform. These 5 trackers are yours. Lu Chong ignored the 2 students, who were still shaken and full of regret, and directly tossed 5 trackers to Sunze. Lu Chong, that's too many. I didn't do much. Sunze waved his hands repeatedly. Since you and I are temporarily teamed up, of course, I can't treat you unfairly. Take them, I don't like this much, Lu Chong said with a smile. Besides, this is just a mock exam. With that, Lu Chong, without further discussion, put away his own trackers and turned to leap down from the 3rd floor, entering the silent dark night. Thank you. Sunze put away the trackers and silently thought to himself. Classmate Sunze, who exactly is that classmate, and why is he so powerful? After Lu Chong had left for a while, the other 2 students finally came to their senses and asked. They were too embarrassed to bring up the earlier matter of teaming up, and they weren't envious of the trackers in Sunze's hand. Envy was useless, these things couldn't be forcibly taken, and doing so would be invalid as there were monitors everywhere. Moreover, they had personally confirmed that they wouldn't team up with Lu Chong earlier, and that would be recorded. They were just very curious about the identity of that impressive classmate. Sunze said distractedly, he's my classmate, Lu Chong, and also the strongest one in our class. Lu Chong, one student muttered, I don't remember seeing him on the leaderboard during the day. At this moment, the other student opened the leaderboard for a look and suddenly exclaimed, Lu Chong. This is the number 1 boss. When did this happen? Sunze was also suddenly startled because he had been resting and hadn't been paying attention to the leaderboard. Hastily looking at the updated leaderboard on his distress caller, Sunze immediately saw the striking name at the top. First place, Lu Chong, 431 points. Second place, Luna, 356 points. Good heavens, he's nearly 80 points ahead of second place. Too bad we couldn't cling to his coattails. I just want to say 4 words, Big Boss is awesome. On the other side, possibly because he had attracted all the nearby shadow cats earlier, Lu Chong didn't find any more shadow cats along the way and successfully reached the territory of the rank 6 shadow cats. It was only 3 in the morning, and he could continue harvesting. In the monitoring hall outside the hunting ground, Wang Tong's eyes, fixated on the big screen, were a little bloodshot. It wasn't until that name leaped to the top of the leaderboard that he excitedly slapped Li Qinjuan's thigh next to him. Li Qinjun, who was meditating with his eyes closed, was almost sent into a cultivation deviation by the slap and immediately cried out in annoyance, "What are you doing? Look at the leaderboard," Wang Tong said with a chuckle. Li Chenjun frowned and looked over, his eyes widening instantly. "Top spot, Lu Chong. Damn it, I took a nap, how did he get to the top?" Wang Tong said triumphantly, "This is just the beginning, look at second place, he's 75 points ahead. The gap will only widen later." Li Chenjun turned his head away, not wanting to see Wang Tong's smug face anymore, and simply closed his eyes again, refusing to look. Chapter 30, Lu Chong must be annihilated. Global Cataclysm, my martial arts automatically cultivate. Chapter 30, Lu Chong must be annihilated. A night passed, and as the morning light illuminated the land, the dead silent hunting ground finally regained its vitality. Most of the shadow cats that had been active all night returned to their dens to sleep. As long as no one invaded their territory or provoked them, these shadow cats rarely moved around during the day. In the hunting ground spanning 100 miles, the students localized small showers merging into a large river couldn't startle all the shadow cats, and they also needed to search for targets one by one. By this time, most of the students in the hunting ground had woken up and were preparing to begin their second day of hunting. However, after a night of searching by the shadow cats, at least 2/10 of the students here had been eliminated. Although they all hid during the night, just like what Sun Zhe and his group experienced, there was still a chance they would be found by the shadow cats. Then, isolated and helpless, some were eliminated, and their practical assessment scores ended there. You advance, I retreat, you retreat, I advance. This also somewhat resembles the microcosm of the struggle between humans and mutated beasts over the years. The first thing most students did after waking up was to check the newly refreshed score leaderboard. Even those students who knew they wouldn't make it to the top 100 wanted to see how far they were from a list. Who is this? Lu Chong from Class 5, Guanyun First High, how did he suddenly get to the top of the list? I remember not seeing this person before I went to sleep yesterday. Holy cow, 680 points, am I seeing things? That's over 300 points higher than the second place. Where did this godlike person come from? The students discussed in astonishment, hardly believing their eyes. From unknown to topping the list overnight, how was this possible? Did this guy not need to sleep at night to replenish his energy? The most crucial thing was, according to their respective teachers' instructions, shouldn't nighttime be the most dangerous time, so the best tactic was to hide and rest? Even high-ranked students rarely ventured out at night. Isolated and helpless, it was easy to stumble. The teachers had explained the principle that many ants can kill an elephant many times in class. Is this student Lu Chong, who worked so hard at night, still in the hunting ground now? One student began to question. While hunting at night might be more efficient, the chances of being eliminated also greatly increase. He's probably already been eliminated. Currently, at the student camp outside the hunting ground, over 6,700 eliminated students had already gathered and were receiving bandages and treatment from doctors. Most of these students had bad luck last night, their hiding places discovered by shadow cats, leading to their elimination. Chen and 5 of his classmates were conspicuously among them. Lu Chong is just incredible. Chen had naturally seen the leaderboard as well and was now excitedly gesturing, as if he himself had shot to the top. This guy wasn't eliminated last night. Instead, he voluntarily called for help and withdrew yesterday afternoon when he was ambushed by 2 rank 3 shadow cats, barely sustaining any injuries. As for his actual combat score, it was naturally a paltry 25 points. However, Chen didn't care at all. He had been constantly watching the leaderboard, waiting for his good brother to make an appearance. Unfortunately, even after falling asleep at 8 p.m. last night, Chen's wish remained unfulfilled. Who would have thought that as soon as he woke up today, he'd be greeted with such a huge surprise? Who else could reach the top overnight besides our Lu Chong? Chen celebrated with his classmates around him. And he even surpassed Luna by over 300 points. Lu Chong is a god. His classmates excitedly echoed. Even though I was eliminated early, I have an amazing classmate. Shouldn't I be proud of that? Ha, they're still wondering if Lu Chong was eliminated last night. What a bunch of frogs in a well. Chen scoffed when he saw some eliminated students discussing on school forums. Now he's just waiting to see Lu Chong continue to refresh his score and prove these doubters wrong. Meanwhile, in the surveillance hall strictly guarded by the military, Li Chengjuan's face was livid, really not wanting to look at Wang Tong's smug expression beside him. In the front row, middle seat, the principal of 3rd High School also looked displeased. He knew that the student Old Wei valued was not eliminated yet. In fact, he had found a comfortable basement, closed the door, and was sound asleep. In contrast, his most promising student, Shui Chang, ranked 3rd, only had a little over 300 points. Old Wei, your student is very confident, coming out at night and hiding during the day like a shadow cat. Aren't you afraid he'll make a mistake? Principal Fong said sourly, glancing at Principal Wei who was feigning sleep beside him. Principal Wei didn't even open his eyes, lazily saying, "No need to worry about my student. Just prepare your tiger roar art." Principal Fong was instantly speechless, glaring at the big screen. The moment he saw that kid's comfortable sleeping posture, he felt a surge of anger. Colonel Huang saw everything, chuckling inwardly. His teacher, it seemed, was quite confident. 9 Phantom Step and Stonebreaker Palm both at perfected stage. He's the only one among this batch of students. My junior brother is indeed extraordinary. Colonel Huang thought of this and then felt it shouldn't stop there. After all, 9 Phantom Step and Stonebreaker Palm were only low-grade martial arts. Even at the perfected stage, their power was limited. If one encountered a mid-grade martial art at the insight stage, they would suffer a great loss. It's like a pistol against a grenade. No matter how accurate your shot, an errant grenade from the opponent could still blow you up. Let's wait and see. Since he's valued by the teacher, this kid should have more good stuff he hasn't revealed yet. Deep in the hunting grounds, within the territory of the rank 7 Shadow Cats, Luna, Zhao Longfei, and Huang Junyan were gathered. In fact, they had already met here yesterday afternoon. Although the hunting grounds covered an area of 100 li, which was very large, students had no way to contact each other. However, the deeper into the Shadow Cat territory, the smaller the range would become. Therefore, the 3 of them had agreed in advance to meet as soon as possible in the rank 7 Shadow Cat territory to facilitate their joint hunting. At this moment, Zhao Longfei stared at the scoreboard on his distress beacon, his expression somewhat volatile. He should have been eliminated by now, right? Half an hour, and his score hasn't moved, Zhao Longfei maliciously speculated. Huang Junyan, standing nearby, calmly said, "That's not necessarily true. After a busy night, it's normal to rest now." Zhao Longfei glared at Huang Junyan, but before he could retort, Luna, who was standing beside them, said coldly, "If he hasn't been eliminated, he'll be here very soon." Zhao Longfei's eyes lit up at the words. "That's right. Then we can actively surround and eliminate him." "Humph. What's losing 100 points? As long as we can get him out, I don't care. I'm not interested in him." Luna turned and walked towards the territory of the rank 8 Shadow Cat. Chapter 31, I've wanted to punch you for a long time. Lu Chong woke up, and it was already past 2 p.m. on March 31st. He was currently only at the martial apprentice rank, not yet capable of subsisting without food or sleep for days, so he still needed some rest to maintain his condition. Taking a bite of an energy bar, Lu Chong finally looked at the score leaderboard. First place Lu Chong 680 points, second place Luna 635 points, third place Shui Chang 505 points. After a morning, Lu Chong still maintained his position at the top. However, the students closely following him were quickly catching up. Especially Luna, who was highly efficient. Based on the upward trend of her score, Lu Chong estimated that Luna had probably reached the territory of the rank 8 Shadow Cats. He was currently in the area of the rank 6 Shadow Cats. After sweeping through here in the latter half of last night, he rested on the spot. Without further delay, Lu Chong, refreshed, got up and left, heading straight for the rank 7 area. The deeper one went into the hunting ground, the stronger the Shadow Cats became, and their numbers decreased. However, correspondingly, the number of students also decreased, as there weren't many students strong enough to penetrate this deep. As soon as he stepped in, Lu Chong felt a chill envelop him. A dark shadow darted out like lightning, heading straight for Lu Chang's back of the head. Is my luck that good? Lu Chong was not startled but pleased. Without turning his head, he executed a back kick, accurately striking the shadow cat's abdomen, directly kicking it into mid-air. The shadow cat cried out in pain, and before it even landed, it had already rolled its eyes and fainted. Lu Cheng reached out, grabbed the shadow cat, and plucked off the tracker from its neck. On the scoreboard, Lu Cheng's score immediately increased by 64 points, reaching 744 points. This updated score quickly caught the eyes of many inside and outside the hunting ground. "It's Lu Cheng, he started again. This legend actually wasn't eliminated last night and is only now starting to act." A student couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At the resting area outside the hunting ground, Chen laughed heartily. "See? Lu Cheng made another move, and he's already on the campus forum's hot list." Good. If it were any later, Luna would have overtaken Lu Cheng," a classmate next to him said with a sigh of relief. Chen stared at Luna's name, a bit conflicted, but quickly relaxed. "Never mind, women aren't as important as brothers. Lu Cheng is awesome, don't go easy." Percent in the hunting ground, Lu Cheng soon followed the scent and found 2 more rank 7 shadow cats. However, this time his luck wasn't as good, because the trackers on the necks of these 2 shadow cats had already been removed. Clearly, someone had gotten there first and taken the trackers. Instead of competing with others here, it's better to go deeper sooner and have it all to myself. Lu Cheng made up his mind, not continuing to search for prey in the rank 7 area, but heading straight for the territory of the rank 8 shadow cats. There would be even fewer students hunting in the rank 8 area that was reserved for truly high-ranking students. However, when Lu Cheng passed through the elemental energy light wall between the 2 areas, he saw a student from class 1 who, upon seeing him, turned around and left without a word. Lu Cheng thought for a moment, recalling that the other party should be a martial apprentice rank 8 student from class 1. Without much thought, Lu Cheng skillfully followed the scent, searching for the rank 8 shadow cat here. Having journeyed from the outermost perimeter, he was now familiar with the terrain and confident in dealing with shadow cats of the same rank. Rank 8 shadow cats were faster, had sharper claws, and possessed higher intelligence. Lu Cheng even vaguely sensed that shadow cats at rank 7 and 8 had already learned certain tactics. They were like assassins of the night. If an attack missed, they would immediately retreat and disappear, then stalk and wait for an opportune moment to strike again. Therefore, the shadow cats here were extremely troublesome. Even with the strength to contend with them, it was difficult to capture them. To deal with a rank 8 shadow cat, one either needed the power to deliver a decisive blow or speed faster than the shadow cat, otherwise, at most, one could only hope for self-preservation. Soon, Lu Cheng followed the scent and spotted a shadow cat perched on a dilapidated eaves. The creature was basking in the sun from its high vantage point, its eyes lazily squinted. Scaling walls and eaves was commonplace for shadow cats. In contrast, Lu Cheng, even with his perfected stage 9 phantom step, would find it difficult to gain an advantage in such complex terrain. The best approach was to lure it down. Lu Cheng had already noticed that this shadow cat had a locator hanging around its neck. Meow! Lu Cheng had barely glanced at it when the shadow cat nestled on the eaves alertly opened its eyes and let out a cry at Lu Cheng. Then, the shadow cat stood up and stretched lazily, gazing down at Lu Cheng from a distance, but it didn't pounce. "It's quite cautious," Lu Cheng secretly shook his head, deliberately ignoring the creature, and walked past swaggeringly. As long as he could lure it down, Lu Cheng was confident of a one-hit victory. The shadow cat watched Lu Cheng walk past and turn into a shadowy alley. It was clearly somewhat unwilling to let an outsider invade its territory. For shadow cats, humans were also excellent food, which could help them accelerate their evolution. This shadow cat didn't hesitate much. It quickly landed silently from the eaves, landing on a wall more than 3 meters high, and stealthily pursued Lu Cheng along the brick wall. However, when it turned the corner and poked its head out, trying to find Lu Cheng's whereabouts, what greeted its eyes was a magnified smiling face that had moved close. "Got you," Lu Cheng inwardly exclaimed, and a claw, already poised to strike, shot out like a bolt of lightning. Meow! The rank 8 shadow cat felt the fierce momentum of the grab and let out a startled cry, its black fur standing on end. It retreated quickly but found that Lu Cheng's hand was like a shadow, following faster than its own retreat. Knowing there was no escape, the shadow cat flipped over and intentionally dropped off the wall, attempting to use the brick wall to block Lu Cheng and cover its escape. Boom! The half-foot-thick brick wall collapsed instantly, and Lu Chang's figure broke through the wall. His hand, like an eagle's claw, remained firmly locked onto the shadow cat, which had rolled to its feet after landing. Meow! The shadow cat roared in anger, finally ceasing its retreat. Instead, it bared its fangs, stood on its hind legs, and extended its front claws, tearing at Lu Chang's palm. Good! Lu Chang showed no fear. His palm seemed forged from steel, meeting the shadow cat's direct claw attack. Crack! A crisp snapping sound, accompanied by the shadow cat's pained yelp. I saw the shadow cat's claws, in the collision with Lu Chang, were actually snapped off. Give it here. Lu Chang reached out his other hand, took the locator from the shadow cat's neck, and then kicked the shadow cat, which was about to bite him, flying away. Score plus 128. Lu Chang's total combat score reached 872 points, once again pulling ahead of Luna behind him. Clap clap. Just then, crisp applause sounded not far away, attracting Lu Chang's attention. Zhao Longfei clapped as he approached, sneering, "You can deal with an 8th rank shadow cat all by yourself." Excellent, excellent. Lu Chang, I have to admit, I underestimated you. However, I also want to tell you that your simulated combat assessment should end here. Accompanying Zhao Longfei were 4 students from Class 1, who surrounded him from other directions. Each of them was an 8th rank martial apprentice. Lu Chang, upon seeing this, was not surprised but rather pleased, thinking, they've delivered themselves to me. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Chapter 32, Embarrassing Oneself. Global catastrophe, my martial arts cultivation automatically advances. Chapter 32, Embarrassing Oneself. In the monitoring hall outside the hunting grounds, the largest split screen was live streaming the current top-ranked Lu Chang. Most of the high-ranking officials and teachers from various parties present were paying attention to this dark horse who had never shown his capabilities before. Especially upon seeing Lu Chang single-handedly defeat an 8th rank shadow cat, people discussed it animatedly, full of praise. Lu Chang is a martial apprentice of the 8th rank, and engaging in a one-on-one confrontation with a shadow cat of the same realm is not particularly surprising. However, being able to pursue and kill so easily and successfully, even when the shadow cat intentionally retreated and evaded, is quite extraordinary. Strength is the best proof. By now, not many people question Lu Chang's strength. Perhaps his tactics and experience are indeed still a bit green, but his strength is undeniable and cannot be ignored by anyone. Moreover, with their discerning eyes, these people also realize that Lu Chang possesses more than just the perfected stage Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantom Step. Even the heart-stabbing kick and eagle claw skill he casually displayed earlier, though fleeting, were at least at the insight stage. Well done, Teacher Wang really kept a low profile. Your student Lu Chang is proficient in at least 4 martial arts skills. A senior year teacher from another school looked at Wang Tong enviously, clicking his tongue in wonder. Give us the inside scoop, how many martial arts skills has he actually learned? Indeed, at such a young age, to be proficient in so many martial arts skills, he is the only one among this year's senior students. Wang Tong smiled and cupped his fists to everyone, humbly yet loudly saying, "Oh, it's nothing, just these few." This kid is really impatient and doesn't know how to hide his talents. In fact, even Wang Tong was unclear about Lu Chang's current progress in martial arts cultivation. He only knew that besides Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantom Step, Lu Chang had also cultivated the mid-grade martial art Gale Kick to the perfected stage. However, this was a trump card he taught Lu Chang, and of course, it couldn't be revealed publicly here. Li Chengjun sat beside Wang Tong, recalling the star treatment he used to enjoy. The emotional disparity made him feel sour and disinclined to speak much. Just then, Zhao Longfei and the 4 8th rank students suddenly appeared on the split screen, blocking Lu Chang's path. Under the attention and operation of the staff, Zhao Longfei's cold words also echoed throughout the entire hall. Your simulated combat assessment should end here. As soon as these words were uttered, the hall immediately erupted in an uproar. The teachers present all understood that Zhao Longfei intended to corner Lu Chang, willing to commit a foul and incur deductions to eliminate Lu Chang. Li Chengjun's already bad mood instantly plummeted to rock bottom. Li Chengjun, what does your class mean by this? Wang Tong also saw this scene, dropped his smile, and questioned Li Qingjun. Li Qiangjun's expression was even uglier than Wang Tong's. He hadn't orchestrated this. The problem was that the 5 students who came forward to corner Lu Chong were all from their class, and no matter how much he explained, few people would believe it. Old class monitor, please listen to my explanation. I didn't know this would happen, there must be some misunderstanding. Li Qingjun could only bite the bullet and explain. Wang Tong sneered, openly violating the rules. Even if it's just a simulated assessment, it's still disgraceful. It's not just your face or mine that's lost, it's our number 1 highs. In the front row, Principal Fong from number 3 high smiled at Principal Wei beside him, ready to tease a bit, but then saw Principal Wei's terrifyingly tense face and wisely kept his mouth shut. Principal Wei put down his teacup, his voice like thunder, resounding throughout the hall. Li Qingjun, after this assessment, bring Zhao Jingqing to the school to see me. Who is Zhao Jingqing? Many realized that Zhao Jingqing was the owner of the Zhao martial arts school in the city, a rank 4 master, a figure of esteemed status. At the same time, Zhao Jingqing was also Zhao Longfei's father, and once a student from number 1 high. Good heavens! The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone knew that this old principal of number 1 high, a pivotal figure in Guanyun City, was truly enraged. It's escalated to calling parents? It's not that serious, is it? Only Colonel Huang, along with Wang Tong and Li Qingjun, and a few others understood that the old principal's open anger wasn't just because number 1 high had lost face. With the old principal's temper, losing a bit of face was irrelevant. Some competition among students was normal, even to be encouraged. However, what the old principal disliked the most was internal conflict when facing external enemies all around. In the current environment, the Shadow Cat was an external enemy, and students from outside number 1 high were opponents. Moreover, Zhao Longfei gathering 4 students to gang up on Lu Chong alone was even more despicable. Li Qingjun responded with a somewhat aggrieved tone, and Wang Tong's expression improved slightly. Principal Fong from number 3 high saw Principal Wei quickly return to normal, and then kindly reminded him, "Old Wei, calm down, it's not worth getting upset over such a small matter. You'll ruin your health, and you still have to keep your promise, right?" "Don't worry," Principal Wei glanced at Principal Fong with a half-smile, "if Lu Chong loses just like this, I won't go back on my word." In the hunting ground, within the territory of an 8-rank Shadow Cat, Lu Chong faced the encirclement of 4 martial apprentices of the same realm, his expression unchanged as he asked, "Just because I refused your invitation?" "Precisely." Zhao Longfei, looking as if he had everything under control, coldly said, "I told you long ago that you would have to bear the consequences." Top of the assessment list? Lu Chong, do you want that hefty reward? Zhao Longfei smugly said, "I just won't let you have your way. To deal with an ant like you, I don't even need to make a move myself." This was exploiting a loophole in the exam. Zhao Longfei didn't take action himself, so he wouldn't even be penalized for violating the rules. Boring. Lu Chong chuckled indifferently and turned to leave. Trying to leave? Stop him. Zhao Longfei roared, and 4 students, all martial apprentice rank 8, immediately surrounded Lu Chong. "Don't let him be eliminated too easily, beat him hard," Zhao Longfei added. A student from Class 1 was the first to approach Lu Chong, launching a thread fist at insight stage level. At the same time, another student from the left used 9 Phantom Step to get close, employing a Stonebreaker Palm at insight stage level, coordinating to gang up on Lu Chong. They all knew that Lu Chong possessed Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantom Step at perfected stage, so they decided to launch a coordinated pincer attack from the start to compensate for their martial skill disadvantage. However, facing this punch and palm, Lu Chong showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he met them both, 1 against 2, simultaneously striking with a palm and a kick. The Stonebreaker Palm and heart-piercing kick, both at perfected stage, were unleashed at the same time, their power astonishing. Bang bang! With 2 successive thuds, the 2 students who had surrounded him were sent flying backward, then promptly got up, their expressions tense. They realized they had underestimated Lu Chang's combat ability. Chapter 33, I'm here to give you points. To be honest, it was Lu Chang's first time fighting students of the same rank after reaching martial apprentice rank 8, so his initial moves were just tentative probes. However, he now realized that these two students were actually quite weak. He knew all the martial arts they displayed, and he was more proficient in them. Conversely, his own martial arts were probably beyond their comprehension. Go, don't use Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantom Step, disrupt his rhythm. Zhao Longfei, who stood aside, thought he was in control, but he failed to notice that Lu Chang's heart-piercing kick earlier had actually reached the perfected stage. Without further hesitation, the four attacked from 4 directions, one using Iron Wire Fist, one using Cloud-Piercing Finger, one using Eagle Claw Hand, and one using Mountain Leaning Strike. It must be said that these Rank 8 students from Class 1 indeed possessed considerable strength. Not only had they cultivated Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantom Step, but each also had at least one low-grade martial art at the insight stage. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to single-mindedly cultivate their martial arts to the perfected stage. Rather, after reaching the insight stage, the next step, the perfected stage, couldn't be achieved through effort alone. Instead of continuing to spend time on Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantom Step, it was better to draw inferences from one another and cultivate other martial arts. Therefore, Lu Chong was now facing a simultaneous pincer attack of Iron Wire Fist, Cloud-Piercing Finger, Eagle Claw Hand, and Mountain Leaning Strike, all at the insight stage. If he hadn't cultivated these martial arts, he might have been flustered the first time he encountered them. Unfortunately, Lu Chong had already cultivated these martial arts to the perfected stage. Therefore, the various martial arts displayed by the four in his eyes were full of flaws. Although there was only one step between the insight stage and the perfected stage, it was actually a true world of difference. Lu Chang's footwork subtly shifted, perfectly avoiding the student who charged him, and with a leveraging push, sent him into the arms of the student behind. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chong had arrived in front of the student on the left who was using Iron Wire Fist. He launched a Stonebreaker Palm, meeting the opponent's fist head-on. Just as the student was about to unleash his full power to repel Lu Chong, he felt his punch hit empty air, and then watched helplessly as he was pulled by Lu Chang's palm towards his companion behind him. Bang! Iron Wire Fist and Eagle Claw Hand collided, Mountain Leaning Strike crashed into Cloud-Piercing Finger, turning into a chaotic melee of self-inflicted harm. Lu Chong did not stop. He unleashed the continuous afterimages of 9 Phantom Step, weaving among the four, giving each a palm strike that was neither too heavy nor too light, just enough to knock them unconscious. In the examination hall, once knocked unconscious, it meant immediate elimination. Zhao Longfei watched from a distance, his eyelids twitching. He couldn't even fathom how Lu Chong had done it. To effortlessly defeat 4 rank 8 classmates of the same realm as himself. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to do it either. In reality, this seemingly easy victory wasn't as simple as it appeared. If Lu Chong hadn't been able to see through the martial arts of these four, catching their weaknesses, it would have taken a considerable effort to fight them head-on. In the monitoring hall, numerous teachers were also engrossed in watching, but their eyesight was far superior to Zhao Longfei's. These teachers and high-ranking officials, who were at least at the warrior level, had all been through countless battles. How could he predict the moves and strength of those students, effortlessly using their own power against them? If he hasn't cultivated those martial arts, I absolutely don't believe it, one teacher doubted. I don't know about other things, but this student Lu Chong previously used Eagle Claw Skill and Piercing Heart Kick, and both were at least at the insight stage level. You're saying it's not impossible for him to also be proficient in Iron Wire Fist, Cloud-Piercing Finger, and Mountain Leaning Shoulder, right? In the hunting ground, Zhao Longfei had already considered retreating, because he felt that he might not be able to easily take down Lu Chong either. However, Lu Chong didn't want him to leave so easily. Didn't you say you wanted to eliminate me? So, is this the consequence? Lu Chong walked towards Zhao Longfei step by step, asking back. Zhao Longfei was caught between a rock and a hard place, so he simply stayed put, continuing to feign composure, saying, "Don't get too ahead of yourself. If I didn't want to bully the weak, do you think you'd still be standing here?" Lu Chong immediately laughed at that. Is that so? Then you can give it a try and see who among us gets eliminated first. Zhao Longfei wanted to trip him up in the simulated exam, and Lu Chong also wanted to take this opportunity to teach the other party a lesson. Such an open and honest opportunity to beat someone up wasn't easy to find. But Zhao Longfei had already calmed down at this point. You want me to make a move on you and then get points deducted? Too bad, I won't fall for it. Lu Chong continued to approach Zhao Longfei, shaking his head and saying, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not trying to make you lose points, I'm specifically here to give you points. Aren't you trying to stop me from reaching the top of the leaderboard? Fine, what if I just give you 100 points? As his voice fell, Lu Chong, with 9 phantoms step, charged menacingly towards Zhao Longfei. He had already decided that even if he lost 100 points, he would first eliminate this guy who could trip him up at any moment. 100 points, even if deducted, he would still be at the top of the leaderboard. Zhao Longfei cursed him as a lunatic, hardened his resolve, and without further hesitation, sprinted towards Lu Chong, colliding with him. He didn't believe that he, a martial apprentice of 9th rank, couldn't be Lu Chang's opponent. Moreover, he wasn't like those other students, his martial arts didn't just come from the school. In the monitoring hall, many people carefully looked at Principal Wei in the front row, wondering if this big shot would have the same attitude towards Lu Chang's proactive pursuit. Unexpectedly, the old principal actually burst into laughter at this moment. Well done. A true man should love and hate clearly. When someone's already coming to your door, what's there to be timid about? See? This is true valor. The people around were speechless, momentarily failing to understand the old principal's line of thinking. Old Wei, your student is proficient in multiple school martial arts, even rarely mastering several to the perfected stage, his strength far surpassing those in the same realm. He is indeed very impressive. Principal Fong of number 3 high school stroked his goatee and continued, but now he's challenging the Zhao family kid, a martial apprentice of the 9th rank. It's not that I'm overestimating them, but the Zhao family's mid-grade body refining martial art is no joke. I heard that the Zhao family kid has been refining his body since childhood, and that scale armor body has already reached insight stage, close to perfected stage. Most peers at the same rank probably can't break his defense, they'll only get beaten. Principal Wei leisurely picked up his teacup, blew on the floating tea leaves, and ignored Principal Fong. Inside the hunting ground, Lu Chong and Zhao Longfei, whose aura had suddenly grown stronger, finally met head-on. Lu Chong still used a standard stonebreaker palm, while Zhao Longfei unleashed his powerful iron thread fist, confronting Lu Chong with a direct punch. Boom! The ground beneath their feet subtly vibrated, and then they each took several steps back to disperse the force. This guy is quite something. His 9th rank basic strength, combined with the amplification of Iron Thread Fist, is evenly matched with the power of my perfected stage Stonebreaker Palm, Lu Chong thought to himself. At the same time, Zhao Longfei also realized that the power Lu Chong unleashed was definitely not inferior to his own. But the other party was only martial apprentice 8th rank, which made him, who had long entered the 9th rank, feel humiliated. Today, I'm going to cripple you, Zhao Longfei roared like a tiger, moving his 9 phantom step, and charged again. This time it wasn't Iron Thread Fist, but the cloud-piercing finger, which had greater penetrating power and flexibility, and had also reached insight stage. However, whether it was 9 phantom step or cloud-piercing finger, Lu Chong had long since reached perfected stage, so he was naturally not afraid of the opponent. He didn't use cloud-piercing finger instead, his feet moved continuously, performing the perfected stage 9 phantom step, sidestepping the sharp edge of the opponent's cloud-piercing finger. He flexibly dodged to Zhao Longfei's left side, and simultaneously swung out a palm. Slap. Zhao Longfei reacted extremely quickly. Although his movement technique was not as good as Lu Chang's, he managed to raise his hand in time to protect his face, barely blocking Lu Chang's Stonebreaker palm with his arm. Lu Chang's palm strike was truly delivered with full force, hitting Zhao Longfei's hastily parried arm hard. However, just as Lu Chong thought his palm strike should have knocked the opponent down, he found that he had hit something like a slippery snake. More than half of his force was directly dispersed, and the remaining power failed to injure Zhao Longfei. At this moment, Zhao Longfei's mouth curled into a slight smirk. Taking advantage of the moment Lu Chang's move was spent, he punched Lu Chong in the chest and abdomen, sending him several steps back. So what if your 9 phantom step is at perfected stage? You can't even hit me, Zhao Longfei declared triumphantly, waving his hand. On his raised hand, there was a faint, fish scale-like ethereal glow, smooth and tough. It was precisely the family's inherited mid-grade body refining martial art, scale armor body. After mastering this martial art, not only does one's defense greatly increase, but it also has the passive effect of deflecting force. No wonder the Zhao family is so proud of it. A body-refining martial art, huh? Lu Cheng muttered, seems somewhat interesting. I just wonder if it can withstand my mid-grade martial skill. Chapter 34, all his martial skills are at the perfected stage. Different martial arts techniques have varying amplification effects on basic attributes. Even among lower-grade martial arts, there can be significant differences. For example, Stonebreaker Palm and Iron Wire Fist primarily amplify strength, Nine Phantom Step mainly amplifies movement speed, and Cloud Piercing Finger focuses on penetration, and so on. Furthermore, for the same martial art, different mastery levels show different magnitudes of amplification. If the martial arts are of the same type and at comparable mastery levels, the amplification effect depends on the grade of the martial art itself. In such cases, the amplification effect of a mid-grade martial art is at least twice or even more than that of a lower-grade one, and the moves are more refined. Lu Cheng himself possesses the mid-grade martial art Gale Kick, which he has cultivated to the perfected stage. He has compared it to the equally perfected stage Heart-Piercing Kick, finding Gale Kick to be at least 3 times more powerful. However, facing Zhao Longfei, who was currently employing body-refining martial arts, he was not in a hurry to use his own mid-grade Gale Kick. With such a good target, it's perfect to test the power of my various martial arts. Lu Cheng fully unleashed Nine Phantom Step, constantly circling Zhao Longfei, leaving a trail of afterimages. A total of 9 afterimages appeared, flickering in and out of existence, making it impossible to pinpoint his true body. This was the true perfected stage 9 Phantom Step, leaving 9 afterimages when fully unleashed. Faced with such a level of movement technique, Zhao Longfei had no other choice but to unleash his scale armor body, waiting in place for an opportunity to counterattack, meeting change with unchange. Bang! One of the afterimages suddenly solidified and charged forward, striking Zhao Longfei's back with a palm. Zhao Longfei instantly turned to counterattack, but Lu Cheng struck and retreated immediately, giving him no chance to land a hit. Although this palm strike failed to harm Zhao Longfei, who was protected by his scales, it severely wounded his pride. Lu Cheng also once again felt the might of the body-refining martial art. His full-force palm strike couldn't shake him in the slightest. However, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he circled even faster, changing his palm to a claw, and in one ambush, ripped off one of Zhao Longfei's sleeves. Before Zhao Longfei could counterattack, Lu Cheng had already moved to the other side, and his Eagle Claw skill snatched away another of his sleeves. Eagle Claw skill was certainly not meant for tearing clothes, but Lu Cheng had no choice. His hand on Zhao Longfei's arm was extremely slippery, making it difficult to even scratch the skin. He also possessed body-refining martial arts, even stronger than Zhao Longfei's, so Lu Cheng understood that this was due to the opponent's incredibly strong physical defense. Lu Cheng, that's enough. If you have the guts, fight me head-on. What's with tearing clothes? Zhao Longfei couldn't reach Lu Cheng and cursed angrily. Lu Cheng delivered another claw strike, tearing the back of Zhao Longfei's shirt and leaving a scratch mark on his skin. Bang! Lu Cheng suddenly leaped up, delivering a heart-piercing kick to Zhao Longfei's back, leaving a footprint and simultaneously sending Zhao Longfei staggering forward several meters. Zhao Longfei roared in anger. Although he was protected by body-refining martial arts and didn't suffer any significant injuries, being passively beaten like this was truly too frustrating and humiliating. When he came to his senses, he saw Lu Cheng stop, no longer pursuing, but just looking at him with a smiling expression. Zhao Longfei then realized that this guy was deliberately humiliating him. You can't defeat me. If you keep this up, your stamina will run out, and then it will be your death. Zhao Longfei still spoke defiantly. Is that so? Lu Cheng grinned. I've had enough fun too. Let's see now, how many moves can you withstand? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Cheng again left an afterimage, and the brick ground beneath his feet shattered. His speed was even faster than before. As he approached Zhao Longfei, he leaped up, sweeping out a leg with a fierce whistling sound. Zhao Longfei, far from being surprised, was delighted, because this time Lu Cheng wasn't using his movement technique to toy with him. He was going for a direct confrontation. Zhao Longfei, with his body-refining martial arts, feared nothing more than a head-on clash. He didn't need to worry about being hit, he only needed to focus on attacking the enemy's vital points. With this thought, Zhao Longfei completely ignored Lu Chang's leg sweeping towards his neck, only focusing on striking Lu Chang's chest with all his might. Abandoning defense and only attacking was his greatest advantage. However, when Lu Chang's kick landed on Zhao Longfei's neck first, he realized how terribly wrong he was. It was completely unlike the previous force. Zhao Longfei felt as if he had been hit on the forehead by a heavy axe, and his head went numb. And his full power punch had no chance to touch Lu Chong. He had already completely lost his balance and was sent flying. Spinning in midair, Zhao Longfei landed awkwardly head first 5 meters away. Lu Chang's kick was not the heart-piercing kick, it was the Gale kick, a mid-grade martial skill at the perfected stage, whose power had increased several times over. Using this kick against an unsuspecting Zhao Longfei, even his mid-grade scale armor body at the insight stage couldn't withstand it. How could this be? Zhao Longfei's head was spinning, and he tried to force himself up. But Lu Chong wouldn't give him a chance. He covered the distance in a few quick steps and delivered another kick, sending Zhao Longfei flying several meters directly towards his classmates from Class 1, where he passed out. Moreover, the ragged Zhao Longfei at this moment was much more disheveled than his classmates. With the fight over, Lu Chong ignored Zhao Longfei and turned to leave. Soon, paramedics would arrive to take them away, and Zhao Longfei would no longer be able to interfere with his scoring in the next few days. In the monitoring hall, after a moment of silence, a hubbub of discussion erupted. Student Lu Chong broke through Zhao family's scale armor body. What he used wasn't the school's leg technique, but a mid-grade martial skill. That's right, it's Gale kick, and it's also at the perfected stage. It's hard to imagine that student Lu Chong not only cultivated Stonebreaker Palm, 9 Phantom Step, Eagle Claw skill, and heart-piercing kick to the perfected stage, but he also completely mastered a mid-grade martial skill. How many years has it been since Guanyun City's high schools have produced such innate talent and comprehension? Li Chenjun looked somewhat resentfully at Wang Tong, whose expression wasn't good. He knew that this mid-grade martial skill must have been taught to Lu Chong by the old squad leader. Wang Tong said grumpily, "What are you looking at? If it weren't for your students' coercion, Lu Chong wouldn't have needed to expose Gale kick in the mock exam. Once exposed, his advantage in the martial college entrance exam will be greatly reduced." Li Chenjun quickly turned his face away, not daring to retort. Die in the front and center, Principal Fong from number 3 high school side, Old Way, actually, passing the Tiger Roar art to this kid is also a good choice. To be able to teach a student like that, I, Old Fong, am content. Principal Wei glanced sideways at him, too lazy to expose Principal Fong's little scheme. This old guy obviously saw Lu Chang's enormous potential and just wanted the title of master and disciple. But no matter what, Lu Chong came from their Guanyun First High, and he would always represent the glory of Guanyun First High. As for how many mentors Lu Chong would have in the future, that was beyond his control. Chapter 35, The Undisputed First. Lu Chong didn't know how much attention he was currently receiving, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. So what if he lost some points? He could always earn them back later. But the trouble with Zhao Longfei had to be resolved as soon as possible. He had long realized that this was an era of great contention, and weakness wouldn't bring kindness. He looked down at his score and, sure enough, 100 points had been deducted, leaving him with 772 points. However, even so, he was still at the top of the leaderboard. Luna, in second place, had caught up to 763 points. Lu Chong sensed something and looked up, seeing 2 figures standing on a rooftop several hundred meters away. It was Luna and Huang Junyan. These two were clearly also watching the battle between Lu Chong and Zhao Longfei. As if sensing Lu Chang's gaze, the 2 figures quickly leaped off the rooftop and disappeared. Lu Chong didn't know if Luna was behind Zhao Longfei's targeting of him. However, as long as Luna didn't actively seek him out, he had no intention of bothering her. Otherwise, whether she was the campus beauty or the second generation of a martial arts family, Lu Chong wouldn't show any mercy. 3 more days, let's continue. Lu Chong continued to search for targets by scent in the territory of the rank 8 Shadow Cats. He was determined to get first place in the mock exam, especially with the 300,000 reward. He rushed along, and by sunset that day, Lu Chong had captured 3 more detection locators, bringing his score to 1156, well ahead of the pack. As night fell, most students once again went into hiding, while Lu Chong remained even more invigorated, waiting for the Shadow Cat pack to emerge. After an afternoon of battling wits with the rank 8 Shadow Cats, Lu Chong was confident enough to deal with these mutated beasts at night. This night was still Lu Chang's solo show. He no longer used the mid-grade martial skill Gale Kick, but simply used Stonebreaker Palm, 9 Phantom Step, Eagle Claw skill, and Heart-Piercing Kick to move freely among the Shadow Cats, reaping great rewards. By the time dawn broke on April 1st, Lu Chang's score had reached 2052 points. Luna, in second place, only had 1078 points, and the gap between them was widening. Although there were still 3 days left in the practical assessment, everyone in the monitoring hall could see that Lu Chong was the undisputed first place. Unless he saw death by going after the 2 level 2 Shadow Cats in the hunting ground, no one could surpass him. Lu Chong didn't act rashly, but after waking up that afternoon, he directly entered the territory of the rank 9 Shadow Cats. Even martial apprentices like Luna and Huang Junyan, who were at rank 9, had not yet entered here. It wasn't that they didn't dare, but rather they planned to save this area as their hunting ground for the last day, so that even if they failed and were eliminated, their total score wouldn't be too greatly affected. Lu Chong understood this exam strategy very well. After all, he had participated in various exams in his previous life, and the most difficult questions were always left until last. However, after walking from the outermost periphery to this point, Lu Chong now felt confident, knowing that the rank 9 Shadow Cats wouldn't necessarily threaten him. He might encounter difficulties, but he wouldn't be eliminated, and that was enough after all. It was just a mock exam. Gaining more experience would increase his chances during the real martial college entrance exam. The territory of the 9-rank Shadow Cat was smaller. As soon as Lu Chong stepped in, he was spotted by a 9-rank Shadow Cat perched on a tree branch. Meow! Faced with a human intruding into its territory, the Shadow Cat didn't hesitate. With a sharp cry, it pounced directly from the 5-meter-high treetop. Its speed was incredibly fast, even surpassing Lu Chang's speed when he used 9 Phantom Step. It left a trail of afterimages in mid-air, extending its claws towards Lu Chang's head. Good timing! Lu Chong didn't retreat but advanced, meeting it with a Stonebreaker Palm, directly colliding with the Shadow Cat's claws. This time, Lu Chong felt a strong tearing force transmit to his palm. However, having cultivated the Golden Cicada vestment to the insight stage, even without actively using it, his skin and bones were tough enough to be impervious to blades and spears. Thus, the Shadow Cat's claw not only failed to scratch Lu Chang's palm but also broke its own razor-sharp nails. Lu Chang's counterattack didn't stop there. His perfected stage Stonebreaker Palm was not just for show. One palm strike sent the Shadow Cat flying, spinning in mid-air and losing its balance. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chong had already used 9 Phantom Step to close the distance. Just as the Shadow Cat was about to land, he precisely removed the locator from its neck. A heart-piercing kick followed, directly knocking out the somewhat dazed Shadow Cat. The speed and agility of the 9-rank Shadow Cat completely surpassed mine. If it weren't for the protection of the Golden Cicada vestment, it wouldn't have been easy to take down, Lu Chong mused, not getting carried away with pride. Outsiders didn't see him using the Golden Cicada vestment, but Lu Chong knew that if it hadn't been for the Golden Cicada vestment's passive defense, he would have been injured and his combat effectiveness would have been affected. Not lingering, Lu Chong continued to search for traces of Shadow Cats in the vicinity. That night, Lu Chong had a fruitful harvest, not only obtaining 4 locators but also accumulating enough practical combat experience. Fighting against mutated beasts of this level truly put pressure on him and allowed him to accumulate experience quickly. If it weren't for the 9-rank Shadow Cats being too fast, with several of them directly slipping away when they sensed danger, he would have scored even more points. By dawn on day 2, Lu Chang's score had reached 3,076 points, shocking countless teachers and students. By the last day of the assessment on day 3, a group of rank 8 and 9 students, including Luna and Huang Junyan, finally arrived at the 9-rank Shadow Cat's territory. However, what awaited them were either Shadow Cats that had been scared away directly or prey whose locators had already been taken. Lu Chong had already swept through the 9-rank territory several times. As for the deeper level 2 Shadow Cat territory, Lu Chong ultimately chose not to actively enter. Not out of fear, but because it was unnecessary. His score was already firmly secured at the top of the leaderboard. Furthermore, if he were to truly face in Shadow Cat comparable to a human warrior, Lu Chong would undoubtedly have to reveal his full strength, including the golden cicada robe at the insight stage. This would not benefit him for the subsequent martial college entrance exam. The simulated combat assessment ended here, and all candidates' scores were finalized. First place, Lu Chong 4,100 points. Second place, Lunet 1850 points. Third place, Shui Cheng 1638 points. Fourth place, Huang Junyan 1569 points. As for Zhao Longfei, who was eliminated on the second day, he ultimately only scored a pitiful 424 points. Lu Chong was, of course, the undisputed top scorer, the city's first place in this simulated exam. Chapter 36 Pitiful Zhao Longfei. The efficiency of the Municipal Education Bureau and the school was remarkable. The day after the mock exam ended, a commendation ceremony for the mock exam and a pep rally for the Martial College entrance exam were held at the No. 1 middle school's main playground. Lu Chong, as the top scorer in the city for this mock exam, even represented the students and gave a speech on stage. Of course, what he valued more was the 300,000 cultivation funds allocated to him. Although not cash, he could choose what kind of nutrients or medicinal liquids to purchase. With this large sum of resources, Lu Chong believed he had a good chance of breaking through to warrior before the Martial College entrance exam and reaching the perfected stage of the Golden Cicada garment. It must be mentioned that Lu Chang's dark horse performance, taking the city's top spot by a significant margin, made him completely famous. Especially since he came from a regular class and rapidly progressed from being at the bottom of the school to the top of the city within a month. The Education Bureau and various schools naturally wanted to leverage and heavily promote this representativeness and speed of progress. Look at student Lu Chong. He went from Martial Apprentice Rank 3 to Martial Apprentice Rank 8 in 1 month and became the city's top scorer. Are you still saying you don't have time to sprint? Learn from Lu Chong. There are still 2 months left, there's still time for everything. For a while, Lu Chong became the standard child of someone else's family in the entire senior year circle of Guanyun City. Some students were encouraged and began to seize the time for a final sprint. Other students complained, feeling that Lu Chong had brought them misfortune. But no matter how the outside world changed, Lu Chong had already returned home with ample resources, ready to continue his closed-door power leveling. After the mock exam, they had 2 days off, after which he would participate in the special training organized by the Education Bureau with the top students selected by the school. Only he and Lu from Class 5 were chosen. Lu also performed outstandingly in this mock exam, which secured him this spot. Upon returning home, Lu Chong first looked at his personal data name, Lu Chong rank, Martial Apprentice Rank 8 Martial Arts. 9 Phantom Step Perfected Stage Stonebreaker Palm Perfected Stage Cloud Piercing Finger Perfected Stage Mountain Hugging Strike Perfected Stage Eagle Claw Skill Perfected Stage Iron Wire Fist Perfected Stage Heart Piercing Kick Perfected Stage Gale Kick Perfected Stage Golden Cicada Garment Insight Stage. After reaching Martial Apprentice Rank 8, my cultivations automatic improvement speed has become truly slow. And the Golden Cicada Garment, the final step, is even slower. This was what truly worried Lu Chong. If this trend continued, his cheat advantage would diminish. The same applied to martial arts cultivation. The higher the grade of the martial art, the slower the automatic cultivation speed would become in the future. There must be a way to further accelerate, especially the speed of automatic cultivation. Lu Chong was well aware that this was his greatest advantage and absolutely could not be ignored. For now, he could speed up the accumulation of cultivation by consuming higher grade nutrients. For example, the intermediate energy bar he exchanged today had doubled the cultivation speed of his mana absorption technique. There were also the medicinal baths required for cultivating the Golden Cicada Garment. He previously only dared to use it once a day, but now he could use it without limit. Let's begin. Lu Chong didn't care about the expense, taking the intermediate energy bar while immersing himself in the medicinal bath. For the next 2 days, he planned to spend them in the bathtub. Lu Chong roughly calculated that consuming 5,000 yuan worth of medicinal liquid per hour would amount to over 200,000 yuan in 2 days. And even so, his Golden Cicada Garment would still not reach the perfected stage. This is truly burning money every minute and every second, Lu Chong couldn't help but sigh. At this rate of burning money, he would be broke again in a few days. While Lu Chong burned money to accelerate his cultivation, he felt a twinge of pain, but also a great sense of ease. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Zhao family martial arts school in the north of the city, Zhao Longfei was kneeling dejectedly in the underground cultivation secret room, with his father, Zhao Jingcheng, sitting in front of him. "You scoundrel, do you know you've brought complete disgrace upon me? The old principal personally called me over and subjected me to a good round of sarcasm. I truly wish I could stuff you back into your mother's womb." Zhao Jingcheng was practically fuming. He only found out what good deeds his son had done in the hunting ground after the mock exam. Not only did he lose his ranking in the mock exam, but he also lost the opportunity to participate in the special training before the martial college entrance exam. Most importantly, this brat had even angered the old principal, causing him to be summoned and severely criticized. In truth, Zhao Jingcheng didn't mind being criticized by the highly respected old principal. Countless high-ranking officials in Guanyin City had been educated through the old principal's scolding and beating. But the problem was that there were too many of Zhao Jingcheng's acquaintances in the monitoring hall at that time. This could be considered a humiliation broadcast throughout the entire city. Given the character of those teachers, his son would likely become a negative example for generations of students to come. In front of his father, Zhao Longfei dared not act presumptuously, but said somewhat aggrievedly, "Dad, wasn't I just following your instructions to get close to and flatter Luna? That kid offended Luna, and I just found an opportunity to deal with him. Who knew?" Zhao Longfei couldn't continue, but Zhao Jingcheng cut him off. "Knew what? Who knew it would be live streamed the whole time, right? Can't you use your own brain? That kid performed so outstandingly, would no one pay attention? Is that how you find opportunities?" Zhao Jingcheng said, exasperated. "What do I do now, Dad? We can't just let that kid off the hook, can we?" What Zhao Longfei couldn't let go of most was his hatred for Lu Chong. Not only had Lu Chong repeatedly disrespected him, but he had also caused him great humiliation, which was a tremendous insult to the status-conscious Zhao Longfei. Zhao Jingcheng snorted and gritted his teeth. Indeed, not seeking revenge is not the mark of a true gentleman. This matter is not over. Before the martial college entrance exam, we will make him pay the price. Zhao Jingcheng's tone turned sinister. Isn't he about to participate in the wilderness special training organized by the Education Bureau? We'll use this opportunity to let him know the power of our Zhao family. Zhao Longfei's eyes lit up, then he hesitated. "But I can't participate in special training this time, how can I deal with him?" Zhao Jingcheng snapped, "Don't you worry about it. It's not just you, even I can't step forward. That kid is deeply valued by the old principal now and is almost a public role model, so we can't touch him openly." "Then what do you mean, Dad?" Zhao Longfei was a bit confused. "Silly child, what kind of place is the wilderness?" Zhao Jingcheng looked at Zhao Longfei and smiled sinisterly. "That's the true territory of mutated beasts, and also a paradise for bounty hunters. Is it difficult to pay money to find a few unknown warriors?" Zhao Jingcheng said confidently. Zhao Longfei's eyes widened, and he quickly flattered, Yes, Dad, you're right. With true warriors making a move, let's see how that kid dies." "Humph. You continue kneeling, I'll personally go find someone to arrange it." Chapter 37, I just want to make money. Global catastrophe, my martial arts cultivation automatically progresses. Main text. Chapter 37, I just want to make money. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice 8 rank. Martial Arts 9 Phantom Step Perfected Stage. Gale Kick Perfected Stage. Insight Stage. On April 7th, the weather was clear. Lu Chong didn't go to school but instead headed straight to the military camp outside the suburban hunting grounds for assembly. Just a little more, and I'll reach Martial Apprentice 9 rank. As for the golden cicada garment, its cultivation progress is considerable, but my bonus is almost spent. This special training opportunity is perfect to earn another sum. There were only 100 high school seniors participating in this special training in total, with Guanyin First High alone accounting for 30 spots. After all, Guanyin First High was originally the best high school in the entire city. Lu Chong soon saw Lu and Sister Yu beside her. As for other students not from Class 5, Lu Chong merely recognized them by sight, having had little actual contact with any of them. There were Luna and Huang Junyan from Class 1, along with 4 Martial Apprentice 8 rank students, and 11 Martial Apprentice 7 rank students. Just one class accounted for more than half of the school's total spots. Lu Chong didn't recognize others, but all the students there recognized him, mainly because of his outstanding performance in the mock exam and the extensive publicity he received. "Lu Chong, over here," Lu greeted Lu Chong warmly. After a rank of close interaction, Lu had become very familiar with Lu Chong and no longer seemed so shy. "Hello, Sister Yu." Lu Chong came over to Lu's side and politely greeted Sister Yu. "This is a rank 9 warrior, of course, I need to maintain a good relationship." Sister Yu was still wearing a black suit and large sunglasses that covered half her face, merely giving Lu Chong a cool nod. Lu Chong didn't mind. He knew that Sister Yu was actually cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She had never withheld his private coaching fees during this rank period. "Why is Sister Yu here?" Lu Chong leaned close to Lu, asking in a low, curious voice. Lu's face flushed slightly, and she said a little self-consciously, "Sister Yu is a bit worried about me, so she wants to follow us into the wilderness." "So that's how it is." Lu Chong understood, and at the same time, he noticed that several students here had actually brought experts with them. After all, they were entering the wilderness to face real mutated beasts, so it was understandable for well-off families to send people to escort them. Moreover, the special training camp didn't seem to prohibit this kind of situation. For example, Luna and Huang Junyan each had a warrior escort accompanying them. "Are you Lu Chong?" At this moment, a capable male student with a buzz cut and a black Zhongshan suit came up to Lu Chong and asked. "I am Lu Chong." Lu Chong looked at the other party curiously, realizing he wasn't a student from Guanyun First High. The male student, with a stern expression, introduced himself proactively. "I am Shui Chang, from Class 1, 3rd High. The teachers speak highly of you, but I still want to compete with you again, during this special training, to see who earns more military merits," Shui Chang said earnestly. Only then did Lu Chong remember that Shui Chang should be the student from 3rd High who placed 3rd in the mock exam, a top student at Martial Apprentice rank 9. However, Lu Chong had no interest in competing with him. What he cared about was how much military merit he could earn by hunting mutated beasts during the special training. According to his understanding, tasks like hunting mutated beasts and collecting medicinal herbs during the special training could be directly exchanged for military merits, and military merits meant resources. This was a great opportunity for him to make money. After all, after 2 days of consumption, the rewards he received after the mock exam were almost used up. He still needed about 200,000 to cultivate the golden cicada garment to the perfected stage. "I'm not interested." Lu Chong flatly refused him. While they were still competing, he still had to hustle for livelihood and cultivation resources. Sigh. Children of the poor learn to manage early. But Shui Chang clearly had no intention of giving up. He seemed to know Lu Chang's family background well, and directly threw out bait, saying, "If you can beat me again, all my military merits can be yours." "If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't be feeling sleepy anymore." As soon as money was mentioned, Lu Chang's interest was piqued, and he said directly, "All right, it's a deal." "And if you lose?" Shui Chang nodded with satisfaction and countered. Lu Chong never considered that he would lose, but he humbly asked, "What do you want?" "If you lose, I require you to be Luna's private coach for a month, free of charge, sparring with her for 1 hour every day," Shui Chang stated his demand without hesitation. Lu Chong was slightly stunned and couldn't help but glance at Luna, who was standing with her back to them in the distance. Wow, this Guanyun First High School beauty's influence is quite something, even affecting students from other schools. However, it's a good thing this Shui Chang is a bit more rational than that Zhao Longfei, at least knowing what he lacks right now. "No problem," Lu Chong readily agreed. Only then did Shui Chang leave, content. "Lu Chong, what if you lose? Will you really have to be Luna's private coach?" Lu, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, leaned over and asked somewhat reluctantly. Lu Chong chuckled, "How could I possibly lose? Don't worry, the reward you offered is so high, I wouldn't go be someone else's free private coach." Lu then smiled happily, but still felt vaguely uneasy about something. Students discussed in groups of 3s and 5s, waiting in the camp until 10:30 a.m. before the instructors for this special training finally arrived late. The special training instructors were no longer teachers from various high schools, but genuine warriors from the army. There were a total of 7 instructors, each one tall, straight, and imposing like an abyss. Compared to high school teachers, these instructors exuded more of a chilling aura, clearly all hardened individuals who had truly experienced battlefield combat. In addition to the 7 instructors, 2 important figures were also present, Colonel Huang and Fong Yuan, the principal of 3rd High School. With the arrival of these 2 bigwigs, the students in the camp quickly quieted down, focusing their attention on them. Students, I am your team leader for this special training. You can call me Teacher Fong, or simply Old Fong. Hello, Principal Fong. The students recognized the principal of 3rd High School, whose reputation was second only to Principal Wei, and shouted in unison. Principal Fong smiled and gestured with his hand, then said, "The students participating in the special training each year are the promising talents from our Guanyun city who will take the Martial College entrance exam. The purpose of organizing this special training is to let you truly experience wilderness combat, because it's much closer to the Martial College entrance exam than mock exams. The 7 instructors here are all from the army, and they are all true warriors who have fought against mutated beasts. At the same time, each instructor had cultivated at least one school martial art to the perfected stage. Therefore, during special training, having them guide you will be the most efficient. As for what to pay attention to after entering the wilderness, Colonel Huan will elaborate for you. Chapter 38, A Different Tiger Roar Technique. Global Cataclysm, My Martial Arts Cultivate Automatically, Chapter 38, A Different Tiger Roar Technique. The pre-exam special training organized by the Education Bureau can be said to have involved considerable effort. Led by Principal Fong Yuan of No. 3 High School, with expert warriors from the military camp guarding the Guanyin base serving as instructors, and military soldiers escorting them into the wilderness. In particular, the 7 instructors dispatched by the military were genuinely hand-picked warriors, each proficient in at least one school martial art. Stonebreaker Palm, 9 Phantom Step, Iron Thread Fist, Cloud Piercing Finger, Heart Piercing Kick, Mountain Leaning Tackle, Eagle Claw Technique all were included. With such conditions, these 100 students joining the special training can fully find corresponding instructors to study the martial arts they need, based on their individual circumstances. Colonel Huan didn't say much. After simply introducing some precautions to note in the wilderness, he left alone. Although the students were to enter the real wilderness, it was actually near the base, with soldiers from the military camp ready to assist at any time, ensuring no harm would come to the students. Depart! At Principal Fong's command, 100 students successively boarded the pre-arranged military vehicles, bypassed the hunting grounds, and were taken to the fortress at the edge of the base. This is the first line of defense for Guanyin City Base, featuring not only a thick wall 100 meters high but also several layers of primal energy light walls, with heavily armed soldiers patrolling the walls year-round. Their camp this time was on the city wall itself, where they ate and lived with the military personnel stationed there, going out with the officers and soldiers to perform various reconnaissance, hunting, and other missions. Students, only by experiencing true wilderness combat can you become warriors who bring glory to our nation. This is also the most important course after you enter university. Of course, at your current rank, you can still receive protection. The main focus is on gaining experience and broadening your horizons. The practical assessment for the Martial College entrance exam changes hunting grounds every year, so you must seize this opportunity to encounter more mutated beasts and improve your adaptability. When there are no outdoor missions, you can cultivate on your own in the fortress camp, or practice martial arts with the instructors. After Principal Fong emphasized the rules of the special training again, he handed the students over to the 7 instructors. However, before leaving, his voice entered Lu Chang's mind, "Student Lu Chong, come see me after class tonight." Voice transmission. This was an ability only attainable after reaching the Grandmaster realm. Lu Chong was somewhat puzzled as to why the principal of the 3rd High School, whom he had never met before, wanted to meet him alone. Students, I am Chang Dongya, a 7-rank warrior, proficient in Stonebreaker Palm. I am Lian Yunfeng, a 6-rank warrior, proficient in 9 Phantom Step. Lu Zicheng, a 6-rank warrior, proficient in Mountain Sticking Lean. After Principal Fong left, the 7 instructors from the military introduced themselves simply one by one, especially highlighting the basic school martial arts they specialized in. It must be said that the military truly had an abundance of experts. Merely a garrison in a third-tier base city could easily assemble masters proficient in various basic martial arts. It's worth noting that even the 108 high schools in Guanyun City would struggle to put together 7 such teachers. Of course, the teachers' theoretical knowledge and scope of martial arts were still beyond that of ordinary soldiers. For example, class teacher Wang Tong, as far as Lu Chong knew, although he hadn't cultivated any school martial art to the perfected stage, all 7 of these martial arts were at the insight stage. Over the next month, we will immerse you in real military camp life, temper your will, and let you experience true mutated beasts up close. Note, this is no longer the playing house game and the hunting grounds. The mutated beasts you see will no longer be captive ones that have lost their fangs. After another round of sharp admonishments from the instructors led by Chung Dongye, the students were finally led to their resting place. Each student was assigned a tent, and as for the escorts the students brought, they could also stay at the camp but had to follow the instructors' arrangements. By the end of the day, the students had gained a preliminary understanding of the fortress. After dinner, while other students returned to rest or cultivate, Lu Chong went alone to Principal Fong's quarters. "Come in." Before Lu Chong could even knock, Principal Fong's voice had already come out. Lu Chong pushed the door open and saw Principal Fong, dressed in a long gown, with a kind face. "Hello, Principal Fong." Lu Chong greeted respectfully. No need to be so formal, just call me Teacher Fong." Principal Fong smiled at Lu Chong and continued, "It seems Old Wei didn't tell you, did he? It's like this, your performance in the hunting ground was outstanding. So, I suggested to your Principal Wei that I pass on a technique I created myself, the Tiger Roar skill, to you. After all, in the end, our Guanyun First High and Third High are both from Guanyun City. During the National Martial College entrance exam, we still need to present a united front and compete with other bases." Principal Fong's words were well spoken, but Lu Chong didn't fully believe them. He felt a more reasonable explanation was that Principal Wei had secured a new martial technique for him. However, no matter what, Lu Chong, who was currently in dire need of a martial technique, was still very interested in this so-called Tiger Roar skill. "Thank you, Teacher Fong." Lu Chong asked curiously, "What grade is this Tiger Roar skill?" Principal Fong, with a hint of pride, said, "Peak human tier. It's just so-so, only slightly stronger than your Principal Wei's golden cicada robe." Lu Chang's spirits immediately lifted upon hearing this. Peak human tier, this was already the strongest martial art that could be cultivated below the warrior realm. He hadn't expected that this unremarkable, fond of bluffing Principal Fong could create martial arts of this caliber. Cough cough. Principal Fong then added, a little bashfully, "Of course, in terms of actual combat power, the Tiger Roar skill isn't necessarily stronger than the golden cicada robe. My Tiger Roar skill is quite special. It focuses not on offense, but on refining the spirit," Principal Fong declared confidently. Refining the spirit? Lu Chong was somewhat surprised, as he had only heard of such martial arts but never seen them. "It's not as mystical as you think. It's actually a martial art that trains mental willpower and improves your neural reactions," Principal Fong rephrased. It wasn't that he was being humble, but this kid would definitely go back and ask Old Wei, so it was better not to brag. Mixing truth with falsehood was the only way to keep this kid fooled. Mental willpower, neural reactions. Lu Chong recalled the previous simulated test. In that test, Lu Chong found that his neural reaction score wasn't outstanding, it was merely average. "I didn't expect to have the chance to find a martial art to improve neural reactions so soon." Lu Chong secretly rejoiced, "Principal Wei really understands me." Chapter 39, You Can't Be Hacking, Can You? The golden cicada armor indeed improved Lu Chang's overall attributes. In addition to physical defense, the enhancement in basic strength and speed was also considerable. The golden cicada armor was the only thing that couldn't affect the most mysterious brain nerves. Lu Chong never expected Principal Fong to create such a miraculous martial art. "You'll know its specific effects once you practice it," Principal Fong explained little, directly taking out a heritage jade slip and instructing Lu Chong to receive it in front of him. Of course, Lu Chong readily accepted such a martial art was priceless on the outside, and it certainly wouldn't be cheaper than the golden cicada armor. Soon, Lu Chong engraved the cultivation method of Tiger Roar art into his mind. Principal Fong continued, Tiger Roar art also has certain moves, but its main emphasis is on the roar aspect. When practiced deeply, it can form sound wave attacks, creating a deterrent effect on the mind. Of course, as a top-grade martial art, its difficulty is also considerable, and it cannot be assisted by medicinal liquids for cultivation. Given your rank time, you can come to me for guidance after class every day. I believe you should be able to reach the adept stage before the martial college entrance exam. Principal Fong was still rambling on, unaware that Lu Chong was already secretly overjoyed. Just after he fully received the heritage of the Tiger Roar art, a prompt sounded in his mind. Tiger Roar art, inspired by Eagle Claw Skill, 9 Phantom Step, and Mountain Leaning Strike, has entered the adept stage, doubling its cultivation speed. Tiger Roar art has received guidance from an expert, benefiting greatly, doubling its cultivation speed again. Wow, a top-grade martial art directly reaches adept stage, and the cultivation speed has doubled. There's even such a perk. Lu Chong himself hadn't expected the cultivation of this top-grade martial art to be so smooth. However, on second thought, Lu Chong felt there was some logic to it. The 7 martial arts learned at school were originally the most basic of basics, laying the foundation for future cultivation of more difficult martial arts. The moves in Tiger Roar art, involving tiger claws, tiger pounces, and tail flicks, indeed had some overlapping commonalities with those foundational martial arts. It was just that ordinary people would need time to convert and absorb them, while Lu Chong could directly graft them onto the new martial art. So, basic martial arts are definitely not useless. Even after one's cultivation improves, they still have a great purpose. Lu Chong profoundly realized the importance of low-grade martial arts. It was like the basic knowledge learned in primary and secondary school rank in his previous life would it lose its purpose after entering university and society? Without this basic knowledge, one might not even understand university courses, let alone be able to calculate accounts after entering society. Therefore, Lu Chong was now very glad that he had cultivated all 7 martial arts in high school to the perfected stage, which would save him a lot of time catching up later. Lu Chong, are you listening? Principal Fong noticed Lu Chong was distracted and immediately gave an annoyed yet amused reminder. At such an important moment, this kid could still get distracted. Was his Tiger Roar art not worth it? Listening, please continue, Teacher Fong. Lu Chong snapped back to attention and quickly focused. Good. Principal Fong stood up. Now, I will demonstrate the tiger stance for you. When you first achieve the basic tiger shape, it means you've reached the novice stage. After speaking, Principal Fong, who had initially appeared somewhat aged, suddenly straightened his back, seemingly growing in stature and majesty. Immediately after, he slightly bent his knees, leaned his upper body forward, held his arms out straight, and slightly curved his index fingers like tiger claws. This wasn't all. Principal Fong then began to pace back and forth in the less than 30 square meter stone chamber in this stance, his speed increasing, creating a powerful draft. Lu Chong watched in fascination at that moment. He felt as if he truly saw a tiger descending a mountain to hunt, magnificent and awe-inspiring. You try it, follow behind me. Principal Fong walked 3 circles, slowed down as he passed Lu Chong, and called out. Lu Chong had long been itching to try. Without a word, he adopted the same posture and began to pace alongside Principal Fong, striding powerfully like a dragon and a tiger. Fortunately, it was very smooth after all. He was already at the adept stage. Lu Chong took it for granted. However, after 1 round, Principal Fong was completely unsettled. He stopped directly, turned around to block the eager Lu Chong, and asked with wide eyes, "Kid, have you already practiced Tiger Roar art?" Lu Chong was accustomed to such situations and knew why Principal Fong was asking, so he just honestly shook his head and said, "No, Principal Fong, didn't you just teach it to me?" "Yes, I taught it to you." Principal Fong stroked his beard. "But, do you know that you're no longer at the novice stage? You're already at the adept stage of Tiger Roar art. The tiger form is taking shape. You can even begin to emulate its spirit," Principal Fong said in disbelief. He was truly shocked. He had heard that this kid had high comprehension, but he had never seen anyone with such high comprehension. Is this even a matter of high comprehension? This is cheating. Principal Fong knew there was a gaming term among students that seemed to express this meaning. However, out of respect for his own dignity, Principal Fong didn't ask but stroked his beard, regaining his composure, and said, "Don't be arrogant. Although your comprehension is good, you haven't yet grasped the essence of Tiger Roar art, so you need to follow me closely and practice hard from now on." Lu Chong humbly said, "Understood, Principal Fong." "Don't be a stranger, just call me teacher from now on," Principal Fong emphasized again. "Okay, teacher," Lu Chong smoothly replied. It's not quite suitable to practice Tiger Roar refining spirit here." Principal Fong looked around, then decisively said, "Let's go, you come with me to practice Tiger Roar art outside." Lu Chong, of course, respectfully obeyed. Following Principal Fong outside, Lu Chong didn't expect that the old principal would simply grab him and leap off the 100-meter-high fortress wall. And their destination was not inside the fortress, but the dark wilderness outside. Principal Fong was actually going to take Lu Chong directly to the wilderness to practice Tiger Roar art. A stream of air quickly emerged from beneath the principal's feet, helping him decelerate in mid-air. The two glided for hundreds of meters and landed smoothly. Lu Chong clicked his tongue in wonder, but Principal Fong indifferently said, "It's just a small trick for a grandmaster to fly. When you reach this level, you can do it too." Lu Chong nodded, but in reality, he was more curious about the surrounding wilderness. This place was completely different from the hunting ground. It was a truly sparsely populated area, the territory of mutated beasts. Roar! Low growls echoed from all around, and Lu Chong saw pairs of scarlet eyes emerging. This feeling was completely different from what he experienced in the hunting ground, and Lu Chang's hair stood on end involuntarily. Chapter 40 My cheat system can still upgrade. Global cataclysm, my martial arts cultivate automatically. It wasn't until the owners of those crimson eyes revealed their true forms that Lu Chong recognized them as mutated beasts, specifically two-headed hounds, which he had seen in textbooks and videos. Moreover, Lu Chong could determine that these 6 two-headed hounds were rank 8 mutated beasts based on their physical characteristics. He now had to admit that the rank 8 two-headed hounds in the wilderness were truly much more terrifying than the shadow cats of the same rank in the hunting ground. It wasn't about their strength, but that indescribable fierce aura, as if they were about to pounce on him and fight to the death at any moment. This feeling was completely different from the mutated beasts raised in captivity in the hunting ground. They were two distinct concepts. Lu Chong suddenly realized how significant this special training was. You see, these beasts mutated from former domestic dogs. Principal Fong calmly glanced at the restless two-headed hounds and continued, "That's why keeping pets privately is forbidden in human bases now. You haven't even seen the mutated beasts that mutated from wild animals yet. They are far more ferocious than these guys." Seemingly noticing Lu Chang's slight nervousness, Principal Fong's tone relaxed a bit. "Of course, don't overestimate them too much either. As long as you have enough strength, and are more ferocious than these beasts, you can suppress them so they dare not raise their heads." After speaking, as if to prove his words, Principal Fong, who had been restraining his aura, assumed the tiger stance. Lu Chong quickly focused on Principal Fong, seeing the octogenarian's chest and abdomen ripple like waves, an invisible force finally transmitting to his throat. Immediately afterward, Principal Fong opened his mouth wide and let out a roar that shook the 4 wilds. This roar was no longer human. It was more like the call of a tiger, containing the majesty and disdainful arrogance of the king of beasts. Although Lu Chong had covered his ears in advance, he still felt his head buzzing and his limbs somewhat weak. Looking around at the surrounding two-headed hounds with a newfound awareness, Lu Chong found that those mutated beasts, which had been extremely ferocious just moments ago, were now whimpering lowly and submissively, then fled without looking back. How terrifying! Is this the true power of Tiger Roar skill? Lu Chong secretly marveled. At this moment, Principal Fong had already finished his skill and stood with his hands behind his back, stating indifferently, "This is only 1/10 of the Tiger Roar skill's power. If I had used my full strength just now, these little beasts wouldn't have just fled, they would have been scared to death." Lu Chong was slightly stunned, realizing he had underestimated this top-grade martial art. "Alright, it's quiet around here now. There definitely won't be any mutated beasts daring to come over tonight. Let's cultivate here." After Principal Fong cleared the area with a roar, he officially began to guide Lu Chong in cultivating the spiritual refinement method of the Tiger Roar technique. As Principal Fong had stated, the most prominent aspect of the Tiger Roar technique was not its offensive capabilities, nor even its sonic attacks, but rather its ability to temper one's own spirit and will. Much like the roar just now, the sonic attack was merely a superficial manifestation. What was truly being vibrated and tempered was one's own spirit. If this continues for a long time, it can naturally make one's spiritual will more condensed and powerful. This is the true essence of the Tiger Roar art. With guidance from Principal Fong, a perfected stage expert, Lu Chong quickly got into the rhythm, and the cultivation speed of the Tiger Roar art was surprisingly much faster than when he first cultivated the Golden Cicada vest. Tiger Roar art received guidance from a master, cultivation speed doubled. Tiger Roar art felt the owner's diligence, cultivation progress skyrocketed, entering expert stage. By 11 o'clock that evening, Lu Chang's Tiger Roar art had already successfully entered the expert stage. Alright, that's enough for tonight. This old man needs to go back to sleep. Principal Fong felt his heart couldn't take it anymore. He quickly stopped Lu Chong and, without explanation, led Lu Chong back to the fortress. Oh my god, in one night, from just starting to novice stage, and then from adept stage to expert stage, is this even human? Principal Fong suddenly understood why Old Wei valued this student so much, and also understood why Lu Chong could cultivate so many martial arts to the perfected stage realm. Not to mention Principal Fong, even Lu Chong himself was a little surprised, not expecting his cultivation of the Tiger Roar art to go so smoothly. And what surprised and delighted him even more was that when his Tiger Roar art reached expert stage, a prompt sounded in his mind again. Mana absorption technique felt the owner's spirits uplifted, cultivation speed quadrupled. Golden Cicada vest felt the owner's spirits uplifted, cultivation speed quadrupled. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Lu Chong returned to his tent in a daze, still unclear why the cultivation speed of mana absorption technique in Golden Cicada vest had suddenly increased. Wait, could it be because of the Tiger Roar art? Lu Chong suddenly realized, because his only change that night was cultivating the Tiger Roar art. He thought with shining eyes, to be precise, it should be because the mind-refining effect of the Tiger Roar art improved my spiritual will, thus boosting the overall cheat. How to describe this phenomenon? Lu Chong felt it was like fundamentally updating and upgrading the cheat program, so the overall speed of automatic martial arts cultivation increased. Good heavens, does this mean I can upgrade my cheat through similar methods? Thinking of this, Lu Chang's heart filled with even more joy. This had solved his biggest worry for the past rank of time. If this were truly the case, then even if his cultivation level increased and he cultivated stronger and more difficult martial arts in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about the cheat becoming useless. The Tiger Roar art is truly significant to me, Lu Chong mused inwardly. Just then, Lu Chong suddenly felt a warm current merge into his body, followed by a long-lost sense of hunger. Lu Chong quickly looked at his status panel. This means my cultivation has broken through. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice rank 9. Martial Arts 9 Phantom Step Perfected Stage. Gale Kick Perfected Stage. Insight Stage. Tiger Roar Art Expert Stage. It's truly a double blessing. I've finally broken through to Martial Apprentice rank 9. Lu Chong was overjoyed. Most importantly, he had just solved the problem of his system's automatic upgrade. Even after his cultivation breaks through to rank 9, the speed of his automatic cultivation will not falter. Moreover, with deeper cultivation of the Tiger Roar art, his mental will would continuously strengthen, and the speed of all corresponding cultivations would increase proportionally, forming a virtuous cycle. How exhilarating! This one gain alone makes the trip worthwhile. Chapter 41. Sorry, I've booked first place. On April 8th, as dawn was just breaking, a loud and urgent whistle woke the students undergoing special training in the fortress. Lu Chong had only slept for 3 hours, but he still got up in high spirits and quickly headed to the assembly point. After his cultivation breakthrough last night, he spent several hours studying his condition to see if there would be any regression. Fortunately, the automatic cultivation system truly proved to be progressive as desired. The most obvious point was that after his cultivation broke through to rank 9, the speed of automatic cultivation did not decrease, instead, it subtly increased. With a supply of intermediate energy bars, his cultivation could improve by 10% every day. At this rate, he was expected to break through the major barrier and become a true warrior in less than 10 days. 18-year-old warriors were rare, but not uncommon nationwide, with a wave emerging during the martial college entrance exam every year. However, don't forget that Lu Chong had only been at it for a month, from martial apprentice rank 3 to now. To break through from martial apprentice rank 3 to warrior in just over a month, it might not be unprecedented, but it's certainly unparalleled. Lu Chong didn't become arrogant because of this, as he understood that talent or a cheat system was only an innate advantage. If he didn't work hard, he would eventually be caught up by others. Moreover, if he truly encountered fierce mutated beasts or enemies, they wouldn't care if he was a peerless genius. Instead, they would be even more ruthless. A genius who hasn't grown up can only be called a potential stock, not a true powerhouse. Students, today you will follow our soldiers into the wilderness for reconnaissance and clearing missions. However, this time, the protagonists are no longer the soldiers, but you. The soldiers will only assist you, record military merits, and gather battle results. Depart at 8 o'clock, return to camp promptly at 14 o'clock. We will tally your military merits daily. These military merits can be used as you wish, to exchange for money, resources, or even martial arts from the military. Additionally, Colonel Huang personally ordered that the person with the most military merits at the end of the special training can be awarded an honorary military rank, depending on the situation. I believe you also know what this means. As Chief Instructor Chang Dongye's words fell, 100 students immediately burst into an uproar. While Lu Chong was pondering what he should exchange his military merits for, the other students were discussing the honorary military rank mentioned by Chang Dongye. Although it wasn't a real power to directly command troops, most people understood how significant this honorary military rank was. To put it simply, this kind of honorary military rank was equivalent to a talisman. It allowed one to enjoy numerous national policy benefits, receive public admiration, and was also a symbol of status. The most important point was that those with an honorary military rank could receive corresponding salaries and benefits, enjoy priority access to military resources, and gain many inheritance opportunities not available to the public. When Lu Chong vaguely heard this discussion, he perked up. Salaries, benefits, military resources, weren't these exactly what he needed most? How could the resources and martial arts inheritances from schools and the market compare to those of the military? Moreover, merely accepting an honorary military rank did not require military service limitations. He could still attend university and do what he wanted. Where else can I find such a good thing? No need to say more, the first place in this special training is reserved for me, Lu Chong. Lu Chong made up his mind, feeling full of motivation, with the glittering military honors beckoning to him. It wasn't just him, all the students present were like this, rubbing their palms together, eager to jump off the fortress and fight the mutated beasts right now. The chief instructor knew when to stop, not further inciting these greenhorn students, and instead began to group them. Each instructor led a group of 14 or 15 students and was also accompanied by a squad of soldiers. Lu Chong and Lu were assigned to the same group. He didn't recognize any of the other students. The team leader for this group was Lu Ziqiang, the rank 6 warrior who was a second lieutenant platoon leader. According to the military camp's organizational structure, platoon leaders were generally mid to high rank warriors, squad leaders were low rank warriors, and ordinary soldiers in a squad were mostly martial apprentices. The 7 instructors here were clearly all second lieutenants. And the soldiers who would escort the students into the wilderness were mostly high-rank martial apprentices. Depart! At 8 o'clock, Chang Dongye gave the order, and the students, one by one, passed through the open light wall and arrived in the wilderness. The wilderness here was completely different from the dilapidated town ruins of the base's hunting grounds. It was true wild mountain forest terrain. The 7 student groups immediately dispersed, fanning out in different directions for reconnaissance. Their mission was to scout the wilderness within 50 miles, identify potential hidden dangers, collect rare medicinal herbs, and clear out any appearing mutated beasts. The students were at the front, with the instructor leading a squad of soldiers bringing up the rear, ready to provide support at any time. Of course, some escorts brought by individual students, such as Sister Yu, also followed, silently trailing at the very back. Unless an irresistible crisis was encountered, these external aids were not allowed to disrupt the student's special training. Lu Chong, if you encounter danger, call me immediately, and I'll have Sister Yu help you, Lu nervously instructed Lu Chong. Lu Chong smiled at Lu, expressing his thanks. But unless the situation was too dangerous, he wouldn't ask for help, as that would affect his ability to earn military merits. Platoon leader, he's the top scorer from the mock exam a few days ago, the squad leader whispered to Lu Zicheng at the back of the team. Lu Zicheng nodded, his voice serious. That's him, Lu Chong. I hear his Stonebreaker Palm, 9 Phantom Step, Eagle Claw skill, and Heart-Piercing Kick are all at the perfected stage. So, old Chang asked me to follow this team and, while I'm at it, guide him in practicing the mountain sticking strike, Lu Zicheng said. So much favoritism, the young squad leader became even more curious. Whose connections are these, to warrant special treatment? Lu Zicheng glanced at him, kicked the squad leader 3 meters away, and said gruffly, do your job. Do you know what a flower of the motherland is? Do you know what a genius is? Tell all the soldiers to be ready for fire support at any time. These precious little ones are just here to experience life, not a single one can get into trouble. After the squad leader walked away, grinning, Lu Zicheng looked at Lu Chong in the distance, recalling Cheng Dongya's reminder, this is someone Colonel Huang values highly, there can be no mistakes. I'll have to see how much this student, so valued by the colonel, is really capable of. Let's hope he doesn't see blood in the wilderness and wet his pants from fright. Chapter 42, Kill Stealing is my specialty. The wilderness is full of dangers, but also opportunities. Perhaps because of the rampant mutated beasts, the soil here can nurture various special herbs, which are invaluable to humans. For example, the phoenix tail grass Lu Chong needs for his golden cicada robe cultivation primarily comes from the wilderness and is difficult to cultivate artificially. Therefore, bounty hunters, warriors, and military scouts often venture into the wilderness, hunting and clearing mutated beasts while searching for various precious medicinal materials. Both mutated beasts and medicinal materials are scarce resources in the human world. Look, it's a first-grade medicinal herb, blazing sunflower, a student suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he pointed to a delicate 3-leaf red flower while they were advancing. He bent down to grab the red flower. This kind of basic medicinal herb isn't particularly expensive, but it can still fetch a few hundred yuan. Crucially, collecting medicinal materials also earns military merits. But just as the student's hand approached the fiery red petals, a dark shadow suddenly shot out from it, heading straight for his neck. Watch out, a nearby student shouted. However, the shadow was too fast, the student reaching for the herb had no time to react. Just then, a black streak suddenly ripped through the air from a distance, accurately hitting the dark shadow and knocking it flying. The person who acted was Lu Chong, who was a dozen meters away. He had been holding 2 pebbles in his hand, and they had just come in handy. The students breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the fallen dark shadow, and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. It's a rank 3 black mosquito, 1 bite can take half our lives. That was close. What was struck down by the pebble was indeed a mosquito. However, this type of mosquito was much larger than any Lu Chong had seen in his previous life, just its proboscis was as long as a little finger. Thank you, Lu Chong, the student who was about to pick the flower said, his face pale with fright. If Lu Chong hadn't acted in time, he would now be on his way back for emergency treatment. You're welcome, Lu Chong walked over, smiling as he picked the blazing sunflower from the ground and handed it to the soldier who had followed. The blazing sunflower and that black mosquito both counted as military merits, so he naturally took them without hesitation. The student didn't mind and continued to profusely thank Lu Chong. The students continued their journey, but became much more cautious. They realized that this was the wilderness, and deadly dangers could appear at any moment. Behind them, instructor Lu Zicheng quietly put away his pistol. If Lu Chong hadn't acted just now, he would have stopped that black mosquito in time. These battle-hardened soldiers knew best that in the wilderness, any creature could harbor deadly danger. Just like that rank 3 black mosquito, it could still ambush and take the life of a high-ranking martial apprentice. This was not an exercise but real combat. No one would tell you beforehand that they were coming. Through carpet-style searching and reconnaissance, the students ventured deeper into the wilderness, seeing more and more medicinal materials, as well as various hard-to-detect first-grade insects. These insects, which usually only appeared in textbooks, would always emerge unexpectedly and then directly launch surprise attacks to claim lives. Fortunately, the students' learning and adaptability were quite good. They quickly combined theory with practice, found their rhythm, and didn't fall into any more traps. However, what frustrated them was that almost more than half of the emerging insects and mutated beasts were harvested by Lu Chong first. Lu Chong didn't forcefully grab the medicinal herbs that had already been discovered by other students. This is all military merit. When it comes to snatching kills, I'm a professional. Lu Chong didn't feel embarrassed. They were in a competitive relationship to begin with. As long as the instructor didn't say anything, it was tacit approval for him to snatch kills. Besides, most of those pampered students usually didn't care about the money and were quite unaccustomed to such bloody scenes, preferring Lu Chong to take them. "This kid really isn't afraid of blood," the squad leader muttered, somewhat surprised, as he came back to Lu Ziqiang's side at the rear of the team. Lu Ziqiang said indifferently, "It's nothing more than killing a few low-rank bugs, swatting a few mosquitoes. What's there to be afraid of? He'll only be truly brave when he sees the blood of his own people and doesn't flinch," Lu Ziqiang said meaningfully. The squad leader recalled the first time he saw a soldier next to him get his arm bitten off, the first time he had a chunk of flesh torn off by mutated beasts, and nodded in deep agreement. Unconsciously, it was already noon, and they had successfully scouted 40 li outside the fortress. With just 10 more li, they could successfully return. Although the journey had been full of minor scares but no major dangers, the students were already showing signs of fatigue. In such a place, they had to keep their nerves taut at all times, which put too much psychological pressure on them. The thought of returning to the fortress soon relaxed their tense nerves considerably. This was truly no life for a human. But just as they were about to turn back, Lu Chang's nose suddenly twitched, and he abruptly turned his head to look at a towering tree about a dozen meters away. At this sight, Lu Chong couldn't help but be startled. On the brown trunk of the tree, a large snake-resembling tree bark was coiled, its flat head hidden among the drooping branches, staring at a student passing below, less than 2 meters away. Hiss! Just then, the snake's head suddenly moved, going from still to dynamic like a spring, with incredible speed. Not good. Lu Chong and the instructor behind him reacted almost simultaneously, one throwing a stone, the other pulling out his gun and firing. Bang! The stone hit the snake's head, and the bullet struck the snake's vulnerable point. However, this snake was not like the low-rank mosquitoes from before. It was an 8-rank withered wood snake, with even more tenacious vitality. Although it felt pain, its body merely swayed before it descended even faster, opening its bloody maw and biting the student's forearm. The student, who was scared witless, reacted somewhat in time, using his arm to shield his head. But that was all. He had long forgotten the martial arts he had learned, leaving only a fight or flight response. With that bite, the student immediately cried out in agony, shaking frantically, wanting to long snake away. Just then, Lu Chong arrived first, executing Eagle Claw Gong, and fiercely grabbed the long snake's vulnerable point. His 5 fingers pierced directly into the snake's body, drawing blood. With a violent pull, Lu Chong lifted the withered wood snake directly, tearing a chunk of flesh from the student's arm along with it. The withered wood snake, having its vulnerable point grabbed, screamed in pain, its 2-meter-long body whipping and coiling around Lu Chong like a lash. "I've indulged you enough." Lu Chong hardened his resolve, forming his other hand into a claw, and fearlessly grabbed the whipping snake tail. Then, he exerted force, actually tearing the long snake into 2 pieces in the middle, spraying blood everywhere. The scene was incredibly bloody, frightening the surrounding students into scattering and fleeing. "Good heavens, this kid is even more ferocious than the mutated beasts," the squad leader murmured, dumbfounded. "What are you standing around for? Go save them!" Lu Ziqiang snapped after glancing at Lu Chong, who was covered in blood. Chapter 43, Asking the Instructor for Guidance. A piece of flesh was bitten off the forearm of that student from another school, injuring an artery, and blood was still gushing out. However, with the medical technology of this world, even a severed arm can be regenerated, so this injury was not fatal. The surrounding students were scared pale and dared not approach. The class monitor quickly brought 2 soldiers to give the student first aid, temporarily stopping the bleeding. Lu Chong took the handkerchief Lu handed him, wiped the snake blood from his face, and didn't feel too much discomfort. He had mentally prepared himself for such situations long ago, and had even deliberately watched many bloody videos related to it. However, Lu Chong once again felt the danger of the wilderness, which was completely incomparable to the captive mutated beasts in hunting grounds. The shadow cat from the mock exam, though untamed, clearly lacked the wild aura of mutated beasts in the wilderness. "Kid, are you alright?" Instructor Lu Zichang asked, coming up to Lu Chong. Lu Chong watched as other soldiers collected his spoils of war, then smiled and shook his head, saying, "Instructor, can I ask how many military merits I have now?" He had worked hard for half a day, even snatching kills. Wasn't it all for those military merits? Lu Zichang was visibly stunned. This kid in front of him neither cared about his classmate nor felt any lingering fear. Instead, his first thought was to know his military merits. He didn't know whether to call him cold-blooded or just incredibly calm. 352 military merits. "Don't worry, you're temporarily in first place," Lu Zichang said grumpily. Lu Chong roughly calculated it. According to common knowledge, one military merit was worth over 100 yuan, so he had earned more than 30,000 today. Great, this is even faster than being a private tutor, Lu Chong thought to himself, pleased. The key was that military merits were worth more than their monetary equivalent because they could be exchanged for resources unavailable on the market. Sigh, it would be even better if I could get a few martial arts techniques for free, like the teachers at school, Lu Chong mused. But he also knew this was difficult. Soldiers were soldiers, and the military was not a charitable educational institution. Everything was based on military merits. Of course, private instruction could not be counted. Thinking of this, Lu Chong looked meaningfully at instructor Lu Zichang beside him. This warrior instructor, surely he has some stored knowledge, right? What are you staring at? Lu Zichang felt uneasy under Lu Chong's gaze. Lu Chong honestly said, "Report, instructor, I would like to ask you to guide my martial arts techniques." Lu Zichang breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was something serious. Turns out this genius kid also knew how to humbly seek guidance. Let's go back first. The afternoon is for martial arts training. Their group's reconnaissance mission was complete, and they quickly returned to the fortress in an orderly fashion. By 2 in the afternoon, all the students had gathered at the training camp. Some were injured, some were dejected, and some were quite excited. Clearly, the first day in the wilderness had given these students a different kind of experience than before. Lu Chong also noticed that an electronic bulletin board at the training camp displayed the military merit rankings of all students. As Lu Zichang said, Lu Chong was indeed in first place with 352 military merits. Second place was surprisingly Xuechang from high school number 3, who had previously challenged Lu Chong, with 297 military merits. Third and fourth place were Luna and Huang Junyan, both with over 200 military merits. Xuechang looked at Lu Chong from afar, still full of fighting spirit. Lu Chong smiled, calculating in his mind, 352 plus 297, I now have 649 military merits. Chief Instructor Chang Dongye addressed them, "You all should be very clear about your performance in the wilderness. I have to say, you are the worst class I've ever led. If there's no improvement later, my advice is, pack your bags and go back to school to Playhouse." Hearing this, more than half of the students lowered their heads in shame, thinking he was talking about them. Now, you have half an hour of rest. After half an hour, martial arts training will begin. Find the appropriate instructor for sparring based on your own situation. At this point, Chang Dongya's smile turned a bit grim, making the students present shiver involuntarily. They had heard from previous students that sparring with these instructors was pure torture. After all, the motto of military training is to put yourself in a desperate situation to find life, which means training to the brink of death. Many students and even new recruits have said they'd rather face mutated beasts in the wilderness than spar with the devil instructors. Lu Chong, however, didn't care. He was still thinking about how to exploit the instructors. During the break, Lu Chong took a moment to check his status panel name, Lu Chong level, Martial Apprentice rank 9 Martial Arts, 9 Phantom Step Perfected Stage Gale Kick Perfected Stage Golden Cicada Robe Insight Stage Tiger Roar Technique Expert Stage. The automatic cultivation speed of Golden Cicada Robe and Tiger Roar technique is still a bit slow. Lu Chong felt somewhat dissatisfied. The golden cicada robe required medicinal liquid assistance, and Lu Chong planned to exchange military merits for medicinal liquid tonight to soak in during sleep. The tiger roar technique is a top-grade cultivation method, so it was understandable for its automatic cultivation speed to slow down after reaching the expert stage. Anyway, with Principal Fong giving him special lessons, he believed that within a month, he could at least reach insight stage, close to perfected stage. So, I can definitely learn a few more martial arts, the more the merrier. Especially after realizing the importance of basic martial arts, Lu Chong wouldn't think twice. This would save time for future cultivation. Half an hour flew by. Lu Chong didn't look for other instructors but went straight to Lu Ziqiang. All 7 martial arts taught at the school had reached perfected stage, so who he sought wasn't important. What mattered was who could teach him new martial arts. Lu Stonebreaker Palm and 9 Phantom Step had both reached insight stage with Lu Chang's sparring, so she also decisively chose Lu Chang's group. To Lu Chang's surprise, Luna and Huang Junyan, including Shui Chang, also chose instructor Lu Ziqiang. They all want to learn mountain leaning strike? Lu Ziqiang stood proudly, facing the 15 students who had chosen him, his voice like a booming bell. I don't understand teaching as well as your teachers do, but I can suppress my cultivation and spar with you in the most realistic martial arts practice. What I want to teach you is not the logic of the mountain leaning strike, but how to use it to defeat your opponents. As for how much you can comprehend, that's up to each of you. Who wants to go first? Lu Ziqiang's tiger-like eyes scanned the room. The students all lowered their heads, evasive, with no one volunteering. Then I'll call out a name. Lu Ziqiang suddenly looked at Lu Chong in the crowd. Lu Chong, step forward. Lu Chong responded, stepping out and cupping his fists to the instructor. Please instruct me, instructor. Alright, I will spar with you on the mountain embrace technique using my martial apprentice 9th rank cultivation. Lu Ziqiang nodded and announced loudly. 9th rank. A commotion immediately broke out among the students. When did this happen? Wasn't Lu Chong a martial apprentice 8th rank? Moreover, after the campus forum's buzz, the students present knew that it hadn't been long since Lu Chong broke through to martial apprentice 8th rank. But it had only been a few days. How could he have reached 9th rank already? Do you think it's as simple as eating and drinking? Lu Ziqiang didn't know that Lu Chong had just broken through, nor was he aware of Lu Chang's previous progress speed. He had only judged Lu Chang's cultivation to be martial apprentice 9th rank after seeing Lu Chong take action in the wilderness. Silence! Lu Ziqiang roared. Other students, observe the battle carefully, it will help you too. Once the students quieted down, Lu Ziqiang looked at Lu Chong and shouted, Kid, watch closely, this is the mountain embrace in the perfected stage. Before his words finished, Lu Ziqiang had already charged at Lu Chong with large strides. Each step seemed to shake the ground beneath his feet, thudding loudly and generating immense momentum. As he got close, Lu Ziqiang suddenly bent his elbow and turned his body, erupting with even greater speed, colliding into Lu Chang's chest. Lu Chong remained fearless, also employing the mountain embrace technique. He inhaled, his chest appearing to collapse inward, deflecting 5 parts of the instructor's force. At the same time, Lu Chang's right knee suddenly rose sharply, striking Lu Ziqiang's leaning chest and abdomen. With a muffled thud, Lu Chong staggered back several steps, while the instructor, who had just been full of momentum, also retreated 2 steps before stabilizing himself. Lu Ziqiang was inwardly shocked. When masters spar, it only takes one exchange to gauge the opponent's true strength. From Lu Chang's reaction and the subtle counterforce in that moment, he could tell what kind of mountain embrace Lu Chong was using. This kid, his mountain embrace is also at the perfected stage, it must be. Lu Ziqiang almost wanted to curse. He wondered how the documents submitted by the Education Bureau were reviewed. This damn mountain embrace at the perfected stage, and he was supposed to be giving pointers to no one? He quickly realized that this kid, Lu Chong, was also not a good sort. He had hidden this skill, trying to make him, the instructor, look foolish in public. You're clearly already at the perfected stage, so why are you looking for me? Lu Ziqiang had a headache because he had spoken too confidently earlier. If he couldn't even instruct the first student, how would the subsequent students train? At this moment, Lu Chong said nothing and had already taken the initiative to attack, his movements and momentum in no way inferior to instructor Lu Ziqiang. Bang! The two clashed body to body, engaging in a grapple with the technique of leaning mountain strike, appearing evenly matched. Lu Ziqiang finally couldn't help but speak, lowering his voice. "What exactly are you trying to do, kid? You're already at perfected stage, why are you still teasing me?" Lu Chong chuckled inwardly but maintained a poker face, his voice equally low. "Instructor, I just want to ask for your guidance on my martial arts." "Guidance my ass, I'm not good at other campus martial arts except for the leaning mountain strike," Lu Ziqiang replied, annoyed. Lu Chong earnestly responded, "It's fine, I'm not interested in other campus martial arts either, so I want to ask the instructor for some new martial arts. Mid to low grade ones are acceptable, I'm not picky." Lu Ziqiang was stunned. He quickly realized what Lu Chong wanted and almost burst out cursing. "You want to take advantage of me, you little brat, or dreaming?" Chapter 44 Instructor, you're a bit weak. Lu Ziqiang never imagined that what started as an attempt to humble Lu Chang's arrogance would backfire, leaving him in an impossible position. If he couldn't decisively defeat Lu Chong, how could he command respect and establish authority among the other students? Yet, conceding defeat was something Lu Ziqiang was deeply unwilling to do. He'd be laughed out of town. Just then, Lu Chong, who had been sternly rejected, launched another close-quarters grapple, which Lu Ziqiang evaded. "Instructor, think about it, I'm helping you make a name for yourself. When I use the martial arts you teach me later, won't it bring you honor?" Having tried the hard approach, Lu Chong switched to a softer tactic, still aiming to give the instructor a way out. As expected, hearing Lu Chang's conciliatory words, Lu Ziqiang no longer resisted, gritting his teeth and saying, "Alright, you wily kid. I'll help you exchange for a military martial art, 7-step killer fist." "Don't worry, it's a mid-grade martial art," Lu Ziqiang added. Lu Chang's heart swelled with joy. "Thank you, instructor." Immediately after, Lu Chong deliberately exposed an opening, which Lu Ziqiang seized, landing a direct chest elbow that sent him flying into the crowd of students. Lu Chong intentionally stumbled to his feet, cupped his fists, and said, "Thank you for your guidance, instructor. I've gained new insights into Iron Mountain Lean." Lu Ziqiang stood with his hands behind his back, nodding slightly, and said dismissively, "You're already quite good. Iron Mountain Lean insight stage, not far from perfected stage." In reality, his heart was still bleeding. A mid-grade martial art couldn't just be taught on a whim. It cost him nearly 1,000 military merits and required him to vouch for the kid. However, Lu Ziqiang did find Lu Chang's words convincing. With Lu Chang's potential, as long as he didn't die young, he was sure to become famous, and Lu Ziqiang's contribution as his martial arts teacher would undoubtedly be recognized. If he hadn't truly believed in Lu Chong, Lu Ziqiang wouldn't have sacrificed so much just for the sake of his reputation. The surrounding students didn't discern Lu Chang's Iron Mountain Lean proficiency, but after hearing the instructor mention insight stage, they still found it incredible. They knew Lu Chang's Stonebreaker Palm, 9 Phantom Step, Eagle Claw skill, and Piercing Heart Kick were all perfected stage, and now even Iron Mountain Lean was at insight stage. Is he really a student our age? But looking at the instructor's moves, he wasn't as brutal as the rumors suggested, so we don't need to worry too much. With this mindset, the remaining students eagerly stepped forward to spar with the instructor in Iron Mountain Lean. Consequently, Lu Ziqiang, brimming with suppressed anger, mercilessly tormented all the subsequent students several times over, sending almost all of them to the military infirmary. Only the two girls, Luna and Lu, escaped serious injury, but they too needed to visit the infirmary to recover from internal bruises. Before being carried away, Huang Junyan and Xue Changlin stared plaintively at the perfectly fine Lu Chong, unable to understand why their treatment was so different. By around 4 in the afternoon, Lu Chong was the only one left in this training group. In fact, the other 6 groups were in similar situations, with each instructor being quite heavy-handed. Leaving Lu Chong to wait, Lu Ziqiang officially went to exchange for the promised mid-grade fist technique, which was approved smoothly. "Remember, don't tell anyone about this for now," Lu Ziqiang emphasized after returning to the training ground and imparting the 7-step killer fist to Lu Chong. "If you've still got something hidden, go try it on other instructors tomorrow. I can't be the only one losing out," Lu Ziqiang said with a wicked grin. Lu Chang's eyes lit up. "That's right. I haven't revealed Iron Wire Fist and Cloud Piercing Finger yet. Aren't those 2 more chances to milk the system? Thank you, instructor, for your guidance. Lu Cheng genuinely thanked him again. This trip to the military camp was truly fruitful. As soon as Lu Cheng received 7 steps Killing Fist, a prompt immediately sounded in his mind. 7 steps Killing Fist has drawn experience from Iron Wire Fist in 9 Phantom Step, directly reaching Adept stage. 7 steps Killing has received guidance from a master, and its cultivation speed has quadrupled. Lu Cheng was secretly delighted. Sure enough, 7 steps Killing Fist has commonalities with Iron Wire Fist in 9 Phantom Step, allowing for direct conversion and improvement. Moreover, due to Lu Cheng's improved mental willpower, the automatic cultivation speed of 7 steps Killing had already doubled, and with the instructor's guidance, it quadrupled again. At the current rank, 7 steps Killing, after reaching Adept stage, could improve by 16% every hour. 2 hours later, Lu Cheng checked his 7 steps Killing cultivation progress against 7 steps Killing Adept stage. To avoid startling this kind instructor, Lu Cheng didn't demonstrate but merely watched. Lu Zicheng thought Lu Cheng was still digesting his rank. After finishing his cultivation, he said, "Remember, 7 steps Killing Fist is a fist technique that superimposes killing intent. You can stack fist momentum and killing intent through footwork. Killing intent with every step, each punch stronger than the last, cannot be interrupted." Lu Cheng nodded. After reaching Adept stage in this martial art, he had already gained some understanding. The reason I helped you choose this martial art is because I have already cultivated 7 steps Killing Fist to expert stage, so I can personally guide you. From now on, you can spend an hour every afternoon cultivating this 7 steps Killing Fist with me. You can go back now. Lu Zicheng said this, but in his heart, he was thinking, let this kid try to trick me starting tomorrow, I'll show him what's what. If mountain leaning doesn't get him, 7 steps Killing Fist will surely send him to the military medic. Lu Cheng, on the other hand, was thinking, no wonder 7 steps Killing Fist, though also a mid-grade martial art, didn't cultivate as fast as Gale Kick did when I followed the head teacher. It turns out this martial art of the instructors is too weak, only at expert stage now. Lu Cheng calculated his cultivation speed in time. By tomorrow afternoon, I'll be at expert stage. Who knows who will be guiding whom then? Nevertheless, Lu Cheng still solemnly thanked the instructor again before returning to the camp. The day's intensive training was over, but his evening schedule was also packed. He first had to cultivate Tiger Roar skill with Principal Fong, and then he had to use military merits to exchange for medicinal liquid to soak and cultivate Golden Cicada Robe. Ah, such a busy yet fulfilling life. That night, Lu Cheng's cultivation also surprised Principal Fong. However, what was even more astonishing was his progress in Tiger Roar skill. Principal Fong felt that this top-grade martial art, in Lu Cheng's hands, was improving every moment and would probably reach insight stage in less than a month. After another night of medicinal baths, Lu Cheng woke up early and focused on his cultivation progress. Name, Lu Cheng level, Martial Apprentice rank 9 Martial Arts, 9 Phantom Step perfected stage Gale Kick perfected stage Golden Cicada Robe insight stage Tiger Roar technique expert stage 7 Step Killing Fist adept stage not bad. At this rate, in another month, it will be a whole new world. Lu Cheng was very pleased. Although last night's medicinal bath had almost depleted all the military merits he had accumulated yesterday, it didn't matter. His Golden Cicada Robe was progressing rapidly. And besides, wasn't Shui Chang still accumulating them for him? Today, I'll continue to earn military merits. Which instructor should I find this afternoon to learn martial arts from? Chapter 45, This Student Can't Be Taught. Global Cataclysm, My Martial Arts Cultivate Automatically. Chapter 45, This Student Can't Be Taught. On this day, the students once again advanced 20 miles deeper into the wilderness. The mutated beasts in the wilderness were like weeds, growing in endless cycles, impossible to eradicate. Fortunately, within a 100-mile radius of the fortress, there were few level 2 mutated beasts, making it suitable for students to gain experience. While some students still sustained injuries, most had adapted considerably and no longer completely forgot how to fight upon seeing level 1 mutated beasts. Lu Cheng, of course, continued his style of snatching kills, earning over 300 military merits again by midday. There was no other way if he didn't snatch them, he wouldn't know where his medicinal bath for tonight would come from. Upon returning to the camp, Lu Chong specifically checked Xue Chang's military merits. It wasn't bad. He also had just over 300 points, only dozens less than himself. This was good. Otherwise, if the gap was too large, Lu Chong was afraid the kid might give up halfway and stop earning military merits for him. When it was time for martial arts training in the afternoon, Lu Chong didn't choose Lu Ziqiang again. Instead, he went to another instructor who was proficient in iron wire fist. Following the same method, he successfully acquired another mid-grade martial art, Gale Step. This was a pure movement technique that significantly increased sprinting speed, quite different from the small-range maneuvering of 9 Phantom Step. Lu Chong naturally accepted it with pleasure and returned to Lu Ziqiang, sharing the good news with him. "Ha, good. Old Zhang was also tricked by me this time." Lu Ziqiang laughed gleefully, then looked at Lu Chong with mischievous intent. "Your 7-step killing fist has also been cultivated for a day. Let's spar today." He had wanted to beat this kid for a long time. How could he miss such a good opportunity? "Yes, please guide me, instructor." Lu Chong, of course, readily accepted and humbly sought guidance. He knew what the instructor was thinking, but sorry, my 7-step killing fist was already at expert stage. So, 15 minutes later, Lu Ziqiang once again depressedly called a stop, repeatedly exclaiming that it wasn't human, it wasn't real. "You really haven't encountered this fist technique before?" Lu Ziqiang asked repeatedly, but Lu Chang's answer was always affirmative. Luckily, he had already sent the other students to the military medic station in advance, otherwise, he probably would have been taken advantage of by Lu Chong today. "Alright, I can't advise you, kid. You'd better look for someone better." In the end, Lu Ziqiang sent Lu Chong off like a grandmaster, then went off to scratch his head by himself. They were all human, so why was there such a big difference? However, by the third day, Lu Ziqiang had figured it out, because another instructor, Instructor Zhang, had the same experience. Moreover, it was under Lu Ziqiang's own witness that Lu Chong defeated him with swift wind steps. Also on the same day, Lu Chong once again got his wish, using the last unexposed martial art, Cloud Piercing Finger, to obtain a middle-grade martial skill, 3-inch palm, from another instructor, Instructor Chang. This martial art also had its unique aspects, focusing on bursting with killing intent within 3 inches, making it a close-quarters assassination technique emphasizing inch force. Lu Chong, of course, accepted all comers. So, by the 4th day, Instructor Chang, under the supervision of Lu Ziqiang and Instructor Zhang, was also defeated by Lu Chong using 3-inch palm. By the afternoon of the 5th day, during the intensive martial arts training, all the instructors stopped bothering Lu Chong and left him to his own devices. Clearly, the 7 instructors already knew about his actions and chose to avoid him. After class that day, the 7 instructors even specifically sought out Principal Fong to complain, "This student is impossible to teach, we're all almost drained dry." Upon hearing about Lu Chang's actions, Principal Fong burst into hearty laughter, because he himself had been driven almost insane by Lu Chong these past few days. Who would have thought that his supreme tiger roar art would take only 5 short days to nearly reach the insight stage in Lu Chang's hands? This kind of infuriating comparison, where one person's progress drove others mad, was truly maddening. Now, he finally didn't have to bear it alone. Of course, Principal Fong, being old and cunning, naturally wouldn't mention this to these instructors. He was just thinking that he needed to arrange special training for Lu Chong. He couldn't let him stay idle and also affect the cultivation of other students. Thinking of this, Principal Fong said to the instructors, "Daily wilderness training is still necessary. It can help him continue to broaden his horizons, and this kid also needs these military merits. However, for the afternoon martial arts training, we really need to make targeted adjustments for Lu Chong." Principal Fong mused, "What are your thoughts?" Cheng Dongye hesitated for a moment before saying, "How about letting him spar with the soldiers, without restrictions on martial arts?" Principal Fong immediately slapped his thigh and said, "Good, let's do that. The soldiers are all battle-hardened veterans. Without restrictions on martial arts, that's true combat and killing techniques. It's not just Lu Chong, other students will join after half a month of training as well. Let them know what true warriors are." Instructor Lu Ziqiang suddenly said, "But if the warriors are at the same level as Lu Chong, it might be difficult to pose a threat to him." You don't know how ruthless that kid can be. He was the instructor who personally took Lu Chong into the wilderness and knew Lu Chang's ruthlessness best. The ferocity of other warriors might not be enough to subdue him. Chang Dongye snorted, no need to worry. If one isn't enough, send two. If that still doesn't work, a whole squad of warriors can go at him. Haha, I refuse to believe he can take on 100 people and still win, right? Principal Fong, not one to shy away from a spectacle, nodded, well said. This kid definitely needs to learn a lesson during special training. In the military camp, who fears whom? If you're not convinced, just fight. Whoever is the strongest is the big brother. Lu Chong had no idea he had been so thoroughly planned against. He was currently in his tent, soaking in a bath and organizing the gains from the past few days. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice 9th rank. Martial Arts 9 Phantom Step Perfected Stage. Stonebreaker Palm Perfected Stage. Perfected Stage. Perfected Stage. Perfected Stage. Perfected Stage. Perfected Stage. Gale Kick Perfected Stage. Insight Stage. Tiger Roar Art Expert Stage. 7 Steps Killing Fist Insight Stage. Insight Stage. Insight Stage. Looking at the 13 martial arts he had mastered, Lu Chong felt incredibly fulfilled. 7 low grade, 4 mid grade, 1 high grade, and 1 supreme grade, Lu Chong thought to himself. I doubt there's anyone else at the martial apprentice rank who cultivates this many martial arts like me. Chapter 46, I'm going to break through the Special Operations class. Global Cataclysm, my martial arts cultivate automatically. Chapter 46, I'm going to break through the Special Operations class. April 13th, less than 2 months until the National Martial College entrance exam. When the students returned from the wilderness, preparing for their martial arts training camp, they found that Lu Chong, who always stood out, was missing. Chief Instructor, are you going to give me individual guidance? Lu Chong looked sincerely at Chang Dongye, who had arranged to meet him, and asked with some curiosity. He hadn't learned anything from this chief instructor yet. He wondered if he could teach him 1 or 2 military martial arts techniques. Stop your delusions right now. Without even thinking, Chang Dongye could guess what the young man in front of him was thinking. He was trying to get something out of him. He had been prepared for this and wouldn't fall for it. I have nothing to teach you, Chang Dongye said sternly. Not just me, but the other instructors don't have time to train you in martial arts for now. The instructors are too modest. I still have many things I want to ask about, Lu Chong said with a look of regret upon hearing this. Chang Dongye's mouth twitched. You call that asking? You're trying to con us out of our military merits. Alright, stop with the chatter. While we don't have time to teach you, we've found a more suitable special training method for you. Chang Dongye became serious as he got to the point. I've found a soldier from the Special Operations class to spar with you in actual combat. These soldiers are battle-hardened 9th rank martial apprentices. Perhaps they can't teach you much in terms of martial arts. However, you can learn the most practical combat skills and experience from them. If you can defeat them, you will be a true warrior, not just a student who only knows theory. Do you understand? Chang Dongye asked solemnly. Only then did Lu Chong understand the instructor's intention, and his heart stirred a little. This was indeed what he needed most right now. He should be able to learn a great deal, and very practically, from these warriors who had experienced blood and fire. Understood, thank you, instructor, Lu Chong said with a hint of gratitude. Good, follow squad leader Li to the warrior training camp, Chang Dongye said with satisfaction. Standing beside him was a burly soldier, none other than the squad leader Li he mentioned, a true warrior. However, Lu Chong was not in a hurry to leave and instead asked, Instructor, if I can defeat all the soldiers in the Special Operations class, will there be any reward? Instructor, please rest assured, I don't ask for much. A few thousand military merits or a high-grade martial art technique would be fine. I'm not picky. How could Lu Chong miss such an opportunity to ask for benefits? Chang Dongye immediately felt his anger rise. So, training this kid also required preparing generous gifts, huh? He didn't directly reject Lu Chong, but instead looked at Sergeant Lee behind him. Sergeant Lee, this student Lu Chong seems very confident. What do you all say? Sergeant Lee immediately stood at attention and saluted, shouting in a booming voice, "Report, platoon leader, we refuse. We will definitely take good care of this student." He made a bold statement, "What if you lose?" Chang Dongyi pressed. Of course. Seeing Sergeant Lee preparing to make a military pledge, Chang Dongye quickly added, "I mean the entire squad going at once." Sergeant Lee was visibly taken aback. Was the platoon leader underestimating their special operations squad too much? You know, besides himself, the 10 soldiers in their squad were all martial apprentice 9th rank, and had extremely rich combat experience. All of them going against one student? Answer me. Chang Dongye didn't give Sergeant Lee a chance to question, asking directly. Because he understood that with Lu Chang's aptitude, once he figured out the soldiers' fighting styles, defeating 1 or 2 people would still be easy. Therefore, his goal couldn't be set too low. Sergeant Lee quickly stood at attention, "Report, platoon leader, we will not lose. If we lose, we are willing to pool funds to meet this student's request." Chang Dongye hummed in acknowledgement, then turned to Lu Chong and asked, "How about it, do you dare?" Lu Chong immediately broke into a wide smile, looking gratefully at Chang Dongye, "Thank you, chief instructor." Humph. Chang Dongye snorted, "You're certainly confident, but what if you lose?" What I mean is, you won't be able to defeat an entire special operations squad within 10 days. Lu Chong was taken aback. This chief instructor wasn't playing by the rules, he actually wanted to take advantage of his student? All right. Chang Dongye didn't make things difficult for Lu Chong, offering a solution. "If you can't do it, then during the subsequent special training, you'll practice martial arts with the soldiers." "That won't be any loss to you," Chang Dongye said with a smile. Lu Chong thought about it. Wasn't that just becoming a martial arts instructor for the soldiers in return? It wasn't a bad thing, so Lu Chong said seriously, "I'll follow whatever the chief instructor says." "All right, go on." Chang Dongye waved his hand, not wanting to see the boy's face anymore. Only after Lu Chong left with squad leader Lee did Chang Dongye chuckle to himself, "Brat, still trying to take advantage of me. No matter if you can do it or not, I, old Chang, have nothing to lose." "Squad leader Lee, I still don't know your full name," Lu Chong proactively asked on the way to the Special Operations Squad. "Li Yibing." Squad leader Lee responded briefly, with a hint of coldness. Clearly, this Special Operations Squad leader was also somewhat annoyed by Lu Chang's arrogance. Lu Chong didn't press his luck, silently following Li Yibing to a camp far from the student training grounds. Before even reaching their destination, Lu Chong could already hear the soldiers' battle cries filled with killing intent, and occasional bursts of cheers. This kind of intensity really isn't something students can match. Just hearing the sounds, Lu Chong couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. When they arrived at the soldiers' training area, Lu Chong saw that there were actually hundreds of soldiers sparring in pairs. Although they weren't using weapons, they were all shirtless, revealing their strong muscles and the numerous scars on their bodies. Most of them were young soldiers, and among them, a few were not much older than Lu Chong. After all, many high school graduates don't necessarily choose a martial arts university, but instead directly enlist in the military, entering the military's melting pot to achieve and serve their country. Lu Chong also noticed that these soldiers' sparring was much fiercer than the actual combat they experienced in school. Many of the soldiers were truly beaten until their heads bled, and some even had broken bones, yet they were still gritting their teeth and persevering. This is not training, it's practically a fight to the death, treating comrades as enemies. Lu Chong could understand this situation. Sweating and bleeding in peacetime means fewer sacrifices in wartime. No matter how confident Lu Chong was, he always held the utmost respect for these soldiers who protected their homes and country. They were the loveliest and purest people in this world. "Stop!" Li Yibing came to the training ground and shouted loudly. The soldiers immediately stopped their actions, stood at attention uniformly, and looked at Li Yibing. This student, Lu Chong, is a student from Guanyun First High who is about to take the Martial College entrance exam. The platoon leader asked him to come and spar with our soldiers. This student also said he's confident he can defeat our Special Forces squad within 10 days. Note, defeat means fighting 1 against 10. As Li Yibing said this, his voice grew louder. Soldiers, tell this student, do you agree? No, over 100 soldiers shouted in unison, with the momentum of 1,000 troops. Lu Chong showed an awkward but polite smile. This squad leader, Li, was stirring up trouble. Chapter 47, This little upstart is not easy to deal with. Global cataclysm, my martial arts automatically cultivate. Chapter 47, This little upstart is not easy to deal with. Stared at by over 100 murderous eyes, Lu Chong couldn't help but feel uneasy. These soldiers were incomparable to students in school. Each of them had blood on their hands, having killed mutated beasts and even people, and their eyes carried a murderous aura. Although this murderous aura was intangible, it was real, and Lu Chong could feel it now. Squad leader, since this student is so confident, let me, old Nyo, be the first to test him and see if it's just empty talk and a mere show. A brawny soldier, covered in muscles and looking even more robust than Li Yibing, stepped forward. Let's compete. Let's compete. Clap. 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 The surrounding soldiers immediately became excited and started cheering, with some even leading the applause. Li Yibing nodded in satisfaction and shouted, Good. Old Nyo, if you embarrass our Special Forces squad, you'll voluntarily run 20 kilometers with a load. Nyo Ben, step forward and prepare. Everyone else, clear the area and watch the fight. Don't scare our little student here. The soldiers moved quickly, scattering in an orderly fashion to clear a large open space in the middle, surrounding Lu Chong and the soldier named Nyo Ben. Lu Chong humbly clasped his fists and said, Lu Chong, a student from Class 5, Senior 3, Guan Yun First High. Nyo Ben thumped his chest, making a thunderous sound, and boomed, There are confidentiality regulations, you just need to know that my name is Nyo Ben. Kid, go ahead and attack. If you injure me, I'll still buy you a drink. Of course, only during leave time. Ha ha. The surrounding soldiers booed again, and it was clear that these pure soldiers held no ill will towards Lu Chong. However, in the military camp, what everyone fears least is a martial arts competition, and what they respect most are the true powerhouses who emerge victorious in such contests. Lu Chong said no more, assumed a boxing stance, and fixed his gaze on Nyo Ben, who appeared to be standing in a relaxed posture. He did not let his guard down, because he found that he couldn't discern what martial art this soldier was about to use, yet he could feel that the opponent was outwardly relaxed but inwardly tense. This is what's called no moves surpass all moves, appearing to have flaws everywhere, but very likely to be a trap laid out for him. This is true combat. No one will tell you what martial art they'll use next, and it's impossible to fight to the end with just one technique. In real combat, it's often a combination of techniques, seamlessly switching and combining various martial arts, using the most suitable move at the most crucial moment. As Nyo Ben didn't make the first move, Lu Chong chose to preempt him, step after step, leaving a trail of afterimages as he charged towards his opponent. Perfected Stage 9 Phantom Step. Since he didn't know what moves his opponent would make, Lu Chong simply used the unpredictable 9 Phantom Step, leaving his opponent equally unable to decipher his intentions. It wasn't until he was within 3 feet that Lu Chong unleashed his killing move, a straight punch cutting through the air, heading directly for the warrior's face. It was none other than the straightforward, powerful Iron Wire Fist. The Iron Wire Fist at the perfected stage, combined with the equally perfected Stage 9 Phantom Step, brought even greater power. Excellent! Nyo Ben's eyes widened like brass bells. As he roared, his demeanor changed dramatically, and his palms moved like 2 large fans. One palm sliced horizontally, but it used soft force, easily entangling Lu Chang's forearm and skillfully deflecting it with subtle leverage. The other palm simultaneously pushed straight out, heading directly for Lu Chang's open chest. Lu Chong still couldn't tell what martial art this was, only barely able to judge that these 2 palms came from 2 different martial arts, one hard and one soft, cooperating seamlessly. Neither of Nyo Ben's 2 martial arts had clearly reached the perfected stage, not yet achieving the level of free control and flawless perfection. Facing this unknown combination of techniques, Lu Chong remained fearless, actually taking the opponent's push to the chest head-on. However, his other arm was already bent at the elbow, rising upwards. The moment the opponent's palm touched him, a top hard elbow crashed into Nyo Ben's side. Mountain Lean. Most skilled at close-quarters combat, Liu Chang's approach was to counter whatever move he saw. Anyway, he had the invulnerable golden cicada vest underneath, so he wasn't afraid to clash head-on with his opponent. Bang! With this collision, both took a hit. However, Liu Chang's body was too hard, he didn't budge an inch. Niu Ben, on the other hand, not only had his own palm painfully struck, but was also directly knocked 3 meters away by Liu Chang's lean, staggering awkwardly. Strike him while he's down. Liu Chang didn't give Niu Ben a chance to regain his balance. The 9 Phantom step followed like a shadow, switching back to Iron Wire Fist, and he fiercely struck at the off-balance Niu Ben. However, Liu Chang hadn't expected that even in a state of pain and imbalance, this warrior could still adjust in time, delivering a vicious and tricky low sweep kick towards his lower body. This was an attack that demanded a defense. If Liu Chang continued to punch, he would likely be swept off his feet by the opponent's kick, leading to a net loss. Fortunately, his reaction was not slow, especially after cultivating the Tiger Roar technique. His nerve reaction speed was even faster. Retract fist, leap, kick, all in one smooth motion. The moves of 9 Phantom step and Iron Wire Fist instantly transformed into an aerial heart-piercing kick. While avoiding the opponent's sweeping leg, Liu Chang's heart-piercing kick, like an ice stalactite falling from the sky, jabbed towards Niu Ben's chest. Although Niu Ben reacted instinctively and quickly raised his arms, how could he block Liu Chang's kick from the perfected stage? Boom! Niu Ben, who hadn't even had time to get up, was kicked by Liu Chang and slammed onto the bluestone ground, with the sound of bones breaking even coming from his back. However, the warrior did not give up. Instead, with a roar, he slapped his hands on the ground, rebounded with the force, and lunged towards Liu Chang, who had just landed. Even though severely injured, the warrior had no thought of giving up. Liu Chang sighed inwardly, not finding the opponent excessive, but rather feeling admiration. He swayed his body, avoiding the opponent's tackle, and came to the side of the warrior, whose reactions had slowed. A stonebreaker palm landed heavily on the back of his neck, directly knocking Niu Ben unconscious. He knew that if he didn't do this, this warrior would probably fight him to the end. It wasn't that the warrior was playing dirty, this was their usual training state. It didn't matter if they were crippled, they would recover quickly at the military doctor's office. But facing such a person, Liu Chang didn't want to genuinely cripple him. The warriors watching the battle fell silent at this sight. Immediately, before Liu Chang could even react, a chorus of cheers erupted. Good! This student isn't a coward. Old Niu is also excellent, not a disgrace. Li Yibing looked at the still calm Liu Chang with some surprise, finally realizing what a little monster the squad leader had sent him. He was a true warrior, with much better eyesight than most of the surrounding soldiers. Just in those few moves, Li Yibing could see that Liu Chang used 4 martial arts techniques: Stonebreaker Palm, 9 Phantom Step, Mountain Lean, and Heart-Piercing Kick. And, most frighteningly, all 4 of this kid's martial arts techniques were at the perfected stage. Damn it, I've been played by the squad leader. This little troublemaker is not easy to handle. Chapter 48. If I don't hurry up, I'll break through. Carry him to the military medical station, and after he wakes up, don't forget to make him run 20 kilometers with a load. Li Yibing ordered, and military doctors waiting nearby immediately came forward and carried Niu Ben away on a stretcher. Immediately, Li Yibing looked at Liu Chang, nodded and said, "Not bad, I admit I still underestimated you. How about it, take a break and then continue?" Liu Chang nodded, took out an energy bar and took a bite, then said, "Let's continue, I'm fine." Li Yibing glanced at Liu Chang again, wondering why this kid seemed a bit impatient. Liu Chang, on the other hand, was thinking, "It's not that I'm impatient, but if I don't seize the time, I'm about to break through to warrior." Not to mention 10 days, according to Liu Chang's estimation, he was expected to break through to warrior in 4 or 5 days. Therefore, before that, he had to complete the agreement of defeating the Special Operations class to get the martial arts reward. "Squad leader, I'll go." A lean-looking soldier stood up and volunteered. "Good job, old Zhu." The surrounding soldiers cheered again. Li Yibing reminded Zhu Changfeng, "Don't be careless. If you lose, you'll join Niu Ben in extra training. An expert's first move tells the tale." After the previous battle, Li Yibing would no longer underestimate Liu Chang. Xu Changfeng responded solemnly, leaped into the field, clasped his fists at Lu Chong, and said, "Xu Changfeng, please enlighten me." "Lu Chong, please." Lu Chong also clasped his fists. Before Lu Chong could say more, Xu Changfeng had already charged forward proactively, but this time he used a martial art familiar to Lu Chong. It was the mid-grade 7-step killing fist, and it had clearly reached the expert stage. Lu Chong didn't wait in place, but also pushed off the ground and moved forward, unleashing the 7-step killing fist, which he had only recently practiced. Bang! Fists collided, separating on impact. Immediately after, the two almost simultaneously delivered consecutive punches, with even greater force than the first punch. The second punch was still a head-on collision, equally matched. But by the third and fourth punches, Lu Chang's movements were faster than Xu Changfeng's, and the transitions were more fluid and natural. By the time the fourth punch landed, Xu Changfeng's 7-step killing fist had been completely disrupted in rhythm, unable to continue. The essence of the 7-step killing fist lies in its continuity and stacking superimposing effect. Once forcibly interrupted midway, its power is greatly diminished, even less effective than a low-grade martial art. In contrast, Lu Chang's fifth punch arrived as scheduled, its power already 3 times that of the first punch. Few martial apprentices could withstand this punch. In a critical moment, the soldier's fist stance changed, shifting from offense to defense, retreating continuously while alternating hands to deflect force, briefly contacting again and again to dissipate Lu Chang's punch power. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers immediately cheered again. This was a purely defensive martial art. Lu Chong hadn't practiced it, but he could tell it had reached the mid-grade level. He didn't interrupt his 7-step killing fist instead, as he unleashed an even heavier and faster 6th punch, he enhanced his speed with another Gus step martial art. When the speed of Gus step combined with the might of the 6th punch, the soldier's expression finally changed, because he could no longer evade nor completely dissipate the force with his martial art. Bang! Lu Chang's 6th punch heavily struck Xu Changfeng's chest, directly sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away, causing him to cough up a mist of blood. The soldier was about to get up and counterattack when Lu Chong, who followed closely, thrust his palm like a knife, stopping an inch from his throat. "Thank you for the concession." Lu Chong didn't knock out the soldier again, and in the current situation, there was no need to be so heavy-handed. Xu Changfeng was about to retort when Li Yibing, who was beside him, promptly interjected, "Come back. If this were a battlefield, you'd already be dead." Next. Lu Chong stood still after his move, not resting, just glancing at the remaining soldiers. "I'll go. I'll go." The soldiers knew no fear facing Lu Chang's challenge, each was eager to try. Li Yibing, however, had already noticed that Lu Chong had acquired the 7-step killing fist in Gale Step from the insight stage, realizing that this student was truly formidable. The most crucial thing was that he found Lu Chang's combat experience was also growing rapidly. He could already adapt skillfully on the fly and use combination martial arts. Super comprehension, excellent combat awareness, rapid progress, and decisive action. It would be great if he were my soldier. He realized that it would be difficult for anyone in his special forces class to defeat this high school senior individually. No wonder this kid challenged an entire special forces class. He really had the potential. Next, the remaining 8 soldiers of the Special Forces class went up one by one, taking turns to single-handedly fight Lu Chong. Most of these soldiers had different fighting styles, some were brave and aggressive, some combined rigidity and flexibility, some were good at speed, and some excelled at defense, but all were undoubtedly fearless. However, Lu Chang's cultivation foundation and martial arts base were simply too good, and he was constantly adapting to the soldiers' combat rhythm. In the end, not a single soldier could last 10 moves against Lu Chong. In fact, the later it got, the easier Lu Chong won. The soldiers couldn't figure out Lu Chang's true strength, but Lu Chong, with his solid foundation, saw them clearly. In less than 2 hours, half of the 10 martial apprentice 9th rank soldiers from the Special Forces class were sent to the military medical station by Lu Chong. The soldiers from other classes nearby didn't glare at Lu Chong because of this. Instead, they offered generous praise and cheered him on. Li Yibing's expression, on the contrary, was better than when they started. As long as it wasn't just empty talk and showmanship, he was willing to give due respect. "Student Lu Chong, let's continue when they recover tomorrow." Now, you can spar with soldiers from other classes and give them some pointers on their martial arts. Li Yibing came up to Lu Chong and said sincerely. Although there was an agreement between them, Li Yibing didn't want to waste time waiting that long. He realized that the platoon leader had sent him not a troublemaker, but a valuable asset who could efficiently train soldiers. Yes, I will spare no effort. Lu Chong had an excellent impression of the soldiers, and even without that agreement, he was willing to do his small part for these lovable soldiers. Of course, he would not give up on the high-grade martial arts he needed. The military medical station that day was a bit livelier than usual. The students participating in the special training, lying in their hospital beds, found that soldiers with bruised faces were constantly being brought in, not much better off than themselves. "Brother soldier, what happened? Did a fight break out outside the fortress?" A student couldn't help but ask a fellow suffering soldier out of curiosity. The young soldier chuckled, giving a thumbs up. "There's a student Lu from your class this year, really awesome. He beat all us old soldiers." The students were stunned, suddenly realizing what Lu Chong, who had disappeared during the training camp, had been up to. Chapter 49, Just broke through to warrior. On April 14th, after Lu Chong returned from the wilderness, he once again came to the Special Forces training ground. After his impressive display of power yesterday, no soldier dared to underestimate him anymore. Instead, his generous guidance in martial arts earned him more respect and closeness from them. However, Li Yibing still arranged for the Special Forces soldiers to spar with Lu Chong, as per their previous agreement. Of course, it was no longer a one-on-one fight, but 2 against 1. For soldiers, their greatest strength has never been individual combat, but rather tacit cooperation. From one person attacking to 2 soldiers cooperating, it is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Lu Chong, as their opponent, felt this most deeply. The soldiers trusted each other absolutely, entrusting their backs to their comrades without reservation, and a single glance or movement was enough for them to know what the other would do next. Lu Chong felt several times the pressure and had to concentrate fully, relying on his solid foundation to skillfully maneuver before finding an opportunity to win. "You 2 go down first, and then 3 more come up," Li Yibing ordered. He was even more surprised than Lu Chong, because this kid seemed to be improving every moment. Only 1 day had passed, and that mid-grade martial art at the insight stage was already closer to the perfected stage. Moreover, Lu Chong quickly adapted to the rhythm of the soldiers' coordinated combat and won in one fell swoop. With 3 soldiers fighting at once, Lu Chong felt even greater pressure and had to expose yet another mid-grade 3-inch palm, using it in close combat to defeat 1 soldier and ultimately break through the enemy. 7-step killing fist, gale step, and now an insight stage 3-inch palm has appeared. How much have the officers been scammed by this kid? Li Yibing's forehead was covered in black lines. He didn't even need to think to know where this 3-inch palm came from. After returning yesterday, he had gone to ask Cheng Dongye and several other instructors about Lu Chang's background. Especially the origins of those 2 military martial arts, gale step and 7-step killing fist, and only then did he learn that 2 instructors had already been outsmarted by Lu Chong. However, they hadn't told Li Yibing that Lu Chong also possessed an insight stage 3-inch palm. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't that they deliberately concealed it, but rather that they were embarrassed, which was why they had stammered and not explained it clearly to Li Yibing. Never mind, Li Yibing didn't dare to trouble the squad leaders either. But the key was, in just a few days, this kid in front of him could cultivate 3 mid-grade martial arts to the insight stage. Was he even human? Li Yibing once again realized the gap between people. He was now somewhat looking forward to this year's National Martial College entrance exam, wondering how far this dark horse from Guanyin City could go and how many people he would amaze. His cultivation is still somewhat insufficient. In previous years, the top scorers in each province for the Martial College entrance exam were all at the warrior realm. Perhaps their martial arts weren't as solid as this kid's, but their cultivation could suppress him completely. From a national perspective, there are simply too many prodigies. Can he really break through the encirclement? Li Yibing snapped back to reality, no longer thinking too much, and directly sent out the remaining 5 soldiers. This time, Lu Chong couldn't even hide his perfected stage gale kick. Relying on these multiple mid-grade martial arts, he actually fought his way out of the encirclement and won again, truly astonishing all the soldiers. "Alright, that's enough for today. Lu Chong, tomorrow I'll have them all fight together, and I want to go easy on you." Li Yibing looked at the still energetic Lu Chong and declared sternly. He now felt that giving this kid more pressure wouldn't break him, perhaps it might even help him advance further before the martial college entrance exam. "Thank you, squad leader Li." Lu Chong understood the other party's good intentions and expressed his gratitude. April 15th, the Special Forces class soldiers once again arrived at the training ground, full of life. Today, Lu Chong would face their entire class alone. The number of soldiers watching the battle had doubled, and the atmosphere was lively. Challenging an entire Special Forces class as a martial apprentice of the 9th rank was a novel event in the barracks. Such a feat hadn't happened in the Guanyun City barracks for a long time. However, today, Lu Chong felt noticeably more relaxed than yesterday. It wasn't blind confidence, but because this morning, the 3 mid-grade martial arts he had learned here had all successively reached the perfected stage. Name, Lu Chong level, Martial Apprentice 9th rank Martial Arts, 9 Phantom Step Perfected Stage. Golden Cicada Robe Insight Stage Tiger Roar Technique Expert Stage 7 Step Killing Fist Perfected Stage Gale Step Perfected Stage 3 Inch Palm Perfected Stage. It's not just the 3 military martial arts, my Golden Cicada Robe is also close to perfected stage. Lu Chong thought to himself. What excited him most was his cultivation. After such a long period of accumulation, he was finally about to break through that major hurdle and enter the true warrior realm. Perhaps due to the blessing of the Tiger Roar technique, his cultivation speed was faster than expected, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. Percent between warrior and martial apprentice, although it's only a difference of one word, it's a world apart, with a clear dividing line in between. This can be seen from the status of warriors. In high school, warriors are qualified to be teachers. In society, warriors can earn high salaries in martial arts schools or become bounty hunters in the wilderness. In the military, warriors can serve as squad leaders and complete missions independently. All these benefits are like a transformation from youth to adulthood, signifying the possession of independent strength and capability. That's why Lu Chong was particularly looking forward to it. There were also the unique abilities of warriors, which are distinct from martial apprentices, and the earth-tier martial arts that can only be cultivated after becoming a warrior, all of which are beyond the reach of martial apprentices. And this step has trapped countless martial apprentices. The Huashan nation has a most intuitive statistical ratio, only one true warrior can be produced from 30 martial apprentices, not to mention such a young warrior. It's not that they don't want to break through, it's that their talent and resources are limited. Not everyone can cross that threshold. Lu Chong, front and center. Li Yibing's shout brought Lu Chong back to reality. Here. Lu Chong answered, stepping forward to face the 10 formidable Special Forces soldiers alone. What's wrong, kid, feeling scared? Soldier Niu Ben saw Lu Chong looking a bit distracted and immediately taunted him softly. This battle was highly anticipated. Even Principal Fong and the 7 instructors came to watch nearby. To keep Lu Chang's secret, they didn't allow other students close, only letting them practice among themselves. If Lu Chong backed down now, it would be a rather anticlimactic ending. Just as Lu Chong was about to retort, he suddenly felt something, spread his hands, and turned to look at Li Yibing by the side of the field. Excuse me, squad leader Li, I'm afraid this match can't continue. Why? Li Yibing furrowed his brow slightly. He didn't think Lu Chong would shy away from a fight at this moment. Lu Chong felt the continuous surge of warmth within him and innocently said, because I'm about to break through. Breaking through to warrior. Principal Fong appeared in mid-air, both surprised and delighted. He's breaking through already? Li Yibing stood dumbfounded. This kid, breaking through at such a crucial moment, wasn't he taking it too lightly? Chapter 50, Mana Absorption Technique actively evolves. Li Yibing was still thinking today that Lu Chang's cultivation was lagging a bit, and he never expected that this kid would break through in an instant. An 18-year-old warrior, this is truly a powerful top scholar. At the very least, he has the qualification to compete for the provincial top scholar. Principal Fong landed in front of Lu Chong, facing the instructors who were approaching anxiously, saying, Instructor Chang, please seal off this area, don't let anyone disturb us. Also, temporarily keep Lu Chang's breakthrough a secret. Instructor Chang nodded seriously, repeatedly giving orders, and taking the surrounding soldiers away separately with other instructors, leaving a quiet space for Lu Chong. Breaking through to warrior is a big deal, and no interference is allowed. He also didn't expect Lu Chong to break through so casually. As for the matter of confidentiality, it was even less difficult for these disciplined soldiers. After all the warriors within 100 meters of Lu Chong had retreated, Principal Fong looked at Lu Chong, who was standing there with a look of enjoyment, and said helplessly, "Kid, can't you be a little more serious? This is breaking through to warrior, not eating or drinking. You should at least give me a heads up, okay? If anything goes wrong, how am I going to explain it to Old Wei when I go back?" As he spoke, Principal Fong took out a high-grade energy bar from his, "Take this as backup, sit cross-legged on the spot, and circulate the mana absorption technique." Lu Chong gratefully took the energy bar, which he usually couldn't afford, and sat cross-legged, thinking to himself, "Is it that dangerous? Didn't I just break through naturally?" From his perspective, there didn't seem to be any bottleneck, nor much of a reaction. Oh, right, there was a prompt just now. Mana absorption technique, accumulating sand into a tower, is about to break through a major hurdle. That's all. Of course, Lu Chong couldn't tell Principal Fong these words. He just sat cross-legged as instructed, took a bite of the high-grade energy bar with pure energy, and began to actively circulate the mana absorption technique. At this point, Lu Chong finally felt a slight difference. Previously, when he practiced the mana absorption technique, he could only extract energy from the food, especially nutrients, he consumed, and then use it to strengthen his body. However, now he had a new discovery. He seemed to sense the free-floating qi outside his body. And he could use the mana absorption technique to absorb this qi into his body, or it would merge with the energy from nutrients and integrate into various parts of his physical body. Principal Fong's voice echoed in his mind again, "You continue to cultivate and stabilize, I'll speak and you listen. You should have noticed by now that you can absorb the free-floating qi between heaven and earth. This is a discovery made by humanity from mutated beasts after the catastrophe. This qi is called primal energy and is the source of all energy. It's invisible and intangible, yet it truly exists. There is primal energy in nutrients, there is free and dispersed primal energy in the heavens and earth, and it even exists in the vastness of space. It is precisely through the mana absorption technique, which has been popularized to every household, that we can sense this invisible primal energy, thereby strengthening our bodies and reviving the glory of ancient warriors. Under conditions where technological ranks are restrained, only by reviving ancient warriors can we humans directly confront those mutated beasts and establish our own survival bases. Of course, as we've developed, we've also seen many elemental energy weapons, including the elemental energy light walls you've seen in the hunting grounds and the fortress." Principal Fong continued, "Let's get back to cultivation. Before becoming a warrior, one cannot sense the free-floating elemental energy outside the body. Therefore, at the martial apprentice rank, we can only absorb elemental energy through nutrients to strengthen our bodies. Only when our bodies reach a critical point can they form a special resonance with external elemental energy, absorbing it into the body. This is what makes a warrior. Of course, the free-floating elemental energy in most places is very sparse, so to accelerate its accumulation, the assistance of nutrients is still necessary. Now, about the evolution of elemental energy within our bodies. When it accumulates to a certain extent within the body, which is when you break through to warrior, elemental energy is no longer simply integrated into muscles, bones, and internal organs. At this point, the invisible elemental energy will, within the warrior's body, give rise to tangible qi and blood. While continuing to strengthen the physique, it can also be released externally as protective aura. Although qi and blood will dissipate after leaving the body, and their power will diminish with increasing distance and time, it is still a means of long-range attack. And this method of externalizing qi and blood to injure enemies is the main characteristic of Earth-tier martial arts. Earth-tier martial arts can be used for both close combat and long-range attacks, so their power is naturally greater than human-tier martial arts, but they also consume more qi, blood, and physical strength. Therefore, do not abandon your human-tier martial arts, as they can save your stamina when facing ordinary opponents. At the same time, the cultivation difficulty of Earth-tier martial arts is far higher than human-tier martial arts. Most warriors can only specialize in 1 or 2 Earth-tier martial arts in their lifetime. Earth-tier martial arts are also more rare and expensive. Very few people can create their own. Most are found or deduced from ancient martial arts ruins. As for the higher-level heaven-tier martial arts, it goes without saying that there are no more than 20 existing in all of Huaxia, and over half of them are incomplete. Breaking through the warrior stage is very important. It's your first elemental energy transformation, giving rise to chi and blood. So, kid, absorb as much as you can with all your might. This will be your foundation and reserve for the future. Principal Feng then emphasized, don't worry, there will be plenty of nutrients. Lu Chong took these words to heart, as they were also taught in his regular theory classes. What he paid most attention to was Principal Feng's last sentence, plenty of nutrients sounded great. At this moment, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Mana absorption technique has evolved, its efficiency and potential have doubled. Mana absorption technique is ravenous, lacking sustained power. Please, Master, replenish energy as soon as possible. Lu Chong realized that this was probably what Principal Feng referred to as his foundation and reserve, his own opportunity. What truly surprised him was that his mana absorption technique had also evolved, making it different from ordinary people's mana absorption techniques. Not to mention anything else, he felt that his speed of absorbing elemental energy was faster. His body was like a high-powered converter, constantly transforming elemental energy into new chi and blood, flowing through all his limbs and bones. Lu Chong could even clearly feel his physical functions constantly strengthening. Hungry, eat. Anyway, Principal Feng had his back. Lu Chong unhesitatingly shoved most of the advanced energy bar in his hand into his mouth. An advanced energy bar cost 100,000 on the market, but Lu Chong felt no pain at all now. However, in less than a minute, Lu Chong felt his body was empty again, and the primal energy from the energy bar was depleted. Principal Feng was still endlessly imparting experience, suddenly noticing Lu Chong open his eyes and look at him. Teacher Feng, I'm hungry. Principal Feng paused, then quickly took another advanced energy bar from his pocket and handed it over. Eat slowly, be careful not to choke, Principal Feng reminded. He didn't feel pained. Principal Feng was secretly satisfied. This kid's first absorption was indeed much faster than ordinary people, and his demand was greater. This is a good thing, it shows his foundation is more solid, Principal Feng thought. For ordinary people breaking through to warrior, 2 advanced energy bars were enough. This kid will at most need 3 at best. I, old Feng, still have these resources. However, just as he finished thinking, he saw Lu Chong open his eyes again, looking at him with hungry eyes. So fast? Principal Feng was a little surprised. Logically, by the second bar, the absorption speed should have slowed down. But he didn't hesitate and still handed the third energy bar to Lu Chong. Indeed, Lu Chang's speed of absorbing the energy bar had slowed down a bit. 2 more minutes later, he reached out to Principal Feng again. Still more? Principal Feng was slightly stunned but still took it out. This was the 4th one. This time, he stared closely at Lu Chong, watching him eat the entire energy bar, rather than secretly hiding it. Touching his pocket, Principal Feng found he only had 1 reserve left. Should be enough, it's already 4. Principal Feng began to feel a little pain. This was 400,000. But before he could blink, Lu Chong opened his eyes again and reached out. Taking the last energy bar from Principal Feng's hand, Lu Chong even managed to smile. Thank you, Teacher Feng. Damn it! Principal Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Should I ask Old Wei for reimbursement for this? Pained as he was, Principal Feng dared not delay, and quickly sought outside assistance, asking Instructor Chang and the others to quickly gather more energy bars. Eat, eat, I don't believe I can't fill you up, kid. Chapter 51 Accidentally Breaking a Record. 6, 7, 8. It wasn't until the 10th advanced energy bar was consumed that Lu Chong felt a sense of satisfaction, his internal chi and blood temporarily reaching a saturated state. Looking at his cultivation level again, Lu Chong was pleasantly surprised. Level, Warrior Rank 1. This is practically the rhythm of breaking through to Rank 2. Most importantly, he felt full of power, with an endless flow of chi and blood within him, giving him a bulging feeling he wanted to release. However, Lu Chong had not yet encountered Earth-tier martial arts, so he didn't know how to release his qi and blood externally to form what is known as qi protection. Temporarily ignoring his state, Lu Chong opened his eyes to see several pairs of reddened eyes in front of him. "Teacher Fong, instructors, do I have flowers on my face?" Lu Chong touched his cheek and asked curiously. Principal Fong sighed, waved his hand and said, "Forget it, it's just 10 advanced energy bars. I won't fuss with you, kid." 10 energy bars were worth $1 million. Chung Dongye, standing by, complained, "Old principal, that's not fair. Several of us instructors also contributed 5, all earned with our military merits." Principal Fong coughed lightly, then turned around nonchalantly and said, "What's yours and what's mine? As special training instructors, you have nothing to teach, so shouldn't you provide some nutrients for the students?" "Hey! Alright, it seems none of us instructors can escape this kid's tricks." The instructors exchanged glances, knowing that this military merit was not coming back. However, to be honest, they didn't really care much. Seeing a student like this emerge from the special training camp filled them with satisfaction. Cheng Dongye spoke up, "But the high-grade martial arts mentioned earlier are gone." Lu Chong quickly offered a conciliatory smile and thanked them, "Thank you, instructors, I'm content." If he pushed his luck further, he was genuinely afraid these instructors might lose their temper. "Alright, let's not dwell on this." Principal Fong looked at Lu Chong seriously again. "What I'm curious about now are your basic stats after your breakthrough, kid." Lu Chong also wanted to know how much stronger he was compared to an average warrior who had just broken through. After all, his mana absorption technique had evolved, and the energy bars consumed for the breakthrough were indeed far beyond what an ordinary person would use. "There's a testing point right here, follow me," Cheng Dongye quickly said. The other instructors followed closely, seemingly all anticipating Lu Chang's current state. Lu Chong entered the testing point alone, while Principal Fong and the 7 instructors waited outside, each staring intently at the screen by the door. Generally, a newly minted warrior has standard stats of 1,000 kilograms strength, 25 ms speed, and 100 turns neural reaction. I wonder what level Lu Chong can reach. Chung Dongye looked at Principal Fong, proactively probing. Principal Fong shook his head, "Hard to say, there are too many strange things about this kid, it's difficult to predict." Another instructor, Lu Zifeng, said, "The military's record is 3,500 kilograms, 30 ms, and 120 turns. Overall, it's almost as strong as a rank 3 warrior. Do you think Lu Chong might break the military's record?" Cheng Dongye shook his head slightly, "It'll be difficult. The military has absorbed so many talents over the years, and they still haven't broken that record." Principal Fong echoed, "Indeed, to my knowledge, no candidate has broken this record since the Martial College entrance exam began." Just then, the screen flickered, showing Lu Chang's strength data. Basic strength, 4,500 kilograms. The few people in front of the screen immediately stared at each other with wide eyes. This strength was against the heavens. It was already the basic strength of a typical rank 4 warrior. Principal Fong said with a slight embarrassment, "Strong strength doesn't necessarily mean enough speed." However, before he finished speaking, the speed data flashed on the screen again. Basic speed, 32 ms. The 7 instructors didn't look at Principal Fong's expression, continuing to stare intently at the screen. This was a rhythm to break records, and they were the witnesses. The last item, nerve reaction speed, finally arrived. Late nerve reaction, 150 turns. Gasp. The instructors, except for Principal Fong, all gasped. This nerve reaction, compared to strength and speed, was even more outstanding. This was no longer a newly breakthrough warrior, it was almost catching up to an rank 8 or 9 warrior. Principal Fong, however, was not surprised this time, because he personally taught Lu Chong the Tiger Roar technique, which could enhance nerve reaction. He looked solemnly at the 7 instructors, "We still need to keep this matter confidential. Except for Colonel Huang and Principal Wei, it absolutely cannot be spread outside." "Understood, Principal Fong, rest assured." The instructors quickly responded with serious expressions. "You know better than I do that since humanity's survival bases temporarily stabilized in recent years, certain foreign forces have once again become restless, even formulating the so-called seed eradication plans specifically targeting our Huaxia. What kind of eradication plan? It's clearly aimed at our promising young talents within the country. Therefore, the basic data of martial college entrance exam students each year will be sealed by the state and not made public. With the potential this kid has shown, if some foreign spies were to find out, they might carry out assassinations regardless of the consequences. After Principal Fong finished speaking earnestly, the instructors also showed angry expressions. Facing the invasion of an unknown civilization, humanity had finally managed to defend its survival bases, and yet those foreign forces once again exposed their wolfish ambitions, making it shameful to associate with them. While speaking, Lu Chong emerged from the testing point, and the few immediately fell silent. Principal Fong greeted him with a beaming smile. Excellent, very excellent. Lu Chong, you don't need to participate in special training today. Go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, we'll arrange warrior sparring for you. Yes, teacher. Lu Chong didn't suspect anything and left directly. However, Principal Fong's telepathic message echoed in his mind again, come find me tonight. After Lu Chong left, Chung Dongya looked at Principal Fong and said, Principal Fong, actually, if we report Lu Chang's situation, he can be secretly sent directly to Jinwu Military Academy. No need to participate in the martial college entrance exam anymore, Chung Dongya emphasized. Principal Fong pondered for a moment, neither opposing nor agreeing, simply saying, you can discuss this with him yourselves. As for whether he is willing to be sent to the military academy, I'm not sure. But based on Principal Fong's understanding of Lu Chong, he felt it was unlikely. At this moment, Lu Chong had returned to his tent, observing his martial arts skills. Just now, his martial arts skills began to undergo inexplicable changes on their own. Chapter 52, My Martial Arts Can Also Evolve. The golden cicada robe, sensing its master's immense increase in strength and feeling ashamed, broke through to the perfected stage. Tiger roar skill, unwilling to fall behind, broke through to the insight stage. At this point, all the martial arts Lu Chong cultivated, except for Tiger roar skill, had reached the perfected stage. However, after truly becoming a warrior, these human-tier martial arts no longer seemed so appealing. Lu Chong now yearned for more precious and powerful earth-tier martial arts. Just then, a notification sound echoed in his mind again. Stonebreaker Palm, not wanting to be disliked, is independently evolving into an earth-tier martial art. Lu Chang's eyes instantly lit up. Such a function existed. If so, it would save him a lot of trouble. But then, the notification appeared again. Stonebreaker Palm lacks stamina, evolution failed. Lu Chong was speechless. If it couldn't evolve, why show off? Wasn't this giving hope only to immediately extinguish it? The notification sound didn't stop, continuing to appear successively. 9 Phantom's Step, not wanting to be disliked, is independently evolving into an earth-tier martial art. 9 Phantom's Step lacks stamina, evolution failed. Cloud-piercing finger, not wanting to be disliked, is independently evolving into an earth-tier martial art. Cloud-piercing finger lacks stamina, evolution failed. Iron Thread Fist, not wanting to be disliked, is independently evolving into an earth-tier martial art. Iron Thread Fist lacks stamina, evolution failed, failure, failure, still failure. Lu Chong couldn't bear to look anymore. Since they were all failures, why torment him like this? Gale Kick, not wanting to be disliked, is independently evolving into an earth-tier martial art. Gale Kick's evolution was successful, evolving into a low-grade earth-tier martial art. Lu Chong suddenly trembled. Wait, this is a successful evolution. He had already given up, and the previous 7 human-tier low-grade martial arts indeed failed to evolve. He never expected Gale Kick to bring him a surprise, successfully evolving into an earth-tier martial art. Lu Chong quickly looked at his martial arts panel, and indeed, a change had occurred. Gale Kick Expert Stage. This means that after Gale Kick's evolution, it gained potential for further improvement. Lu Chong suddenly remembered that when his homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, first taught him Gale Kick, he mentioned that this martial art originated from an earth-tier axe technique. Is that why it could evolve successfully? Lu Chong speculated. If so, what's the difference between my evolved Gale Kick and the original axe technique? Could they be 2 different evolutionary paths? Lu Chong mused. At this moment, the notification sound in his mind continued. 7-step killing fist, not wanting to be disliked, is independently evolving into an earth-tier martial art. 7-step killing fist lacks stamina, evolution failed. 3-inch palm, not wanting to be disliked, is independently evolving into an earth-tier martial art. 3-inch palm lacks stamina, evolution failed. Swift wind step, not wanting to be disliked, is independently evolving into an earth-tier martial art. Swift wind step's evolution was successful, evolving into a low-grade earth-tier martial art. Lu Chang's spirits lifted again. While 7-step killing fist and 3-inch palm failed to evolve, Gale step succeeded. He had initially wondered if all mid-grade martial arts could successfully evolve, but it now seemed uncertain, or perhaps there were other influencing factors. Tomorrow, I'll ask the instructor if Gale step has a direct connection to a certain earth rank martial art. Lu Chong continued to observe the remaining 2 martial arts, the high-grade golden cicada robe and the supreme-grade tiger roar art. He held high expectations for both. Sure enough, a prompt soon reappeared. Golden cicada robe, unwilling to be disliked, is self-deducing its evolution into an earth-rank martial art. Golden cicada robe's deduction was successful, evolving into a low-grade earth-rank martial art. Lu Chong was delighted again, yet also somewhat disappointed, as he had thought golden cicada robe might directly evolve into a mid-grade or even high-grade earth-rank art. Continuing to wait, Lu Chong, however, received no notification regarding the tiger roar art. Why is this? Even if it can't evolve successfully, there should at least be a failure prompt, Lu Chong wondered, puzzled. He then quickly realized, it's because my tiger roar art hasn't been cultivated to the perfected stage. That was it. Currently, all the martial arts he had cultivated, except for tiger roar art, had reached the perfected stage. Therefore, only martial arts that reached the perfected stage were eligible for deduction and evolution. As for whether they could succeed, it depended on whether they possessed that potential or staying power. It took a full quarter of an hour to calm his emotions before Lu Chong finally looked at his panel again. Name, Lu Chong level, warrior first rank martial arts, 9 phantom step perfected stage, heart stabbing kick perfected stage, gale kick expert stage, golden cicada robe expert stage, tiger roar art insight stage, 7-step killing fist perfected stage, gale step expert stage, 3-inch palm perfected stage. This is too messy, it needs to be reorganized. Moreover, the 3 martial arts that evolved to earth rank also need their names changed. Lu Chang's mind stirred, and his panel changed again. Name, Lu Chong level, warrior 1 rank martial arts, human tier low grade, 9 phantom step perfected stage, stonebreaker palm perfected stage, cloud piercing finger perfected stage, mountain leaning strike perfected stage, eagle claw skill perfected stage, iron wire fist perfected stage, heart piercing kick perfected stage, human tier mid grade, 7-step killing fist perfected stage, 3-inch palm perfected stage, human tier high grade. Tiger roar skill insight stage, earth tier low grade, wind blade leg expert stage, golden bell shield expert stage, swift wind shadowless step expert stage, not to mention anything else. Wind blade leg, golden bell shield, and swift wind shadowless step evolved respectively from gale kick, golden cicada robe, and swift step. Lu Chong didn't name them randomly, but based on the characteristics of these 3 martial arts after their evolution. After the evolution of the 3 martial arts, because they had their original foundations, all of them were at the expert stage, so Lu Chong could discern their characteristics. After gale kick evolved, it could unleash wind blade shaped detached gang chi. After golden cicada robe evolved, it could be cultivated both internally and externally, forming a gang chi shield on the body surface, which reminded Lu Chong of a martial art from his previous life, the golden bell shield. As for swift step, after evolving, its speed became even faster, even reaching a point where no traces or shadows were left upon landing in the later stages, hence the name. However, Lu Chong still needed to test the actual power of these 3 earth-tier low-grade martial arts to know. He was now somewhat curious and expectant about the speed at which these martial arts would cultivate automatically. After all, they were earth-tier martial arts, and according to Principal Fong, their cultivation difficulty far exceeded human-tier martial arts. But after Lu Chong broke through to warrior, his spiritual will was enhanced again, coupled with the blessing of the tiger roar skill. Therefore, he felt that his cultivation speed for earth-tier martial arts should not be too bad. Chapter 53, Is Earth Rank Martial Art Really That Difficult? Global Catastrophe, My Martial Arts Cultivate Automatically. Chapter 53, Is Earth Rank Martial Art Really That Difficult? Utilizing his free time to recuperate, Lu Chong observed for a full 3 hours before gaining a new understanding of his current cultivation speed. At my current rank, the mana absorption technique automatically improves by 1% every 2 hours, and that's with the prerequisite of having a high-grade energy bar. If I actively cultivate, the speed can double. Lu Chong was quite satisfied with this speed. The accumulation of cultivation is a gradual process. One cannot get fat in a single bite. Even if he were provided with more advanced nutrients now, the mana absorption technique would not be able to digest them. At this rate, I can expect to reach warrior rank 3 before the martial college entrance exam, which is enough. He then looked at the 4 martial arts that had not yet reached perfected stage at his current rank. The automatic cultivation speed of the Tiger Roar art had significantly increased, from 5% per day previously to 1% per hour now. This was just the automatic cultivation speed. If Principal Fong's nightly guidance was included, the cultivation speed would double. So, it will definitely reach perfected stage before the special training ends. As for the 3 newly evolved low-grade Earth rank martial arts, Lu Chong frowned slightly. In 3 hours, each had only improved by half a percentage point. And these 3 Earth rank martial arts were still only at expert stage rank. After reaching insight stage, the speed would be even slower. Indeed, the cultivation difficulty of Earth rank martial arts has increased. It will take until close to the martial college entrance exam to reach perfected stage. Moreover, Lu Chong couldn't find anyone else to guide and accelerate the cultivation of these 3 evolved Earth rank martial arts. If Principal Fong were here, he would probably scoff at Lu Chang's concerns. The difficulty he spoke of was vastly different from what Lu Chong perceived as challenging. An ordinary warrior cultivating an Earth rank martial art would typically take at least 1 or 2 years to reach expert stage. As for reaching insight stage or even perfected stage, that depended on compatibility and serendipity. Many warriors even spend their entire lives researching a single Earth rank martial art. Who could be like Lu Chong, lying at home for just over a month and having Earth rank martial arts automatically cultivate to perfected stage? Of course, there were also geniuses with extraordinary comprehension who cultivated Earth rank martial arts much faster than ordinary people, but certainly not with Lu Chang's speed and ease. This doesn't even account for the fact that Lu Chang's Earth rank martial arts evolved from existing ones, starting directly at expert stage. If other warriors knew about these circumstances, they would probably all be so infuriated they'd spit blood and abandon the path of martial arts. It's just too devastating. At 8 p.m., Lu Chong met Principal Fong again. This time, Principal Fong didn't rush him to the wilderness to practice Tiger Roar skill. Instead, he smiled and said, "Now that you've become an official warrior, do you still have many questions? You can ask them now." Lu Chong nodded and immediately asked something that almost made Principal Fong spit out his drink. "Principal Fong, after breaking through to warrior, can the school or the education bureau reward me with a Earth tier martial art?" Principal Fong chuckled, scolding, "What are you thinking, kid? Do you really think Earth tier martial arts are as common as cabbages? Let me tell you, the inheritance price for even the most ordinary low-grade Earth tier martial art is over $1 million. Most importantly, high schools and local education bureaus are not qualified to reward students with Earth tier martial arts. Moreover, high school teachers generally don't have the ability to teach Earth tier martial arts. This is a university course. Only lecturers and professors who specialize in martial arts have this capability," Principal Fong declared with conviction. "Worth $1 million. Lu Chang's eyes lit up, grasping the main point. So, his 3 automatically evolving martial arts were equivalent to earning him $3 million for free. Reliable. As for Principal Fong's remarks about how difficult Earth tier martial arts were and that only university professors could teach them, Lu Chong didn't take them to heart. Perhaps seeing Lu Chang's indifference, Principal Fong continued earnestly, "Never be arrogant because of your past achievements. Lu Chong, the difficulty of cultivating Earth tier martial arts is beyond your current understanding. Let me tell you, I know your homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, quite well. He's been practicing his Earth tier splitting wind axe for 10 years, and it's still stuck at the expert stage, no progress." Lu Chong was stunned, thinking to himself, "Are Earth tier martial arts really that difficult?" However, he didn't reveal his own situation. Firstly, he was afraid of scaring Principal Fong, and secondly, it would be hard to explain. A warrior who just broke through, yet mastered 3 expert stage Earth-tier martial arts, wouldn't he be taken to a lab for dissection and research? He'd have to wait at least 10 days to half a month before saying anything. Thinking of this, Lu Chang's heart stirred, and he asked, "Principal Fong, is there a possibility of evolving human-tier martial arts into Earth-tier martial arts?" Principal Fong looked at Lu Chang strangely, seemingly not understanding why he would have such an idea. However, after careful consideration, he responded seriously, "Theoretically, yes, it's possible. In fact, some old professors at martial arts universities have even conducted similar research. After all, if a large number of human-tier martial arts could be evolved into Earth-tier martial arts, it would also solve the problem of the scarcity of Earth-tier martial arts. Furthermore, warriors can use the corresponding human-rank martial arts as a foundation to cultivate Earth-rank martial arts more quickly." Lu Chang nodded repeatedly, agreeing with the logic. "So, was it successful?" Principal Fong nodded slightly. "There have indeed been successful cases, but they are extremely rare and consume too much time and energy." Lu Chang's eyes lit up. This was it. When he revealed his evolved martial arts in the future, it would be explainable. Principal Fong continued, "More people feel that instead of spending so much time and effort this way, it's better to do the opposite. One can decompose and simplify existing Earth-rank martial arts into human-rank martial arts. This way, while it doesn't increase the number of Earth-rank martial arts, it still allows for gradual progression, reducing the difficulty of cultivating Earth-rank martial arts. For example, the Gale Kikyu practice was simplified from the wind-splitting axe practiced by Wang Tong. It will be much easier for you when you have the opportunity to cultivate the wind-splitting axe in the future." Principal Fong gave a real example. Lu Chang understood and seized the opportunity to ask, "Then is the Gale step I learned from the instructor the same situation?" Principal Fong thought carefully for a moment before nodding, "That's right. I remember the military had an Earth-rank martial art called Wind Riding Step, which is the origin of the Gale Step." Lu Chang suddenly realized, so it really is like that. What about the Golden Cicada Garment and Tiger Roar art? Lu Chang pressed. The Golden Cicada Garment is also like that. Old Wei extracted it from a mid-Earth rank body refining martial art, barely counting as his own creation. But my Tiger Roar art is different, it's entirely my own creation. It's just that I haven't been able to create a corresponding Earth-rank martial art yet. Principal Fong said with a hint of pride. Hearing this, Lu Chang felt a bit disappointed. This meant that the Tiger Roar art probably didn't have the potential to evolve for the time being. Currently, it seemed that his successful evolved human-rank martial arts weren't created out of nothing, rather, they had this potential because they were originally derived from Earth-rank martial arts. It was just that the direction of evolution seemed to deviate somewhat from the original Earth-rank martial arts. So, is there a possibility that my martial arts that failed to evolve can find a way to evolve again? Lu Chang was still somewhat unwilling. Chapter 54, Are you trying to assassinate me? The Martial College entrance exam is 50 days away. Lu Chang still spent the morning sweeping the wilderness with other students. No student knew that he was already a formal warrior. In fact, if Lu Chang didn't actively expose his aura, even Sister Yu, who was following behind, wouldn't be able to tell. In reality, hunting beasts in the wilderness no longer presented a challenge to him. After all, mutated beasts of level 2 or higher were rare near the fortress. However, Lu Chang valued the military merits earned here, they were his means of acquiring resources. Furthermore, there was Xue Chang, waiting to contribute military merits to him. Lu Chang was even more financially strapped than before his breakthrough, not just a little. Improving his cultivation required advanced nutrients, each costing 100,000, and he could consume one every 10 days. Moreover, after the Golden Cicada Garment reached the perfected stage, it evolved into the Earth-tier Golden Bell Shield, which also required more and higher-grade medicinal liquids for assistance, no cheaper than nutrients. Thus, every day upon waking, Lu Chang had to consider how to earn money to support himself. But even as he became more skilled at taking kills, the military merits he could obtain near the fortress were limited, amounting to just over 300 points daily, barely more than Xue Chang, who was in second place. This is good too, Xue Chang hasn't given up, and he can just give it all back to me after the special training. Lu Chong specifically calculated that by the end of the special training, Xue Chang should have accumulated nearly 10,000 military merit points for him, barely enough to sustain him until the martial college entrance exam. In the afternoon, Lu Chong still didn't have to train with the students but instead faced off against warriors from the military. It was Li Yibing, the captain of the special operations class who had previously mentored him. This captain, who had reached warrior rank 3, grew increasingly appreciative of Lu Chong and was willing to spare no effort in sparring with him, helping him familiarize himself with the combat methods of a formal warrior. Although Lu Chong didn't expose his earth-tier martial arts, he gained valuable insights into various applications of aura from Li Yibing, benefiting greatly. Li Yibing, on the other hand, was astonished to discover that with his warrior rank 3 cultivation, combined with an expert stage earth-tier martial art, he could only fight Lu Chong to a draw. Although Lu Chong used human-tier martial arts, he possessed too many of them, and each was at the perfected stage, making them practically flawless. What most shocked Li Yibing was that Lu Chong, who had only recently broken through to warrior, showed no weakness in strength, speed, and neural reactions compared to himself. After 3 days of such combat, Li Yibing had to seek assistance, bringing in other captains to take turns sparring with Lu Chong. Lu Chong was not stingy with the soldiers either, dedicating an hour each day to guide them in their martial arts training. Eventually, many young soldiers even began to proactively address Lu Chong as Little Instructor Lu. When this peculiar scene fell upon the eyes of Principal Fong, Chang Dongye, and other instructors, their shock was unimaginable. Chang Dongye couldn't help but exclaim, if this kid stayed in the army, it wouldn't take long for him to become a chief instructor. Unfortunately, Lu Chang's ambition lay elsewhere. Chang Dongye, following Colonel Huang's instructions, personally approached Lu Chong to discuss specially recruiting him into the military academy, but Lu Chong politely declined. It wasn't that Lu Chong looked down on Jinwu Military Academy, rather, he was accustomed to freedom and knew he couldn't stand the militarized management of a military academy. Time flew by, and soon it was late April, with only 1 week left until the special training concluded. The martial arts training for other students also came to a close, and every afternoon, they began sparring with warriors of equivalent rank from the military camp. However, they soon realized that Lu Chong was still nowhere to be seen. Instead, the warriors they sparred with spoke highly of Lu Chong, even calling him instructor. It was then that the students learned that Lu Chang's special training was completely different from theirs. He had actually begun to special train the soldiers there in turn. What kind of situation was this? At this time, Lu Chong was, of course, still integrating with the squad leaders. However, Lu Chong, who had broken through to warrior rank half a month ago, was now a warrior of the 2nd rank, his strength having multiplied. He could even spar with instructor Chang Dongye. A warrior of the 2nd rank, and without any earth-tier martial arts, fighting to a draw with the warrior of the 7th rank Chang Dongye made the group of squad leaders feel incredibly ashamed. Consequently, for this period of time, the squad leaders had been thoroughly drilled and had all made rapid progress. Name: Lu Chong. Rank: Warrior 2nd rank, martial arts, mortal tier, low grade, 9 phantom step, perfected stage. Heart stabbing kick, perfected stage, mortal tier, mid grade, 7 steps, killing fist, perfected stage, 3-inch palm, perfected stage, mortal tier, high grade, tiger roar art, perfected stage, earth tier, low grade, wind blade leg, insight stage, golden bell shield, insight stage, gale shadowless step, insight stage. After finishing the day's training, Lu Chong looked at his panel again, marking another day of surpassing himself. He believed that if he truly used these 3 earth tier low grade martial arts, even Chang Dongye would not be his opponent. After all, his 3 earth-tier martial arts were already at the insight stage, far surpassing that of chief instructor Chang Dongye. That night, the moon was dark and the wind howled. In a cave 100 miles from the fortress, 2 men in nightclothes were discussing in hushed tones. "Brother, we've figured out the kid's routine. Shouldn't we act quickly?" one of them asked. The other nodded, "Yes, it's time. Damn it, it's really not easy to ambush a student right under the nose of the regular army. If this kid wasn't so fond of showing off, we would hardly find an opportunity." The first black-clad man to speak said, "That's right, although we are warriors, there are several high-rank warriors near that kid. Even if we could ambush him, we wouldn't escape alive." The big brother snorted, "After this job, we can take the money and leave Hadong province, cultivate in seclusion for a while, and then re-emerge." "Brother, you're awesome. To even think of using the mother-child rat method to assassinate that kid." He. The rat died in that kid's hands yesterday. We'll release the level 2 mother rat at dawn to pinpoint him, and she'll bite him dead in one go. Ha ha. Two suppressed laughs faintly echoed from inside the cave. But at some unknown point, a young man in a black tracksuit appeared at the cave's entrance. Only after the two in the cave finished their discussion did the young man clear his throat and gently ask, "Are you perhaps looking for me?" "Who's there?" A startled cry came from within the cave, and immediately two figures in black robes shot out, exposed under the moonlight. Lu Chong looked at the two, grinning. "Weren't you just discussing how to assassinate me?" Chapter 55. This killer is a bit weak. The two men in black stared intently at Lu Chong under the moonlight, then quickly scanned their surroundings, extremely vigilant. "Don't worry, no one will interfere. It's just me here." Lu Chong knew what they were looking for. They were simply afraid the army might have sent experts to protect him. "It's you!" The leader in black snapped back to reality, staring fixedly at Lu Chong. "How did you know about us and find our hiding place?" the second man in black pressed. Lu Chong didn't respond, but asked curiously, "It seems you really know me, and you want to kill me. I've delivered myself to you, so tell me, why are you looking for me?" The two men in black exchanged glances, not answering Lu Chang's question, but tacitly drawing the long sabers hanging at their sides. "Since you've come out yourself, you've saved us brothers the trouble." Before his words finished, the leader in black had already pointed his saber forward and charged towards Lu Chong, covering a great distance with each step. The second man in black silently held his saber, guarding nearby, both to prevent Lu Chong from escaping and to watch for any of Lu Chang's helpers. Facing the murderous long saber of the leader in black, Lu Chong simply stood still, hands hanging at his sides, as if he had been scared witless. "Die!" The leader in black uttered a cold word, leaping up, his long saber slashing diagonally, like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the night sky and descending upon Lu Chang's head. It wasn't until the blade was 3 inches from Lu Chang's head, and the two men in black thought Lu Chong was about to die, that Lu Chong finally moved. Within 3 inches, the universe in the palm. The army's 3-inch palm erupted in Lu Chang's hand at the 11th hour. The man in black had no time to see when Lu Chang's hand was raised, or why it suddenly appeared in front of his chest. His move was already spent, and he had no time to change it to counter. This one palm was even faster than his saber, striking the chest of the elder man in black with effortless power. Bang! Crack! The elder man in black flew backward, spitting out a large mouthful of blood mist in mid-air. His entire left chest collapsed. He could no longer hold his killing saber, and by the time his body hit the ground, his eyes had already dimmed. By the time the second man in black reacted and rushed over to help his elder brother, he was horrified to find that his breath was leaving more than it was entering. Not only the second man in black, but Lu Chong himself was somewhat surprised. "Sorry, I really didn't expect him to be so weak. I originally intended to keep him alive," Lu Chong said apologetically, his tone indifferent. He was a warrior of rank 2, a killer at that, and his blade was so sharp who would have thought he was just a paper tiger, unable to withstand even a single middle-grade human tier 3-inch palm from himself? The second man in black watched his leader quickly take his last breath, then glared furiously at Lu Chong, who was speaking so flippantly, cursing inwardly. Who the hell said this kid was a martial apprentice? "Kid, we'll take our lumps today, but I will avenge this." After speaking his harsh words, this second man in black actually abandoned his leader's body and turned to flee. It was a joke. He wasn't stupid. How could he possibly still regard Lu Chong as an ordinary martial apprentice student now? Which student could be so fierce, killing a warrior in one move? He was no match either. Lu Chong had just calmed his complex feelings after his first killing when he saw the other assassin turn and run. What kind of fighters are these? Are they not dedicated enough? Lu Chong composed himself and quickly activated Swift Step, bursting out with speed far exceeding his opponents to catch up. "You killed our boss, why are you still chasing me?" The second black-clad assassin noticed Lu Chong pursuing him and roared in dismay. Lu Chong reassured him while running, "Don't worry, this time I'll go easy on you. I won't kill you again." "Liar!" The assassin cursed, then ungracefully pulled out a pistol from his and fired several shots behind him. However, in front of the current Lu Chong, an ordinary pistol of such power posed no threat. He could even predict the bullet's trajectory and dodge it directly, or resist it with his golden cicada robe. Leaping Tu Zhang away in one stride, Lu Chong kicked the second black-clad assassin in the back while airborne, sending him sprawling face first. This kick was merely a lower-grade human tier heart-piercing kick, primarily because Lu Chong was worried about kicking the opponent to death. When he usually sparred with soldiers, he held back his strength, suppressing his cultivation and force to be on par with theirs. He really hadn't expected to be so formidable when fully unleashed. And he certainly hadn't expected a dignified assassin to be so frail. By the time the second black-clad assassin scrambled to his feet, Lu Chong had already reached him, kicked away his long saber, and at the same time delivered a heavy blow to the back of his head, knocking the assassin unconscious. "It's truly disappointing I didn't even get to use a earth-tier martial art," Lu Chong sighed inwardly. He had thought he'd found two good opponents, but they turned out to be useless. Just then, a burly figure descended from the large tree overhead. It was Principal Fong, who had been hidden in the shadows. "Your intuition was right, kid. Someone actually tried to assassinate you during special training," Principal Fong exclaimed with surprise. Lu Chong said awkwardly, "As you know, I cultivated Principal Wei's golden cicada robe, so my senses are quite keen." In truth, the golden cicada robe didn't grant him such sharp senses. Otherwise, Lu Chong would have discovered it much earlier. He only sensed someone staring at him when he entered the wilderness after the golden cicada robe evolved into the golden bell shield, and he had cultivated the golden bell shield to the insight stage. The sensory sensitivity provided by the golden bell shield far surpassed that of the golden cicada robe by several times. Being secretly and maliciously stared at makes anyone uncomfortable. So, Lu Chong secretly told Principal Fong and asked him to take him deep into the wilderness tonight to track the enemy. With Principal Fong's realm, it wasn't too difficult to find the hiding place of these two based on subtle clues. Once it was confirmed that the newcomers were indeed assassins, Lu Chong went with the flow, asking Principal Fong to hide in the dark and assist him, giving him a chance to face the assassins alone. He was already very adept at killing mutated beasts and felt no psychological burden. But facing enemies who were also human, Lu Chong had never encountered them before, and this was an excellent opportunity. Principal Fong also agreed to Lu Chang's request. However, neither of them expected that these two, who were dignified warrior rank 2, would be so vulnerable, unable to even withstand a single move from Lu Chong. Lu Chong had originally wanted to keep one alive, but he didn't expect to kill one with a single palm strike. When facing such insidious enemies, there's no need to be soft-hearted, nor to have any psychological burden. Principal Fong saw Lu Chong lost in thought, thinking it was his first time killing, and he was still adjusting. He continued to persuade, "Killing is just that simple. As long as you kill those who deserve to die, it's no different from killing mutated beasts." At this moment, Lu Chong felt a strong aura of slaughter emanating from the old principal. Without a doubt, the old principal must have experienced bloodshed and killed many people. However, thinking about it now, Lu Chong didn't feel any discomfort. Remember, sometimes human hearts are more terrifying than mutated beasts. Principal Fong sighed, then looked at the unconscious second black-clad man. Daring to assassinate his student right under his nose, did they really think the tiger wouldn't show its might? This matter was very serious, and Principal Fong could hardly imagine the consequences if these two had succeeded. Chapter 56, Who Isn't a Warrior? Global Cataclysm, my martial arts cultivation automatically advances. Chapter 56, Who Isn't a Warrior? From the moment Lu Chong broke through to warrior, he was no longer an ordinary student but a key protege recorded in confidential files. If Lu Chong were truly assassinated, it wouldn't just be a loss for Guanyun City, the province would also be held accountable. Of course, to Principal Fong, Principal Wei, and Colonel Huang, Lu Chong himself held significant weight. The three had long considered Lu Chong a cherished student, even the hope for Guanyun City's rise. Therefore, Principal Fong was unusually angry right now, though he didn't show it too obviously in front of Lu Chong. Fortunately, Lu Chang's strength had greatly increased recently, allowing him to discover the assassins early and even deal with them himself. Confronting assassins head-on and killing them was also an excellent training opportunity for Lu Chong. Principal Fong was quite satisfied with this. "Let's go check the cave again," Principal Fong snapped back to reality, reminding Lu Chong. Lu Chong had the same idea and entered the cave alone, carefully retrieving one of the black leather bags the two men had left inside. Faint squeaking sounds came from the bag. Lu Chong looked at Principal Fong and said, "This must be the mother rat they mentioned, a level 2 gold-devouring rat." Principal Fong gestured for Lu Chong to open the bag. Immediately, a black shadow darted out, heading straight for Lu Chang's face. However, before Lu Chong could act, Principal Fong had already clenched his hand in mid-air, and a fiery red surge of inner energy erupted, enveloping the gold-devouring rat. The level 2 gold-devouring rat thrashed about, squealing in pain from the burning, completely unable to escape Principal Fong's inner energy range. To condense inner energy outside the body without it dispersing, is this the Grandmaster's technique? Lu Chang's eyes sparkled. This was a world apart from his current abilities. He clearly saw the appearance of this gold-devouring rat, which indeed resembled the one he had killed yesterday. Palm-sized body, shiny black fur, but with a tuft of golden hair on its forehead, and extremely sharp teeth. This was the gold-devouring rat. Despite its small size, its destructive power should not be underestimated. These mutated beasts are very fast, and their primary means of injuring enemies focuses on their sharp teeth. A level 2 gold-devouring rat can even bite through 2 cm thick high-strength steel plates. Gold-devouring rats naturally feed on various hard metals, and their bodies are consequently extremely tough, almost impenetrable to blades and spears. Of course, gold-devouring rats also eat humans, which can accelerate their evolution. If Lu Chong hadn't broken through to warrior, he would likely be no match for a level 2 gold-devouring rat targeting him. Principal Fong calmly placed the gold-devouring rat back into the black leather bag and said, "These two assassins certainly went to great lengths. To avoid exposure, they actually found such a pair of mother and child rats. First, they released the child rat for you to kill. That way, the mother rat will remember your scent and target you. When you enter the wilderness tomorrow, the lurking mother rat will deliver a fatal blow, not even giving the instructors time to react. A clever scheme. From beginning to end, they don't need to show their faces," Principal Fong sneered. Lu Chong now understood the method used to assassinate him and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Who exactly wants to assassinate him? Lu Chong naturally thought about this. He didn't seem to have made any mortal enemies. If it was a matter of unintentionally infringing on someone's interests. Lu Chang's first thought was Zhao Longfei, whom he had defeated and forced out of the hunting ground last time. Could it be him? Lu Chong couldn't be sure. Such things cannot be guessed. However, Lu Chong developed a bit more caution towards Zhao Longfei in his heart. Don't overthink it. Principal Fong seemed to have guessed what Lu Chong was thinking, waving his hand, "I will help you investigate this matter. However, you must remember that mediocrity doesn't invite jealousy. This is nothing new. So, you must always be on guard against others. Understand?" Lu Chong quickly said, "Thank you, Teacher Fong, I've noted it." "Good." Principal Fong said with full vigor, "But don't let this make you timid. If anyone dares to target you openly, come find me." I don't think Old Wei would agree either. Lu Chong felt a little moved in his heart, but he didn't say much, simply committing these words to memory. "Go back," Principal Fong said, "the special training will be over in a few more days. I'll try to find you some grade 2 mutated beasts deep in the wilderness, so you can get more practice. The military merits for killing grade 2 mutated beasts, including this gold-eating rat, will also be quietly accumulated for you." Lu Chong repeatedly expressed his thanks. Although grade 2 mutated beasts were dangerous, their entire bodies were treasures and quite valuable. Even the most common grade 2, rank 1 mutated beast could be exchanged for 500 military merits, which was roughly 50,000 Chinese yuan. Returning to the fortress, Lu Chong went straight to rest, while Principal Fong, carrying the assassin, went to investigate overnight. Early the next morning, Principal Fong found Lu Chong, looking somewhat dejected, and said, "Can't trace them. We can only confirm that they are registered overseas bounty hunters who have previously engaged in murder and robbery in the wilderness. However, the person who contacted them this time did not show up. They merely issued tasks and transferred money through an overseas virtual platform, making it impossible to trace the source." Lu Chong had already guessed this. With the two assassins being so cautious, how could the person behind them easily surface? Lu Chong, in turn, comforted Principal Fong, saying, "It's alright, Teacher Fong, I'll just be more careful in the future." After becoming a formal warrior, I also have a certain degree of self-preservation, Lu Chong said confidently. Principal Fong nodded. "If you have any suspects, feel free to tell me or Principal Wei. It's a good thing it's not foreign spies targeting you, otherwise, they would resort to even more unscrupulous means. Don't enter the wilderness alone during this period, it's quite safe within our base," Principal Fong advised. Lu Chong nodded seriously, but a thorn remained in his heart, thinking he must find an opportunity to remove it. On May 1st, students hunted in the wilderness as usual. In the afternoon, news came that another student in this batch had broken through to warrior, and it was Luna. The students caused quite a stir, as it was too rare for a student to break through to warrior before the Martial College entrance exam in the small Guanyin city. However, Lu Chong didn't pay much attention. Who isn't a warrior? He's already a second-rank warrior. In the following days, perhaps due to the effectiveness of the special training, or the students' accumulated potential, several students successively broke through their cultivation. Including Lu, who also broke through to 7th rank martial apprentice on May 3rd, significantly increasing his strength. On May 5th, the day before the special training ended, another warrior was born among the students, Xuechang from number 3 high school. So, this young man, who had just broken through to warrior, found Lu Chong that afternoon, declaring he wanted to challenge him. Chapter 57, The Good Classmate Who Insisted on Giving Money. Global Catastrophe, My Martial Arts Cultivation Progresses Automatically. Main text. Chapter 57, The Good Classmate Who Insisted on Giving Money. Afternoon of May 5th, Student Training Camp. When Lu Chong learned that Xuechang wanted to challenge him, he quickly excused himself from the squad leaders he was sparring with and rushed over. This good classmate was clearly here to give him military merits. How could he refuse? Lu Chong, during the special training's cumulative military merit count, I lost to you. A bet's a bet, all my military merits are yours. Seeing Lu Chong appear, Xuechang stated frankly. You're too kind, we're all classmates, after all. Lu Chong said politely, while calculating how many military merits Xuechang had accumulated this month. Not bad, second only to himself, he now had over 11,000 military merits. If converted to Huaxia coins, that's over 1 million. Although Lu Chang's accumulated military merits for the month were undoubtedly number 1, most of them had already been used up by him. He looked at Chief Instructor Cheng Dongye, who was observing with a cold eye. Cheng Dongye knew what this kid was thinking and spoke up. You can use his military merits to exchange for resources, but they cannot be accumulated into your personal military merit honors. No problem, thank you, instructor. Lu Chong understood. Military merits from the military department could not only be used to exchange for resources but also related to the awarding of some subsequent honors, so they could only be earned by making contributions oneself. Lu Chong was already satisfied that he could use Xuechang's military merits to exchange for resources. Xuechang's face was somewhat flushed. After all, he had been the one who had confidently challenged Lu Chong, yet now he had lost so thoroughly, even giving Lu Chong military merits worth over 1 million. However, he was now different from before. He was no longer a 9th rank martial apprentice, but a formal warrior. So, he wanted to seize this opportunity to regain his dignity. Lu Chong, dare you have another fair fight with me? In front of all the students and instructors, Xuechang asked with a powerful momentum. Lu Chong said a little sheepishly, we're all classmates, why spoil the harmony? Xuechang sneered, seeming to know Lu Chong well, and pressed on, if I lose, I'll give you 500,000. If you lose, my condition remains the same. Lu Chong immediately rejoiced inwardly, knowing that this classmate was still quite sensible. However, he couldn't help but glance at Luna, who was not far away and uninvolved. This girl's charm is immense. She sits silently behind the scenes, and so many male classmates do things for her. Don't they know the principle of licking until you have nothing left? Never mind, making money is important. Lu Chong had no time to pity these lickspittles, and he had no interest in the seemingly aloof Luna. While marveling at how rich Xuechang's family was, Lu Chong gritted his teeth and said, all right, I'll risk my life to accompany a gentleman. "Student Shui, please go easy on me." At this moment, Chang Dongye, who was watching the fun from the side, suddenly spoke up. "I forgot to inform everyone that Lu Chong, a student from Guanyin First High, broke through to become an official warrior more than 10 days ago. So, if any students have questions in the future, you can also ask Lu Chong for guidance." After speaking, Chang Dongye didn't forget to glance triumphantly at Lu Chong, thinking to himself, "You little brat who tricked us, I finally got one back." The surrounding students immediately burst into an uproar, especially those from Guanyin First High who knew Lu Chong, feeling like they were dreaming. They clearly remembered that Lu Chong had only broken through from martial apprentice rank 8 to rank 9 after arriving at the special training camp. How is it that after only a few days, he has become an official warrior? Is this the cultivation speed a normal human should have? But on second thought, Lu Chong didn't seem like a normal human either. He could even act as an instructor in the military camp. Is that normal? Lu Chong wasn't embarrassed by Chang Dongye's revelation. He just shamelessly said to Shui Chang, whose expression had slightly changed, "Actually, it was just a lucky breakthrough. If student Shui is scared, we can cancel our match." Hearing these words, Chang Dongye on the side exclaimed, "What a pro! This kid's heart is truly dark. To earn some money, he's even resorting to provocation." Sure enough, the young and impetuous Shui Chang couldn't withstand such a taunt and directly shook his head, saying, "No need. Since we are both official warriors, it's a fair fight." "Fair fight my ass, Lu Chong is already warrior rank 2, Chang Dongye secretly grumbled. The students might not know, but how could he not know Lu Chong? Not to mention Shui Chang, who had just broken through to warrior. Even if he, a rank 7 warrior, personally fought, he might not be able to defeat Lu Chong now. This was simply giving money to Lu Chong. However, Chang Dongye didn't say anything more. If that greedy kid held a grudge against him, he would inevitably be taken advantage of in the future. Lu Chong was overjoyed. Since someone insisted on giving him money, it would be rude not to accept it. But he remained calm on the surface, saying, "Then please enlighten me." Shui Chang stopped the idle talk, and the aura of a formal warrior suddenly burst forth, sending dust flying everywhere from under his feet. His body shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring, charging at Lu Chong. The martial art he used was not any of those taught in school. Evidently, with Shui Chang's family background, he had already cultivated higher-grade martial arts in external martial arts academies. Before his fist arrived, a cold wind was already blowing in Lu Chang's face. Facing Shui Chang's expert stage, high-grade boxing technique, Lu Chong only used the strength of warrior rank 1 and the low-grade human tier stonebreaker palm. He had no choice. Lu Chong had to hold back, or he might accidentally kill this money-delivering boy with one palm strike. Fist and palm collided, and both Lu Chong and Shui Chang simultaneously retreated 2 steps. Shui Chang was pushed back by Lu Chang's strength, while Lu Chong, of course, was faking it. Bullying is one thing, but he still needed to save a little face for the money-delivering boy, just in case he came back to deliver more money in the future. Shui Chang gritted his teeth, the blue stone under his feet cracked, and he charged up even faster, throwing a punch heavier than before. Lu Chong still met him with the stonebreaker palm, just slightly increasing his strength. Bang! The two went back and forth, colliding repeatedly, fighting to a stalemate, which was indeed quite spectacular. But to an insider, especially those few instructors, Lu Chong was just playing around. From what they knew, Lu Chong should have won after the very first clash. The two students were simply not on the same level. But Shui Chang didn't know that he still felt he had a chance to win, and Lu Chong wasn't as invincible as he had imagined. In another strike, Shui Chang's heavy punch remained, but just as it was about to collide with Lu Chong, a bone-chilling coldness was building up in that fist, ready to erupt. Interesting. Before even meeting the strike, Lu Chong already sensed it. This was no ordinary human tier martial art. He could clearly feel a dense amount of vital energy contained within Shui Chang's fist, on the verge of bursting forth. Boom! With a loud bang, the moment their fists and palm collided, a stream of extreme cold Gaichi, internal energy surged from Shui Chang's fist, striking Lu Chang's palm. However, this punch, which somewhat resembled a terrestrial tier martial art, ended up with Shui Chang being sent flying backward after it landed, his entire arm that had exerted force hanging limp. His face drastically changed, and he looked up at Lu Chong, how could you block my punch that contained gangqi? Chapter 58. His potential is not as good as ours. In fact, as Xue Cheng's fist was about to land, Lu Cheng already felt something unusual about it. Unlike ordinary human-level martial arts, this was a punch imbued with qi transformed from vital energy. However, Lu Cheng was also certain that this was not a standard earth-level martial art, so he did not use any other martial arts, only slightly increased his force. As expected, at the moment their fists and palms clashed, Lu Cheng not only felt Xue Cheng's punch, but also a bone-chilling qi erupting from it, surging through his palm and into his body. If he hadn't encountered earth-level martial arts before, Lu Cheng might indeed have been injured by this hitting an ox through a mountain-penetrating qi. But Lu Cheng, who sparred daily with the squad leaders, was already very familiar with this kind of qi operation. So, as soon as Xue Cheng's qi erupted, he already circulated the vital energy in his body, silently dissolving it. Xue Cheng, whose attack returned in vain, had his arm directly broken by Lu Cheng's suddenly increased palm force, and his strength instantly dropped by 50%. He was surprised, wondering how Lu Cheng managed to break through the qi technique he had mastered, but still refused to concede. However, before he could continue, Lu Cheng had already stepped forward, striking with his palm and stopping it at his forehead. "You've conceded, classmate Xue." Lu Cheng withdrew his hand, stood back, and retreated. Xue Cheng knew he had completely lost, and no matter how unwilling he was, he had nothing more to say. "When I get back, I'll transfer the money to you." A loss was a loss, and Xue Cheng was quite straightforward, not getting entangled, but rather speaking up proactively. "No hurry, no hurry." Lu Cheng immediately smiled, stepped forward to help Xue Cheng up, and insisted on personally taking him to the military medical station. Instructors like Cheng Donye couldn't bear to watch this kid really was greedy for money. It wasn't until Lu Cheng left with Xue Cheng that the students couldn't help but start discussing. Warrior. During this special training, 3 official warriors had emerged among them. This was extremely rare among past Guanyun City Martial College entrance exam students. Especially Lu Cheng, who, after winning the previous mock exam, continued to maintain a significant lead, not only successfully breaking through to warrior but also defeating the well-established Xue Cheng. They were already wondering if the other warrior student, Luna, was Lu Cheng's match. Luo Qingqing looked at Lu Cheng's receding figure, silently clenched her delicate hands, and encouraged herself, "Qingqing, you still have to work harder, otherwise you won't be able to keep up with him." Huang Junyan stood beside Luna and whispered, "Do you have the confidence to defeat him now?" Luna retracted her gaze and after a moment of contemplation said, "No, but it shouldn't be difficult around the time of the martial college entrance exam." Huang Junyan didn't question her, but rather took it for granted. No high school taught earth-level martial arts, but with Luna's conditions, it wouldn't be difficult for her to learn an earth-level martial art at the Xiang Martial Arts Academy. And Lu Cheng, without an earth-level martial art, would be far outpaced by Luna by then. When the martial college entrance exam actually came, it was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. This is the importance of background and foundation. While it may not be very obvious at the martial apprentice rank, the further one goes, the greater the impact of resources. What if Lu Cheng broke through to warrior first? Can he, with his humble circumstances, sustain the resources needed for warrior cultivation? Does he have earth-tier martial arts to practice? Does he have famous masters to guide him? Forget about Luna's conditions. Even an ordinary rich second generation like Huang Junyan believes Lu Cheng will inevitably fall behind him in the future. The path of martial arts is long, and this is just the beginning. What do the gains and losses of a single city or stronghold amount to? Huang Junyan recalled his father's anxious teachings and found them very reasonable. His and Luna's goals were not focused on the small Guanyin city, but rather on the entire Hedong province, and even China and the world. That was the vast stage where heroes gathered and great changes unfolded. How could a poor orphan with only a bit of talent understand the importance of family background? Speaking of Lu Cheng, he personally helped Xue Cheng to the military medical station, taking meticulous care of the money-delivering boy he had personally defeated. After Xue Cheng's arm was reset and he had recovered some of his vitality, Lu Cheng asked with a benevolent smile, "Student Xue, are you all right?" Xue Cheng shook his head and even thanked Lu Cheng, "Thank you for holding back and for bringing me for treatment. However, if I get the chance in the future, I will challenge you again." Not for Luna, but for myself. Shui Chang vowed. Lu Chong immediately showed an even more sincere smile and said, "You're welcome anytime. I just happened to win by luck, it's nothing." Seemingly touched by Lu Chang's modesty and sincerity, Shui Chang rarely showed a smile, and his heart held a little more approval for Lu Chong. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lu Chong took the initiative to ask, "Student Shui, I have a question, I wonder if it's appropriate to ask." Shui Chang said grandly, "Just ask, we're not enemies." Only then did Lu Chong voice the doubt in his heart, feigning confusion, "The boxing technique you used at the end just now, which contains the power of qi and blood transforming into gang energy, is that an earth-tier martial art?" Shui Chang heard this and smiled wryly, "Of course not a true earth-tier martial art. I've only just broken through to warrior, how could I master an earth-tier martial art? Actually, it's just a technique for exerting force. When performing a human-tier martial art, the power of qi and blood erupts at the point of contact, invading and disturbing the opponent's internal qi. Compared to true earth-tier martial arts, both the explosive power and cohesion of the gang energy are far inferior." Shui Chang said honestly. Lu Chong then understood there was actually such a technique, somewhat like a transition from human-tier martial arts to earth-tier martial arts. Why haven't Principal Fong and the instructors taught me? Lu Chong had an idea. If he had such a technique, the various human-tier martial arts he mastered could also increase greatly in power. He didn't ask Shui Chang how he learned this technique, as it might involve personal cultivation secrets, which needed to be respected. He believed that Principal Fong and the instructors should all know the key to it, and he just needed to ask them. That evening, Lu Chong found Principal Fong. However, Principal Fong's answer was that this technique had both pros and cons, so he didn't want him to come into contact with it. Let's put it this way, this is a speculative method that can easily make you dependent and even bring side effects to your future cultivation of true earth-tier martial arts. Many people feel that cultivating earth-rank martial arts is too difficult, which is why they resort to such shortcuts, but with your comprehension, cultivating earth-rank martial arts is the proper path, and you shouldn't take this detour. Lu Chong then understood a little, but he still insisted that Principal Fong teach him about AS for whether it would affect his future cultivation of earth-rank martial arts. Lu Chong wasn't worried after all, his martial arts could cultivate themselves, why worry about such a small impact? Chapter 59, Returning Laden with New Martial Arts. Global Cataclysm, My Martial Arts Cultivate Automatically. Chapter 59, Returning Laden with New Martial Arts. May 6th, the last day of the student special training. The students no longer ventured out into the wilderness, nor did they continue their martial arts training. Instead, they relaxed and rested. The 7 instructors, along with the squad leaders and soldiers who had served as sparring partners for the past month, had a rare day off, gathering with the students for meals and bonding. Besides that, there was the award ceremony for Lu Chong, the top earner on the military merits list. Colonel Huang personally presented Lu Chong with the rank of second lieutenant, which undeniably made the other students envious. A second lieutenant, it wasn't an instant rise to power, but it could at least be considered a poor man's rise to prominence. Those 7 instructors were merely second lieutenant platoon leaders, officers capable of commanding hundreds of soldiers. Of course, Lu Chang's second lieutenant rank was honorary and came with no real authority. But he could receive the basic salary of a second lieutenant, 10,000 waxia per month. This alone was enough to make Lu Chong beam with joy. The most important point for him was that with a military rank, he could enjoy some of the military's resources, especially the martial arts legacy within the military. It's no exaggeration to say that the military's martial arts legacy should be considered the most comprehensive and prioritized in all of Huaxia. Of course, to enjoy these resources, one must pay a price, and they can only be exchanged with military merits. Lu Chong wasn't an exception in recent years. The military department, in order to attract talent from society, had already opened up some honorary military ranks. This way, even if those free-spirited prodigies and masters didn't want to join the military, they could still cooperate with the military and be more easily managed. Although the students were envious, after all these days, they also understood that Lu Chong was worthy of it. Didn't even the soldiers, and even the 7 instructors, admire Lu Chong wholeheartedly? In the army, without real substance, one cannot gain the recognition of these veterans. Lu Chong, don't hold back during the Martial College entrance exam. If you can bring back a provincial top scholar, the few of us instructors will make a special trip to the city to throw you a celebration banquet." At the farewell dinner, Chung Dongye put his arm around Lu Chang's neck and promised grandly, "Little instructor Lu, don't forget us. After the martial college entrance exam, if there's a chance, we'll take you to the wilderness to eat wild game." Some soldiers also sincerely invited him. Most of these people had been guided by Lu Chong in martial arts and felt both close to and respectful of Lu Chong, their student. Lu Chong agreed to everything, and he had to admit that these Chinese soldiers had always been the purest and most lovable people in his heart. Without their protection, there would be no survival base for the vast China, let alone the opportunity for students like them to study. It wasn't until 3 o'clock that afternoon that the students reluctantly boarded the military vehicles and were sent back to their respective schools. As soon as Lu Chong returned to school, he was summoned to the office by Principal Wei, where class teacher Wang Tong was also waiting. "Good lad, you did really well this time. You didn't disgrace our Guanyun First High." Principal Wei burst into laughter as soon as he saw Lu Chong. Wang Tong, standing nearby, didn't dare to interrupt, but his face was also beaming with smiles. It was unprecedented for a student from a regular class to become a warrior before the martial college entrance exam. Moreover, Lu Chang's breakthrough to warrior was not that simple. According to the news from the military camp, Lu Chong had many astonishing feats during the special training, and even earned the honorary rank of second lieutenant in the end. Wang Tong had come from the military. He had served for 10 years in the army just to reach the rank of second lieutenant platoon leader, and that was the end of his career. How could he have imagined that his student, barely an adult, could already be on equal footing with him? Even without military command, Wang Tong could boast loudly when he met his old comrades in the future. Wouldn't Li Chengjun have to walk a different path when he saw him? Thinking of this, Wang Tong felt a surge of satisfaction, and the more he looked at Lu Chong, the more pleased he felt. At this point, Principal Wei changed the subject, asking with a hint of seriousness, "I heard you were also ambushed by a villain during your special training? Do you have any suspects?" Wang Tong's expression also turned cold upon hearing this. The nature of the incident was too egregious. Who could be so cruel as to harm an orphaned high school student, and the greatest genius in the history of Guanyun First High at that? Although Lu Chong had suspects in his heart, he had no evidence. He just shook his head and said, "I don't know. I don't think I've made any mortal enemies." The old principal nodded slightly, took a sip of tea, and said, "For the next period of time, don't go home. Stay here in the teacher's apartment. Don't worry, I won't charge you, it's another one of my own properties," Principal Wei said with a smile, seeing Lu Chang's hesitation. He had heard that this kid had swindled many people during the special training and loved money like his life. Lu Chang then grinned and said, "Thank you, Teacher Wei. These are minor matters. Your safety is the important thing," Principal Wei continued nonchalantly. "And before the martial college entrance exam, I will personally teach you an earth-tier martial art, one above the golden cicada robe. High schools are indeed not allowed to teach earth-tier martial arts, but if I teach you in my own name, no one would dare to gossip," Principal Wei declared grandly. Wang Tong was about to say something when Principal Wei quickly interrupted, "Don't pass on the wind-splitting axe to this kid, for now your salary won't cover it." Wang Tong was immediately speechless. He had indeed intended to personally teach Lu Chong the earth-tier wind-splitting axe. However, he would also need to pay out of his own pocket to buy the heritage jade slip, and the price of over 1 million yuan put a lot of pressure on him. Principal Wei continued, "Besides, no weapons are allowed in the combat assessment of the martial college entrance exam. Let Lu Chong choose it himself as an elective once he enters university." Wang Tong heard the reasoning and gave up on the idea. Lu Chong felt grateful but didn't say much, simply remembering this teacher-student bond in his heart. Don't feel any psychological burden. Participating in the martial college entrance exam is, after all, bringing glory to our school. Since you've already broken through to warrior, we'll try our best to provide you with the same conditions as other students. However, I must remind you that earth-tier martial arts are much more difficult than the ones you've practiced before. I can't guarantee to what extent you'll be able to master it before the martial college entrance exam," Principal Wei said solemnly. At this point, the old principal suddenly remembered that he seemed to have said the same thing when he passed on the golden cicada robe to Lu Chong. Is the so-called difficulty truly still that difficult for this kid? Yes, thank you, Teacher Wei, I will do my best, Lu Chong responded with equal seriousness. The Earth Tier martial art of the same origin as the Golden Cicada robe is called Golden Light Wave. It's a low-grade Earth Tier martial art that not only offers body protection but also has a certain passive rebound force. You can receive the inheritance from me now. Principal Wei took out a jade slip and handed it directly to Lu Chong. Lu Chong respectfully took it, wondering in his mind what the difference between this so-called Golden Light Wave and his Golden Bell Shield truly was. Could he still cultivate it after practicing the Golden Bell Shield, or would there be a conflict? This question had been lingering in his mind for a long time, and today he could finally verify it. Chapter 60 The Martial College Entrance Exam is an opportunity to make big money. The Golden Bell Shield and Golden Light Wave have integrated harmoniously, evolving together into a mid-grade Earth Tier martial art. A pleasant notification sound immediately rang in Lu Chang's mind after he received the Golden Light Wave bestowed by Principal Wei. This is Lu Chong was both surprised and delighted. The Golden Bell Shield has actually evolved again, leaping to a mid-grade Earth Tier martial art. These two low-grade Earth Tier martial arts, both related to the Golden Cicada robe, not only didn't conflict but successfully merged and evolved into an even more precious and rare mid-grade Earth Tier martial art. If an ordinary low-grade Earth Tier martial art is valued at $1 million, then a corresponding mid-grade Earth Tier martial art would at least double that. What's more, the Golden Bell Shield is an even rarer body-refining martial art, standing out even among Earth Tier martial arts, easily worth at least $5 million. Of course, martial arts cannot be measured solely by money, and Lu Chong is not a greedy person. But this at least indirectly confirms the power and potential of this martial art. He quickly looked at his status panel, and Lu Chong couldn't help but feel another surge of secret joy. Name, Lu Chong level, Warrior rank 3 martial arts low-grade human tier, 9 Phantom step perfected stage heart-piercing kick perfected stage mid-grade human tier, 7 steps kill fist perfected stage, 3-inch palm perfected stage top-grade human tier, Tiger Roar art perfected stage low-grade earth tier, Windblade leg insight stage, Swift shadowless step insight stage mid-grade earth tier. Golden Bell Shield expert stage. His cultivation had already reached Warrior rank 3, which was a natural progression Lu Chong had broken through 3 days ago. What he was currently focused on was the Golden Bell Shield, which had just evolved into a mid-grade Earth Tier martial art. Indeed, after the Golden Bell Shield evolved again, its potential increased, and its realm dropped back to the expert stage. However, Lu Chong knew this was a good thing for him. As long as there was potential, he was confident he could quickly improve. Moreover, a mid-grade Earth Tier Golden Bell Shield at the expert stage was more powerful than its previous insight stage. He also had a clear feeling that he could not only perform the evolved Golden Bell Shield but also decompose it back into the Golden Light Wave and the previous Golden Bell Shield. Furthermore, even further breaking it down into the perfected stage Golden Cicada robe was effortlessly achievable for Lu Chong. Alright, you should rest now. Principal Wei reminded him when he saw Lu Chong in a daze. Today, let Teacher Wang take you to move your belongings here. With the Martial College entrance exam approaching, don't take on any more private tutoring jobs outside, Principal Wei continued to instruct. I know you've earned a lot of unused military merits during your special training, and even received a large sum of money, right? Lu Chong knew that Principal Wei was referring to the military merits and 500,000 yuan he had won from Shuechang, and he immediately smiled awkwardly. It's nothing, a warrior should strive for what's theirs. There's no shame in earning a living through your own intelligence. Principal Wei also smiled, not intending to blame Lu Chong. However, don't put the cart before the horse and be blinded by money. In the month leading up to the Martial College entrance exam, you should still focus your time and energy on cultivation. If you need anything, just tell me. Principal Wei said earnestly. The Martial College entrance exam is the most important turning point in the lives of students, especially for those from humble backgrounds like Lu Chong. And you should also know that the Martial College entrance exam is actually an opportunity to earn a lot of resources. Principal Wei looked at Lu Chong meaningfully again and said, if you grasp it, perhaps you won't have to worry about money for all 4 years of university. Lu Chong nodded, deeply agreeing. In fact, as his strength improved by leaps and bounds, his ambition grew, and his goals for the Martial College entrance exam became increasingly distant. If he could come out on top in Guanyun City in the Martial College entrance exam, both the Municipal Education Bureau and his alma mater would give out a generous reward. Even some enterprises or martial arts schools in the city would take this opportunity to sponsor the city's top scorer, partly to advertise themselves and partly to build good relationships with promising students. And if he could become the top scorer in the Hadong province base during the Martial College entrance exam, not only would the city's rewards double, but there would also be major prizes from the province. But these are not the really big money, and Principal Wei was clearly not talking about this. What could truly earn Lu Chong a large sum was the live combat streaming opportunity during the Martial College entrance exam. Every year, during the Martial College entrance exam's combat rank stage, in addition to the official live broadcast, each candidate would have their own unique live stream channel. Both the official live room and the candidates' own live rooms would be open to hundreds of millions of viewers nationwide. Is this kind of live broadcast only for comprehensive supervision of the Martial College entrance exam, or to give candidates a chance to showcase themselves? Of course not. Since it's a live broadcast, it will generate traffic, and at the same time, a reward and incentive channel will be opened. Why would the Huaxia official do this? Not to create a sensation, but to use this moment of national attention to promote the martial spirit to the public. At the same time, when people see the performance of these students, they will selectively reward and incentivize those who perform exceptionally well or those candidates they like. This is not exploiting them, but a policy genuinely designed to bring benefits to students. All money donated through the candidates' live stream rooms will be fully disclosed by the official after the exam, given entirely to the students, with no tax withheld. The public often strongly supports this kind of live broadcast, because everyone knows that it is precisely these excellent students who, after graduation, go to the battlefield in batches, exchanging their efforts for the survival bases of Huaxia and for their safety. Shouldn't these students be encouraged? So, how could Lu Chong not be tempted? Isn't it appealing to earn a large sum of money in the Martial College entrance exam livestream based on his own strength? He had even specifically reviewed past Martial College entrance exam livestream records, where some students earn tens of millions in incentive bonuses during just 6 days of practical assessment. Tens of millions might not be much for the second-generation heirs from wealthy families, but for Lu Chong, it was the capital for his future cultivation. After a successful comeback, I shouldn't have to worry about money for a whole rank, Lu Chong thought, excited. That day, he went home with his homeroom teacher to his somewhat humble abode, packed simply, and moved into the teacher's apartment behind the school. Although Principal Wei only gave him a one-bedroom, one-living-room apartment, it came with an underground cultivation room. This cultivation room was far from comparable to the Lu family's entire cultivation building, but it was still over 100 square meters and equipped with many cultivation and testing instruments. It was small but complete. Lu Chong thought that once he had money, he would also get such a private space, convenient for living in cultivation. The Martial College entrance exam. Passing this hurdle will open up a truly vast world. Lu Chong was full of fighting spirit, ready to face his first major exam since coming to this world. This was an exam that promised to elevate him swiftly. Chapter 61, The Big Exam Approaches, Nationwide Attention. The Martial College Entrance Exam Countdown, 1 month. The curriculum for senior year of high school had, surprisingly, become much more relaxed, with almost half the time dedicated to students' self-study. This wasn't to let students relax, but to give them time for independent progress. Students with the means could even skip classes to undergo intensive training at external martial arts schools. Those from average families could stay at school and seek guidance from relevant teachers for last-minute preparation. There were also students who had already given up the school no longer strictly managed them, allowing them to come and go as they pleased. For instance, Chen, that guy, almost never came to school, spending most of his time at home playing various virtual war games. Anyway, he was only a martial apprentice 4th rank, and no matter how much intensive training he did, it was impossible for him to get into a martial arts university. Getting into a comprehensive university would be good enough. However, this close friend of Lu Chang's would still make time every day to chat with Lu Chong, reminiscing about high school life, mainly his history of unrequited love. Chen had long given up on his dream girl, Luna, or rather, she had always just been a figment of his imagination. Besides Chen, among his classmates, only Lu would occasionally contact him to ask for advice on cultivation and academic classes. Other than that, Lu Chong barely interacted with any other students and rarely attended classes, spending most of his time cultivating in Principal Wei's apartment. It's worth mentioning that Xue Chang from 3rd High School even made a special trip to find him once, delivering the 500,000 huaxia coins. However, Xue Chang was smarter this time. He didn't suggest competing with Lu Chong again during the martial college entrance exam, which left Lu Chong slightly disappointed. As for the military merits Xue Chang lost to Lu Chong, most of them were used to exchange for medicinal baths and nutrients, which he could use until the martial college entrance exam. So, Lu Chong finally had 500,000 in funds, which he could temporarily hold onto in his pocket. As for Zhao Longfei, he hadn't caused any trouble this rank time. The student seemed to have vanished, not even coming to school for classes anymore. This left Lu Chong without an opportunity to probe him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was June. The atmosphere among senior high school students grew increasingly tense. It wasn't tension from studying or cultivation, but mental tension. Most students began to feel their nerves tightening. It was also on June 4th that the official virtual platform finally opened personal accounts for every senior high school student. This account held significant meaning for the students. It was their first virtual platform account in their lives and would accompany them throughout their lives. This meant that even after the martial college entrance exam, they could still use this account to post various statuses, including pictures, videos, live streams, etc., becoming as common as an ID card. This wasn't to promote internet celebrities, but to give everyone a voice and to create a platform for personal value. Name: Lu Chong level, Warrior 3 rank martial arts human tier low grade, 9 phantom step perfected stage heart stabbing kick perfected stage human tier mid grade, 7 step killer punch perfected stage. 3-inch palm perfected stage human tier high grade, tiger roar arc perfected stage earth tier low grade, wind blade leg insight stage, gale shadowless steps insight stage earth tier mid grade, golden bell shield insight stage. In the underground cultivation room, Lu Chong woke up from his practice, looked at his various stats, and was quite satisfied. My cultivation still needs 4 or 5 days to break through again, which should be just in time for the martial college entrance exam combat assessment. Lu Chang's primary concern was still his cultivation. Although he had recently spent a lot of time actively cultivating mana absorption technique, it was still a bit short of breaking through to rank 4. Also, wind blade leg and gale shadowless steps were just one step away from the final perfected stage. They should also reach perfected stage by the time of the combat assessment. Golden bell shield is barely at insight stage, and its cultivation speed has also slowed down. But it should be enough to cope with the martial college entrance exam. Lu Chong was full of confidence about the upcoming big exam, and his only goal was to be the provincial top scorer. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete for the national top scorer, but he didn't have the conditions for it. After all, huaxia was too vast, and it was impossible to unify all the examinees from the 34 domestic and overseas base provinces. Academic classes and basic martial arts assessments might be unified. However, when it came to the truly significant combat assessment, there was no way to place all the examinees from across the country in one hunting ground. The conditions of the hunting grounds varied from province to province, and the competitive environment for examinees also differed, so naturally, it couldn't be unified. Therefore, the martial college entrance exam generally only referred to provincial top scorers, and there was no such thing as a national top scorer. If one wanted to dominate nationwide, there would be plenty of opportunities after entering university. In literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. After university, there would naturally be platforms for competition and dominance, and one could even set sights on the entire Blue Star. Lu Chong did not continue to let his thoughts wander but instead opened the official virtual platform, called Huaxia Heroes, with a hint of novelty. Lu Chong used to find teaching and combat videos from masters through this platform. Now, he also had his real name personal account, and the words "this year's examinee" were even marked after the account. I already have over 200 followers. Lu Chong was a little surprised. Was his social circle that wide? He clicked it casually, and what caught his eye was a flamboyant avatar, which was Chen with the words "fighting for martial college entrance exam" wrapped around his forehead. Lu Chong ignored the show-off and continued to scroll down. Principal Wei, Principal Fong, Colonel Huang, the class teacher, as well as the 7 instructors from the military camp special training, and over a dozen squad leaders and hundreds of soldiers. Also, Lu and over 30 classmates from Class 5. Furthermore, the familiar one was Xue Chang from number 3 high school, with whom he had clashed several times. In addition to these, Lu Chong also saw a few people who surprised him. Li Chenjun, Luna, Huang Junyan, and even Zhao Longfei. Lu Chong was slightly stunned, wondering why they were paying attention to him. However, Lu Chong didn't care, let them follow if they wished. If they could offer some tips, he wouldn't refuse. Platform transactions, each according to their desires, no one owes anyone anything. Besides these recognizable people, there were also 2 or 3 dozen individuals Lu Chong didn't know at all, wondering why they were following him. However, some of them looked familiar, as if he had seen them at school assemblies. They were probably leaders from the Guanyun City Education Bureau or similar. Many of them had also sent him private messages, mostly wishing him good luck for the Martial College entrance exam and success. Lu Chong noticed that Luna, the so-called campus belle with whom he had never had a direct conversation, was among them. Setting his follows and followers to private, Lu Chong didn't reply to the private messages one by one but thought, this many people isn't enough. Not to mention the whole country, just the Hadong province base, with a population of over 30 million, has enormous potential. If I can gather a group of people before the Martial College entrance exam, I can earn more. Chapter 62, Popularity Soars as Exams Begin. Global Catastrophe, My Martial Arts Cultivation Automatically Upgrades. Chapter 62, Popularity Soars as Exams Begin. Unfortunately, Lu Chong still didn't have the opportunity to do a wave of promotion and attract popularity before the Martial College entrance exam. The overwhelming personal promotions by various self-media outlets mostly require payment, and the fees are not low. Lu Chong didn't want his small savings to go to waste. Besides, he wasn't trying to be an internet celebrity, so why rush to establish a persona? Fortunately, Guanyun City's official media was relatively fair, releasing some videos and student scores from the previous mock exams, which invisibly boosted Lu Chang's popularity. But public memory is short, especially on such virtual platforms. So, even with the title of first place in the mock exam, Lu Chang's popularity was still far from those candidates who heavily promoted themselves. For example, Luna, known as the inheritor of the Xiang family, now far surpassed Lu Chong in popularity. A rank 2 warrior, a stunningly beautiful campus belle, plus some eye-catching personal display videos. Who wouldn't pay attention to such a person? Luna's promotion not only reached Guanyun City, with its 2 million inhabitants, but even extended throughout the province, attracting a large wave of followers in just 2 days. Yes, mostly male. The night before the Martial College entrance exam, Luna's follower count had already exceeded 2 million, dominating Guanyun City and receiving the highest calls to win the provincial championship. And Lu Chang's relatively familiar acquaintances like Zhao Longfei, Huang Junyan, Xue Chang, and others mostly leveraged media power to attract hundreds of thousands of fans. Even Shen, this guy, accumulated over 100,000 followers in 2 days. He didn't post videos of performing martial arts or actual combat. Instead, he released some classic videos of himself playing virtual war games. Goodness, quite a lot of people followed him. Chen also took this opportunity to advertise Lu Chong on his account, urging his fans to follow Lu Chong, the upcoming provincial top scorer. This led to a slight increase in Lu Chang's popularity, barely breaking 100,000 by the eve of the Martial College entrance exam. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't pitiful either. The key was that those young people who followed Lu Chong through Chen mostly raised numerous questions under Lu Chang's only martial arts teaching video. He looks very ordinary. Why is he confident in vying for the provincial top spot? Is this really a seeded player? Besides being handsome, his strength seems quite unremarkable. You can't say that. I just love his handsome and masculine face, and his physique is so good. I'm smitten. Facing a chorus of doubts, Lu Chong couldn't be bothered to respond. When the Martial College entrance exam arrived, he would naturally have the opportunity to prove himself to these people. On June 7th, the National Martial College entrance exam officially kicked off. This major examination, lasting a full 8 days, would attract the attention of the entire nation. Even the powerful figures at the top would follow the Martial College entrance exam through virtual platforms. Why do some students, who are not short of money, spend heavily on promotion to gain popularity? They are not like Lu Chong, who simply aims to earn a wave of cultivation resources. The primary goal for these students is to attract the attention of certain important figures. If they could be remembered by a powerful individual and taken as a disciple, that would truly be a meteoric rise. This kind of thing is not a fantasy, it happens every year. After all, those powerful individuals also want to take on disciples to pass on their legacy. And the annual National Unified Examination is a great opportunity to find promising talents. The academic classes exams on the 7th and 8th were relatively calm, and not many people paid close attention. On the night of the 8th, Lu Chang's academic scores and ranking were released. He was only 35 points shy of a perfect score. In terms of academic classes performance, Lu Chang ranked first in the province and 5th nationwide. This result was directly displayed on his personal account, once again bringing a wave of attention to Lu Chang. Some official accounts of key universities in science, engineering, and liberal arts even started recruiting directly in the comments section, offering extremely generous conditions. Lu Chang certainly didn't look down on these schools, but his ambitions lay elsewhere, so he didn't pay much attention. As for the mixed fan comments, Lu Chang completely ignored them. He was now just waiting for the live combat broadcast to begin tomorrow that would be his real time to shine. However, starting tomorrow, all examinees would enter a closed examination venue and, for 6 days, would no longer be able to see the status of their personal accounts. I hope there will be a surprise waiting for me when I return from the Marshall College entrance exam. Lu Chang took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and prepared to face the true big exam starting on the 9th. He wouldn't underestimate any opponent, because based on the information revealed in the past few days alone, there were already no fewer than 20 official warriors among the examinees in the entire province. There must also be those warrior examinees who were unwilling to expose themselves, and they were all Lu Chang's competitors. Of course, Lu Chang would not be over-modest. His current goal was singular, to be the top scholar in the province. On the morning of June 9th, all examinees began their martial arts foundation assessment. It was from this point that people nationwide began to flock to the platform, paying close attention to the examinees' performances. National live broadcast accounts, provincial live broadcast accounts, municipal live broadcast accounts, and numerous self-media accounts all began broadcasting the Marshall College entrance exam dynamics, showing the audience from various angles. In an instant, parents of examinees, powerhouses of all levels, and onlookers poured in. Statistics show that from this day onwards, the number of people flooding into the various live broadcast platforms for the Marshall College entrance exam in China exceeded 600 million and remained high. Some watched official live broadcasts, others followed examinees' personal platform broadcasts, and even more watched multiple screens simultaneously. When the basic martial arts scores for that morning were released, platform traffic began to shift dramatically again, surging towards the personal accounts of students with outstanding results. At this time, Lu Chang was unaware that, due to his 4 perfect basic scores, his account had gained 1 million followers within an hour and was still growing. Everyone knew what 4 perfect scores signified. This was the symbol of an official warrior. The upper limit of the basic assessment was 400 points, from 4 perfect scores. Even if you were a warrior of rank 3, no additional points would be added for basic items. This was actually to keep examinees' basic data confidential and prevent its leakage. On that day, the official live stream of Hadong Province announced this year's perfect score examinees, totaling 51 individuals. At 1 in the afternoon, the official host was still passionately announcing, "They are this year's hot favorites for top scholar in our province." Of course, there are also dark horses who might make breakthroughs during the practical combat exam. Who will win the championship? Let's wait and see. After this wave of official exposure, Lu Chang's account once again saw a large influx of followers, with the total exceeding 3 million. It was also at this time that his personal live broadcast feed was opened, allowing people to clearly see his every move in the subsequent practical combat assessment. Chapter 63, I will leave everyone else in the dust. At 2 p.m. on the 9th, all examinees were transported by specially allocated military vehicles to the Hadong Base provincial hunting ground. This provincial hunting ground was more than 5 times larger than the Guanyin City hunting ground, occupying the Taiyuan mountain range that runs north to south through Hadong Province. It was a mountainous forest area, also known as the Taiyuan hunting ground. Due to its terrain, the Tian hunting ground also served as a natural barrier and link, acting as a buffer zone for the Hedong province base in its battles against foreign races. This was Lu Chang's first time leaving Guanyun City since he came to this world. To be precise, even his original body had never left Guanyun City. The cost of travel in this era was extremely high because the areas between base cities were wilderness, where mutated beasts emerged endlessly and were impossible to completely eradicate. Although powerful mutated beasts above Tier 4 rarely appeared within national borders, they were not something ordinary people could easily traverse. Therefore, people who wanted to travel from one base city to another required powerful escort forces, and the cost would naturally be high. The examinees from Guanyun City now had to go to the Tian hunting ground, requiring military escorts, with military vehicles carrying people, and various weapons guarding them from all sides. Of course, a large number of masters from the military were also dispatched, with even Colonel Huang personally leading his guard company, and it was rumored that 2 grandmasters had been invited to preside. The students participating in the martial college entrance exam were different from bounty hunters who voluntarily entered the wilderness. Not a single mistake could be allowed. If powerful mutated beasts did appear en route, the provincial military region would even deploy fighter jets and super strong individuals for assistance, striving not to affect the examinee's condition. During the journey, Lu Chong did not communicate with any other examinees. Instead, he watched the primitive scenery of the wilderness through the window while observing his own status. Name: Lu Chong. Level: Warrior 4th rank, Martial Arts Human rank, low grade, 9 Phantom Step perfected stage. Heart Piercing Kick perfected stage, Human rank, mid grade, 7 Step Killing Fist perfected stage, 3-inch Palm perfected stage, Human rank, top grade, Tiger Roar Art perfected stage, Earth rank, low grade, Wind Blade Leg perfected stage, Gale Shadowless Step perfected stage, Earth rank, mid grade, Golden Bell Shield Insight stage. As expected, I successfully broke through to Warrior 4th rank today. First was his cultivation, which naturally entered Warrior 4th rank an hour after the tests were completed this morning. Secondly, his 2 Earth rank low-grade martial arts, Wind Blade Leg and Gale Shadowless Step, finally reached perfected stage just now. As for the Earth rank mid-grade Golden Bell Shield, its cultivation speed slowed down after Insight stage, and it would take at least another month to reach perfected stage. Lu Chong was in no hurry. He believed that with his current cultivation and martial arts, along with the practical combat experience accumulated during special training, securing the top spot in the martial college entrance exam for the province shouldn't be too difficult. Although he had learned that several elite students, reaching Warrior rank 5 and even Warrior rank 6, had emerged from key high schools in the provincial capital this year, Lu Chong, possessing several Earth-tier martial arts, was not worried. What he needed to do most was simply pay attention to the exam pace and not let himself be disrupted. In the distance, the faint roar of beasts could be heard, sounding like a Tier 2 mutated beast, but Lu Chong noticed that before the mutated beast could even appear, it was already slain by the military experts on the periphery. Lu Chang's heart was calm. He was now somewhat of a minor expert himself and not unfamiliar with such scenes. The journey was uneventful, and in less than 2 hours, the students were transported to the southern line of Tian hunting ground, the closest boundary to Guanyun City. The military vehicles began to disperse along the boundary, dropping off candidates individually to await the opening of the hunting ground. Each candidate received only 1 distress beacon and 1 amulet. The distress beacon showed their score and ranking, and most importantly, allowed them to call for help, while the amulet was for critical life-saving moments. Beyond that, perhaps only the live streaming drone above each candidate's head accompanied them. Of course, there were also the energy bars and drinking water they carried, enough for 6 days, all carefully inspected to eliminate any suspicion of cheating. After waiting in place for half an hour, close to 4:30 p.m., the alarm suddenly sounded. Attention all candidates, please enter the hunting ground assessment within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the light wall will reactivate, and no further entry will be permitted. Another reminder to all candidates, if you do not enter the hunting ground after 10 minutes, it will be considered a withdrawal from the exam. As the voice echoed, the energy light wall in front of Lu Chong opened, revealing the mountain forest hunting ground within. Lu Chong did not hesitate, taking a few steps inside, and only left his spot after the light wall reactivated 10 minutes later. It's finally begun. Lu Chong felt a slight thrill. This is the real big exam, and the one with the largest score proportion. Lu Chong glanced at his scoring distress beacon. He currently had 0 points, of course. But even in these 10 minutes, a list of candidates' names and their scores had already appeared on the top 100 leaderboard. Although they were just scattered single digits, Lu Chong understood that appearing on the leaderboard made it easy for millions of external viewers to see, thereby increasing the attention on one's personal livestream. Therefore, many students, even if they knew they lacked stamina later on, would exert all their effort at the beginning to ride the popularity of the leaderboard. The longer you occupy the leaderboard, and the higher your ranking, the greater the traffic you'll gain and the more profit you'll receive in return. Realizing this, Lu Chong no longer hesitated, his gaze fixed on the endless mountain forests to the north, and without further delay, he directly unleashed his swift wind steps, dashing forward. He had entered the Tian hunting ground from the southern line, so to reach the core of the hunting ground and compete for the locators of those high-tier mutated beasts, he had to head north. This time, Lu Chong would not wait. He intended to leave everyone in the dust and dominate the Martial College entrance exam. It's not just him at this very moment. Tens of thousands of examinees along the lengthy boundary of the Tian hunting ground are advancing towards the core area. A bird's-eye view from the official livestream of Hadong province also captures this scene, with examinees resembling tributaries flowing into the sea, surging from all directions towards the inner reaches of the hunting ground. It started, the official livestream host exclaimed with an excited tone, stirring the hearts of tens of millions of people. It is reported that the preparations for the Tian hunting ground this time are exceptionally thorough. Within the hunting ground, there are not only territories of rank 1 and rank 2 mutated beasts of various ranks, but in the innermost core area, there are even 2 ferocious mutated beasts that have just entered rank 3, awaiting examinees to explore and score. However, rank 3 mutated beasts are equivalent to human master-level experts. Are there really any examinees daring enough to venture there? At this point, the host's camera switched to an expert beside him. The expert shook his head slightly. It's very, very difficult. The audience should know that among the examinees in Hadong province this year, the student with the highest cultivation has reached warrior rank 6. From what I understand, this student's martial arts training is also quite good. But he can at most clear the territories of rank 2, rank 8 mutated beasts. There's a slight hope of making a final push at rank 9. The rank 3 mutated beast area in the innermost core is likely out of reach, the expert declared confidently. The host couldn't help but ask again, but if that's the case, why did we still prepare a rank 3 mutated beast area in the hunting ground? Chapter 64, My student has the potential of a top scholar. The expert cleared his throat before answering, this is a hope, the hope of our Hadong province. Our Huaxia has always produced exceptional talents. In recent years, some first-tier bases, especially the Capital City base and Magic City base, have seen precedents of Martial College entrance exam candidates defeating grade 3 mutated beasts. So, we naturally hope that our Hadong base province, a place rich in natural and human resources, can also produce such brilliant talents in the Martial College entrance exam to catch up with the first-tier bases. What if, and I mean what if, such a dark horse truly emerges one year, and we haven't prepared grade 3 mutated beasts in advance? Wouldn't that make us a laughingstock? The expert said, half-jokingly. Percent it wasn't just the official livestream at this very moment. Discussions on the Huaxia Heroes platform were already in a frenzy. It started. Everyone, go watch my son, he's already ranked 90th on the top 100 list, a candidate's parent called out, trying to draw viewers to the official livestream. I'm still optimistic about Li Qianzhong from Longcheng 5th Middle School in the provincial capital. His cultivation as a warrior rank 6 is unique. Who can compete with him? Various civilian experts were analyzing in their own live streams, garnering equally high attention. Meanwhile, Guanyun City's official livestream, besides the host, currently featured split screens for 3 candidates, Lu Chong, Luna, and Xue Chang, the 3 official warriors. They represented Guanyun City's hope for this year, good prospects to compete with other city-level bases. Sitting beside the host was a white-haired but energetic old man, none other than Wei Jiangwo, the principal of Guanyun First High. Principal Wei, you've been teaching martial arts and nurturing talent for over 30 years, having guided 21 batches of Martial College entrance exam candidates. I'm sure you have unique insights into this year's candidates. Could you give us a rough prediction, especially for the final scores and rankings of our 3 Guanyun City candidates? The host asked Principal Wei curiously. Nearly 1 million people in the live stream also commented below, wanting Principal Wei to give a prediction. Principal Wei, at ease, put down his teacup and then looked directly at the camera, stating loudly, "Undoubtedly, the strength of these three candidates from our Guanyun city is excellent. It's inevitable that they will enter the top 100 list." Principal, that's just stating the obvious. Who doesn't know that these three official warriors can make it into the top 100 list? A viewer immediately commented teasingly. However, for this old principal who had been rooted in Guanyun City for over 30 years, no one would swear in the comment section. They dared not, and did not want to, because most of them had once been his students. Ha ha! Principal Wei mischievously smiled, stroking his beard, "Just kidding. In fact, I can tell everyone with certainty. This year's provincial top scorer, our Guanyun City has already reserved the spot." Boom! The comments section immediately exploded. The old principal really dared to speak boldly. Who could possibly win the provincial top scorer? Not to mention other cities of the same level, but this statement clearly showed no regard for the provincial capital city base. Out of the 51 warrior candidates in the entire province, the provincial capital Longqing alone accounts for half, including several warrior rank 5 and one rank 6. How can our small Guanyun city compare with them? There were even viewers from other cities who started instigating trouble, saying that the old principal was exaggerating and trying to attract attention. Even the host beside him awkwardly interrupted the old principal, saying, "Principal Wei, you're joking, but I'm sure everyone can understand, after all, it's the old principal's expectation." Principal Wei didn't appreciate it, but instead said solemnly, "I'm not joking, and I dare to guarantee with my own reputation that my prediction is almost certainly correct. The person who, in my eyes, can win the provincial top scholar is Lu Chong, a student from our Guanyun First High. Kid, this is all I can do to help you. Although it might attract some hate, at least it can help you accumulate more popularity," Principal Wei thought to himself. However, the audience below was becoming increasingly restless. With Principal Wei's stance, could he be serious? A grandmaster expert, and a school principal, guaranteeing something with his own reputation in such a public setting is no laughing matter. It's just that everyone couldn't understand why. People's curiosity was instantly piqued by the old principal. No, we must pay attention to that candidate named Lu Chong and see what's so special about the student so highly praised by the old principal. And some viewers who didn't agree with Principal Wei had already screenshotted the live broadcast and forwarded it everywhere. Guanyun First High's old principal made bold claims, boasting that his student has the potential to be the top scholar. Laughable overestimation, a small high school in a fourth-tier base city actually tries to dominate the entire province. All sorts of discussions and mockeries spread across major platforms in Hedong province in just half an hour, truly attracting a large wave of attention to Lu Chong. Lu Chong himself didn't know that his personal live broadcast room had already surged with millions of people, reaching a staggering 3 million, almost surpassing Luna. However, a large portion of these people were just curious and wanted to watch a joke. But when they truly started paying attention to Lu Chong, they couldn't help but be shocked. Is this candidate too fierce? How did he even get into the territory of level 2 mutated beasts? How long had it been since the candidates entered the hunting ground? Less than an hour. Most candidates were still in the territory of level 1 mutated beasts, and many might even stop there. Even those candidates who had reached formal warrior status only rushed to the territory of level 1 rank 9 mutated beasts and paused there. On one hand, it was to explore and adapt to the environment of the Tian hunting ground, and on the other hand, it was because night was approaching, and they wanted to lie low in a relatively safe area for one night before going deeper. But what about Lu Chong, who was currently being watched by over 3 million people? He was charging headlong without stopping, already crashing into the territory of level 2 mutated beasts. The level 1 mutated beasts blocking his path simply couldn't stop him. He moved through this dangerous mountain forest as if it were flat ground, effortlessly dealing with the mutated beasts that ambushed him along the way. It was precisely because Lu Chong charged forward without stopping, in a sightseeing manner, that he didn't acquire many trackers. Currently, he only had 426 points, barely making it onto the list. However, Lu Chong was not anxious, because this was his home turf. After reaching warrior rank 4, Lu Chong had long since looked down on those rank 1 mutated beasts. Only rank 2 mutated beasts could ignite his fighting desire. Moreover, the points represented by rank 2 mutated beasts were incomparable to those of rank 1 mutated beasts. A rank 1, level 2 mutated beast was worth 500 points, a rank 2 was 1000 points, and so on, with a rank 9, level 2 mutated beast being worth 12,800 points. Before his departure, the old principal specifically informed him that the Guanyun City Education Bureau had promised to multiply Lu Chang's score in the practical combat exam by 10 times for the reward money. With such great benefits, how could Lu Chang tolerate anyone trying to snatch his mutated beasts? No, he meant snatch his money. Chapter 65, The Reckless Brute Charging Wildly. The rewards offered by the Guanyun City Education Bureau were, of course, not just for Lu Chang, but for all local candidates who could make it onto the provincial top 100 list. Regardless of what the other two thought, Lu Chang knew he had to seize this opportunity. As dusk settled, the roars of beasts in the mountains began to echo one after another, resonating through all the live streams. Most students had found relatively safe areas, such as hidden caves, to conceal themselves, while others huddled together for warmth, fearing being surrounded and eliminated during the night. However, Lu Chang had already arrived in the area of level 1 rank mutated beasts, not hiding, intentionally staying in the open, and continuing to venture deeper at the risk of being surrounded. At the same time, thanks to the tempering of his golden bell shield, his sight, smell, and hearing were far superior to ordinary people, allowing him to keenly detect the movements of mutated beasts even at night. The hunting grounds here were completely different from those in Guanyun City. They were no longer dominated by a single species of mutated beasts but a mixture of various mutated beasts forming a small ecosystem, which Lu Chang couldn't identify one by one for a while. But it didn't matter, he still had the confidence to navigate this area. Roar! A dark shadow suddenly leaped out from a bush 3 meters away, a foul smell assailing him. Lu Chang had smelled the opponent's scent long ago. Without even looking, his right leg sprang up like a coiled spring, cutting through the night sky. With a shriek, the dark shadow flew back even faster. Lu Chang followed closely, catching up to the shadow, losing balance in mid-air, and precisely took off its locator. Unicorn wild boar, a prime dish for a drink, too bad I can't take it back, Lu Chang muttered, glancing at the dark shadow that had fallen and couldn't get up for a long time, then hurried away. With 500 points in hand, Lu Chang's score immediately reached 926 points, soaring to the 79th spot on the leaderboard. However, this was just the beginning. Lu Chang's basic goal for the first night of the practical assessment was to reach the top spot. At this moment, not only the Guanyun City livestream but even the sub-channels of the provincial official livestream were broadcasting Lu Chang's live feed. In an instant, the number of viewers in Lu Chang's personal livestream surged again, reaching over 5 million, surpassing Luna. However, for now, not many people were tipping Lu Chang. Most remained skeptical, waiting to see his performance. After all, if Lu Chang was merely grandstanding and acting rashly, and ended up being eliminated tonight, then he wouldn't be worth continued attention. In fact, it wasn't that the provincial officials valued Lu Chang that much, it was simply that there were very few candidates daring to venture into the level 2 mutated beasts area at night. Of the 3 official warrior candidates from Guanyun City, only Lu Chang had entered the level 2 mutated beasts area. Among all the candidates in Hedong province, only 6 warriors had currently entered this area. Besides Lu Chang, the other 5 candidates were all students from the provincial capital, all famous, with 4 of them being warrior rank 5 and 1 being warrior rank 6. It wasn't too surprising that these 5 examinees appeared in the level 2 mutated beasts area, given their strength and reputation. But Lu Chang was only somewhat known in Guanyun City. What gave him the courage to venture into level 2 mutated beasts territory at night? However, an expert in the livestream soon offered an analysis. Lu Chang, a student from Guanyun First High, is actually quite strong. Based on my observation, he should be a rank 4 warrior by now, and that gale kick he just used has reached the extremely rare perfected stage. Only then did the audience realize that Lu Chang wasn't just a novice warrior, his cultivation was remarkably advanced, only slightly inferior to those 5. Moreover, an intermediate-level martial art reaching the perfected stage was uncommon even in key high schools in the provincial capital. In the teacher's apartment at Guanyun First High, Wang Tong was also nervously watching both the official livestream and Lu Chang's livestream. Hearing the expert's words, he beamed with joy, pulling his wife closer and proudly declaring, "See that? That's a student from my class. This kid actually broke through again. He's already a rank 4 warrior. And his Gale kick, hee, I personally taught him that." His wife, who was also following closely, smiled upon hearing this. She knew how much her husband valued Lu Chong as a student. However, just as the audience in various live streams had accepted the expert's analysis and begun to recognize Lu Chong as a dark horse, they noticed something was off. Lu Chong did not stop in the area of level 2, rank 1 mutated beasts, nor did he look for opportunities to hunt mutated beasts. Instead, he maintained his high-speed movement, heading north directly towards the level 2 area. What is he trying to do? He's about to be surrounded by mutated beasts. Does he really dare to go deeper? The live stream viewers were shocked. Wasn't this too reckless? Night was precisely when mutated beasts were most active, yet Lu Chong dared to delve deeper, provoking even more powerful mutated beasts. In the hunting grounds, Lu Chong indeed moved in a straight line, not stopping to deliberately search for mutated beasts. But even so, his blatant progression attracted many nocturnal mutated beasts. 1, 2, 3. Soon, 12 level 2, rank 1 mutated beasts were trailing him, continuously chasing this tempting and audacious prey. It wasn't until Lu Chong was close to the level 2 mutated beasts area that he slowed down, waiting for the 12 mutated beasts behind him to catch up. "Good, this is efficient, doesn't waste any time," Lu Chong muttered, then turned and charged towards the snarling pack of mutated beasts. Stonebreaker Palm, 9 Phantom Step, Iron Thread Fist, Cloud-Piercing Finger, Heart-Piercing Kick. Lu Chong unleashed a variety of martial arts. No longer fixed routines, these were combination techniques applied as needed, aiming to defeat the mutated beasts with maximum efficiency. The mutated beasts before him were no match at all. One by one, they fell to a single blow. From start to finish, Lu Chong didn't even use any martial arts of mid-grade or higher. After traversing through the 12 mutated beasts, Lu Chang's hand now held an equivalent number of locators. Not a single one escaped, and even with his deliberate restraint, none of the mutated beasts were severely injured. This was, of course, Lu Chang's intention. If he had killed or crippled the mutated beasts here, other candidates would face less pressure and might then try to snatch his points. The first wave of harvest after nightfall instantly boosted his score several times, directly reaching 6,926 points, propelling him to third place on the leaderboard. Lu Chong didn't recognize the two people ahead of him, one named Li Qianzhong and the other Wang Shan. Their scores were 8689 and 7,955 respectively. As expected, someone is taking my money. Looks like I still need to hurry, Lu Chong thought with a pang of regret, then stepped into the area of grade 2 rank 2 mutated beasts without looking back. At this moment, his personal live stream room, as well as the two major official live stream rooms broadcasting his progress, exploded. Chapter 66, The Competition Heats Up. Stonebreaker Palm, 9 Phantom Step, Iron Wire Fist, Cloud-Piercing Finger, Heart Stab Kick, plus the Gale Kick used earlier, all of them are at the perfected stage. In the provincial official live broadcast room, the expert gasped in admiration, his voice a little dry. No wonder Lu Chong, this student from Guanyun First High, is so confident. With so many martial arts at the perfected stage, his strength is beyond doubt. Moving freely among these tier 2, early rank mutated beasts is child's play for him. At this point, the host also excitedly chimed in, and precisely because of these perfected stage martial arts, Lu Chong was able to act with such control, retrieving the locator without severely injuring any of the mutated beasts. It's like taking an enemy's head as easily as reaching into his pocket, truly demonstrating effortless mastery. As the host spoke, he turned to the expert beside him and asked, "What do you think is the true extent of Lu Chang's strength, and how far can he go?" The expert, however, hesitated at this point. After careful consideration, he said, "It's hard to say. I can confirm that among all the high school examinees in the entire province, there's absolutely no one else who can simultaneously cultivate so many martial arts to the perfected stage. However, these martial arts are, after all, of the mid to lower human tier, so their power is quite limited. They are very effective against mutated beasts of lower cultivation than himself, but it's hard to say what would happen if he encountered more powerful mutated beasts. For example, several top students from Longqing 5th High, although they haven't mastered so many perfected stage martial arts, have all cultivated human tier high-grade martial arts, or even earth tier martial arts. And as far as I know, some have already cultivated earth tier martial arts to the expert stage, and their power is absolutely incomparable to human tier martial arts. So, how far Lu Chong can go depends on whether he has cultivated more powerful, high-grade martial arts. The expert declared confidently. Not only in the provincial official live broadcast room, but also in the Guanyin City official live broadcast room, including some self-media accounts, people were discussing Lu Chang's strength and potential. Especially in Lu Chang's own personal account live broadcast room, the number of viewers had reached a new high of 8 million. These people were also quite energetic, staying up all night, accompanying the examinees across the city in the live broadcast room. I've said it before, our Lu Chong from Guanyin First High is definitely a dark horse. See? How long has it been, and he's already surged to third place? No words needed, he deserves credit. Indeed, I also see a future in this child. He will surely be the future hope of martial arts for our nation, bringing glory to our Guanyin city. However, with so many people watching Lu Chang's live broadcast, there were naturally quite a few dissenting voices. It's only the first day, what can you tell? And venturing deep into the hinterland at night, isn't that just asking for death? What if he's surrounded by those more powerful mutated beasts? Where would his escape route be? The martial college entrance exam also requires strategy. I think this kid is too reckless and inexperienced, he won't go far. He only knows some human-level martial arts. How can he compare to those students who have practiced earth-level martial arts? Almost at the same time, everyone who knew Lu Chong was watching his livestream. Principal Wei, Principal Fong, homeroom teacher Wang Tong, and even Class 1's homeroom teacher Li Changjun were all watching Lu Chong. Among the soldiers escorting the students, a group of instructors and soldiers, led by Colonel Huang, were also watching Lu Chang's livestream. Many soldiers who had received martial arts guidance from Lu Chong were spontaneously cheering him on. However, Lu Chong naturally couldn't see these discussions and support at this time. He was currently concentrating fully on his deep dive, rushing headlong through the area of Level 2, Rank 2 mutated beasts. Wherever he went, hundreds of beasts roared and swarmed towards him. However, Lu Chang's speed was too fast. He had no intention of lingering in battle. His moves were also incredibly swift, like lightning, striking and withdrawing instantly, never pausing, and almost never making mistakes. By the time Lu Chong had sprinted through the Level 2, Rank 2 mutated beasts area, he had already acquired 9 more locators. With an additional 9,000 points, Lu Chang's actual combat score directly surpassed 10,000, reaching, score omitted from original text, assuming 10,000 plus. His ranking, naturally, shot straight to the top, leaving the second-place Li Qianzhong more than 6,000 points behind. By this time, he had reached the Level 2, Rank 3 mutated beasts area. It was already early morning on the 10th. This should have been a time for examinees to lie low, but tonight, many examinees were too shaken to rest. Where did this reckless idiot come from, charging around at night? Doesn't he fear being directly eliminated on a night patrol? However, most examinees only complained and envied for a bit before disregarding it. Because they had no hope of making it onto the leaderboard anyway, let alone competing for the top spot. It was enough to guard their own small plot of land. They wouldn't go into the Level 2 mutated beasts area to compete with Lu Chong. But those examinees who had reached the official warrior level were somewhat confused. What was this pace? It should clearly be a time for stealth and recuperation. How could an examinee take advantage to rack up points? It was only the first day. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. What if you top the leaderboard on the first day? Getting eliminated early still means you're not as good as me. A portion of the warrior examinees quickly balanced their mindset and stopped paying attention to the trailblazing Lu Chong. But there were also proud warrior examinees who couldn't sit still. Especially those top performers from Longqing Guanyin First High. How could they tolerate such humiliation? Without another word, they continued to hunt at night, determined not to be completely suppressed by an examinee from a smaller city. Thus, more than a dozen examinees who had reached the official warrior level stopped lying low and began to use the nighttime to hunt, entering the level 2 mutated beasts area. Nighttime was indeed more dangerous, with no one to share the pressure, but correspondingly, there were also more prey. The prerequisite was that you could hold your ground amidst the level 2 mutated beasts and not be eliminated early, otherwise, the hunter would become the hunted. As a result, the first night of this actual combat assessment became lively, especially in the level 2 mutated beasts area, where battles were continuous. This was probably what is called involution. However, some warrior candidates quickly realized they were being led astray. Because the hunting ground at night was truly terrifying, often getting entangled with one mutated beast would draw out several, or even a dozen or 20 mutated beasts in a siege. Lu Chong could move freely through the pack, but that didn't mean other warrior candidates could do the same. Even warrior rank 2 or even rank 3 candidates found themselves struggling to move when faced with a siege of a dozen or so rank 2, rank 1 mutated beasts simultaneously. As a result, by the time dawn broke on the second day, 2 warrior rank 2 candidates had actually been directly eliminated. Another 3 warrior candidates, though not eliminated by calling for help, had sustained considerable injuries and needed to rest well. Only then did they completely calm down, realizing that not all warrior candidates could be like Lu Chong. They had been completely sidetracked by the sudden internal competition among candidates, which was not worth it. In comparison, Lu Chang's popularity became even more booming, with the number of viewers in his personal live broadcast room dramatically exceeding 10 million, making him the undisputed top candidate. And his ranking, naturally, was at the top of the list, with a score of score. Although Li Qianzhong, who was closely following him, also started racking up points in the latter half of the night, his efficiency was clearly not as high as Lu Chang's, and he only had score points now. There was even less need to mention the candidates further down. Lu Chong was truly miles ahead at the moment, leaving all other candidates on the top 100 list far behind. 270,000 Chinese yuan, earning so much in one night, it's not a loss. Chapter 67, I want to catch them all. At this moment, Lu Chong had already arrived at the level 2, rank 4 mutated beasts area, where the number of mutated beasts was noticeably smaller. However, Lu Chong calculated that each mutated beast in this area was worth 4,000 points, making it a case of less quantity, more money. Although he had been on the move all night, Lu Chong was still full of spirit, without a hint of drowsiness. After reaching the warrior realm, even 3 days and 3 nights without sleep would not affect one's mental state. Moreover, Lu Chong had cultivated both the Golden Bell Shield and Tiger Roar skill, making his physical and mental states inherently superior. Let's start sweeping from here. I reckon the mutated beasts on the outer perimeter can hold back other examinees for a while, Lu Chong thought to himself, no longer rushing forward. Instead, he utilized his keen 5 senses to actively search for traces of rank 4 mutated beasts in this area. His plan was simple: starting from here, he would round up all the mutated beasts, turning them all into points for himself. Oh no, to be precise, into money in his pocket. After clearing out the mutated beasts deep within the hunting grounds, he would then go to the outer perimeter to sweep up the numerous but lower-scoring mutated beasts. This way, he could score points and earn money more efficiently. This scene, broadcast in various live streams, finally allowed many viewers, whose nerves had been stretched taut, to breathe a sigh of relief. They truly felt as if they were there, fearing that Lu Chong would impulsively rush deeper and be eliminated early. That would truly disappoint the audience and render their excitement pointless. It seems he has some self-awareness. A rank 4 warrior facing level 2, rank 4 mutated beasts is a fair match. And it's daytime, so he doesn't have to worry about being surrounded by mutated beasts of the same rank. This student Lu Chong still has some brains. However, after a day had passed, they realized they had underestimated Lu Chong. In the territory of level 2, rank 4 mutated beasts, this student Lu Chong, a rank 4 warrior, still pushed through relentlessly, encountering almost no formidable opponents. And, somehow, he managed to accurately find the vast majority of hidden mutated beasts in a short amount of time and defeat them. By the time the 10th day's night fell, Lu Chong had incredibly collected 32 locators, once again earning points. Total score. Was this even human? It made Li Qianzhong, who only had over 50,000 points, wonder. It was on this day that even the official live stream of China began to notice Lu Chong and opened a dedicated subcamera for him. In an instant, Lu Chang's live stream attracted a large number of viewers from other provinces, and the number of viewers surged again, reaching over 20 million. Wow! This high school in Hadong province actually has such a fierce person. Is it because the other competitors are too weak? Viewers from outside the province began to discuss. After all, earning 150,000 points in one day was too outstanding. Even across all examination venues nationwide, Lu Chang's current score could rank him in the top 10. Although the examination rooms and competitive environments vary across provinces, practical combat scores still hold some objective reference value. Especially for someone to achieve such a high score on the very first day, there aren't many candidates nationwide who can match it. In fact, official accounts from several key martial arts universities have already entered Lu Chang's personal livestream, beginning to pay attention to this candidate who will soon be submitting his university preferences. The moment the martial college entrance exam concludes, candidates' scores will be released, marking the time when various universities will vie for students. At this point, Lu Chang did not linger, but instead headed straight for the rank 5 mutated beasts area as night fell. Although he hadn't completely cleared out the tracking devices of the rank 4 mutated beasts, other candidates had already arrived, and Lu Chang didn't want to confront them directly and waste time. There were also some mutated beasts skilled in burrowing that wouldn't show themselves for a short period, and Lu Chang didn't have time to wait. He intended to continue his sweep during the second night of the practical combat exam. Entering the territory of second-tier rank 5 mutated beasts with a rank 4 warrior cultivation, and at night, Lu Chang's actions immediately sparked another heated discussion. This was simply too insane. Did he really think the mutated beasts in the hunting ground were just decorations? Due to the influx of people from other provinces, the local audience, ironically, began to mostly support Lu Chang, hoping he wouldn't stumble at such a critical moment. However, watching Lu Chang continue to rampage, they were helpless and could only hope he wouldn't be eliminated. Oh whoa! Soon after Lu Chang entered, his path was blocked by a colossal howling moon silver wolf. The mutated beast, seeing Lu Chang, naturally wasted no words, pouncing fiercely. Before its claws reached him, the howling moon silver wolf's mouth already spat out arcs of silver light, slashing towards Lu Chang. This was a characteristic of a second-tier mutated beast similar to human official warriors. They could unleash detached attacks akin to Earth-tier martial arts. Although mutated beasts didn't understand what martial arts were, they possessed innate bloodline abilities after mutation. While not as sophisticated as Earth-tier martial arts, their power was equally not to be underestimated. Faced with these arcs of light that could cut through metal and shatter jade, Lu Chang did not directly confront them. Instead, he for the first time demonstrated the perfected stage whirlwind steps, narrowly avoiding all the arcs. As his figure flashed, he was already above the howling moon silver wolf's head, unleashing a gale kick that directly stomped the airborne silver wolf into the ground. What if it's a rank 5 mutated beast? When Lu Chang was in the military camp, he was only a rank 2 warrior, yet he could fight the rank 7 warrior chief instructor to a standstill, and that was without using Earth-tier martial arts. Before the silver wolf could get back on its feet, Lu Chang easily retrieved the tracking device from its body, transforming into a whirlwind and vanishing. However, before he had gone too far, he heard wolf howls coming from all directions. Oh no! It's a pack of wolves. The audience was even more nervous and sensitive than Lu Chang. Lu Chang was careless. Wolves are pack animals and naturally skilled in tactics. He was ambushed. It's understandable to defeat a rank 5 silver wolf of the second tier. But ambushed and surrounded by a pack of wolves, how could Lu Chang possibly escape? Alas, this is the disadvantage of night operations. If there were other candidates to share the pressure at this time, it wouldn't have come to this. At this moment, Lu Chang was silently counting in his mind, 1 wolf, 2 wolves, 3 wolves. 80,000, 80,000, 80,000. 18 howling moon silver wolves in total, that's points, 1.44 million waxia. Excellent, he loved the thrill of counting money like this. Oh whoa! With a howl, pairs of glowing green eyes emerged from all directions, staring at Lu Chang standing alone in the center. As that howl fell, the pack of wolves seemed to receive an order, collectively opening their fanged mouths and spitting out arcs of light, densely covering Lu Chang. Above and below, there was no gap for Lu Chang to escape. Even with the most agile footwork, he couldn't escape the airtight arc light envelope. Many viewers in the live broadcast room had already exclaimed, calling for official rescue as soon as possible. Failing the exam was a minor matter if a candidate were truly eaten by mutated beasts, that would be an accident. Even with an amulet, it could only last a few minutes. However, these discussions quickly ceased, hundreds of millions of viewers staring in disbelief at Lu Chong in the live broadcast. Chapter 68, Why hasn't he been eliminated yet? While the audience in the live stream was either worried about, ridiculing, or gloating over Lu Chong, he had already been engulfed by an overwhelming flood of arcs in the hunting ground. Without defensive weapons, how could he, with just his physical body, withstand these arcs comparable to blades? Lu Chong soon provided the answer. Look, what's that? It's Chi Shield. Is it an Earth rank martial art? A golden light flickered into existence amidst countless arcs, then radiated outwards like ripples. This golden light undulation blocked all the arcs, not allowing them to advance an inch. When the arcs settled, revealing the figure enveloped in golden light, the tens of millions of viewers in the live stream once again erupted in an uproar. It really is an Earth rank martial art, and an Earth rank martial art at the insight stage. Who can tell me what martial art this is? Someone quickly responded below, this is a low-grade Earth rank body refining martial art called Golden Lightwave. I never expected that among our province's candidates this year, someone could cultivate this martial art to the insight stage. In terms of martial art cultivation alone, Lu Chong is absolutely the undisputed top in the entire province. Not just the public, but even the hosts, experts, and consultants in various official live streams were discussing the Earth rank body refining martial art Lu Chong had just displayed for the first time. In the Guanyin City official live stream, the host excitedly looked at the smug old principal next to him. Principal Wei, you should be the person who knows Lu Chong the best. Can you tell us about this martial art? At this moment, many people had entered the Guanyin City livestream, and due to Lu Chong, a large number of people from outside the city had poured in. By now, few people questioned the old principal's previous bold claims. At least for now, Lu Chong truly held the top position, and it was only a matter of time before he won the provincial champion title. Principal Wei, as if he had long seen through everything, calmly and proudly said, this low-grade Earth-rank golden light wave was taught to Lu Chong by me. This boy really lived up to expectations, cultivating it to the insight stage before the martial college entrance exam. As for Lu Chang's comprehension of cultivating martial arts, I'll have to tell you slowly. Regardless of how the old principal boasted in the livestream, Lu Chong, currently in the hunting ground, was indeed using an Earth-rank martial art. It wasn't the mid-grade Earth-rank golden bell shield, but the golden light wave, derived from it. Its power was slightly weaker, but blocking the arcs from these howling moon silver wolves was no problem at all. After blocking the wolves' arc attacks with the golden light wave, Lu Chong, of course, wouldn't continue to stand there and take a beating. With the shimmering golden light attached to his body, he fearlessly charged into the wolf pack. The wolves showed no fear. Their claws, mouths, and tails came thick and fast, targeting Lu Chang's vital points from all directions. However, the golden light wave at the insight stage was not to be trifled with. Lu Chong didn't even need to dodge. He could directly use the rebounding force of the golden light wave to break off the wolf's claws and fangs, allowing him to move through the wolf pack as if it were an uninhabited land, without sustaining any harm. By the time Lu Chong passed through the wolf pack, a pile of howling moon silver wolves lay behind him, and his clothes were not even torn. This was still Lu Chong holding back. Otherwise, these level 2 rank 5 silver wolves would not have been able to recover in a short period. By this point, Lu Chang's total score had reached a significant amount, while the second-place contestant, Li Qianzhong, had only just broken 80,000 points. Lu Chong was still far ahead, truly leaving everyone else in the dust. But he remained unsatisfied, feeling that the other contestants were catching up a bit too quickly, which meant they were trying to steal his prize money. So, as night deepened, Lu Chong continued to push deeper. Meanwhile, in the area of level 2 rank 3 mutated beasts, 3 contestants gathered in a hidden mountain cave. Seeing the score changes on the top 100 leaderboard, their expressions were all somewhat grim. This kid still hasn't been eliminated. At this rate, we won't have many points left to get later on. One of the contestants, with a few freckles on the tip of his nose, was full of frustration. His name was Chun Yuan, from Longcheng No. 5 Middle School, a top student even among provincial high schools, with a cultivation base reaching warrior rank 5. He was currently ranked 4th. The other two contestants were even more outstanding, a male and a female, who were Li Qianzhong and Wang Shan, ranking just behind Lu Chong on the top 100 leaderboard. One was warrior rank 6, and the other warrior rank 5. These three were from the same school, but there was actually a competitive relationship between them in the martial college entrance exam. However, over the past 2 days, they had truly been provoked by a contestant from a lower-tier city. If it weren't for Lu Chong, the three of them might have gone their separate ways, seeing who would ultimately claim the top spot. But Lu Chang's rapidly climbing scores and ranking had truly made them restless. They observed Lu Chang's score fluctuations and realized that he had already reached the area of rank 5 mutated beasts and was still making rapid progress. At this speed, if they didn't change their strategy, the mutated beasts in the deeper areas would be cleared out by Lu Chong. They had initially thought that Lu Chang's aggressive approach would quickly lead to his elimination, allowing them to catch up later. But seeing Lu Chang's scores continuing to rise, without even a pause at night, how could the three of them sit idly by? Thus, these three contestants, who were the most promising candidates to become the provincial champion, coincidentally came together in the rank 3 mutated beasts area. When someone dared to infringe upon and steal their prey, the three were still inclined to unite against an external threat. Wang Shan was an ordinary-looking girl, but with a hint of coldness. After a brief silence, she said, "We can't just sit here and wait. Nor can we continue to hope for the other party to be eliminated. Instead, we should temporarily form a team and take the lead in scoring. After all, the deeper the mutated beasts in the hunting ground, the more limited their numbers. Whoever gets the jump can stay ahead." "You're right, that's what I was thinking too," Shen Yuan quickly agreed. "With the three of us teamed up, even if we enter the rank 5 and rank 6 mutated beast areas at night, we can protect ourselves. Only then can we suppress him. After that, we can go our separate ways and see who becomes the champion." "Li Qianzhong, what do you think?" Chen Yuan and Wang Shan looked at Li Qianzhong. Li Qianzhong appeared mature for his age, with a thick-browed, large-eyed, square face that exuded an air of steadfastness. After a slight contemplation, he nodded and said, "All right." The three contestants from key high schools in the provincial capital immediately hit it off. They finally stopped holding back and joined forces, venturing into the rank 4 mutated beasts area. However, 2 hours later, the trio started feeling a bit exhausted. "Isn't that Lu Chong too cruel? We've been scouring this area for half a day, defeating dozens of mutated beasts, and only found 3 trackers. It's obvious that while Lu Chong was collecting the trackers, he didn't deal heavy blows, intentionally creating difficulties for us," Wang Shan said calmly. The three of them teamed up in a rank 4 mutated beast zone, fighting various mutated beasts, only to end up with almost nothing. Most of the mutated beasts in the rank 4 zone had already lost their trackers, but their combat power remained intact, causing them considerable trouble. "Stop complaining, we shouldn't stay here long. We need to catch up to him as soon as possible." Li Qianzhong realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly said. If Lu Chong truly swept through all the deeper mutated beasts, then even if they teamed up and caught up, there would be no points left to compete for. Chapter 69, Chasing for Nothing. When Li Qianzhong and his two companions entered the territory of the 5-rank mutated beasts, they were met by the wolf pack that had just been thrashed by Lu Chong and had their locators taken away. These howling moon silver wolves, having been brutalized by Lu Chong, were seething with rage. Seeing Li Qianzhong and his companions, they instantly went wild. The crucial point was that the trio saw that the wolves' necks no longer had locators, so they had no intention of fighting to the death with the pack. They only wanted to find Lu Chong as quickly as possible to intercept him. So, in the 5-rank mutated beast area, the three put on a chase scene for tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. The wolf pack pursued and intercepted, while the trio continuously broke through and fled for their lives. With the strength of these three candidates, if they went all out, it wasn't impossible to contend with the wolf pack. The problem was it wasn't worth it, they wouldn't get points, so why bother suffering? Meanwhile, Lu Chong had already entered the 6-rank mutated beast area, searching for mutated beasts there. A second-tier 6-rank mutated beast was worth points, and Lu Chong was full of motivation. The mutated beasts in this area were no longer howling moon silver wolves, but rather ironclad yaks, a type with extremely strong defense. These mutated beasts were not fast, nor were they very aggressive, but their fur was as hard and sharp as steel needles. When their fur lay flat, it was like a layer of heavy armor covering their entire body. When an ironclad yak was enraged, its fur could transform into detached steel needles, scattering in all directions, making them incredibly difficult to deal with. Lu Chong was currently facing a second-tier 6-rank ironclad yak. Without hesitation, he engaged. Moo! With a deep, muffled roar, the ironclad yak was enraged by the human intruding into its territory. It lowered its head, revealing its horns, and charged. However, despite being second-tier 6 rank, its speed was simply too slow in Lu Chang's eyes. With a nimble 9 phantom step, Lu Chong dodged the horn attack and flashed to the side of the ironclad yak. He casually delivered a stonebreaker palm, striking the ironclad yak's neck. It wasn't that Lu Chong didn't want to seize the opportunity to take the locator from its body, it was simply that the beast's fur was too long and thick, completely covering the locator, making it impossible for Lu Chong to find it immediately. This palm strike was powerful and heavy, but Lu Chong realized he had underestimated the mutated beast's defensive power and weight. A palm strike strong enough to overturn a large truck only caused the ironclad yak to stumble, not even shedding a single hair. Interesting, again. Lu Chang's fighting spirit was ignited. He changed his palm to a claw, his eagle claw hand grasping for the ironclad yak's neck. He wanted to use this chance to part the fur on its neck and find the locator. But just then, the ironclad yak seemed to be thoroughly enraged. All its fur bristled, standing on end, each strand about a foot long, resembling hundreds of arrows poised to launch. Whoosh, whoosh. Before Lu Chang's eagle claw could land, hundreds of hairs from that side of the ironclad yak had already shot out, turning into streaks of light and piercing towards Lu Chong. Ding ding. Lu Chong dared not be careless and quickly used the golden light wave, covering himself with a layer of rippling golden light, which also flowed around his hands. The hair of the iron-armored yak couldn't pierce Lu Chang's golden light wave defensive chi, but the immense impact still sent him staggering back several steps. Lu Chong, however, wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was pleased, for he finally saw the locator on the iron-armored yak's neck. No longer engaging in a head-on clash with the iron-armored yak, Lu Chong once again deployed the 9 phantom step, sweeping past the yak as it prepared to charge again. By the time the iron-armored yak reacted, Lu Chong had already vanished with the locator in hand. The iron-armored yak immediately let out an earth-shattering roar, its 4 hooves churning as it gave chase, but Lu Chang's trace soon disappeared. Next, Lu Chong found one iron-armored yak after another, using the same method, first luring them to activate their fur, then using his agile footwork to snatch the locator, without engaging these thick-skinned behemoths in a battle to the finish. It wasn't until nearly dawn that Lu Chong finally cleared out all the iron-armored yaks in this area. Counting his spoils, 10 locators meant 160,000 points. Added to his previous score, Lu Chang's total reached a terrifying 450,000 plus. Meanwhile, Li Qianzhong and the 2 others had just broken out of the wolf pack's encirclement and arrived at the iron-armored yak's territory. They had gained almost nothing that night. The mutated beasts they had painstakingly defeated had long since lost their locators. It was truly a futile effort, leaving them utterly exhausted. What awaited them next were the enraged yaks, thoroughly toyed with by Lu Chong. Fortunately, they quickly discovered that the iron-armored yaks had already had their locators taken, so there was no need for them to get entangled in a fight. The 3 of them went all out, and the iron-armored yaks couldn't catch up to them. "We're gaining on him." Lu Chong should have already gone to the territory of the level 2 rank 7 mutated beasts, Chen Yuan said with a hint of excitement. Even he didn't know why he was so excited, having chased all night, gaining nothing, and ending up utterly exhausted. At this point, Wang Shan calmly said, "The rank 7 mutated beast area is not like the previous ones. We won't have confidence going in there." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan suddenly froze. Yes, even if they chased into the rank 7 mutated beast area, what good would it do? They couldn't defeat the mutated beasts there, and it would only lead to their early elimination. Given their strength, their primary target had originally been level 2 rank 4, rank 5, and rank 6 mutated beasts, which were both manageable and efficient. But now? Lu Chong had practically cleared out the locators from the mutated beasts in all three of these areas. They had chased all night only to gain nothing. It was just as the saying went, they chased for nothing. Now, even knowing that Lu Chong had entered the rank 7 mutated beast territory, what could they do? Li Qianzhong calmly snorted, "It's daytime now. The three of us together should have no problem dealing with one level 2 rank 7 mutated beast. We lost the initiative the past 2 days, now we must catch up." Speaking of which, Shen Yuan also realized, yeah, even if he entered the territory of the 7 rank mutated beasts earlier than us, can he deal with them? This is our chance. Wang Shan also echoed, as things stand, only if the three of us work together do we have a hope of catching up to him. Having made up their minds, the three no longer hesitated, stepping into the territory of the 7 rank mutated beasts. The major live broadcast rooms in Hedong province were almost boiling with excitement. In just 2 days, someone had achieved a terrifying score of 450,000 points, making even the title of the number 1 on the top 100 list feel somewhat restrictive for Lu Chong, this dark horse. Because Li Qianzhong, who was in second place, still had less than 100,000 points, a huge difference. In previous years, Li Qianzhong's score would undoubtedly have been at the top of the current rank. But this year's Hedong Province Martial College entrance exam truly seemed to be changing. Experts in the provincial live broadcast room also spoke bluntly, now, it's no longer about who can win the provincial top scholar, but how far this student Lu Chong can go. Whether he can truly compete with the top scholars of the Martial College entrance exam from various provinces across the country. Chapter 70, Conservative or Challenge. Actually, for Lu Chong right now, the safest approach isn't to continue challenging deeper, but to seize the remaining 4 days and win steadily. If he returns to the low-level mutated beasts area and quickly racks up points, then he'll secure the provincial top scholar title. Unlike the provincial livestream, the host of the Guanyun City official livestream had a different opinion. Her words also represented the feelings of a large number of local residents. They didn't want Lu Chong to compete with the top scholars from other provinces across the nation. They simply felt that securing the provincial martial arts top scholar title was enough. In all the years of the Martial College entrance exam, Guanyun City had never produced a provincial top scholar. This idea was especially prevalent among local government and education department leaders. After the host finished speaking, she turned the camera to Wang Tong, who had just been invited over as Lu Chang's homeroom teacher. "What do you think, Teacher Wang?" Principal Wei had said the overall situation is decided this morning and then went home to rest, only pushing out a somewhat reluctant Wang Tong. Facing the live stream camera with millions of viewers, Wang Tong said with a slight shyness, "Based on my understanding of Lu Chong, he is not a reckless person. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't delve deeper," Wang Tong asserted confidently. However, the audience in the livestream still had some doubts. Few people were making sarcastic remarks about Lu Chong, now most held goodwill towards this dark horse, offering advice from afar, or predicting the outcome of the grand exam. Actually, I think the host is right. If Lu Chong now returns to the unscanned areas ahead, he could safely land and undoubtedly become the provincial top scholar. But if he continues to delve deeper, challenging stronger mutated beasts beyond his level, he might be eliminated early. At that time, those few competitors would have a good chance to use the remaining time to catch up to his score. After all, in previous years, the provincial top scholars usually achieved a total practical exam score exceeding 500,000 points. Various analyses filled large and small livestreams, including Lu Chang's personal livestream. Today was the 11th, and the number of viewers in Lu Chang's livestream remained high, having already surpassed 25 million. Among them, 3/10 were even viewers from outside Hedong province, attracted by Lu Chang's outstanding performance. However, the total amount of viewer donations Lu Chong received during this period has not yet been tallied or announced. In the hunting ground, Lu Chong had already arrived at the territory of rank 7 tier 2 mutated beasts. The mutated beasts here were even rarer and more powerful. It was daytime, so Lu Chong still had to actively search for the resting mutated beasts. In the mountains, Lu Chong strode forward, deliberately leaking his aura, wanting to attract nearby mutated beasts to attack proactively. At a certain moment, his nostrils twitched, and a familiar feeling suddenly arose. This is a shadow cat? Just as an absurd thought of guessing the exam question flashed through his mind, Lu Chang's heart was filled with a strong warning, and a blurry black shadow descended from the sky, clawing towards his forehead. It was indeed a shadow cat, but it was far more powerful than the one he had picked up in the Guanyin City hunting ground. First was its speed. This shadow cat, which suddenly appeared, was as fast as a bolt of lightning. 1 second it was in the tree, the next it was already in front of Lu Chong. And its swinging claws were as sharp as blades, accompanied by a cold, ghostly glow. This was the shadow cat's bloodline ability. Lu Chong didn't even have time to raise his hand. Just as the cat's claw descended, he activated the protective chi of the golden light wave. Zzzzz. A piercing scratching sound echoed through the mountains. The shadow cat's claw scraped across the golden light wave shield, yet still failed to break through this earth rank body refining martial art. Although Lu Chong was only a warrior of the 4th rank, his foundation was incredibly solid, and the chi and blood within his body were definitely no weaker than that of an ordinary 9th rank warrior. Coupled with the fact that his golden light wave had reached the insight stage, blocking this level 2, 7th rank shadow cat was naturally no problem. However, the vibrating rebound force of the golden light wave also failed to break the shadow cat's claws. The two sides separated on contact. By the time Lu Chong looked again, the shadow cat had already landed on another large tree, watching him warily. With this speed, I can only catch up by using the Earth rank Gale Shadowless steps. Lu Chong frowned slightly. Although he wasn't afraid of this shadow cat, it was indeed difficult to counterattack and catch up to it. But Lu Chong didn't want to expose his Gale Shadowless steps in public. It wasn't that he wanted to hide his abilities, but rather that this martial art evolved from the human rank Gale steps, making its origin difficult to explain. However, Lu Chong quickly thought of other solutions. He looked at the shadow cat on the treetop with a slight hint of provocation, extending his hand and hooking his finger. Meow! The shadow cat, provoked, roared and leaped down again, moving even faster than before, its claws even sharper. Lu Chong was fearless, once again activating the chi shield of the golden light wave. At the same time, Lu Chong, who had been prepared, formed his fingers like a sword and used the more concentrated cloud-piercing finger, piercing like a sharp sword towards the shadow cat's abdomen. A look of disdain flashed in the shadow cat's eyes. It forcefully changed direction in mid-air, clawing at Lu Chang's shoulder before attempting to spring away again, not giving Lu Chong a chance for a direct confrontation. Lu Chong sneered. His accumulated momentum suddenly erupted. His abdomen collapsed, his chest swelled high, and a roar like a tiger's howl exploded in the shadow cat's ears like thunder. It was the tiger roar art, a human-ranked top-grade martial art at the perfected stage. It was this roar, which shook the spirit and soul, that made the shadow cat, preparing to escape, suddenly stiffen, its body pausing for 0.1 seconds just as it was about to spring away. And this instant was enough for Lu Chong. As if he had long anticipated the opponent's landing spot, he did not retract the fingers of his right hand. Instead, his left hand had, at some point, transformed into a palm blade, unleashing its full power in a short distance, striking the shadow cat's body. The 3-inch palm at the perfected stage. Moreover, it was not an ordinary human-rank martial art 3-inch palm, but a 1-inch palm that utilized the power techniques of Earth-rank martial arts, with surging chi erupting at the moment of contact. This palm strike was incredibly explosive, directly sending the shadow cat flying over a dozen meters, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. Lu Chong pressed on with his pursuit, and without a word, gripped the dazed shadow cat, lifting it into his hands and taking the tracker from its neck. Points, secured. Lu Chong, satisfied, dropped the shadow cat and strode away, continuing his search for the next target. Beautiful. Did you all see that? Lu Chang's instantaneous combination of changing moves just now was absolutely classic. The major live streams erupted once again. Lu Chang's personal live stream, in particular, was flooded with rewards and cheers. That skill deserves a reward. Chapter 71. We seem to have been robbed in return. Ha, this is my self-created tiger roar technique, and I personally taught it to that kid Lu Chong. In the teacher's apartments of Guanyin City No. 3 Middle School, Principal Fong finally saw Lu Chong use the martial skill he had passed on, and immediately became as happy as a child, completely forgetting that Xue Chang was his own student. He couldn't help but be happy, because in the major live broadcast rooms, analysis experts had already specifically mentioned that this martial skill came from Old Fong. The shadow cat is incredibly fast and can come and go as it pleases. I didn't expect that student Lu Chong could use the intimidating tiger roar technique at the moment the shadow cat got close. Everyone, pay attention, the most crucial part is his next move. The shadow cat is restricted for only an instant. If Lu Chong can't capitalize on that blink of an eye, he will still return empty-handed. But this is precisely where student Lu Chang's calm mindset, predictive ability, and explosive power are demonstrated. If I'm not mistaken, he had already predicted the shadow cat's landing spot. No, that's not right. It's not just prediction. That move, the cloud-piercing finger, with fingers held like a sword, is also key. It made the shadow cat hesitate, forcing it into the predetermined location. Then came the sudden change of move, unleashing another martial skill known for its explosive power, another perfected stage 3-inch palm. It was this masterstroke of a palm that made the shadow cat lose its initiative, allowing Lu Chong to succeed. If any part of this sequence had gone wrong, I'm afraid no one would have witnessed this memorable scene. In the hunting ground, Lu Chong had no idea that his single confrontation had sparked so much discussion. In an actual battle, he simply didn't have time to think that much. Everything was just improvisation combined with almost instinctual reactions. Of course, this also benefited from his special training in the military camp. If he hadn't sparred daily with those experienced fighters, Lu Chong wouldn't have developed this combat instinct. While it couldn't be called miraculous, it at least allowed him to be more relaxed and at ease. After dealing with one shadow cat, Lu Chong continued his search. Guanyun City's mock exam happened to hit the mark with the questions, giving Lu Chong a certain advantage here. He had long memorized the habits and scent of shadow cats, so finding those hidden during the day was relatively easy. Sure enough, half an hour later, Lu Chong followed a scent and found another Tier 2, Rank 7 shadow cat. Repeating the process, Lu Chang's combination of martial skills became even more refined. He subdued the shadow cat in 3 moves, securing the locator. By this point, Lu Chang's score broke through 500,000, reaching, score, still far in the lead. These points, converted using Lu Chang's method, amounted to over 5 million Huaxia coins. Lu Chong had never seen so much money, neither in his past life nor here, and for a moment he became even more excited in his search. However, when he found the third shadow cat, Lu Chong couldn't help but frown. Someone has already caught up, they're trying to steal my money. A sense of urgency arose in Lu Chang's heart. Yes, the shadow cat in front of him was currently being attacked by 3 test takers. These 3 were precisely Li Qianzhong, Wang Shan, and Chen Yuan, who had been closely trailing Lu Chong. Although Lu Chong hadn't met the 3 individuals, he had noticed these 3 potential competitors during the platform pushes before the exam, remembering their appearances and cultivation levels. It's them. Lu Chong checked his scoring and distress device. Sure enough, the combined scores of these 3 were also quite high, second only to his own, differing by just over 400,000 points. It looks like a team of 3 trying to break my monopoly, Lu Chong thought with a pang of regret. This wouldn't do. He could give them points, but not money. At this moment, Li Qianzhong and the other 2 were using all their abilities, combining Earth Tier and Human Tier martial arts to trap the agile and fast shadow cat, preventing its escape. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the shadow cat was subdued by the trio. Lu Chong saw this and could no longer just watch from the sidelines. He activated the golden light wave and performed the perfected stage whirlwind step, arriving like a gust of wind. Li Qianzhong and the other 2 were fighting fiercely, ready to seize the opportunity to severely injure the shadow cat and claim its locator. But just as they were about to succeed, they suddenly heard a sharp whooshing sound from behind. Immediately, a golden, shimmering figure appeared, pushing through the residual effects of their martial arts, and charged into the encirclement. By the time they reacted, the shadow cat was nowhere to be seen, having already been carried away by that figure. Did you guys see that? Who was it? We seem to have been robbed back. Chen Yuan was a bit bewildered, wondering what exactly had happened. Take out the seam to part. What are you waiting for? We've been intercepted, quickly chase. Wang Shan snapped, then quickly used her movement technique to chase after the fleeting golden figure. It's Lu Chong. Li Qianzhong's face also darkened. He gritted his teeth and shouted, then pursued. During the martial college entrance exam, infighting between examinees was not allowed, but snatching prey from each other was tacitly permitted. Lu Chong had not laid a hand on the three of them, he had merely snatched their almost obtained prey with lightning speed. This was not a violation. Not only the three of them, but even the shadow cat, which had been darting left and right, was now bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After these three consecutive questions, the shadow cat hadn't even clearly seen what was holding it when it was suddenly thrown backward by the golden figure, landing in front of the three students. However, its neck felt cold. The detection locator that the human had given it was gone. Li Qianzhong and the other two saw the shadow cat return and hadn't even had time to rejoice before seeing that the locator on its neck was missing, instantly feeling a pang in their hearts. Is this even humanly possible? Now, even if they caught up to Lu Chong, it would be useless, because the moment the locator was removed, the points already belonged to Lu Chong. Li Qianzhong said with a grim expression, "Chen Yuan, you are the fastest. Go after him. You don't need to fight him, just interfere with him to prevent him from scoring more points. Wang Shan and I will look for other prey. Don't worry, we are a small team now, and points can be split evenly," Li Qianzhong emphasized. Chen Yuan sighed and could only grit his teeth and continue the chase. The earth-tier martial art he cultivated specialized in speed, so this task was indeed most suitable for him. Damn it, what kind of situation is this? We originally wanted to catch up to him and steal his prey, but we didn't expect to be beaten to it. Chen Yuan was extremely annoyed and could no longer hold back. He went full speed, frantically chasing after Lu Chang's aura. This dramatic scene in the hunting ground, broadcast in the various live streams outside, once again caused an uproar. This Lu Chong, isn't he a bit too sneaky? Facing three candidates with higher cultivation than him, he actually dared to snatch things back. Ha ha! It's those three who ganged up on Lu Chong first, isn't it? This is called trying to steal a chicken and losing the rice. Good, I love watching this, makes other things seem dull. Chapter 72, the foremost martial arts practitioner of this session. Global catastrophe, my martial arts cultivation progresses automatically. Chapter 72, the foremost martial arts practitioner of this session. The tens of millions of viewers in the live stream had keen eyes and most didn't think there was anything wrong with what Lu Chong did. After all, the motive of the three top students from the provincial city forming a team was to suppress Lu Chong. Lu Chang's actions were merely a small counterattack. Moreover, practical assessments should inherently have such a competitive atmosphere, otherwise, it would be simpler to just set up human-beast arenas and be done with it. Why go to such great lengths? Furthermore, people have always loved watching stories of underdogs rising up, and Lu Chong is currently playing this role, aiming to unseat the pre-exam favorites and sons of prestigious families. Although we can't see them fight head-on, using mutated beasts as a medium for a contest of snatching and grabbing isn't bad either. This was the sentiment of many. In the hunting grounds, Lu Chong had just taken down a shadow cat and was feeling rather pleased with himself when he heard a whooshing sound from behind, rapidly approaching. He looked, and lo and behold, it was one of the three, catching up to him at a speed faster than his own. As for the other two candidates, they were nowhere to be seen. With a little thought, Lu Chong understood the trio's plan. They clearly intended to send one person to specifically tie him down, preventing him from scoring further. Meanwhile, the other two would take the opportunity to snatch scores in this area. If this were at night, where would you guys have the chance to chase me? Lu Chong thought to himself. If it were nighttime, with all the level 2, rank 7 mutated beasts active, these three might not necessarily be able to withstand them. But it was daytime now, and they could also deal with isolated rank 7 shadow cats, so Lu Chong didn't have much of an advantage. Moreover, Lu Chong could tell that Chen Yuan, the one behind him, was extremely fast. He wouldn't be able to shake him off without using his swift shadow step. Unless he could first eliminate or scare this guy away. Thinking this, Lu Chong stopped running, turned around, and coldly said to Chen Yuan, "Student, are you looking for a fight with me?" Chen Yuan quickly stopped, vigilantly standing 10 meters away from Lu Chong, and waved his hand, saying, "You're overthinking it. I'm just looking for prey. I wouldn't violate the rules." By now, Chen Yuan and the others had long realized that Lu Chang's true strength was definitely not inferior to theirs. If it came to a direct confrontation, Chen Yuan had no confidence whatsoever. Lu Chang felt a hint of helplessness. This made things difficult. If the other party made the first move, then it wouldn't count as him violating the rules, and eliminating him along the way would be perfectly fine. However, if he made the first move, a violation deduction wouldn't be a big deal. It wasn't many points. The key was that Lu Chang also cared a lot about the audience's emotions in the livestream, and it was very likely to cause antipathy. Dislike or controversy didn't really matter, but his reward income would be greatly reduced. How about we give up on these mutated beasts for now and go directly to the rank 8 mutated beasts area? Lu Chang mused. Lu Chang believed that these three wouldn't be able to handle level 2 rank 8 mutated beasts, and it was even debatable whether they'd dare to enter the area. But he was also a bit unwilling. Forget it. For cultivation resources, what's a little exposure of my trump card? It's not shameful. Lu Chang sighed. Then, right in front of Chen Yuan, who was staring intently at him, he generated wind beneath his feet and sped away. This was literal wind beneath his feet, visible to the naked eye. A vortex of true qi wind appeared under Lu Chang's feet, propelling him forward at twice his previous speed. Indeed, it was the Gale Shadow Step, a low-grade Earth Tier martial skill at the perfected stage. Holy crap! Chen Yuan was stunned. How am I supposed to catch up now? Both were skilled in speed-oriented low-grade Earth Tier martial skills. He had only cultivated his to the expert stage, but Lu Chang had already reached the perfected stage, making the two incomparable. Forget catching up in the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan couldn't even see the dust flying behind Lu Chang. No, I have to find the other two and meet up quickly. This kid is really not to be messed with. Chen Yuan made an immediate decision, turned, and left. The gap was too wide. Forget about tying down Lu Chang, he couldn't even find a trace of him. This scene, broadcast across major live streams, once again caused a huge uproar. Student Lu Chang truly brings continuous surprises. This is another Earth Tier martial skill he's revealed, following the golden light wave at the insight stage. And did everyone notice? Student Lu Chang has actually cultivated this extremely fast Earth Tier martial skill to the perfected stage. This kind of martial skill comprehension, looking at all the examinees nationwide, you can count them on one hand. Lu Chang Martial Arts 9 Phantom Step Perfected Stage Stonebreaker Palm Perfected Stage Perfected Stage Perfected Stage Perfected Stage Perfected Stage Perfected Stage. That is to say, all 7 basic campus martial skills he cultivated in high school are at the perfected stage. Then, for mid-grade human tier martial skills, there's Gale Step, Gale Kick, and 3-inch Palm, all at the perfected stage. There's also a top-grade human tier martial skill, Tiger Roar Art, also at the perfected stage. Add to that the Earth Tier martial skill Golden Light Wave at the insight stage, and the newly revealed Earth Tier martial skill at the perfected stage. My goodness, by this calculation, Lu Chang is undoubtedly the #1 martial skill practitioner among this year's examinees. Note, this is nationwide. However, has anyone seen this speed-oriented martial skill before? An analyst, speaking at this point, expressed some confusion and asked the martial arts masters and theoretical experts present. The expert in the official livestream quickly provided an answer. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Gale Step of the Earth rank low grade, and it is also the origin of the Swift Wind Step. However, the Gale Step displayed by student Lu Chang seems to be slightly different from any Gale Step I've seen before. In the Guanyun City official livestream, Principal Wei was once again invited and was asked the same question by the host. The old principal was now experiencing a headache. Who knew when this kid had cultivated yet another Earth rank martial art? As far as he knew, no one had ever taught him the Gale Step martial art. Moreover, the Gale Step that Lu Chang used was indeed somewhat different from the true Gale Step. But with millions of people watching him in the live stream, Principal Wei couldn't just ignore it. So, the old principal began stroking his beard and making things up. This is indeed the Gale Step, but it does have subtle differences from the original Gale Step. Actually, after Lu Chang cultivated the Gale Step to the perfected stage, he gained his own insights, and after numerous discussions with me, he finally comprehended this new application. While he was indeed praising himself, Principal Wei was actually also helping Lu Chong out of a difficult situation. Otherwise, if someone were to immediately question the origin of this martial art, Lu Chong would also face criticism. The old principal was also thinking that he needed to contact the relevant officials as soon as possible to suppress this issue for Lu Chong. Formal martial arts inheritances must be registered, and Lu Chong needed to clearly explain how he acquired his Gale step. However, the old principal thought that this investigation could only happen after the martial college entrance exam, so as not to affect Lu Chang's test. "This child is so exceptional, he really keeps me on my toes," the old principal thought with a smile. Chapter 73, The Unattainable Top Spot. Global Catastrophe, My Martial Arts Cultivation Progresses Automatically. Chapter 73, The Unattainable Top Spot. Now, I'm really starting to anticipate what other hidden strengths this student Lu Chong possesses. The challenge I anticipated, at least in the level 2 rank 7 mutated beasts area, didn't materialize. So, what about level 2 rank 8 or even rank 9? Can he still sweep through them like this? The heated discussions in the various live streams continued. Lu Chong was indeed sweeping through everything, having cleared out the level 2 rank 7 mutated beasts area. From the moment he revealed his shadowless Gale step, the shadow cats here were doomed with nowhere to escape. Lu Chong didn't even need to use his tiger roar technique. As for Li Qianzhong's 3-person team, they were even further behind Lu Chong, unable to catch up. Forget about snatching Lu Chang's prey, they couldn't even keep up with his shadow. The few shadow cats they did manage to spot were all ones that Lu Chong had already beaten, now in a furious state. Just as Lu Chong resolutely entered the level 2 rank 8 mutated beasts area, the trio had no choice but to withdraw from the competition and rush back. Are we just giving up like this? Chen Yuan still felt a bit unwilling. Li Qianzhong had faced successive blows, but quickly adjusted his mindset and calmly analyzed, the mutated beasts in the rank 8 area are beyond our capabilities. We can neither stop Lu Chong nor easily avoid early elimination, so why insist? Exactly, Wang Shan echoed. Fortunately, he hasn't had time to clear out the level 1, 2, and 3 rank mutated beasts areas yet. We can still make it back now. Chen Yuan sighed helplessly, it can only be this way, alas. Watching others eat meat while we can only have some soup. If we don't hurry, we won't even get any soup, Wang Shan said impatiently. Leaving aside the trio returning to compete for low-rank prey with other warrior candidates, Lu Chong was currently checking his score. Having found a total of 8 shadow cats in the rank 7 area, his total score soared to 715,926 points. This was indeed a score that left others far behind. It's no exaggeration to say that even if Lu Chong were to lie flat and do nothing in the hunting grounds now, he would still be the undisputed provincial top scorer. But Lu Chong was still not satisfied. Every point represented resources for his future cultivation. How could he stop here? The further he advanced in cultivation, the greater the resources required. Several million or tens of millions might not even be enough to support him until he graduates from college. In the area of rank 2 tier 8 mutated beasts, each mutated beast represented 64,000 points, and Lu Chong felt his eyes glowing with excitement. What he was somewhat worried about now was whether the Municipal Education Bureau could actually fulfill its promise and afford this rather large educational fund. Hiss. Before Lu Chong could search carefully, he spotted a large green python coiled around a big tree not far away. A rank 2 tier 8 azure fire python. Lu Chong recognized this mutated beast and, without another word, rushed forward with eyes gleaming with excitement. It wasn't just his eyes, his entire body radiated golden light. Facing a mutated beast of this level, Lu Chong dared not be careless and directly used the golden wave shield to protect himself. The azure fire python, with a body thicker than a tree trunk and over 10 meters long, instantly saw Lu Chong inflict its tongue, fixating on this prey. Before Lu Chong could get close, the azure fire python opened its mouth and spat out a scorching tongue of flame, spanning more than 10 meters through the air, burning towards Lu Chong. This was no ordinary flame, it was a cyan flame empowered by elemental energy, reaching a temperature of around 6,000 degrees Celsius. Before the fire tongue arrived, Lu Chong already felt the surrounding air begin to distort. He didn't use the golden wave shield's protective aura to contend with the fire tongue. Instead, he once again executed the swift wind shadowless steps, transforming into a whirlwind to evade the cyan flame. Immediately, Lu Chong leaped up, ready to engage in close combat with the Azure Fire Python. To strike a snake, one aims for its 7-inch vital point, and Lu Chong was looking for that very weak spot on the Azure Fire Python. However, before he could get close, a dark shadow descended from the sky. It was the Azure Fire Python's green-scaled long tail, whipping now like a long lash, whistling as it approached. In terms of close combat, the Azure Fire Python was not weak. Its tail strikes, body constrictions, and sharp, high-temperature fangs were all its deadly weapons. The Azure Fire Python's 2 fangs did not contain conventional venom, but they could generate temperatures even higher than the cyan flames, injecting fire poison into its prey. Lu Chong, having nowhere to leverage himself in mid-air, was directly struck by the rapidly whipping snake tail. However, the snake tail struck the golden wave, creating slight ripples but not injuring Lu Chong within the aura. The immense force nearly sent him flying backward. But Lu Chong wasn't merely passively taking hits. Just as he was struck by the snake tail, his hands had already transformed into eagle claws, gripping the Azure Fire Python's tail tightly, his fingertips deeply piercing its scales. Now, it's my turn. Lu Chong landed on the ground, rooted his feet, exhaled, and gripped the snake's tail tightly with both hands. Surging power erupted from within his body, actually pulling the enormous Azure Fire Python straight. Lu Chong, who had cultivated the Golden Bell Shield, genuinely feared no one when it came to explosive power. Even ordinary rank 9 warriors couldn't compare to him. Crack, crack. The Azure Fire Python's upper body was still tightly coiled around the large tree, but under Lu Chang's monstrous strength, the 20-meter-tall tree was snapped from its trunk. The Azure Flame Python, with no leverage, landed on the ground and tried to turn around and entwine Lu Chong. At this moment, Lu Chong had gained the initiative, so how could he let it have its way? He suddenly exerted immense force, grabbed the snake's tail, and spun it 360 degrees. Under the high-speed rotation, he stiffened the Azure Flame Python into a rigid, straight line. Boom, boom. The 10-meter-long Azure Flame Python was spun and flung by the tiny Lu Chong, crashing into nearby rocks and trees with continuous roars. The Azure Flame Python roared in pain repeatedly, eventually spitting out flames, but it couldn't burn Lu Chong, who was at the center. After several consecutive spins, the Azure Flame Python was disoriented, dizzy from the impacts, and nearly threw up its lunch. Boom! Lu Chong seized the opportunity, suddenly rushed along the snake's tail to its head, and struck the Azure Flame Python with a 3-inch palm, severely injuring it, then easily retrieved the locator. At this point, Lu Chong could no longer hold back. If this Azure Flame Python still had some strength left and then ganged up with other mutated beasts to attack him, he would also suffer losses. Having gained another 64,000 points, Lu Chong no longer lingered and sped up to find other mutated beasts. It was already past 3 p.m. on the 11th, meaning it was almost the evening of the 3rd day of the combat assessment. Lu Chong wanted to clear this area of mutated beasts before nightfall. The live stream was still in an uproar. Especially when Lu Chong grabbed and spun the Azure Flame Python, it reached a fever pitch. So exhilarating! So fierce, I'm falling for him. This is a truly tough guy. No words needed, he deserves a reward. Lu Chong deserves to be the provincial top scorer, brutalizing mutated beasts with a mortal body. Why do I love watching this so much? In Lu Chang's personal livestream, wave after wave of rewards poured in. Chapter 74, Not Leaving Us a Way Out. A single Azure Flame Serpent represented a point. By nightfall that day, Lu Chong had eliminated 5 Azure Flame Serpents in the Tier 2, Rank 8 Mutated Beasts area. His total score finally surpassed 1 million, reaching a score that left other students far behind. The practical assessment was only halfway complete, with 3 full days remaining. However, both the examinees in the hunting ground and the audience in the live broadcast rooms knew clearly that even if Lu Chong were eliminated now, he would still be at the top of the leaderboard. Li Qianzhong, in second place, had only just exceeded 120,000 points, and even if he stayed awake for the remaining 3 days, he wouldn't be able to achieve half of Lu Chang's score. What's more, Lu Chong had almost cleared out the areas with Tier 2, Rank 3, and above mutated beasts. The only remaining high-scoring areas were the Tier 2, Rank 9 mutated beasts, and the even more formidable Tier 3 mutated beasts. Would Li Qianzhong dare to challenge them? Not to mention him, even if he could rally all the other warrior examinees, they might not dare to venture in. After all, examinees ultimately had to earn points for themselves, and no one wanted to be a pawn on the front lines. Is he going to continue challenging the rank 9 mutated beasts? This question arose not only in various live broadcast rooms, but also among half of the remaining examinees in the hunting ground. The examinees actually hoped Lu Chong would continue to challenge stronger mutated beasts, because those scores were irrelevant to them anyway. Furthermore, if Lu Chong were eliminated due to overestimation of his own strength, he wouldn't turn back to compete with them for low-score mutated beasts. The tens of millions of viewers following Lu Chong in the live broadcast rooms similarly hoped he would continue to challenge them. This was because it would be exciting, allowing him to compete with the top scorers of the Marshall College entrance exam from various provinces across the country. From a national perspective, what the top scorers were competing for was no longer just points, but who could challenge stronger mutated beasts. Currently, Lu Chong, with his warrior rank 4 cultivation, had transcended 4 ranks to defeat Tier 2, rank 8 mutated beasts. This ability to fight across ranks had already surpassed more than half of the provincial top scorers. If he could continue defeating Tier 2, rank 9 mutated beasts, he could compete with the top scorers from the 5 major first-tier bases. Even more remarkably, if Lu Chong, with his warrior rank 4 cultivation, could cross a major realm to defeat the most formidable Tier 3 mutated beasts, even if it was a draw or no clear winner, he could be called the uncrowned king of all examinees nationwide. Even if another examinee could achieve this feat, they would still be overshadowed by Lu Chong. This was because the current top scorers in other provinces generally had higher cultivation than Lu Chong. For example, the two from Modu Experimental Middle School and Capital Guanyin First High were both at warrior rank 8 cultivation. Everyone waited to see what he would choose. However, they were ultimately disappointed to find that Lu Chong did not follow their wishes. By the time night fell that day, after Lu Chong had swept through the area of rank 2, rank 8 mutated beasts, he didn't press further. Instead, he immediately chose to turn back and head straight for the low-rank mutated beast areas. Is he giving up on challenging further? It seems this year's dark horse will only go this far. After all, with his current total score, there's no need to go back and score more. Even if he fails to challenge further, it won't affect his top position. The audience in the live stream was still a bit disappointed. It wasn't that they thought Lu Chong wasn't excellent, but they wanted him to show even more dominance. How could they know that Lu Chong, turning back now, was precisely focused on scores? After all, the more points he scored, the more rewards the city would give him. What he pursued was the most efficient way to score points. Since no other examinees dared to enter the rank 2, rank 9 mutated beast area to snatch his points, it was naturally most efficient for him to turn back and snatch others' points. Otherwise, by the time he cleared the last 2 stages, there probably wouldn't be many points left in the low-rank areas. This was Lu Chang's true intention, and his plan and goal for this assessment. As for the mutated beasts in the rank 2, rank 9 area and the core rank 3 area, he would naturally have time to try them on the last day of the assessment. With 3 more days, his cultivation and golden bell shield could also advance further, giving him an even greater chance of success then. The night is deepening, a perfect time for me to act. Lu Chong looked at the completely dark forest. He moved through the woods as if on flat ground, and in less than half an hour, he had rushed all the way to the area of rank 2, rank 3 mutated beasts. The scope of this area was larger than the deeper parts, and correspondingly, the number of mutated beasts was also higher, unlike the pathetic single-digit mutated beasts in the deep. Even on the 3rd night of the assessment, there were still many mutated beasts here, and their locators had not yet been taken. With night falling, mutated beasts were frequent here, and Lu Chong was naturally not polite. Each mutated beast here represented 2,000 points, and Lu Chong didn't find it too little. Thus, that night, other warrior examinees staying in the rank 2, rank 3 mutated beast area were once again alarmed by Lu Chang's sweeping, pulling feathers from a passing goose style. Is he crazy? He's not leaving any way for us poor souls to live. Chen Yuan, who was resting in the rank 3 area, was almost driven mad. Originally, he, Li Qianzhong, and Wang Shan had returned here and already parted ways, starting to earn points by their own means. Who would have thought that in less than half a day, Lu Chong would actually kill his way back? Although we hadn't encountered Lu Chong yet, seeing the 2,000, 2,000-point increases flashing on the leaderboard, everyone understood what was happening. Chen Yuan really wanted to challenge Lu Chong to a duel now, but he knew he couldn't beat him and would only bring humiliation upon himself. In fact, after witnessing Lu Chang's speed, he knew that even if he teamed up with Li Qianzhong and Wang Shan again, they probably wouldn't be able to catch up with Lu Chang's shadow. This guy's scoring efficiency is simply too high. Doesn't he get tired fighting at such a high intensity for so long? Chen Yuan's eyelids twitched as he watched Lu Chang's score continuously rise. There was no choice, he was forced to go into business, joining the night hunting party to grab whatever points he could. He couldn't wait until tomorrow morning with no points to earn. It wasn't just him. Li Qianzhong, Wang Shan, and 2 other warrior candidates who had entered the rank 3 mutated beast zone were in the same predicament. By the time the night passed, the chaotic rank 3 mutated beast zone finally quieted down. Lu Chong, however, had already moved to the rank 2 mutated beasts zone to continue snatching mutated beasts there. Consequently, the candidates in that zone suffered the same tragic fate as Chen Yuan, having more than half of their prey taken by Lu Chong alone. Another day passed, and by the morning of the 13th, Lu Chong had swept through the rank 2 and rank 1 mutated beasts zones and was preparing to enter the rank 1 mutated beasts zone. The remaining warrior candidates, having no other option, could only retreat to the rank 1 mutated beasts zone simultaneously to compete with the martial apprentice candidates. This level of internal competition among candidates was an unprecedented miracle in the Hedong province's ideology martial college entrance exam. At this point, Lu Chang's total score had already exceeded 1.2 million. His entry into the rank 1 and rank 9 mutated beasts zone, besides continuing to farm points, had another objective. He wanted to talk to one of the candidates there. Chapter 75, The Foe's Tragic End Approaches. Zhao Longfei was truly terrified now, unable to even perform at his normal level. On the 5th day of the practical assessment, he only had just over 1,000 points. For a rank 9 martial apprentice, this score could only be described as mediocre. Forget about China's top 3 super elite universities and 10 prestigious schools, it was debatable whether he could even get into the 36 key martial arts universities. It wasn't that his strength was insufficient, but ever since entering the assessment hunting ground, Zhao Longfei's mind had been unsettled. He frequently checked the top 100 rankings on the scoreboard, constantly fixated on the name that made his heart pound with dread. The first half day was fine, that name barely made it onto the list, nothing to worry about. But after nightfall on the first day, Zhao Longfei's nightmare began. It was as if he was back during the mock exam, where that name shot to the top of the list in just one night and had never dropped since. But this wasn't the Guanyun City mock exam, it was a major examination with 300,000 candidates from across the province and tens of millions of people watching. How could an originally unremarkable orphan boy, a poor kid, dominate such an exam filled with geniuses and run rampant until now? No matter how unwilling he was, he watched that person's score skyrocket, constantly surpassing, reaching 10,000, 100,000, 500,000, and finally breaking a million. Zhao Longfei felt his heart grow heavier and heavier, giving him a suffocating sense of oppression. He couldn't help but recall his father's words from some time ago. The assassins sent to kill Lu Chong failed. One is dead, one is captured. But don't worry, they don't know who ordered it. So, as long as you and I keep this to ourselves, no one can trace it back to us. It was after that incident that Zhao Longfei barely went to school, calling it closed-door cultivation at home. In reality, Zhao Longfei was afraid of encountering Lu Chong, who was already a warrior, and accidentally giving himself away. Yet, even so, Zhao Longfei couldn't shake off the psychological shadow cast by Lu Chong, causing him to miss the last opportunity to break through to warrior before the martial college entrance exam. Only after truly entering the examination hall, and after finally adjusting his mindset, did Zhao Longfei suffer an indirect blow from Lu Chong on the very first day. Lu Chang's constantly rising score was like a series of increasingly heavy hammers striking deep into his soul, filling him with fear, dread, jealousy, and hatred. Why could he be so excellent, leaving him so far behind? With my father and family's support, I can definitely catch up to him. I definitely can. Zhao Longfei had lost count of how many times he had comforted himself this way. I don't need to be afraid of him at all. A genius who hasn't fully grown yet, who knows when he'll die on a journey into the wilderness. Zhao student, I've looked for you for so long, so you were here. Just as Zhao Longfei was lost in thought during his rest, a calm, ripple-free voice suddenly sounded in his ear, as ethereal as a ghost. It was already past 11 o'clock on the night of the 13th, and Zhao Longfei was hiding in a hidden treetop in the rank 8 area. He never imagined that a voice would suddenly appear behind him. The crucial thing was that when he turned his head to look around, he couldn't see anyone. The voice seemed like an auditory hallucination, a fleeting presence that disappeared in an instant. Just as he slightly lowered his guard, that chilling voice reappeared. You have made me suffer so much. To help you harm others, I was killed and abandoned in the wilderness, torn apart and devoured by beasts. It's you! That voice grew shrill. You're the one who caused my dismemberment, pay me back with your life. Zhao Longfei was almost driven mad. In the ink-black mountain forest, such a voice suddenly appeared, yet not a single person was visible. He had only just come of age, how could he possibly endure it? Coupled with his existing guilt and the pervasive fear Lu Chong had instilled, he was now unable to think normally. He didn't know at this moment that his every move, every word, was being watched by tens of millions of viewers nationwide via live broadcast platforms. It wasn't me, it was my dad paid you to do it. You guys messed up yourselves, you failed to kill Lu Chong, don't blame me. Zhao Longfei, terrified, turned his head around, his face pale, constantly explaining. This, so to speak, stirred up a hornet's nest. All the live broadcast rooms that saw this scene exploded. Assassinating a prodigy, who is this? Must be severely punished, let's find him. At the Zhao family in Guanyin City, when Zhao Jingcheng saw Lu Chong searching his way into the rank 8 area, he knew things were going to go wrong. Especially when Lu Chong found Zhao Longfei in the afternoon and started tailing him, Zhao Jingcheng became even more worried. He didn't know what Lu Chong intended to do. If he wanted to personally eliminate Zhao Longfei, why didn't he do it during the day? It wasn't until midnight, when Lu Chong, with his elusive movement technique, appeared beside Zhao Longfei, that Zhao Jingcheng finally understood. He finally understood how ruthless this junior, whom he had disregarded, truly was. This was clearly a ploy to play a ghost, coax words out of Zhao Longfei, and thereby find evidence of his assassination attempt on Lu Chong in front of the national audience. At this point, Zhao Jingcheng still held on to hope, hoping his son could calm down. On the Martial College entrance exam grounds, as long as Zhao Longfei gritted his teeth, Lu Chong would have no way to deal with him. At most, he would be eliminated early. Zhao Jingcheng was very clear about the relative importance. However, he never expected his son to be so disappointing. A dignified rank 9 martial apprentice, scared out of his mind by a mere ghost trick, blurting everything out. Zhao Jingcheng knew it was over, not just for Zhao Longfei, but for himself, a dignified master, as well. This was an admission of guilt in front of a national audience. Even if Zhao Jingcheng had been rooted in Guanyin City for many years, he couldn't cover it up. Hiring an assassin during student special training, this crime was no ordinary serious offense. This mere newly adult boy, how can he be so vicious? This is pulling the rug out from under us, leaving no way out. Zhao Jingcheng's eyes were bloodshot, and he was dumbfounded. Clang! Before Zhao Jingcheng could think of a countermeasure or take any remedial action, his door was forcibly broken open. A team of military police stormed in, led by a master, and came before Zhao Jingcheng. Mr. Zhao, you are suspected of hiring an assassin. Please come with us. On the other side, not long after Zhao Longfei confessed, proctors responsible for patrolling the sky directly descended and took him away. It wasn't until Zhao Longfei was taken away that Lu Chong finally revealed himself, muttering to himself, "This kid is too easily scared, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly." Immediately, he clasped his fists in gratitude from multiple angles to the drone's live broadcast camera. "My apologies, I had no intention of occupying public resources. But I couldn't expose the killer without doing this. I just don't want the killer to go unpunished and harm more people." Lu Chang's personal livestream instantly saw another wave of support and continuously soaring tips. Chapter 76, This is hardly a challenge. In the livestream, some unfollowed, but even more people followed and supported Lu Chong. Some felt Lu Chang's approach was too aggressive, but the vast majority thought this was the true martial artist's spirit and character, clear-cut grievances, and immediate revenge. In an era where the nation encourages warriors to compete, why be servile towards a murder suspect? Furthermore, Lu Chang's ingenious method of forcing the suspect out earned countless supporters. Regardless of how outsiders judged his actions, Lu Chang currently felt no psychological burden. A controversial probe had resolved the Zhao family of Guanyin City, lurking in the shadows and ready to harm him at any moment by any measure. It was a worthwhile move. Otherwise, with their vicious methods, he couldn't imagine how they might try to harm him in the future. Enemies hidden in the dark are always more terrifying than overt opponents. After dealing with Zhao Longfei, Lu Chang didn't continue hunting but guarded his score of over 1.2 million points, taking a rare night of rest. From the start of the practical assessment until now, Lu Chang had been constantly on the move, not daring to stop for a moment. Of course, Lu Chang had no complaints about earning resources for himself. He just needed to get some good rest and adjust his state to optimal, so he could face the most challenging trials on the last day. Lu Chang had indeed rested, but the viewers in the live stream were anything but calm. Is Lu Chang going to lie flat and enjoy the fruits of victory? There are still 18 hours left. He could make another push. Let's wait and see. Maybe he's preparing to challenge the deepest level. Various discussions ensued, some questioning, some praising, but most were still waiting for a miracle. Whether anyone would dare to challenge the final rank 2 grade 9 mutated beasts and the even more terrifying rank 3 mutated beasts that would be seen on this last day. This wait lasted for a full 6 hours, until 7 a.m. on the 14th, when Lu Chang woke up precisely. He stretched, feeling refreshed and energetic. Looking at his status panel, Lu Chang was even more confident. Name, Lu Chang. Level, Warrior. Rank 4 Martial Arts. Human Grade. Low Tier, 9 Phantom Step. Perfected Stage. Heart Stabbing Kick. Perfected Stage. Human Grade. Mid Tier, 7 Step Killing Fist. Perfected Stage, 3-inch Palm. Perfected Stage. Human Grade. Top Tier, Tiger Roar Skill. Perfected Stage. Earth Grade. Low Tier, Wind Blade Leg. Perfected Stage, Gale Shadowless Step. Perfected Stage. Earth Grade. Mid Tier, Golden Bell Shield. Insight Stage. Although my cultivation and Golden Bell Shield haven't broken through again, I'm still stronger than a few days ago, Lu Chang thought. No longer hesitating, he looked towards the heart of the forest and resolutely set out on his journey. Not just him, but the remaining tens of thousands of examinees in the hunting grounds also began to take action, choosing to challenge their limits on the last day, striving for one final push. However, their limits, for Lu Chang, were not even a starting point. Therefore, the most attention was still on Lu Chang alone. Instead, the remaining warrior candidates no longer harbored thoughts of challenging. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't implement it. The locators for rank 1 to rank 8 in the level 2 mutated beasts area had all been swept clean. Now, even if they challenged their limits again, they wouldn't earn any points. Lu Chang sped north, moving at full speed, darting through areas like a bolt of lightning, and quickly arrived at the territory of level 2 rank 9 mutated beasts. It's starting! It's starting! Lu Chang is really going to continue the challenge. Look, even the Invigilator's plane has stopped directly above Lu Chang. This is a sign of readiness for rescue at any moment. Of course, Lu Chang is now a treasure of our Hadong province. Even if he fails the challenge, not a single accident can happen. Go, Lu Chang, overcome the last 2 hurdles and you can contend for the national championship. Go, I'm making a post here as proof. As long as Lu Chang can pass the last hurdle, I'll reward 3 months of my salary. How much is your monthly salary? Less than 100,000, maybe over 3,000. The major live broadcast rooms were buzzing with activity, especially Lu Chang's personal account, which was flooded with all sorts of playful comments. The National Official Live Broadcast Room provided a split screen for Lu Chang, and the Hadong Province Live Broadcast Room, Guanyin City Live Broadcast Room, and even other prefecture-level city live broadcast rooms in the province all focused their cameras on Lu Chang alone. Various hosts, experts, and consultants were analyzing the possible outcome of Lu Chang's challenge. Level 2 rank 9 mutated beasts should be Lu Chang's limit. This was the judgment of the vast majority of people. Look, it appeared! Someone exclaimed, staring at the mutated beast that appeared in the live broadcast room. What kind of species is this? It's the armored pangolin devouring beast, mutated from a pangolin. This thing is tough to deal with. Without strong attack power, you can't even scratch it. In the hunting ground, Lu Chang stared at the short-legged, long-tailed mutated beast, only 1 meter long, and recognized its species immediately. The armored pangolin devouring beast, mutated from a pangolin, could indeed burrow through the ground and mountains, and its iron stomach could grind stones. Its scales were extremely hard, and its defense was several times stronger than that of an ironhide yak of the same level. Although its scales could not attack like those of an ironhide yak, they could curl up to form extremely sharp and tough blades, even stronger than alloy steel weapons. In addition, the long tongue of the armored pangolin devouring beast was also an extremely terrifying weapon. With a body 1 meter long, it had a tongue over 2 meters long curled in its mouth, slender as a whip, tough and hard to break. At this moment, this armored pangolin devouring beast was also staring at Lu Chong, extremely vigilant, with the lower half of its body hidden in the soil, ready to retreat at any time. Once it burrows and escapes, I'll have no way. So, it has to be a one-hit kill. Lu Chong thought to himself, carefully approaching the beast step by step. Poof! Before Lu Chong could get within 3 meters, the armored pangolin devouring beast suddenly turned its head, drilled into the ground, and disappeared. This is too cautious, Lu Chong mused. However, he remembered that the textbook stated that the armored pangolin devouring beast was still very aggressive, but its attacking methods were somewhat sneaky. Therefore, this fellow hadn't escaped but was hiding underground, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Sure enough, before Lu Chong could think further, a crimson whip suddenly shot out from the mud beneath his feet, swiftly coiling around his ankles. It wasn't a whip, but the pangolin's long tongue. I was just waiting for you to show yourself. Since you've poked your head out, then die, Lu Chong snorted. No longer holding back, the earth-tier low-grade wind blade kick, which he had never used during the assessment, suddenly exerted its power. A circle of sharp vital energy abruptly erupted beneath his feet, instantly shattering the pangolin's tongue. At the same time, Lu Chang's right foot stomped down forcefully, and a surge of vital energy burst through the ground downwards. Boom! A roar sounded beneath Lu Chang's feet as mud exploded, revealing a 2-meter deep pit, at the bottom of which lay a pangolin, knocked unconscious. As for Lu Chong, he had already leaped out of the pit's range with the force of that kick, quietly waiting for the pangolin to fully emerge. The wind blade kick at the perfected stage was no joke. As long as it connected, even this pangolin couldn't withstand it. Rank 2, 9th rank mutated beasts were hardly a challenge for Lu Chong. At most, it would just take some time to flush out these creatures skilled at hiding. Is that all? What move did Lu Chong just use? Another uproar erupted in the livestream. Chapter 77, Looked down upon by level 3 mutated beasts. Too fast. With the cultivation of a rank 4 warrior, defeating a level 2 rank 9 mutated beast, and still doing it so easily. What's the principle behind this? And it's an armored swallowing mountain beast, which excels in defense and burrowing. Isn't this thing the hardest to hunt? I see it now, the most crucial part is that single stomp, a one-hit kill. However, I don't recognize what martial art that is. The audience's enthusiasm in the livestream remained high, with most discussing the new martial art Lu Chong used. However, experts from official livestreams soon provided an answer. It seems to be the crushing wind axe method, evolved from gale kick, just without using a weapon. But one thing is certain, Lu Chang's leg technique is also at the perfected stage. This is truly incredible, yet another earth-grade martial art at the perfected stage. Even the experts in the various official livestreams were once again shocked. In the Guanyun City livestream, Principal Wei took a sip of tea and breathed a sigh of relief. Sigh, couldn't this kid have given me a heads up? Now I have to go explain it again. Lu Chang's last display of the wind shadowless step still hadn't been fully explained, and now he's exposed a brand new wind blade leg. The old principal is truly feeling mentally exhausted. It's a bittersweet feeling. He couldn't even bother to respond in the live stream anymore, he simply couldn't make up any more excuses. Regardless of the excitement in the live stream, Lu Chong had already found another armored swallowing mountain beast and once again used the wind blade leg to defeat it in one go. Facing such a mutated beast with high defense and stealth, Lu Chong had to strike accurately the first time. There was almost no second chance. That's why he had to expose his wind blade leg. In terms of attack power, the wind blade leg was undoubtedly the strongest technique he currently possessed. The attack methods at the Earth grade level are still a bit singular. I'll have to find opportunities to supplement them after I go to university, Lu Chong grumbled to himself, feeling a bit dissatisfied. The Golden Bell Shield excels in defense, the Wind Shadowless Step is superior in speed, and only the Wind Blade Leg is best at offense. As for the human-grade martial arts he mastered, although their power was also considerable, they were still more than a notch weaker compared to these Earth-grade martial arts. Like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, after circling this area, Lu Chong collected a total of 4 locators. Each locator represented points, and his total score had now surpassed 180,000, making him arguably the first person in the history of the Martial College entrance exam in Hedong Province. But Lu Chong did not stop there. After a period of rest, at 1:10 p.m. that day, he resolutely stepped into the territory of the Level 3 mutated beasts. A Level 3 mutated beast represented 300,000 points. Although there were only 2 in total, how could Lu Chong give up? Since it was the last 5 hours of the Martial College entrance exam, he had to give it a try no matter what. This scene, broadcast across the major livestreams, immediately ignited an unprecedented craze. Entering the territory of Level 3 mutated beasts with a Rank 4 warrior cultivation is a first in this year's Martial College entrance exam. Although the 2 from Beijing's Guanyun First High and Shanghai's Experimental Middle School have already passed through, their cultivations were both warrior rank 8. If Lu Chong succeeds, he will undoubtedly make history, at the very least, leaving his name in martial arts annals. Various discussions filled the live streams, large and small. Lu Chang's personal live stream account even surpassed 40 million viewers, hotter than Hedong Province's official live stream. It wasn't until the 2 Level 3 mutated beasts appeared that all the live streams suddenly cooled down, becoming unusually quiet. This battle, after all, was finally coming. Percent in the hunting ground. As soon as Lu Chong entered the Level 3 mutated beasts area, he heard the sound of rushing water. Following the sound and a mysteriously powerful aura, Lu Chong bypassed a patch of woods and soon saw the source of the sound. Before him was a 10-meter high cliff, with a silver waterfall cascading down, its water flowing into a pond below, then disappearing to who knows where. But what Lu Chong was most focused on were the 2 large mutated beasts at the edge of the pond, drinking and playing. They're Stormforce apes. Countless people exclaimed in front of the live cameras. Stormforce apes. Lu Chong stared intently at the 2 mutated beasts, his expression growing serious. Their majestic, tall bodies, when standing upright, were over 3 meters high, covered in smooth, glossy blue fur. They looked quite human-like, but these mutated beasts, called Stormforce apes, were an extremely powerful species. Storm referred to their exceptional movement speed and bloodline abilities. The word force highlighted the strength of these mutated beasts, which could be described as naturally divine. According to statistics, Stormforce apes of the same rank far surpassed human martial cultivators in defense, speed, and strength. Coupled with their bloodline talent abilities, they were well-rounded, and many martial cultivators of the same rank would rather avoid them. The intelligence of these ape-like mutated beasts was also quite high, making them truly difficult to deal with. The moment Lu Chong saw them, the 2 Stormforce apes also became alert, stopping their play and simultaneously turning to look at Lu Chong. Roar! One of the Stormforce apes roared at Lu Chong, as if telling him to get lost, then turned back to play with the other. Oh, they look like a pair. Is this the rhythm of breeding offspring in the hunting ground? Lu Chong felt that he had been despised by the 2 mutated beasts, but he didn't care. These highly intelligent mutated beasts knew their situation and understood that they wouldn't get human flesh in the hunting ground, so they were simply too lazy to play along. Otherwise, they would have probably charged over already. Cough, cough. Clearing his throat, Lu Chong shouted loudly, "Can you 2 please pause your public display of affection and have a fight with me?" The 2 Stormforce apes wiggled their butts at Lu Chong, ignoring him. "This is slacking off. The hunting ground treats you well with good food and drink, and you don't want to do any work?" Lu Chong said grumpily. One of the Storm Strength apes scratched its backside, somewhat reluctantly turned around, and hooked a finger at Lu Chong, full of provocation. "Damn it, these mutated beasts are almost becoming sentient," Lu Chong muttered, then activated his golden light wave, stepped with his wind shadowless step, transforming into a golden streak of light, surging forward at high speed, crashing into the provocative Storm Strength ape. Roar! Seemingly intrigued by Lu Chang's sudden burst of aura, that storm strength ape let out an angry roar, stood upright, and pounded its chest, charging back. As the storm strength ape charged, green wind swirls rose from beneath its feet, greatly increasing its speed in a single breath, and it collided with Lu Chang. One human, one ape, without any fancy moves, amidst an explosive roar, Lu Chang's relatively smaller body was sent flying, directly thrown more than 10 meters away. He only stopped after crashing into and breaking another large tree. As for the storm strength ape, it merely took a step back before stabilizing its tall body, casting a look of disdain at Lu Chang in the distance. Lu Chang was not injured. The defense of the golden light wave was not for show, but he was still shocked by the power of this storm strength ape. This thing is indeed not to be trifled with. Chapter 78, Lu Chang going all out. The vital energy and blood of a level 3 mutated beast far surpass those of a level 2 rank 9, and their all-around attributes are similarly superior. The storm ape is an exceptional one among them, with almost no weaknesses. Lu Chang has already come a long way to reach this point, but to defeat a level 3 storm ape is like trying to catch the moon in the water. Lu Chang's only advantage is his various perfected stage martial arts. However, whether he can shake a level 3 storm ape is seriously questionable. The livestream was once again filled with various analyses, with some even bringing out specific data for comparison, proving Lu Chang's shortcomings from all angles. The livestream only quieted down when Lu Chang, as if nothing had happened, charged out again. Boom! Another collision, and Lu Chang was thrown flying again. Again, the same result. Again, time and time again, Lu Chang directly clashed with this storm ape 15 or 16 times before stopping, panting heavily. He still failed to hurt the storm ape. Although the storm ape knocked him flying every time, it actually couldn't break through Lu Chang's golden light wave, so he wasn't really injured. And Lu Chang's seemingly futile collisions, in fact, were not in vain. He had figured out the storm ape's approximate defense, speed, and strength. But precisely because of this, Lu Chang was actually a bit helpless at the moment. The storm ape was like an impregnable mountain, difficult to shake. None of the human tier martial arts he mastered could possibly harm the opponent. His force couldn't even penetrate the thick fur on its body. The only chance. Lu Chang stared intently at the storm ape opposite, which was calmly waiting, is its throat. Because he noticed that the storm ape would deliberately protect its throat during each collision. Therefore, this should be its fatal weakness. Thinking of this, Lu Chang no longer clashed head-on with the opponent. Instead, he once again performed the Gale Shadowless steps, transforming into a whirlwind, circling the storm ape and looking for an opportunity to strike. Although the storm ape's speed was good, after several clashes, Lu Chang found that his Gale Shadowless steps still had a slight advantage. Therefore, the storm ape stood on a large boulder at this moment, responding to all changes by remaining unchanged, not pursuing Lu Chang. Suddenly, Lu Chang's speeding figure paused slightly, and his right leg lifted and kicked out fiercely. Immediately, an arc-shaped wind blade flew out, cutting towards the storm ape's chest. The storm ape had just turned around, but reacted extremely quickly, raising its arms to block Lu Chang's wind blade. There was even internal energy gang chi swirling around its arms, protecting its cherished fur. The wind blade landed on the storm ape's long, thick arms, failing to break through. But Lu Chang's second wind blade followed closely, with even faster, seamless transition connection, aimed directly at the storm ape's throat. The storm ape's arms had just blocked one wind blade, and there was simply no time to block Lu Chang's immediately following wind blade. But just as Lu Chang was secretly feeling pleased, he suddenly discovered that the storm ape's mouth opened. Roar! Accompanying this roar was a greenish wind vortex that burst forth from its mouth, directly engulfing Lu Chang's wind blade and causing it to dissipate in mid-air. Damn it! How am I supposed to fight this? The storm ape's ranged bloodline ability isn't weak either. Lu Chang's face changed slightly. His carefully timed Gangchi wind blade had also returned without success. Moreover, after this move, the storm ape was clearly on guard against him, making it even harder to repeat the same trick. Cackle! The female storm ape nearby cackled, clapping her hands, seemingly mocking Lu Chang for overestimating himself, while also applauding her mate. It's too difficult. The storm ape has almost no flaws. Lu Chang's cultivation is still too low. He can barely break its defense. But, did you notice that the storm ape also can't do anything to classmate Lu Chong? With golden light wave and shadowless wind step, Lu Chong is almost invincible. If they continue to stalemate, it can only end in a draw. But it's still a bit of a shame he was just one last push away. Lu Chong couldn't hear the discussions in the live broadcast room. He was currently continuing to circulate the shadowless wind step, dodging the wind whirls continuously spewed by the storm ape. Although his previous strike failed to injure the opponent, it wasn't completely ineffective. At the very least, it angered this proud old ape. And Lu Chong, relying on the shadowless wind step and his predictive ability, could still move freely amidst the opponent's wind whirls. It wasn't impossible to resist with the golden light wave, but that would consume too much stamina. It's good that it's angry, otherwise, it would be really hard for me to find a weakness. Faced with the furious storm ape, Lu Chong was not surprised but delighted, because only in this way could he find an opportunity to strike. For a time, the wind howled around the pond, sand and stones flew, and Lu Chong dodged continuously, not a single leaf sticking to him. The perfected stage of shadowless wind step was enough for him to calmly deal with this level of attack. The storm ape also realized that its wind whirls couldn't harm Lu Chong, so it burst out several times, trying to get close and hammer him to death. But Lu Chang's speed and flexibility were too high, making it impossible for the storm ape to catch up. One person and one ape chased and fled around the pond, having a great time. Lu Chong ran while constantly provoking, making the old ape more and more agitated, its eyes turning crimson. "Come on, if you can catch me, you've got guts. Aren't you very arrogant? You still can't do anything to me. No matter how powerful you are, aren't you still trapped here and can't get out?" Lu Chang's provocative voice filled the major live broadcast rooms, making many viewers empathize with the storm ape's role, wishing they could go up and grab Lu Chong for a beating. The storm ape could clearly understand Lu Chang's human words and became even more restless. Lu Chang's laughter echoed like a demonic sound in its ears. The Tier 3 storm ape's chi and physical strength were indeed stronger than Lu Chang's, but wantonly venting in a furious and frenzied state would ultimately lead to depletion. Lu Chong cursed at full throttle for a quarter of an hour and was chased for just as long before finally feeling the storm ape's breath begin to become chaotic. Now's the time. Lu Chong, who was speeding past, suddenly executed a beautiful ground-skimming turnaround, crashing head-on into the enraged old ape. The storm ape clearly didn't expect Lu Chong to suddenly deliver himself, and before it could even change direction, it collided with Lu Chong. But the old ape clearly wasn't afraid in a head-on collision. It wouldn't be scared of this little human. However, an unexpected event occurred again. As Lu Chong crashed into it, the force in his body suddenly shifted from rigid to soft. With a Mabu-leaning move, he curled his body up, drilled through the old ape's crossed arms, and then leaned his back against the storm ape's belly. Go! Lu Chang's next move followed swiftly, his right leg springing up as if on a coiled spring, like a massive axe sweeping upwards. His toes struck heavily into the throat of the storm ape. Wind blade leg. Ugh! A muffled sound came from the storm ape's throat, its large eyes rolled back, and then its massive body crashed backwards. Roar! The other storm ape, which had been observing coldly, roared in fury and charged forward, seeking revenge for its companion. Chapter 79, The Curtain Falls, Records, and Cheers. We won, we really won. How did student Lu Chong do it? Why such a sudden decisive blow? He broke the record. A warrior of rank 4 defeating a level 3 mutated beast? Has anyone ever done that in the martial college entrance exam? Hadong Province has produced a monster this year. Just as Lu Chong kicked the storm ape unconscious, all the major live streams exploded, and countless people cheered. This was no longer just a regular exam, it was a record broken for defeating a mutated beast beyond one's level. Moreover, among this year's examinees, Lu Chang's total score and battle achievements were enough to crown him as the top scholar. Not just within Hadong Province, but nationwide, no one surpassed him. Although the examination environments varied across provinces, Lu Chong was truly worthy of the title of uncrowned king. He won, but why isn't Lu Chong voluntarily withdrawing? Is he going to fight the second storm ape to the death? Someone in the live stream noticed a new development, and many viewers quickly tuned in. In the hunting ground, because Lu Chong had defeated the first storm ape, the other female ape immediately charged in a rage. Lu Chong reacted incredibly fast, grabbing the locator and then using his movement technique to leave the spot, avoiding the female ape's fierce attack. To the audience outside, Lu Chong making it this far and defeating a level 3 mutated beast was already the perfected stage of the exam, even directly breaking records. His total score had already soared to first place nationwide, and a few more points wouldn't make much difference. But for Lu Chong, it wasn't like that. 300,000 points meant a 3 million reward from the city he couldn't give up so easily. With over 3 hours left until the Martial College entrance exam ended, even if it meant dragging it out, he would wear down this female ape. Of course, the battle with the previous storm ape had also taken a heavy toll on him. So, he quickly swallowed half a high-grade energy bar, replenishing his energy while dodging the enraged female ape with his swift shadow steps. The female ape's strength was clearly slightly weaker than the first one, giving Lu Chong a chance to catch his breath. After dodging for half an hour, Lu Chong had recovered about 70 to 80% and began to actively counterattack. This time, there wasn't much surprise. With battle experience, Lu Chong ultimately finished off this female ape with his wind blade leg, successfully claiming the locator. 2,352,000 something points. That was Lu Chong's final score. That's over 20 million yuan. Ha ha! Lu Chong felt exhilarated. Such a harvest made his continuous struggle day and night over the past few days worthwhile. Without waiting for the Martial College entrance exam to end, Lu Chong waved to signal the proctors waiting in mid-air and was then escorted out of the examination ground. The live stream was still bustling, but all of this was not Lu Chang's concern. For the moment he was exhausted and just wanted a good, long sleep. Back in the camp of the troops escorting Guanyin City candidates, Lu Chong immediately saw many familiar faces, all saluting him with excited congratulations. The 7 instructors from the special training camp, along with the squad leaders and soldiers he had sparred with, all greeted him warmly, feeling honored to know him. Even Colonel Huang personally stepped forward to welcome him, saying, "You've worked hard. Guanyin City today will undoubtedly be proud of Lieutenant Lu. Everyone, disperse and let Lieutenant Lu rest well." Colonel Huang sent away the enthusiastic soldiers, personally led Lu Chong into the camp, and arranged a private tent for him. It wasn't that Colonel Huang was biased, it was because the merit contribution Lu Chong had made this time was too great. This applied to Guanyin City and the unit Colonel Huang belonged to. It was conceivable that the national and provincial allocations for the Guanyin City base would significantly increase. Colonel Huang understood better than Lu Chong that the educational fund awarded to Lu Chong was just a drop in the bucket compared to the national allocation. This was Lu Chang's well-deserved reward. After ushering Lu Chong into the tent, Colonel Huang guarded the tent alone, allowing no one to disturb him. Of course, the most important thing was to protect Lu Chang's safety. A provincial top scorer who broke records, and even the uncrowned national king of this year's Martial College entrance exam, deserved such attention. In fact, Colonel Huang had already received instructions from his superiors to specially dispatch a high-ranking grandmaster to escort Lu Chong back to the Guanyin City base. In these years, there had been quite a few foreign spies assassinating domestic geniuses, and absolutely no accident could happen to Lu Chong. Waking up, it was already 6 in the evening on the 14th, and this year's Martial College entrance exam finally concluded. All candidates quickly assembled and departed to return to their respective city bases. Lu Chong did not see other candidates because Colonel Huang had directly arranged for him to ride in an armored vehicle, accompanied by a cool, taciturn old man. Lu Chong did not strike up a conversation with the other party, he was just eager to return and log into his personal account to see how many rewards he had received. The live streaming platform had been shut down, and the total amount of rewards from the past few days could soon be tallied, which was what Lu Chong anticipated most. Fortunately, the journey was smooth. Within the national borders, few mutated beasts or foreign spies dared to provoke regular troops. By the time they returned to Guanyin City, it was almost 8 in the evening. "Lu Chong, come take a look." Colonel Huang woke Lu Chong, who was pretending to nap with his eyes closed, and motioned for him to look out the window. Lu Chong responded, leaned over to look out the window, and was immediately startled. Good heavens, both sides of the brightly lit street were packed with people holding banners and glow sticks. The large characters on the banners were too conspicuous. Congratulations to student Lu Chong for becoming the provincial top scorer. The light of Guanyun City, student Lu Chong breaks records. Student Lu Chong, I want to marry you. This interloper was a 20-year-old girl holding a light-up sign. Many banners also had the names of martial arts schools or companies at the bottom, which was a free wave of advertising. The streets on both sides were packed with people, all the way to the entrance of Guanyun First High. How about it, want to go out and greet everyone? Colonel Huang asked with a smile. Lu Chong quickly shook his head. No, I can't handle such a scene. The armored vehicle drove directly to the entrance of Guanyun First High, where it was also crowded with junior students from Guanyun First High, all waiting for Lu Chang's return. Even the old principal and a group of teachers stood at the front of the crowd, eagerly looking on. This is a bit exaggerated. Lu Chong walked out of the armored car helplessly, then was surrounded by swarming students. Who's touching my butt? Lu Chong wailed inwardly, not daring to shout it out. Alright, the school will organize a celebration 2 days later, everyone please disperse for now. Principal Wei's voice calmed the boisterous crowd. Then, the old principal looked at Lu Chong and said, Come with me first, I have some questions for you. Chapter 80 Peerless Genius, Massive Fortune. In the principal's office, only Principal Wei and Lu Chong were present. Principal Wei was uncharacteristically serious. It seemed even the joy of Lu Chong becoming the top scholar had been diluted. Lu Chong, you must answer my question solemnly, Principal Wei said, getting straight to the point. Okay, teacher, please ask, Lu Chong nodded, already having a guess in his mind. Where exactly did the other 2 Earth-tier martial arts you used in the combat assessment come from? Principal Wei asked earnestly, staring into Lu Chang's eyes. As expected, Lu Chong thought to himself, then said, Golden Light Wave was taught to me by you. The other 2 martial arts, Gale Kick was taught by our homeroom teacher, Teacher Wang. Swift Wind Steps was given by the instructor during special training at the military camp. These martial arts have all been reviewed and registered, Lu Chong added seriously. Principal Wei retorted impatiently, What Gale Kick, what Swift Wind Steps? You know what I'm talking about. What you performed were not human-tier martial arts at all, but true Earth-tier ones. Moreover, they were Earth-tier martial arts that had reached the perfected stage. So many people saw it. Do you think you can still hide it? Lu Chong quickly chuckled, Teacher, don't be anxious, I was just about to tell you. The Gale Kick and Swift Wind Steps I performed in the Martial College entrance exam are indeed different from the original human-tier martial arts. They weren't secretly learned Earth-tier martial arts either. Instead, after I became an official warrior and cultivated Golden Light Wave, I drew inferences from one another and comprehended them myself. As you know, my comprehension is quite strong, and Gale Kick and Swift Wind Steps had already reached the perfected stage early on, so a slight comprehension is normal, Lu Chong explained forcefully. He absolutely couldn't reveal the automatic cultivation cheat. No one would believe him even if he did, so he could only attribute it all to his comprehension. Anyway, no one could comprehend so many martial arts in such a short time like him. So, who could verify the truth of his explanation? Principal Wei was visibly stunned, then asked, How can you call that a slight comprehension? It's practically cheating out of thin air. Principal Wei wasn't an old-fashioned person and knew the term cheat in current games. He didn't know he had hit the nail on the head and continued seriously, although it's not impossible to deduce Earth-tier martial arts from human-tier ones, the difficulty involved could make those old fuddy-duddies in prestigious schools throw up blood from exhaustion. But you've only just broken through to warrior, and you can deduce human-tier martial arts into Earth-tier ones all by yourself, and even directly to the perfected stage. How many old professors will this infuriate, and how many people will believe it? Principal Wei said with a worried expression. Lu Chong quickly said, Teacher, didn't you say so yourself? This kind of thing is feasible? Besides, precisely because I deduced them myself, I was able to reach the perfected stage so quickly. This should make it even more believable. Principal Wei waved his hand, almost getting confused by Lu Chang's logic, but vaguely felt there was some truth to what Lu Chong said. He again asked sternly, Are you sure you didn't learn martial arts from any other underground channels? This time, Lu Chong shook his head very firmly, Absolutely not. You've also seen that my Earth-tier martial arts, compared to the original wind-splitting axe and wind-controlling step, are different. Have you seen these martial arts through other channels? Lu Cheng counter-questioned. Principal Wei stroked his beard, letting out a long sigh of relief. That's true. Alright, just remember what you said today. I will personally report the situation and vouch for you. If anyone asks, just stick to this explanation. If others can't do it, it's because they are mediocre. How can mere mortals understand a true late-blooming genius? With Lu Cheng's assurance, Principal Wei firmly stood by him again. It's not really late-blooming, I'm not that old, Lu Cheng muttered to himself. Nevertheless, he was very grateful for the old principal's support and trust, and thanked him sincerely. Thank you, teacher. It's nothing. At worst, if you get a chance in the future, you can show them your comprehension of deriving martial arts again, which will also prove your innocence. This ability, when you get to university, there will be plenty of opportunities to display it. I'm afraid you'll become the apple of those old guys' eyes. Principal Wei seemed to think of something amusing and laughed heartily. You did very well this time, surprisingly well, and beyond many people's expectations. Principal Wei showed his kind and gentle smile again. Teacher, the reward promised by the Education Bureau, won't it? Lu Cheng immediately felt a little worried when he heard this. Principal Wei laughed again. You boy, still thinking about your little reward. Don't worry, you've brought great glory to our Guanyun city. The Bureau would love to put you on a pedestal. If anyone dares to withhold your reward, I'll be the first to object. That's good. Lu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Over 23 million, how could he not be nervous? Principal Wei said meaningfully, do you still care about this bonus now? Lu Cheng asked, puzzled, what do you mean? The live streaming fees. Principal Wei said with a touch of surprise, do you know how much in tips and incentives your 6-day assessment livestream earned? Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's heart immediately raced. Yes, he hadn't had time to check yet. Has it been tallied already? Lu Cheng pressed. Principal Wei nodded, took a leisurely sip of tea, then raised one hand, smiling at Lu Cheng. 50 million. Lu Cheng was pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, hard work pays off. His trip to the Martial College entrance exam was not in vain. 50 million? The old principal's voice rose, it's 500 million. Clang! Lu Cheng sprang up from his chair, unable to control his strength for a moment, and broke the principal's office chair. 500 million. Lu Cheng was shocked. How could it be so much? As far as he knew, the top student in the province in previous years usually only received 20 to 30 million in live stream tips. Where did this 500 million come from? Seeing Lu Cheng's surprised reaction, Principal Wei laughed heartily, as if his mischievous delight had been satisfied. It is indeed 500 million. You just came out of the examination room, so you naturally wouldn't know. In this Martial College entrance exam, you are not just the top student in the province, that's why I said your performance was beyond expectation. Let's put it this way, your total score is the highest in the country, and you successfully defeated a level 3 mutated beast with a warrior rank 4 cultivation, setting a new record. Therefore, your influence is no longer limited to Hedong province. Countless viewers nationwide were watching you on the live stream. According to statistics, your personal live stream peaked at over 60 million viewers. You do the math, 60 million people, an average of $10 donated per person, how much is that? Principal Wei countered. 600 million. Of course Lu Cheng could do such simple math. He hadn't expected to accidentally realize his childhood fantasy. If everyone in the country gave him $1, that would be over $1 billion. Many people have probably had such a dream. With that calculation, 500 million seems quite normal. Lu Cheng also hadn't expected that merely wanting to earn more points would push him to the national #1 spot and break some records. 500 million, how am I going to spend this? Lu Cheng immediately had such an absurd thought. Combining his past and present lives, Lu Cheng had only ever seen so much money in the news and in dreams. So, can you still care about the Education Bureau's meager reward? Principal Wei chuckled heartily. The more outstanding his students were, the happier he was. Seeing Lu Cheng reach this point truly made him, as a teacher, gratified. Of course I care, I'm still very short on money, Lu Chong quickly replied, coming to his senses. After calming down, he roughly calculated that over 500 million might not actually be enough for him to spend for very long. He had only been in this world for a little over 100 days, his cultivation had gone from martial apprentice rank 3 to warrior rank 4. How much money had that cost? At least 2 million, right? Lu Chong mused, realizing that after warrior, there would be even more expensive things. To constantly grow stronger, he would need to consume more and more resources. It was an absolute bottomless pit. Principal Wei nodded, at least you haven't lost your head. I also need to remind you, this money must not be wasted. It should be spent wisely, turning it into your own strength. Remember, money is external, transforming it into your own strength, that is truly your wealth, Principal Wei reminded him gravely. Yes, teacher, I understand, Lu Chong replied earnestly. All right, that's all I have to say. I hope you truly keep it in mind. Principal Wei then changed the subject. Tomorrow, you'll probably be busy again. Major universities will soon come to snatch you up. At that time, you'll need to hold your ground and secure the best conditions for yourself. Lu Chong had also anticipated this. Having reached the national #1 spot, how could he not attract competition from universities? He nodded. At that time, I'll ask for your guidance and help, teacher. That's natural, otherwise it wouldn't do justice to your talent, Principal Wei chuckled, a hint of slyness showing. Oh, by the way, I still need to tell you something. Zhao Longfei and Zhao Jingcheng have both been apprehended and will be directly sent to a military court for sentencing in the coming days. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore, they won't affect you in the future. Military court? Lu Chong was puzzled. How did the military get involved? Attempting to harm you during military camp special training is an extremely serious offense. Of course, it must be transferred to a military court, Principal Wei explained simply. Then, the old principal waved his hand and said, go back and rest. As Lu Chong turned to leave, the old principal added, oh, by the way, my apartment has already been transferred to your name. No need to refuse, consider it my personal reward to you. Remember, no matter how far you go in the future, this place will always be your home. Lu Chong stiffened. After turning around and bowing respectfully, he then strode away. Chapter 81, If you're going, go for the best. Back home, Lu Chong finally had time to open his phone and was almost overwhelmed by the vibrations. There were missed calls, text notifications, but most messages came from the Huaxia Heroes platform. Without looking at those messages for now, Lu Chong directly opened the platform and logged into his personal account. What he saw truly startled him. His account's follower count had exceeded 60 million and was still rising. After checking the summary of his rewards and incentives from the past few days, Lu Chong finally felt relieved. This long string of numbers allowed Lu Chong to experience for the first time what it felt like to be truly wealthy. The money on this platform was directly linked to his personal account, and he could now use it as he pleased. After calming himself down, Lu Chong didn't review his live stream replays. Instead, he clicked on the only video he had previously posted. This seemingly ordinary martial arts training video now had over 10 million likes and millions of comments. Lu Chong took a quick glance. Most were congratulatory comments. However, some special comments caught his attention. For instance, official recruitment invitations from dozens of key martial arts universities, cooperation proposals from some martial arts schools and large enterprises, and even several marriage proposals from beautiful women, which almost made Lu Chong laugh. Of course, on a virtual platform like this, where there are praises, there are also trolls. Lu Chong merely scanned them indifferently and ignored them. With so many people giving rewards, I can't do nothing in return. Thinking this, Lu Chong recorded a video, essentially expressing his gratitude to his supporters. He also mentioned that he would share insights on practicing martial arts here in the future, as a way of giving back to society. This was proper etiquette, and Lu Chong wasn't stingy. The video was posted, and in a blink of an eye, thousands of comments flooded in again, but Lu Chong didn't look closely this time. He didn't want to be an internet celebrity, nor would he spend too much effort managing the account in the future, otherwise he would truly become a money grubber. Turning off the sound, Lu Chong lay down and slept. A long list of things awaited him tomorrow. For now, he just wanted a good rest. The next day, early in the morning of June 15th, Lu Chong was woken up by the old principal and his homeroom teacher. Admissions officers from North China Martial Arts University, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, and Zhongyuanjinwu University have arrived, Principal Wei began to remind Lu Chong on the way. And teachers from the top 10 prestigious schools. You'd best meet all of them, Principal Wei added. You two can vet them for me, I can't handle these people, Lu Chong said, a little overwhelmed. From his heart, he actually leaned more towards North China Martial Arts University or Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Zhongyuanjinwu University was a military academy, and while its conditions were undoubtedly the best, it wasn't suitable for someone who cherished freedom as much as he did. North China Martial Arts University was in the capital, and Jiangnan Martial Arts University was in Moda. One had the greatest influence, and the other the strongest financial resources, and both had top-tier faculty. So, he was essentially trying to choose between these two. Principal Wei smiled meaningfully. Actually, the conditions at the top 10 prestigious schools are also quite good, just slightly a notch below those two big ones. Moreover, the conditions offered by the top 10 prestigious schools will definitely be better than those from North China Martial Arts University and Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Principal Wei reminded him. So, what's the teacher's advice? Lu Chong retorted. Principal Wei chuckled, of course, you should still choose North China Martial Arts University or Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Lu Chong was speechless for a moment, but then Principal Wei continued, but when you meet them later, you must not show a clear preference yourself. Understand? Lu Chong quickly understood and smiled, I understand. Teacher means to play hard to get, right? Ha ha. Principal Wei and Wang Tong exchanged glances, knowing that this kid was quick on the uptake and wouldn't be taken advantage of. The more hesitant and indecisive you appear, the higher the conditions they'll offer, Principal Wei said. We need to make sure that people from both major universities can't sit still. As for why you ultimately choose them, teaching quality is one aspect, but the most crucial thing is that the information there is often cutting edge. Including various inheritances, ancient martial arts relics, and even extraterrestrial civilizations currently being explored, you might come into contact with all of them there. Lu Chong nodded seriously. Yes, this was the core of his choice. Since he had the right to choose, he should definitely go to the best. As the three spoke, they arrived at the large conference room of Guanyun First High. Pushing open the door, Lu Chong felt a wave of pressure wash over him. Good heavens! Around the conference table sat mentors or leaders from various martial arts universities, each with impressive strength, at least peak masters. People from the three super first-class universities and the top 10 prestigious schools were all present. As for the 36 key martial arts universities, they didn't even qualify to compete and had already gone home. Everyone, this is Comrade Lu Chong. The old principal led Lu Chong to the main seat and introduced him with a smile. Even when facing these powerhouses from major places, Principal Wei remained calm and composed, neither servile nor overbearing. Greetings, teachers. After politely saluting everyone, Lu Chong sat upright, allowing Principal Wei to preside. I believe everyone present is aware of Lu Chang's achievements, so I won't elaborate, Principal Wei began. As for which university he will ultimately choose, it's up to whoever can persuade him. The three elders sitting to the left and right of Principal Wei were all resting with their eyes closed, with no intention of speaking first. These three were mentors respectively from North China Martial Arts University, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, and Central Plainstown Martial University. Their posture was to give other schools a chance first. You go first, we're not in a hurry. The teachers from the top 10 prestigious schools were also sensible. They didn't defer and one by one began to state their conditions. I am a teacher from Chang'an Martial Arts University. If Comrade Lu Chong can come to our school, he will be exempt from 4 years of tuition. In addition, there will be an annual education fund of 20 million. At the same time, all human tier and earth tier martial arts techniques in the school's martial arts library will be open to Comrade Lu Chong. After the first teacher finished speaking, Lu Chong showed a look of interest. Setting other things aside, just the condition of the martial arts library being fully open to him made his heart pound. However, this was just the beginning. The conditions offered by the second teacher were even more generous. I am from Heiha Martial Arts University. If Comrade Lu Chong comes, tuition will be completely waived, with 30 million in education funds annually. The martial arts library will be fully open, and he can also choose any professor or even the principal within the school to apprentice under. Oh, apprenticing under the principal, that's a super powerful backer. The principals of the top 10 prestigious schools are not just grandmasters, but powerful figures who are all martial kings. There are fewer than 100 martial kings officially existing in Huaxia, and each one is a giant commanding a region. With such a master, Lu Chong could almost walk sideways within the country. And the conditions offered by the subsequent 8 prestigious schools were equally good. There was even a martial arts university located on Taiwan Island that tried to entice Lu Chong by claiming the school's male-to-female ratio was too low. Later on, the prestigious schools that had previously stated their conditions began to raise their bids, and their conditions became even more exaggerated. Lu Chong showed interest in every prestigious school but never expressed a definitive stance. Alright, prestigious schools of Huaxia, arguing like this over one student, what kind of decorum is that? The teacher from North China Martial Arts University finally spoke, and after quieting the other prestigious schools, he slowly said, "Come to North China Martial Arts University. I can't offer you their conditions. However, you can join the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute at North China Martial Arts University as an assistant researcher." As soon as he said this, the teachers from other schools were immediately stunned. Your greed is a bit unsightly, just look at this, and you're still talking about us. Chapter 82, a promising choice for the future. It's no wonder the people from the top 10 prestigious schools harbored resentment, because the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute proposed by North Huaxia Martial Arts University was something their schools simply didn't possess. This was clearly a dimensionality reduction strike. How could there be fair competition? And the identity of a researcher at the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute was extremely enticing to students. Researchers could, in the name of research, freely access and utilize all the martial arts libraries of the university. Of course, the most crucial aspect was the words ancient martial arts, meaning researchers could access cutting-edge ancient martial arts, and even enter ancient martial arts relics for exploration. It was precisely because of their ancient martial arts relics that the 3 super first-class universities could afford to run ancient martial arts research institutes and collect the latest unearthed ancient martial arts. In short, Lu Chong was essentially, as a student, gaining access to the most core and confidential part of the university. This kind of confidentiality held extremely significant meaning for his martial arts cultivation and future development. As soon as the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute was mentioned, the top 10 prestigious schools could only abandon their thoughts and lose all competitiveness. They could only look to the teachers from the other 2 major universities, as only they could compete with this one. As expected, the teacher from Jiangnan Martial Arts University quickly chimed in, "Our Jiangnan Martial Arts University also has ancient martial arts relics and an institute. Giving you a researcher identity is no problem." Furthermore, the teacher from Jiangnan Martial Arts University said with a knowing smile, "We can also give you 200 million in project funding annually." This made Lu Chong even more tempted. Good heavens, 200 million a year, that's a full 800 million over 4 years of university, which already exceeds his current net worth. However, the teacher from North Huaxia Martial Arts University scoffed, "That sounds nice, but don't trick children. Project funding cannot be freely allocated, it can only be used for ancient martial arts and mutated beasts research." The teacher from Jiangnan Martial Arts University quickly retorted, "So what? As long as you can research and deduce new martial arts, or complete incomplete ancient martial arts, these funds can be used for yourself. Besides, can you even come up with these funds?" The teacher from North Huaxia Martial Arts University was immediately stumped. He indeed did not have such great authority. More accurately, his university was not as wealthy as Jiangnan Martial Arts University. At this moment, the short-haired elderly man in military uniform from Zhongyuan Jinwu University spoke, "We have it. As long as student Lu Chong is willing to enter Zhongyuan Jinwu University, all the conditions they offered can be given to you, and the annual research funding can be increased to 300 million. I've seen your resume, you're already a second lieutenant, aren't you? When you enroll in Zhongyuan Jinwu, you can be promoted to captain by exception." Ha, an 18-year-old captain, that's rare in history. The old man laughed heartily. At this, even the teachers from North Huaxia Martial Arts University and Jiangnan Martial Arts University fell silent. In terms of heritage and resources, Zhongyuan Jinwu University, as the top military academy, was undoubtedly the undisputed number one in the country. Lu Chong was also very touched by the old man's emphasis, but he still stuck to his choice, subtly winking at the old principal. Principal Wei understood, and after scanning the room, he said, "Are these all the recruitment conditions from everyone? If there's nothing else to add, we'll go back and discuss our decision." The university teachers present remained silent, but their gaze towards Principal Wei was somewhat displeased. Who didn't know that this old fox was instigating it? It had already escalated to this extent. What more could he be dissatisfied with? Principal Wei laughed. "In that case, let's leave it here. We'll give you a reply in an hour." With that, Principal Wei took Lu Chong and left the conference room, leaving only Wang Tong to entertain them. Lu Chong understood Principal Wei's good intentions. The reason he wasn't asked to make a statement on the spot was to avoid embarrassment or accidentally offending the university teachers present. After leaving the conference room, Principal Wei took Lu Chong to a nearby office for tea and asked, "Have you decided?" Lu Chong didn't touch the teacup on the table, nodding, "Jiangnan Martial Arts University." Principal Wei didn't inquire further or interfere, but encouraged him, "If that's the case, then it's settled. In an hour, I will personally go and explain to them. You don't need to get involved in the haggling with those old fellows." Principal Wei exhaled. "Thank you, Principal Wei," Lu Chong quickly thanked him. "However, I still have a request, and I wonder if it can be met," Lu Chong added. "Tell me," Principal Wei said curiously. Lu Chong honestly said, "It's still more than 2 months until university starts. I don't want to be idle during this rank time, so I'd like to cultivate a few earth-tier martial arts techniques in advance. I wonder if I can get in advance." Lu Chong was telling the truth. He didn't have any perfected stage martial arts techniques yet, only the golden bell shield left. For him, with his automatic cultivation sheet, this was a waste of time. Hence, Lu Chong had this request. Hearing this, Principal Wei roughly understood Lu Chang's thoughts, and while marveling at Lu Chang's monstrous talent again, he affirmed, "That shouldn't be a problem. You've already been given the identity of an ancient martial arts researcher. Sending over a few earth-tier martial arts techniques in advance is nothing. I'll help you request them. Are there any specific requirements?" Lu Chong was secretly delighted and quickly said, "I want to cultivate Gale Step and Gale Kick again, to cross-reference them with the earth-tier martial arts techniques I comprehended myself." He thought that the Golden Bell Shield evolved to mid-grade earth-tier this way, so he wanted to see if it was feasible. "Besides that, I also want to learn a few earth-tier martial arts techniques that excel in offense, preferably those that can complement my other martial arts," Lu Chong added. Shadowless Gale Step is a movement technique, and Golden Bell Shield excels in defense. Lu Chong currently only has Wind Blade Leg as an offensive earth-tier martial art. Therefore, to develop comprehensively and make up for his shortcomings, he needed to cultivate other types of martial arts. "You have quite an appetite, kid," Principal Wei thought of the human-tier martial arts techniques Lu Chong had comprehended and immediately understood Lu Chang's plan. "Good, these shouldn't be difficult. For inheritances that can be cultivated for free, we really don't need to spend money to buy them," Principal Wei smiled. "You really understand me," Lu Chong echoed with a smile. Afterward, the old man and the young man drank tea and chatted in the office. An hour later, Principal Wei left alone to talk to the university representatives. Lu Chong waited a full hour in the office before seeing Principal Wei return with someone. Following him was the elder from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. However, the military uniformed elder from Jinwu University also followed closely. "Student Lu Chong, there's no need to be nervous. I'm not here to question you. Actually, I've long known you wouldn't choose Zhongyuan Jinwu University otherwise. You would have already been guaranteed admission. The reason I came to find you again is actually to tell you that even if you don't enroll in Zhongyuan Jinwu University, your military rank can still be promoted further.